protagonist, Shilin, was merely an ordinary mortal on Earth, striving to make a living just like countless others. However, he unexpectedly garnered the favor of the Hongmeng Pearl, which transported his consciousness into a realm of celestial martial arts. In this mystical world, he encountered the lingering soul of a fallen immortal within an ancient tomb, gaining access to the unparalleled cultivation technique known as the Hongmeng Transformation Sutra. From that moment on, the gears of destiny began to turn, propelling him along the path of immortality. As one among billions of mortals, he possessed a chaotic spiritual root, and under the protection of the Hongmeng Pearl, he concealed the secrets of heaven and obscured the principles of the Dao. Step by step, he ascended from a mere mortal to a sage, embodying the will of humanity and rising against the heavenly order. Yet, in the end, he discovered that all of this was only those with genuine sincerity and profound emotions may hope to glimpse the vastness of the Dao. Chapter 1. The Dreamlike Transcendence. Outside a residential complex in Qinghai City, Linyi Province, China, a weary Shilin emerged from the subway station, trudging slowly towards his rented apartment. At the age of 26, Shilin had graduated from Linyi University of Technology with a degree in civil engineering. However, due to the scarcity of relevant job opportunities, he was currently employed at a trading company in Qinghai City, laboring as a beleaguered worker. After a long day of overtime, he was returning home to his modest lodging. As he fumbled for his keys and opened the door, a cacophony of rapid keystrokes greeted his ears. His roommate and fellow alumnus, Xiong Wending, was engrossed in a video game, exclaiming phrases like dodge, avoid skills, defense reduction, and take this hit in a flurry of excitement. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Xiong Wending turned to greet Shilin before returning to his game. Exhausted from a grueling day, Shilin collapsed onto the couch, too fatigued to even engage with his phone. Observing Shilin's idle demeanor, Xiong Wending insisted, "Old Yu, I've recently discovered an incredibly captivating RPG game. It features character roleplay and cultivation with stunning skills. As a gaming aficionado, I dominate the game. Come on, register an account and join me. I'll guide you through the entire server." Shilin quickly declined. No, I'm not good at these kinds of games. You go ahead and play." Unrelenting, Xiong Wending replied, "It's quite lonely playing alone. Come and accompany me." He stood up, pulling Shilin along, who ultimately relented. Xiong Wending joyfully sent a game installation package via QQ, and Shilin retrieved his laptop, logged into QQ, and promptly installed the game following the prompts. Once inside the game, he hastily registered a new account, naming it after himself, Shilin, and entered the virtual world. The opening scene placed him in a novice village. Without delving deeply into the game mechanics, he noticed an auto-leveling option and immediately selected the AFK auto mode. Informing Xiong Wending, "I'll let it run while I take a shower. I'm utterly exhausted from work today." Xiong Wending nodded. "All right, you're just a novice, so focus on leveling up for now." Shilin stood and left the computer, heading to his room to retrieve clothes for a shower. Suddenly, a flicker of golden light outside the window caught his eye. Curiosity piqued. He approached the window and beheld a small orb of golden light, about the size of a soybean, hovering and pulsating gently, emitting a faint golden glow in the darkness. Assuming it to be a firefly or something similar, he reached out to grasp the orb of light, and to his astonishment, he successfully caught it in his palm. However, before he could examine it closely, the orb seemed to come alive, pulsating rapidly before abruptly diving into his palm. Shilin was taken aback and quickly attempted to pry it from his hand, but the golden light had already vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered, unsure if he had merely imagined it. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed in his mind, causing his thoughts to whirl chaotically. He lost his balance and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Arrival at Yingwu. In a state of confusion, Shilin was jolted awake by a frantic voice. Young master, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Wake up." The sound of muffled sobs filled the air. Shilin felt his arm being shaken, his body ached unbearably, and his head throbbed with pain. Just as he attempted to open his eyes, a torrent of information flooded his mind, overwhelming him, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, Shilin regained consciousness. To his surprise, he found himself alone, yet his mind was inundated with unfamiliar details. Shilin, 20 years of age, was the illegitimate son of the Yu family. His father, Yu Mingzhi, was the head of one of the 4 prominent clans in Liyue City, while his mother, Wang Yi, hailed from Wangjia village. She was sold into the Yu household as a maidservant at a young age, and, due to her beauty, became the object of Yu Mingzhi's drunken desires, resulting in Shilin's birth. Since birth, he and his mother had been oppressed by the legitimate heirs of the Yu family, and were eventually expelled from the main estate. Fortunately, his father, still possessing a semblance of humanity, had provided them with a modest residence in the northern part of Luiwest City, along with some financial support, enabling them to survive. Wang Yi endured countless hardships to raise him and, 6 years ago, adopted a young maidservant named Linger. A year prior, Wang Yi had passed away, leaving Shilin and Linger to rely on one another. However, last night, a dark-clad figure had infiltrated their small courtyard, suffocating Shilin before fleeing through the window without alerting anyone. Remembering this, Shilin was taken aback. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm and into the body of someone who shares my name? He cautiously opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated furnishings, though worn, were clean and exuded an antique charm. A sense of despair washed over him. Indeed, he had crossed over to this place. He closed his eyes and recalled that this realm was known as Yingwu Continent, where martial prowess was esteemed and warriors were revered. The realm comprised 9 levels of martial arts, and Luiwest City was but a small locale within the vast expanse of Yingwu. Alas, it seems I have arrived here under unfortunate circumstances, he mused bitterly. While others found themselves in the bodies of nobility, he had become an oppressed, illegitimate son, recently suffocated to death. After gathering his thoughts, Shilin called out, "Linger, where are you?" As his voice faded, a maidservant of about 16 or 17 rushed in from the adjacent room, her face alight with joy. "Young master, you have finally awakened. Are you all right? You scared me to death." In his vision appeared a face reminiscent of a pear blossom glistening with rain. Although still youthful, she possessed the budding beauty of a future enchantress. Dressed in simple linen garments, her vivacious spirit shone through. Shilin recognized that this young maidservant was Linger, his closest companion. He replied casually, "I had a bit of a headache last night and slept rather soundly. I didn't mean to worry you." Linger exhaled in relief and said, "Young master, I tried to wake you this morning, but to no avail. I even went to find Dr. Liu, who assured me that you were fine and would wake up eventually. By the way, it's already noon. I prepared some millet porridge for you. I'll bring it right over." With that, she darted out of the room. After Shilin finished dressing, Linger brought over a bowl of millet porridge, adorned with a few glistening drops of oil and some pickled vegetables. Feeling a pang of hunger, Shilin eagerly lifted the bowl and began to consume it with fervor. Noticing Linger standing nearby with a bright smile, he paused and inquired, "What about you? Why aren't you eating?" Linger quickly waved her hand, responding, "Young master, I had breakfast earlier." Shilin paid little heed to her words and finished the porridge in just a few gulps. However, once he emptied the bowl, a grave realization struck him. He feigned nonchalance and asked, "Linger, who exactly is that lewd doctor you mentioned?" Linger replied, "Oh, he is a physician from our Jing'an farm. He is warm-hearted and charges little for his services, but he cannot keep his mouth shut. He often discusses patients' ailments, which leaves the people of Jing'an Fong both loving and resenting him." Listening to Linger, Shilin's mind began to race. The black-clad man from last night had drowned him using martial arts rather than resorting to a violent death, clearly intending to create the appearance of a natural demise. Even if someone discovered the truth, there would be no evidence, as the perpetrator sought to keep the matter under wraps. This morning, after Liu had examined him, it was highly probable that the doctor's loose lips would lead to his information being leaked. Those behind the assassin would surely send someone again to eliminate him. It is better to be safe than sorry. He needed to prepare accordingly. With this thought, Shilin solemnly asked, "Linger, do you trust me?" Without hesitation, Linger nodded. "I absolutely trust the young master. Is something amiss?" Shilin replied, "Do not ask anything. Just follow my instructions." Linger, trusting her master, thought little of it and agreed. Chapter 3. Facing the threat of assassination, Shilin initially planned to leave the city at the earliest opportunity. Yet, he realized that if those behind the assassin learned he was still alive, they might inform the city guards to keep watch over him. Venturing to the city gate would be akin to walking into a trap. He rummaged through his memories, but could not fathom who wished to harm him. His former self was merely a downtrodden youth, frail and timid, ill-suited for martial pursuits. Although the main branch of the Yu family had always suppressed him, they had never explicitly sought his demise. After all, he was still a member of the Yu clan. Unable to discern who wished him dead, he decided to act decisively. Shilin chose not to risk leaving the city or hiding elsewhere, opting instead to stage a performance of shadows within his own home. He gathered the scant possessions he had, some loose silver and a few articles of clothing, and accompanied by Linger, boldly exited the courtyard. Not far from home, he discreetly returned to his small courtyard, seeking refuge in an abandoned, desiccated well nearby. The well was just deep enough for a person. Situated over 10 yards from the courtyard, Shilin and Linger jumped into the well, where he had previously prepared some provisions. He covered the well's opening with a wooden board, allowing them to peek through the gaps to observe the outside world. Anyone approaching the well would find it nearly impossible to detect their hiding place, making it an excellent sanctuary. In the desolate well, Shilin solemnly addressed Linger, saying, "Linger, if you happen to witness anything, remain silent. Otherwise, we shall both meet our doom." Linger, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Young master, is someone intending to harm us?" Shilin replied, "At present, I can only speculate. I cannot ascertain anything for certain. Just heed my words." Linger nodded, and soon silence enveloped them. Shilin gazed through the crevice into the outside world, while Linger nestled beside him. As time languished, the atmosphere within the well grew increasingly tense. Leaning against Shilin, Linger could faintly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, causing her cheeks to flush. This was her first experience of such close proximity to her master, since being taken in as a maid by her mistress. As the years passed and her heart awakened, she gradually found herself enamored with her young master, though she concealed these feelings deep within, fearing to express them. Her mistress and the young master treated her with great kindness, although she was but a maid. They regarded her as part of their family, and she had fallen in love with this household. Furthermore, she noticed a subtle change in her young master today. The previously timid Shilin exhibited a newfound resolve and decisiveness. Linger, with her innocent thoughts, did not entertain any other notions. After all, he was the young master she adored. Even with his slight transformation, she found herself attracted to this more masculine version of him. With this thought, she unconsciously leaned closer to Shilin. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Shilin, who remained fixated on the outside, the night descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Amidst the agonizing weight, a flicker of anxiety surged within Shilin. Just then, a barely audible rustle of garments reached his ears. In the dim twilight, he discerned a shadowy figure draped in black scaling the courtyard wall, heading directly towards his chamber. A wave of tension gripped Shilin's heart, while Linger covered her mouth, stifling any sound. A surge of inexplicable rage and despair welled up within him. He recognized that the assailant who had claimed his former life was none other than the figure before him. "Rest assured, brother, I shall avenge you," Shilin silently vowed. The cloaked figure stealthily entered Shilin's abode, and moments later exited, only to probe the other rooms without uncovering anything. Afterward, the figure scrutinized the courtyard surroundings. Shilin's heart raced, yet he felt a wave of relief when the figure, after several rounds of inspection, overlooked the well and leapt back over the courtyard wall. Shilin exhaled deeply, but he understood that safety within the city was an illusion. Come dawn, should the intruder seek him out again, he would be ensnared. Thus, he resolved to flee the city that night. After much contemplation, he could not devise a secure means of escape, and, embracing a sense of trial and error, he turned to Linger for her thoughts. Linger furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly exclaiming with delight, "Young master, there is a habitual thief residing to the north of Jing'an, known as Liurgu. I happened to pass by his home while out procuring grain and inadvertently overheard him conversing with his nefarious companions about a dog hole located near the eastern city wall of Liuya City, large enough for a person to crawl through. This matter must indeed hold some truth." Shilin pondered for a while. The existence of a dog hole seemed plausible. As a thief, Liurgu would find it convenient for clandestine exits beyond the city, and, being discreet, he would not speak of it to others. Therefore, it was likely that few were aware, and the authorities remained oblivious. Considering this, Shilin decisively stated, "We cannot delay. Let us seek out Liurgu." With that, he took Linger by the hand and stealthily departed from the dry well in search of Li Ergu's abode. Chapter 4. The true culprit within the Yu family's grand residence in Liuye City, in a splendid pavilion of the second young master, Yu Shixuan's estate. Yu Shixuan was attentively listening to a report from his chief bodyguard, Hu Haidong. Last night, his subordinate was utterly convinced that Yu Shilin had perished, allowing him to escape. However, news from Jing and Fong had emerged today at noon, proclaiming that Yu Shilin was alive and had departed from Jing and Fong with his belongings. The subordinate promptly alerted the guards at the city gate to keep a watchful eye on him. Yet no reports of Yu Shilin leaving the city had been received thus far. The subordinate had even taken the liberty to check his residence tonight, only to find it vacant with no clues left behind, leading to the conclusion that he was still within the city. Furrowing his brow, Yu Shixuan inquired, "Did you not kill that incompetent wretch last night? How could he possibly be alive?" Hu Haidong, taken aback, immediately knelt and replied, "Second young master, I assure you, I did indeed drown Yu Shilin last night, but it is possible he merely feigned death and subsequently regained his breath. This oversight falls upon me. I humbly request your punishment." After listening, Yu Shixuan waved his hand, unwilling to be overly harsh on his capable subordinate. "Enough. You are to immediately conduct a covert search within the city and offer a reward in Jing and Fong for information regarding that wretch's whereabouts. You must capture him. My future cannot afford the slightest misstep." Hu Haidong promptly took his leave to carry out the orders. Under the dim light, Yu Shixuan's expression darkened. His father, Yu Mingjie, the head of the Yu family, had 3 sons. The eldest, Yu Shibua, himself, the second son, Yu Shixuan, and the illegitimate son, the incompetent Yu Shilin. He and his elder brother's mother was the cherished daughter of the head of the Hong family, one of the 4 prominent families in Liuye City, thus making Yu Shixuan the rightful master of the Yu household. Yu Shixuan had long aspired to ascend as the young master of the Yu family. Currently, his elder brother Yu Shibua had been sent to serve in the military of the Dai Empire at great expense, making it unlikely for him to return and contest the position. The illegitimate son Yu Shilin was of no concern to him. However, news had emerged from the inner courtyard of the Yu family yesterday that the martial arts trial held by the Dai Empire would take place in the Shukong Mountains, allowing elite descendants from all prominent families to participate, with the Yu family possessing 1 quota. As a young master of the Yu family, with considerable martial prowess, Yu Shixuan had assumed that participation in the trial was a foregone conclusion. To his astonishment, the true power within the Yu family, his grandfather Yu Zhanyuan, had instead favored the incompetent 3rd son, Yu Shilin, intending to bestow this opportunity upon him. Yu Shixuan was acutely aware of the numerous advantages presented by the martial arts trial. Firstly, it served as a confirmation of identity. Participating in the trial signified one's status as a representative of the younger generation of the family. Secondly, the rewards of the martial arts trial were abundant. Upon completing relevant tasks, one could reap substantial benefits, with particularly outstanding individuals potentially being directly appointed to official positions by the dynasty. Furthermore, engaging in the trial offered opportunities to meet the scions of various prestigious families, making it an excellent chance to expand one's connections. Yu Shixuan was determined to seize this opportunity. Should Yu Shilin forge relationships with the offspring of other prominent families during the trial, or by sheer luck stumble upon rare treasures and receive accolades, upon his return to the family, his esteem would soar, posing a significant threat to Yu Shixuan's claim to the position of heir. Although the likelihood of this happening was slim, Yu Shixuan could not afford to take any chances. Thus, upon hearing that his grandfather might allocate the spot to Yu Shilin, he promptly resolved to take drastic measures and eliminate Yu Shilin. "Whoever stands in my way to ascend to the position of heir shall perish," Yu Shixuan vowed fiercely within himself. Chapter 5. The Eastern Caves. After enduring the pain of parting with 5 pieces of silver as a guide fee to Li Ergu, Yu Shilin emerged from the city wall's dog hole with Ling. In his recollection, he was aware of a cave system located 20 miles in the mountains to the east of the city, which contained numerous interconnected entrances, forming a labyrinthine structure. The caves harbored fresh water and live fish, and with the provisions he had brought, He and Linger could easily hide there for several days until the situation outside calmed down, allowing them to escape from Liesity. If they attempted to flee directly, the unseen forces behind them would dispatch pursuers, and they would be captured before they could get far. Resolute in his decision, Shilin led Linger towards the eastern caves. In the dark of night, they stumbled and faltered their way for 20 miles. While Linger managed somewhat better, Shilin found it nearly unbearable. His frail body had reached its limits after such an arduous trek, leaving him sore and fatigued. Yet, he understood that pausing was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with Linger as support, step by step toward the cave region. At long last, they arrived at their destination, and Shilin collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Linger was not in much better condition, and they took a moment to rest, finally regaining their breath. The cave area by night appeared somewhat terrifying. The dark entrances loomed like the gaping maws of fearsome beasts eager to devour the unwary, and a chilling wind howled faintly from within. Linger, feeling frightened, nestled closer to Shilin. He realized they could not spend the night outside, so he pulled Linger into one of the caves, seeking a safe spot to rest. Once they confirmed their safety, they nestled close together and fell asleep. Suddenly, Shilin awoke to the brightness of day. The place where he had been resting was not far from the cave entrance, and sunlight had begun to filter in. He roused Linger from her slumber, and after consuming some provisions and drinking fresh water, Shilin began to survey their surroundings within the cave. The waterway inside was enigmatic, capable of accommodating boats. The dry paths meandered invitingly, ideal for quiet contemplation. Within the cave, there were chambers, mountains, and rivers adorned with stone curtains, stone flowers, cloud basins, stalactites, and stalagmites, all displaying a dazzling array of colors and bizarre shapes. In ordinary circumstances, Shilin would certainly indulge in some leisurely exploration. However, at present, he was far too preoccupied to take in the sights, urging Linger deeper into the cavernous depths. The pair navigated the cave, footfalls alternating between firm and unsteady, when suddenly, Shilin found himself stepping into an abyss, plummeting through a hidden water hole, prompting a startled scream from Linger. In his heart, Shilin lamented, "My life is forfeit." With a resounding splash, they both plunged into a shadowy river. Fortunately, both possessed a modicum of swimming ability, managing to emerge from the dark waters and scramble ashore. Once on solid ground, Shilin surveyed his surroundings, rendered speechless. They had fallen into a hollow within the mountain's belly, encircled by smooth stone walls. On one side, 2 stone doors stood, above which hung 2 luminous moonstone lamps, casting an eerie glow that heightened the door's foreboding presence. Linger clutched Shilin's hand tightly, trembling as she whispered, "Young master, I am frightened." Though Shilin felt a chill creeping up his spine, he offered her reassurances, determined not to display any weakness before the fair maiden. Surely, this must be an ancient tomb, he mused internally. Finding themselves trapped, with stone walls on 3 sides and no visible escape, and the dark river beneath them shrouded in uncertainty, they dared not venture into its depths. The only viable course of action was to investigate the ancient tomb. Placing both hands against the stone door, he felt its ancient weight. Goodness, I hope I won't trigger a trap. His heart raced. Resolving to be bold, he pushed with all his might, only to find the door yielded effortlessly, causing him to stumble headlong into the darkness. Chapter 6. The tomb within the cave coughing as dust filled his lungs, Shilin managed to rise with Linger's assistance. Upon entering, they beheld a long burial passage, its steps descending at an angle, illuminated by moonstone lamps that made the space as bright as day. These moonstones are incredibly valuable. If we were to take them all, we would amass a fortune, Shilin thought to himself. Linger held tightly to his hand, too apprehensive to speak, as they cautiously descended the stairs of the passage. Fortunately, nothing sinister unfolded. No traps or toxins materialized as they finally reached the main chamber of the tomb. The chamber, though simplistic, emanated a grand aura spanning several dozen feet. At its center lay a stone sarcophagus, sealed with utmost security. Surrounding the sarcophagus were numerous shelves adorned with jade vases and boxes, and apart from that, the chamber contained little else. Rather than an ancient tomb, it resembled a hiding place, with the solitary sarcophagus being its only notable feature. Gazing at the mysterious sarcophagus, Shilin felt a shiver of trepidation, fearing that it might suddenly open and unleash some monstrous entity. They carefully conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and soon turned their attention to the jade vases and boxes on the shelves. Upon opening one vase, Shilin poured its contents, only to find a cloud of ash, likely remnants of some ancient elixir, reduced to dust by the passage of time. One by one, Shilin opened the jade vials, discovering that their contents had decayed into dust. However, upon reaching the ninth vial, he found a few drops of milky liquid inside, exuding a faint aroma reminiscent of a mystical elixir. Although Shilin was uncertain of its nature, he sensed its potential value and carefully resealed it, tucking it away with great caution. Beside him, Linger assisted in opening the jade boxes in search of treasures. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Young master, come quickly and see what this is." Shilin hurried over and beheld a blood-red ginseng lying within a jade box. Despite its ancient age, it showed no signs of decay. Instead, it retained a vibrant luster and a plump, translucent appearance. Recognizing it as yet another rare treasure, Shilin secured it with utmost care and chuckled, "You truly are my lucky star, having unearthed such a gem for me." The two continued their search through the jade boxes and vials, but alas, they found nothing of further value, leaving them both with a sense of disappointment. They had thoroughly explored every accessible item in the tomb chamber, aside from the stone coffin, yielding no new discoveries. Exhausted, Shilin sank onto the ground, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the coffin. Noticing his focus, Linger trembled slightly, saying, "Young master, perhaps we should refrain from opening the coffin. It frightens me." Despite harboring similar fears, Shilin resolutely replied, "We have searched every corner. There seems to be no escape. The only option left is to open the coffin and uncover its secrets. Perhaps therein lies our way out." The ancient, heavy coffin stood silently, emanating a chilling aura. As Shilin stared at it, an unusual sensation washed over him, reminiscent of the daunting mathematics problems he had grappled with before his rebirth. Faced with two ambiguous answers after eliminating two incorrect options, he found himself hesitating, caught in a dilemma. To open or not to open? Shilin wrestled internally for what felt like an eternity, sensing that either choice would profoundly impact his fate. Having experienced rebirth, he dismissed his fears, shouting, "What is there to fear? I shall open it." With that, he grasped the coffin lid with both hands, summoning all his strength to shift it aside. As the lid moved, it emitted a grating sound due to friction, echoing sharply throughout the chamber. Halfway through the motion, Shilin eagerly leaned in to glimpse the interior. But before he could discern anything, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from within the coffin. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, staring in astonishment at the luminescence. After a few undulating transformations in the air above the chamber, a faint apparition of a middle-aged man in a flowing robe gradually materialized, followed by a resonant voice that declared, "Greetings, destined one. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Shilin stammered, Who are you?" The unfolding scene surpassed his comprehension, leaving him at a loss for words. To his surprise, the apparition regarded him with a hint of disdain, remarking, "Your spiritual roots are mottled, and your meridians are blocked. Such is the fate of one with inferior aptitude for cultivation. After all these years of waiting, I am met with a mere wastrel. How lamentable." As the ethereal figure concluded its statement, it abruptly shook its head and remarked, "No, that cannot be right. Under my overwhelming presence, your companion has already succumbed to unconsciousness, yet you still possess the ability to speak. This is indeed remarkable. I nearly overlooked this detail. Allow me to scrutinize you further." With that, its gaze pierced through Shilin like a blade, as if seeking to unveil his very essence. Shilin felt exposed under the intensity of the figure's stare, akin to being unclothed, and instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, feeling somewhat vexed as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The figure continued to observe for a moment, then suddenly trembled with astonishment, exclaiming, "You are indeed a rare embodiment of the chaos spirit root. Although your cultivation speed may be slow, you shall undeniably be an invincible force among your peers. Surpassing levels shall be a trivial matter for you, especially when paired with my primordial transformation technique, which harmonizes all things, balances yin and yang, and transmutes the 5 elements. Your future achievements shall know no bounds." Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Yu Shilin, feeling a surge of irritation, retorted, "Old man, what nonsensical babble are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" The figure paid no heed to his words, its consciousness still probing Yu Shilin. Could it be this? Upon witnessing a small, golden glowing entity within Yu Shilin, the figure was utterly astonished, its speech faltering. The Great Way encompasses 50, the heavens transform in 49, and one escapes humanity. Could that be the one that has vanished? In a state of chaos as well, it murmured to itself. Yu Shilin, observing the figure, felt a surge of frustration and exclaimed, "Old man, I'm asking you a question, and you choose to ignore me?" After several moments of shock, the figure gradually calmed and asked, "Do you truly know nothing about me, young man?" Yu Shilin, bewildered, shook his head. The figure sighed. "It appears you are indeed a novice in cultivation." Upon hearing the term cultivation, Yu Shilin immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Cultivation? Is it truly possible? If one cultivates to the end, do they not become an immortal with boundless powers?" The figure shot him a disdainful glance, shallow. "Our pursuit of the Tao involves seeking the true self, defying fate, and attaining the Great Way, which is the essence of cultivation. Enough of your interruptions. Allow me to elucidate." Clearing its throat, the figure spoke earnestly, "I am Meng Songlong, who fortuitously acquired a supreme technique known as the primordial transformation technique. Through this method, I traversed the world without rivals. Just as I believed I could break free from the confines of the great realm and attain enlightenment, I encountered a formidable adversary who mercilessly obliterated me, causing my soul to scatter. A fragment of my lingering soul traversed into this realm, embedding itself within this stone coffin, evading the pursuit of my aggressor. And I have survived in this state ever since." As it recounted its tale, the figure's voice gradually sank into a somber tone. Yu Shilin sensed the humiliation and resentment in Meng Songlong's tone and inquired, "Why do you await a fated individual here?" Meng Songlong replied, "You're the first person I have encountered in many years. I am unwilling to accept my fate and wish to find a suitable disciple to pass on the primordial transformation technique. It seems you're quite fitting." Yu Shilin, skeptical, retorted, "You claim to be so powerful, yet you were still defeated and left in such a pitiful state?" A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Meng Songlong's face as he cleared his throat twice to mask it. "He is an exceptionally formidable individual. I cannot withstand even a single strike from him back then. He is beyond human. For now, you need not delve deeply into his nature. In any case, I must ask you, will you accept my legacy of cultivation techniques?" Yu Shilin replied, "Is there even a question? I shall certainly accept." Meng Songlong fixed his gaze upon him and cautioned, "You must consider this carefully. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. It is a road of no return. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back. You will contend with others, battle fierce beasts, and challenge the very heavens, where death may lurk at any corner. Are you truly prepared to proceed?" Yu Shilin laughed heartily. "What is there to fear? Death is but a journey to the heavens. If I do not perish, I shall endure for eternity. Come now, let me have the techniques." Meng Songlong also chuckled. "Indeed, one must be fearless to pursue cultivation, given that you are a novice. Now clear your mind, and I shall directly impart the cultivation techniques into your consciousness." Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Yu Shilin, Meng Songlong laughed heartily. "You need not worry. I am but a remnant soul and have no intention of usurping your body. You may rest assured." With that, before Yu Shilin could respond, a crimson light erupted from between Meng Songlong's brows, swiftly transforming into an arrow-like essence that pierced into Yu Shilin's consciousness. Chapter 8. The legacy of cultivation techniques, Shilin felt a thunderous roar within his head as a vast influx of unfamiliar knowledge surged into him. Although the volume of information was overwhelming, he thankfully did not lose consciousness. As he navigated through the torrent of information, the Hongmeng Transformation Sutra gradually became clear. In the beginning of chaos, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. All things being born, they're interwoven, embracing the yin and holding the yang, harmonizing the energies to achieve balance. Thus, all can transform, and through transformation, the great Tao is constructed. He also discerned the levels of cultivation: Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, divine transformation stage, integration stage, great ascension stage, tribulation stage, and ascension stage, as well as the levels of body refinement: human body realm, earth body realm, heaven body realm, golden body realm, dharma form realm, chaos realm, and sacred realm, alongside various other techniques related to alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. After a brief glance through this vast expanse of knowledge, Shilin felt as though his head might burst. Meng Songlong smiled and remarked, "Just now, I inadvertently opened your mind's eye. You now possess the ability to remember anything at a glance. You may jot it down and gradually comprehend it later." He continued, "This realm is known as the martial Tao realm, where spiritual energy is extremely scarce and unsuitable for cultivation. However, it does harbor treasures of rare materials, invaluable for cultivation. This ancient tomb belongs to a foundation establishment cultivator. When my remnant soul arrived here, that cultivator had already perished, yet he left behind two remarkable treasures for you. The jade vial in your possession contains 3 drops of milky white liquid, known as a millennium stalactite. The blood-red ginseng in the jade box is called blood ginseng. Both of these treasures are exceedingly rare, even in the cultivation world, and today, fortune has smiled upon you, my young friend." Meng Songlong instructed Shilin to take out a drop of the millennium stalactite and cut a small piece of blood ginseng, saying later, "Follow my instructions to consume the millennium stalactite and blood ginseng, and operate the Hongmeng Transformation Sutra in heaven and earth body refinement sutra as I have shown you." Shilin nodded eagerly. "Prepare, consume the substances, and circulate the techniques," Meng Songlong commanded. Shilin hastily consumed the ancient stalactite and blood ginseng, guided by Meng Songlong as he activated the Hongmeng Transformation technique. He felt the potent essence of the stalactite and ginseng surge within him, flooding his limbs and bones, as if his body were on the verge of explosion. The Hongmeng Transformation technique circulated rapidly, and after a swift round of internal energy movement, the essence transformed into spiritual energy stored within his dantian. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated within him as Shilin felt as though he had broken free from some constraining shackles. His cultivation level ascended to the first layer of Qi refinement. Yet, the medicinal energy continued to surge, and the Hongmeng Transformation technique remained in constant motion, endlessly converting spiritual energy into his dantian. Another faint sound escaped him, and he advanced to the second layer of Qi refinement. This process repeated until he ultimately broke through to the third layer of Qi refinement, at which point the medicinal energy began to wane. Meng Songlong commanded, "Do not waste the remaining medicinal effects. Activate the heaven and earth body refinement technique to refine your physique." Heeding this advice, Shilin commenced the heaven and earth body refinement technique, feeling his meridians widen and expand under the influence of the medicinal energy. The speed at which the spiritual energy coursed through him increased significantly, while his muscles and bones underwent the purification of the medicinal essence, their strength rapidly enhancing. Simultaneously, impurities and filth within him were expelled through his skin's pores. As the heaven and earth body refinement technique continued to operate ceaselessly, Shilin's physical level reached the third layer of the human realm, and the medicinal energy was fully consumed. At that moment, his skin became fairer and smoother, his muscles as hard as steel, and his facial features more defined, exuding an air of previously unseen vigor. Why do I smell so foul? So much filth. It's utterly disgusting. Upon completing his cultivation, Shilin noticed a layer of dark grime coating his body, emitting a repugnant odor that made him feel ill. He quickly employed a cleansing spell he had learned from Meng Songlong, the clear water technique, to wash himself clean. Chapter 9. Embarking on the path of cultivation, Meng Songlong remarked, "The drop of ancient stalactite and that small piece of blood ginseng you just consumed is sufficient for an ordinary person to directly cultivate to the 9th layer of qi refinement or even reach the foundation establishment stage. However, for you, it only allows you to attain the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Indeed, cultivating with a chaotic spirit root is highly resource-intensive." He continued, "Now that you are at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, it is equivalent to the 3rd layer of martial arts. Yet, while a martial artist at this level can only wield true energy, you, as a cultivator, can utilize spiritual essence and spiritual consciousness. Coupled with the extraordinary attributes of your chaotic spirit root in your 3rd layer in the human realm. As long as you avoid provoking martial artists of the 7th layer or above, you should remain unharmed. Should you reach the 4th layer of qi refinement and master some spells, even martial artists of the 9th layer may not stand a chance against you. However, the martial world is severely lacking in spiritual energy. To elevate your cultivation, you must diligently seek treasures." Shilin chuckled, I was once bullied, but now I can return and reclaim my dignity." Meng Songlong responded solemnly, "In the realm of cultivation, remember to avoid arrogance and narrow-mindedness. The world is vast, beyond our imagination. Talented individuals and extraordinary beings are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. You must not be careless. Moreover, the cultivation world is a brutal survival of the fittest, steeped in bloodshed. Prepare yourself mentally. Moreover, the orb of golden light upon you has already been verified by the old man earlier. After you acquired its spiritual essence, the orb has concealed itself, rendering it invisible to others. You must never mention this orb to anyone. Remember this well." Shilin responded dutifully, "Understood, old man. But what exactly is this orb of golden light?" Meng Songlong replied, "The secrets of heaven should not be divulged. In due time, you shall understand." At that moment, the ethereal shadow surrounding Meng Songlong began to flicker and dim. Shilin, noticing this, exclaimed, "Old man, what is happening to you?" Meng Songlong waved his hand and said, "I have little time left. Listen to me carefully. There is a storage ring on the finger of the skeletal figure within the stone coffin. You should retrieve it, as it likely contains valuable items." Following his advice, Shilin approached the stone coffin and indeed found a silver ring on the unnamed finger of the skeleton. Silently acknowledging his fortune, he removed the ring. Meng Songlong instructed, "Drop a drop of your blood to refine it. Then infuse it with your spiritual consciousness to examine its contents." After following these instructions, Shilin's consciousness entered the ring's space, revealing an area several yards in circumference, filled with various garments, spiritual herbs, and 2 low-grade spirit stones, which brought him great joy. Meng Songlong continued, "These items will greatly aid your future cultivation. I have imparted all relevant cultivation knowledge to you. It is essential that you comprehend and apply it with care in the days to come. Your companion beside you possesses a rare Shilin constitution, an exceptional foundation for cultivation. Among the techniques I have taught you is the Jade Maiden Scripture, which is well suited for her. Once she reaches the pinnacle of Shilin, your dual cultivation will yield tremendous benefits for both of you." Shilin, in astonishment, thought to himself, "I had no idea Linger was also a cultivation prodigy." As the flickering of Meng Songlong's ethereal form intensified, he recognized his time was short and sighed, "Young one, our meeting is a fateful encounter. In you, I see the potential to overcome that foe and the hope for you to take the next step. My obsession has found release. From the moment you opened the stone coffin, I have been exposed. The laws of this realm do not permit my existence, and I may soon vanish entirely. Before that occurs, I have an uninvited request. Could you call me master?" With that, Meng Songlong gazed at Shilin with hopeful eyes, reflecting on the humiliations he endured in his past life in Liuya City, where only his mother offered him unconditional support. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Meng Songlong, who selflessly imparted everything to him, guiding him onto an extraordinary path. This was akin to having a second set of parents. Thus, moved by emotion, Yu Shilin knelt with reddened eyes and cried out, "Master." Meng Songlong laughed heartily, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. "Good disciple, I am proud to have you as my student. The road ahead is yours to traverse alone. Farewell." Ha ha! Amidst his laughter, Meng Songlong's ethereal form dissolved into countless specks, vanishing into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. The grand hall of the ancient tomb resonated with Yu Shilin's cries, "Master! Master!" Chapter 10. Returning to the Yu family, Yu Shilin sat quietly for a moment, still feeling somewhat despondent under the influence of Meng Songlong. However, upon seeing the unconscious Ling beside him, he gathered his spirits and resolved to awaken her. Ling stirred from her slumber, and upon noticing Yu Shilin's well-being, she sighed in relief and inquired, "Young master, I fainted after seeing a flash of light. What transpired?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shilin decided to share the truth with Ling, recounting in detail everything that had occurred within the ancient tomb. Ling listened intently, her mouth agape, momentarily lost in thought before murmuring, "Could it be that celestial beings truly exist in this world?" Yu Shilin solemnly asked Ling if she wished to embark on the path of cultivation. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Since the young master has learned, I too shall learn." Thus, Yu Shilin imparted the jade-maiden scriptures to Ling and administered a drop of ancient stalactite for her to consume, commencing her training in the scriptures. Although Ling possessed only average aptitude for cultivation, her unique constitution enabled her to fully refine the drop of ancient stalactite within a day, causing her cultivation level to soar to the 7th layer of qi refinement, which left Yu Shilin envious. As Ling's cultivation advanced, her appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Her skin became as delicate as a flower petal, her gaze radiated charm, and an elusive aura of ethereality enveloped her, shedding her previous guise as a mere girl. Yu Shilin playfully remarked, "My dear Ling has become even more beautiful. How delightful!" Ling blushed deeply, shyly retorting, "Young master, you tease me. I shall not entertain such remarks." Yet, internally, she felt a swell of joy. Calculating the passage of time, Yu Shilin realized that they had been in the cavern for nearly 2 days. And having unraveled the secrets of the ancient tomb, it was time to seek an exit. He cautioned Ling that everything that transpired within the tomb must remain confidential, and he imparted to her the secret technique learned from Meng Songlong to obscure their cultivation aura. They both managed to conceal their energies at the first layer of qi refinement, appearing to the outside world as mere first-level martial artists, a common sight across the heroic martial continent, thus attracting no undue attention unless confronted by someone of significantly higher cultivation. With all preparations complete, Yu Shilin closed his eyes and began to extend his spiritual awareness in search of an exit. His spiritual perception spanned over 10 zhang, allowing him to perceive everything within that range as if witnessing it firsthand. After thoroughly exploring the ancient tomb with his spiritual insight, he found nothing of note. Undeterred, Yu Shilin continued his search, soon drawn to a dark river outside the tomb. He sensed a gentle current flowing within the dark river, accompanied by faint wafts of floral fragrance carried by a subtle breeze, which he deduced was drifting in from outside the cavern. Thus, he concluded that diving beneath the dark river would likely lead them out of the cave. With a swift motion, Yu Shilin plucked a luminous moon pearl from the entrance of the tomb and stowed it in his storage ring. Then, both of them activated their techniques and plunged into the river. The river's waters were frigid and piercing, shrouded in darkness. Yet this did not deter Yu Shilin. He relied on his spiritual awareness to navigate, with Ling closely following behind. The two of them submerged themselves for approximately 3 miles before encountering a patch of light ahead. Yu Shilin's spirits soared, and he quickened his pace. With a splash, they emerged from a pond, dripping wet as they reached the shore. Both Yu Shilin and Ling began to circulate their energies, emitting puffs of white steam from their bodies, which swiftly dried their damp garments. Now emboldened by his skills, Yu Shilin resolved to return to Liuya City. However, shortly after they set foot on the official road, they were startled by a cacophony of voices and the sounds of horses behind them, accompanied by a shout. "We've found them. They are here." Upon turning to glance back, Yu Shilin beheld 6 or 7 individuals galloping towards them. The foremost rider, a man in his 40s clad in brown, with a fair face and a shrewd expression, was a martial artist of the 4th realm, while the others were at the 1st or 2nd realm. Linger instinctively felt a twinge of fear and edged closer to Yu Shilin, who initially thought these newcomers were there to apprehend him. To his surprise, the middle-aged leader dismounted with courtesy and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might I have the honor of addressing young Master Yu Shilin?" Yu Shilin nodded in acknowledgement. The man continued, "I am Yuhan, the steward of the Yu family, sent by the elder of the family to request your return, as there are pressing matters we must discuss." Intrigued, Yu Shilin contemplated why his grandfather, whom he had never met, would seek him out, considering he was merely a castaway of the Yu family. What intentions lay behind this summons? Yu Shilin chuckled lightly. "If that is the case, I shall trouble you. Uncle Yu." Yuhan, taken aback by the smoothness of the interaction, promptly ordered his attendants to bring forth 2 horses, facilitating their return to the city. In Chapter 11, behind the trial, within the Yu family, the second young master, Yu Shilin, was in a rage. 3 days prior, he had dispatched Hu Haidong to eliminate Yu Shilin, but the latter had managed to escape. In response, he dispatched more personnel to pursue him. However, to his dismay, the elder of the Yu family, his grandfather Yu Zhanyuan, was also searching for Yu Shilin, complicating his plans. Puzzled and frustrated, Yu Shilin resolved to seek clarification from Yu Zhanyuan. Upon arriving at the Yu family's courtyard, he respectfully called out to a pavilion, "Grandson Yu Shilin requests an audience with grandfather." Yu Zhanyuan's voice resonated. "Come in." "Thank you, grandfather," Yu Shilin replied with deference. The elder, his head crowned with white hair, yet exuding vitality, was a formidable martial artist of the 6th realm, serving as the backbone of the Yu family. Though the family affairs were now managed by his son Yu Mingjie, he still held sway over significant matters. As Yu Shilin approached and performed his respectful greeting, Yu Zhanyuan inquired, "Grandson, what troubles you?" Yu Shilin hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yu Zhanyuan's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Speak plainly. What is this hesitance? It is unbecoming." After a moment of steeling himself, Yu Shilin finally uttered, "Grandson is perplexed about one matter and has come to seek your wisdom, grandfather. Why did you bestow the opportunity for the void mountain martial trial of the great Yin dynasty upon that waste of space, the 3rd son?" Yu Zhanyuan fell silent for a time, then sighed. "Very well. The family will eventually be entrusted to your hands. There are matters you ought to be made aware of." Yu Shilin felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he expressed, "Grandson is all ears." Yu Zhanyuan sighed. Approximately 350 years ago, a prodigious swordsman emerged on the heroic martial continent, known as Dishanyang. His martial prowess was unparalleled, ascending from the 1st to the 9th level of martial arts in a mere few years, ultimately achieving the legendary innate perfection. His mastery of the Red Sun Sword technique was so extraordinary that he was invincible across the continent. However, he vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. Before his disappearance, he wed Xianyuan Ingxue of the Xianyuan clan, which subsequently soared to prominence, becoming the foremost family on the heroic martial continent, overshadowing other noble houses and establishing the illustrious Dao dynasty. After Dishanyang's disappearance, the Xianyuan royal lineage faltered, gradually losing its power, while various clans seized the opportunity to rise, posing a significant threat to the Xianyuan dynasty's rule. With a faint smile, Yu Zhanyuan added, "Take Liesity, for instance. The Lord's residence is merely a nominal facade, effectively aligned with the Hong family." Yu Shilin expressed astonishment. "Is the situation of the Dao dynasty truly this dire?" Yu Zhanyuan nodded. "The circumstances behind the scenes may be even graver. I have received a clandestine message from the imperial palace in the capital. This martial arts trial has been personally orchestrated by Emperor Xianyuan Mufeng, differing greatly from previous events." Pausing, Yu Zhanyuan inquired, do you know why the trial location was chosen to be Shukong Mountain? Yu Shixuan honestly shook his head. Grandson does not know. Rising to his feet, Yu Zhenyin began to pace slowly, remarking, I am familiar with Shukong Mountain. It is an exceedingly perilous place, teeming with beasts ranging from level 1 to level 9, with legends of mythical creatures dwelling within. Additionally, it is rich in rare resources, and the Xianyuan family has even put forth their treasured artifacts as rewards for completing the trials. If you were a participant in this trial, what would you do? Yu Shixuan responded, would it not be to strive with utmost effort to complete the designated tasks and earn the rewards? Yu Zhanyuan sneered. Shukong Mountain is fraught with danger. Even those at the 9th level of martial arts cannot guarantee their safe return. To attain the precious rewards, the conditions will undoubtedly be exceedingly harsh, and one cannot predict how many elite youths from noble families may perish. Yu Shixuan was taken aback. Are you suggesting that this trial is a conspiracy? Yu Zhanyuan replied, this is merely my conjecture, yet it is unlikely to be far from the truth. The Xianyuan royal family has begun to retaliate, should this scheme succeed. A considerable number of elite youths from various families may meet their demise, significantly weakening their power and affording the Dai dynasty a moment of respite. However, he added with a cold smile, the noble families are not so easily dealt with. What I can conceive, others may also envision. It remains to be seen what sparks may fly between the noble families and the Xianyuan royalty. My family should refrain from wading into this murky water. It is best to observe from the sidelines. Yu Shixuan suddenly understood. So, you have arranged for that useless individual to participate? Yu Zhanyuan smiled faintly indeed. The child is teachable. Firstly, Yu Shilin is undeniably your father's son, and this fact is beyond dispute. He represents the Yu family, and none can cast aspersions upon him. Secondly, regardless of whether he perishes on Void Mountain or elsewhere, the Yu family incurs no loss. Yu Shixuan joyfully remarked, I always knew grandfather was the best to me. Now I understand. Yu Zhanyuan added, therefore, before he participates in the martial arts trial, treat him kindly and avoid unnecessary complications. The grandson comprehended. Chapter 12. Seeking benefits unbeknownst to Yu Shilin, the malicious elder and youth were plotting against him from the shadows. At this moment, he followed Yu Han into Willow Leaf City, heading straight for the Yu family estate. Yu Shixuan had already received word and was waiting at the entrance with his close guard, Hu Haidong. As Yu Shilin approached within 100 meters, his gaze fell upon the duo. Upon recognizing Hu Haidong, he involuntarily shuddered, for his spiritual sense had unmistakably identified Hu Haidong as the dark-clad man sent to assassinate him. To his astonishment, it turned out that his nominal second brother had plotted his demise. Though he could not fathom Yu Shixuan's motives, he harbored a grudge and secretly buried his murderous intent for future retribution. Yu Shixuan forced a smile, cheerfully calling out from a distance, Third brother, I finally found you. His gaze swept over Yu Shilin before landing on Linger, and he was taken aback to see how remarkably she had blossomed. Hu Haidong, a martial artist of the 4th rank, detected a subtle difference and quietly whispered to Yu Shixuan. Yu Shixuan expressed his surprise. Indeed, both have reached the 1st rank of martial arts. It seems they have encountered fortuitous events these past few days. Hu Haidong replied, not necessarily. Liu the blacksmith in the west side of the city broke through to the 1st rank while forging, and the thief Xiao Laosi in the south drank the blood of Floral Python and directly ascended to the 2nd rank. However, their actual combat prowess is akin to refuse. Young master need not be overly concerned. After hearing Hu Haidong's words, Yu Shixuan decided to probe further. Yu Shilin, adhering to the habits of his former life, feigned gratitude and clasped his fists, saying, I am in the wrong. I apologize for keeping my second brother waiting. Yu Shixuan laughed heartily. Not at all. It is grandfather who awaits you. I shall take you to see him now. Then, feigning casualness, he inquired, where have you been these past few days, third brother? How did you suddenly achieve the 1st rank of martial arts? Yu Shilin, having prepared a response, acted innocently and said, to let my second brother know, Ling and I originally intended to catch fish at the river in the east of the city, but we spotted 2 red fruits on a tree and, tempted by their allure, picked and ate them. To our astonishment, We experienced excruciating pain afterward, and I thought I was dying. However, as the pain gradually subsided, my body felt strangely invigorated. Is this what it means to reach the first rank of martial arts? Can I cultivate martial arts in the future? Internally, Yu Shixuan cursed the naivete, but responded nonchalantly. That is natural. Third brother must work hard to cultivate. During their conversation, the two arrived at Yu Zhenyuan's loft, and after Yu Shixuan made the necessary announcement, they stood before Yu Zhenyuan. Yu Zhenyuan donned a benevolent expression and said, "Shilin, my dear grandson, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, and I have been deeply concerned for your well-being." In his heart, Yu Shilin scoffed, "Concerned? What a farce. This old fox truly cares for my mother and me. Why doesn't he come and visit us?" Yet outwardly, he replied with a measured tone, "I appreciate your concern, grandfather. Shilin is doing well." Observing Shilin's cold demeanor, Yu Zhenyuan sighed ostentatiously. The Hong family and our Yu family were once united through marriage. When they learned of your birth, they were infuriated and intended to execute both you and your mother. However, I stood my ground and managed to save you both, though it did sever our ties with the Hong family. Thus, after your birth, in consideration of the Hong family's reputation, your father and I refrained from visiting, which has caused you considerable hardship. For that, the Yu family owes you an apology. Yu Shilin had long discerned the selfish nature of the Yu clan, who would forsake all familial bonds for the sake of their interests and reputation. Had he been in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly erupted with emotion. But as a reborn soul, he felt no stirrings at these words, regarding them merely as a performance. Especially after encountering Meng Songlong, his perspective had soared to great heights. How could the trifling Yu family hold any significance for him? He remained curious about what scheme this old fox had in store. After some superficial exchanges, Yu Shixuan, who had been playing the emotional card, nearly overwhelmed Yu Shilin with sentimentality when Yu Zhenyuan interjected, "Thus, the family intends to compensate you. An excellent opportunity lies before you." Yu Shilin sighed inwardly, relieved that matters were finally turning serious. Yu Zhenyuan continued, "The great Yin dynasty has recently launched a martial arts trial, and our Yu family has secured a spot. I have decided to have you represent us." Yu Shilin expressed his astonishment. "Martial arts trial?" Yu Shixuan elaborated. "The trial is organized by the royal family, open to the scions of various families, with no limitations on strength. The main focus is a martial arts competition, alongside tasks such as gathering herbs and collecting beast cores, with generous rewards. Those who excel will be granted official positions by the dynasty, providing an excellent opportunity for advancement. You must seize this chance, third brother." Yu Shilin felt a flicker of excitement. He was currently in dire need of treasures for cultivation, and this was indeed a timely opportunity. However, he could not betray his elation, so he feigned reluctance and said, "But my abilities are far too inadequate. I would surely be the bottom dweller, bringing shame to the family." Yu Shixuan patted Yu Shilin on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Having low strength is not a disgrace. It is the courage to forge ahead that defines a man. If you lack even this modicum of bravery, how will you ever restore the Yu family's glory?" Yu Zhenyuan added with a smile, "Shilin need not worry. The family will provide you with a vial of golden python blood. This precious elixir, obtained by your elder brother during his campaigns, can enable a martial artist at the first level to break through to the second level, greatly enhancing your chances in the trial. Moreover, you may also opt for the herb gathering task, which can yield substantial rewards upon completion." With this, Yu Shilin had no choice but to feign reluctant agreement. Observing his response, both Yu Zhenyuan and Yu Shixuan felt a sense of relief. Yu Zhenyuan chuckled, instructing Shixuan to fetch the vial of golden python blood and an additional 200 taels of gold, so that Shilin could procure a complete set of attire. Shilin now represented the dignity of the Yu family. It was imperative that others did not regard them with disdain. "Shilin, remember, you shall depart with your uncle Yu in 3 days." Chapter 13. 4 secret phrases within the grand palace of the great Yin dynasty in the capital city of Yinjing. Emperor Xianyuan Mufeng sat in his study, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, his high nose reflected his indomitable spirit, while his slanted brows exhibited his wisdom. Despite reaching the 8th level of martial arts, the nearly 40-year-old man showed signs of gray at his temples, evidently a result of the burdens he bore. After a prolonged silence, Xianyuan Mufeng finally spoke to the attendant beside him, summoned the eldest princess. The princess he referred to as none other than his eldest daughter, Xianyuan Qingwu. At the tender age of 19, she possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation. Having achieved the 6th level of martial arts at such a young age, she was the foremost among the younger generation of the Xianyuan royal family. Not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent, with a spirit and decisiveness that rivaled that of men, earning her father's esteem. Xianyuan Qingwu strode in confidently and bowed, saying, "Qingwu pays her respects to father." Xianyuan Mufeng gazed at his spirited daughter and sighed, "Your grandfather has been injured." Upon seeing a flicker of surprise cross Xianyuan Qingwu's face, he continued, "Last night, 2 innate experts infiltrated the palace. Your grandfather intervened, and after a fierce battle, he managed to repel them, though he sustained some injuries. Thankfully, they're not severe." The individual Xianyuan Mufeng referred to as none other than Xianyuan Qingwu's grandfather, the steadfast anchor of the great Yin dynasty, Xianyuan Longcheng, whose strength had reached the mid-stage of innate mastery. Xianyuan Qingwu scoffed how the 4 great families, Zhou, Wang, Li, and He, finally succumbed to their impatience and begun their probing. Xianyuan Mufeng smiled wryly. Our Xianyuan royal family is waning, while the 4 great families are on the rise. According to intelligence reports, members of the Li and He families have entered the early stage of innate mastery, not to mention the Zhou family's mid-stage and the Wang family's early stage. Together, the 4 families boast 4 innate experts, and your grandfather can no longer intimidate them. Xianyuan Qingwu fell silent, aware of her own cleverness but also cognizant of her impotence in the face of overwhelming power. Xianyuan Mufeng continued, "Currently, the 4 great families are secretly colluding, gathering martial artists to conspire against us. What remains uncertain is when they will strike. I have summoned you primarily to share a secret." Listening intently, Xianyuan Qingwu urged him to proceed. "Are you aware that 350 years ago, our Xianyuan royal family had a prodigious son-in-law named Di Shanyang?" Xianyuan Qingwu nodded, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Di Shanyang, during his time, had swept through the entire heroic continent, leaving no rivals. Before his departure, he left behind a brocade box, stating that it could be opened in times of crisis for solutions. Xianyuan Qingwu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is there truly such a thing?" Xianyuan Mufeng affirmed, "I believe the Xianyuan dynasty has reached a critical juncture. It is time to open the brocade box and seek a course of action." Xianyuan Mufeng escorted Xianyuan Qingwu to a clandestine chamber within the imperial palace, where he unveiled a chest and retrieved an ornate box. This box, untouched for centuries, emanated an air of antiquity. Taking a deep breath, and under the watchful gaze of the equally anxious Xianyuan Qingwu, he opened the box. With a soft click, the box revealed only a piece of animal hide, the origin of which was unknown. Inscribed upon the hide were 4 simple lines, surrounded by demons. "There remains a sliver of hope. Should the scholar arrive, all shall dissipate into smoke." The father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. The words left by Emperor Xiangyang felt cryptic, yet hinted at profound significance. Xianyuan Mufeng remarked, "Qingwu, your intellect surpasses all. What do you make of the words left by our esteemed ancestor?" With her brows furrowed in concentration, Xianyuan Qingwu repeatedly recited the 4 lines, her mind grappling with their meaning. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a spark of insight illuminated her eyes as she exclaimed, "Surrounded by demons signifies the current plight of our Xianyuan royal family. A sliver of hope implies there is still a chance for salvation. The arrival of a scholar suggests that someone named Shilin could resolve these matters effortlessly." Xianyuan Mufeng pondered, "That is indeed a possibility. Yet, in this vast world, or shall we seek out one named Shilin?" The daunting thought of combing through the sea of humanity to find this individual felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and both were soon disheartened. Suddenly, Xian Yuanqing Wu's expression brightened as inspiration struck her. The martial arts trial, she declared. Realizing the implication, Xian Yuan Mufeng urged, quickly, let us examine the list. Together, they perused the recently submitted roster for the martial arts trial, which contained the names of over 1,000 scions from martial families. Their eyes widened as they searched diligently, and at last, near the end, they found a name, Shilin, a third-generation scion of the Yu family from Luyi City, with a cultivation level of the first tier in martial arts. Upon reading the name, both furrowed their brows, murmuring, could it truly be him? Yet his cultivation level is so low. How could he possibly clear the path of formidable foes? Xian Yuan Mufeng turned to Qing Wu, saying, you must journey to Luyi City to investigate this individual. If he possesses true potential, he may very well be the savior of our Xian Yuan dynasty. It is imperative that you foster a good relationship with him. Xian Yuan Qing Wu nodded resolutely. I understand, father. Rest assured. Chapter 14. Blood of the Golden Python. Upon returning to their modest courtyard, Shilin and Ling Er exchanged pleasantries. Ling Er cheerfully remarked, how wonderful it is to return to our own home. It brings such peace of mind. I shall prepare a meal for you, young master. Unbeknownst to Shilin, he had already captured the attention of the Emperor of the Yin and the Princess, as his thoughts lingered on the quantity of cultivation resources at his disposal, contemplating whether he might further advance his prowess. Through the consciousness linked to his storage ring, he discovered a drop of millennial stalactite, a substantial blood ginseng, 2 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of golden python blood, and an assortment of spiritual herbs. Shilin contemplated. After consuming the everlasting stalactite once, its efficacy would diminish significantly if ingested again. It would be wiser to reserve it for someone in greater need in the future. The 2 inferior spirit stones, if directly absorbed and refined, would likely fail to elevate his cultivation, considering that he possessed the chaotic spiritual root, which required an immense amount of spiritual energy for enhancement. The blood ginseng and other spiritual herbs could indeed be used to concoct elixirs. Although his master, Meng Songlong, had imparted the alchemical techniques to him, he currently lacked a cauldron for refinement. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the vial of golden python blood. When Shilin retrieved the vial of golden python blood, he had to admit that he held little faith in the Yu family's ability to provide him with treasures of high quality. Yet, he found himself with no alternative but to explore the potential utility of this vial. At first glance, the blood appeared crimson and glistening, exuding a potent essence that promised to enhance vitality and prolong life. However, whether it could elevate his cultivation remained uncertain. After observing for a while without discernible insight, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to release his spiritual sense into the blood, examining it more closely. Upon his spiritual sense entering the golden python blood, he was abruptly enveloped by an ancient and desolate aura. He discerned shimmering golden specks within the sanguine depths. What could these be? After rummaging through the memories imparted by his master, Meng Songlong, he finally recognized the essence contained within, causing him to tremble with joy. It was indeed the bloodline of the true dragon. The true dragon, a mythical beast from ancient legends, possessed a bloodline of immeasurable worth. To discover its remnants within the martial realm was astonishing. Although the bloodline had thinned considerably over time, the true dragon's power still lingered, promising a substantial enhancement of his cultivation upon refinement. It dawned on Shilin why the Yu family had bestowed this vial of golden python blood upon him. First, they were entirely unaware of the existence of the true dragon bloodline. Second, individuals in the martial world primarily cultivate true qi and lack methods for refinement, thus relegating this gift to a mere, trifling matter in the eyes of the Yu family, unwittingly granting him a remarkable boon. Without further delay, Shilin consumed the golden python blood, activating the Hongmeng Transformation Technique and the Heavenly Body Refinement Technique to begin refining the true dragon's power. The true dragon's power was notoriously difficult to refine, yet the benefits of successful refinement were immense. As the Hongmeng Transformation Technique surged into action, the true dragon's power was gradually distilled, while Shilin simultaneously withdrew the 2 inferior spirit stones, fervently absorbing their spiritual energy. With a crack, as the energies of the two spirit stones were depleted, reducing them to dust, Shilin finally achieved a breakthrough. His cultivation ascended to the fourth layer of qi refinement, and his corporeal form advanced to the fourth layer of the human realm, his aura becoming more profound, his skin faintly shimmering with a golden luster. Shilin felt a surge of elation, yet simultaneously grappled with discontent, for he had yet to engage in combat with another and remained unaware of his true fighting prowess. He resolved to exit the city in search of an uninhabited area for practice. First, he aimed to test the strength of his physical body. Targeting a pebble, he unleashed half of his power in a single punch, causing the sizable stone to shatter into countless fragments. Shilin was quite satisfied. He summoned all of his strength and struck another pebble with a punch. With a resounding boom, the pebble shattered into dust, creating a shockwave that spread out approximately 10 feet in all directions. Shilin estimated that his physical strength had reached the 6th or 7th level of martial arts. However, he still lacked clarity on how to utilize his spiritual essence. Reflecting on the teachings of his master, Meng Tsonglong, he recalled a method for cultivating the Taoist true fire. True fire is a fundamental ability of Taoist practitioners, which increases in potency with the practitioner's strength. It is essential for alchemy and artifact crafting, and in the later stages of cultivation, it can transform into the legendary Samadhi fire, capable of incinerating all things in the world. Without further hesitation, Shilin began to practice the true fire technique imparted by Meng Tsonglong. He concentrated his thoughts in his dantian, guiding his spiritual essence to his palms. After compressing the essence, he attempted to release it, yet the anticipated true fire did not manifest. Undeterred, he persevered through repeated attempts. Finally, after compressing the spiritual essence to its critical point, it ignited and true fire took shape. As he continuously channeled his essence, the true fire became indestructible. Initially, the true fire he cultivated was no larger than the tip of his finger. Curious about its power, he projected the flame toward the trunk of a tree. With a sizzle, the true fire penetrated the trunk, leaving a deep hole approximately an inch wide. Elated by this success, Shilin continued to practice until the true fire grew to the size of his palm, allowing him to wield it at will. He understood that, given his current cultivation level at the 4th stage of qi refinement, producing such true fire was already his limit. Moreover, wielding true fire consumed a significant amount of his spiritual essence, compelling him to find ways to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 15. The Market Disturbance the following day. Shilin took Linger to the central market of Liuya City. The central market was the largest in Liuya City, teeming with a variety of wares including herbs, weapons, ores, beast horns, clothing, and more. A veritable feast for the senses. At the entrance of the central market stood the Hongji Bank, the most prestigious establishment owned by the prominent Hong family of Liuya City. A thought crossed Shilin's mind. The luminous moon pearl he had retrieved from the ancient tomb could potentially be exchanged for a considerable sum of silver. He couldn't help but lament the stinginess of the Yu family, who had only given him 200 taels of gold. As the two entered the Hongji Bank, a clerk approached them with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" Shilin replied, "Do you accept pawned items at your bank?" The clerk responded, "Of course. May I ask what you wish to pawn?" Shilin said, "Please summon your manager. I have a family heirloom that requires pawning." The clerk, initially a bit displeased, perked up at the mention of a family heirloom, which might indeed be a valuable item. He promptly led Shilin into the inner hall to meet the manager. The manager of Hongji Bank, a slender man with a handlebar mustache, was lounging with his legs crossed, sipping tea. Without lifting his gaze, he asked, "What can I do for you?" Shilin remained silent and directly produced the luminous moon pearl, which instantly illuminated the inner hall with dazzling brilliance. With a splutter, the manager spat out his tea, his eyes fixated on the moon pearl, while the nearby clerk stood agape, his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. The man with the mustache paused for a moment, then quickly signaled to his companion, who promptly exited and closed the door. The mustached man gazed intently at the Mingyue pearl for quite some time. producing a sound of appreciation while his eyes gleamed with intense greed. He glanced up at Yu Shilin, only to find him observing with a bemused expression. Although Yu Shilin was young, he possessed an air of authority that commanded respect, compelling the mustached man to suppress his malevolent thoughts as he slowly articulated. It is worth 10,000 taels of gold. Despite being unaware of the true value of the Immortal Pearl, Yu Shilin was cognizant of the notion of settling debts. And he scoffed, 10,000? Are you jesting? I shall not entertain discussions below 30,000 taels of gold. The mustached man, expressing regret, replied. I can stretch it to 15,000 at most. Beyond that, I am unable to go. Yu Shilin promptly began to retract the Immortal Pearl, preparing to leave. But the mustached man hastily called out, wait. I can consult with my superior. If you genuinely wish to sell, please wait here for a moment. Yu Shilin nodded, and the mustached man excused himself, hastily making his way to the inner chamber. After a tedious wait, the mustached man returned in a hurry, clutching a thick stack of gold notes. The boss has agreed. Here are 30,000 taels in notes, and the transaction is settled. Yu Shilin examined the notes, which bore the grand seal of the city lord's office, valid at all major banks in Luoyuan City, and finding them satisfactory. He handed over the Immortal Pearl before departing from the bank. The mustached man was well aware of the true worth of the Immortal Pearl, which surpassed even those in the imperial palace of the great Yin dynasty, valued at no less than 50,000 taels of gold. With Yu Shilin's offer at 30,000, the bank stood to gain significantly. Nevertheless, the Hongji Bank would not allow Yu Shilin to leave with the 30,000 taels without scrutiny. As the mustached man watched him depart, a sinister smile creeping across his face. As Yu Shilin left the Hongji Bank with Linger, she exclaimed with excitement, Master, I've never seen so many gold notes before. Our family is going to prosper. Yu Shilin chuckled, playfully chiding her, look at you, acting so naive. Have you never encountered such wealth? Come, let me treat you to some splendid garments. Delighted, Linger tugged Yu Shilin into the bustling market district. Unbeknownst to them, two men in gray followed closely behind, their presence barely noticeable. Yu Shilin extended his awareness, capturing the surroundings within a 20-zhang radius in his mind, having long identified the two men as martial artists of the fourth rank. However, he dismissed them with a cold smile, focusing instead on his shopping spree with Linger. Like a newly affluent individual, Yu Shilin indulged Linger's whims, purchasing whatever caught her fancy without allowing her to haggle, evoking a mix of envy and disdain among shop owners who admired his youth and wealth yet derided his rustic demeanor. Yu Shilin, however, reveled in his newfound status, relishing the exhilarating feeling of being a spendthrift. In a short span, he had already expended nearly 1,000 taels of gold on luxurious clothing and various daily necessities. Linger, too, had acquired a plethora of items, fine silks, exquisite cosmetics, and elegant jewelry, all of the highest quality. The two men in gray who followed closely behind could hardly contain their agitation. One of them growled with malice. Damn it, this brat is nothing but a spendthrift, squandering so much wealth on a woman. Once I capture him, I shall certainly deal with him harshly. Linger, feeling somewhat embarrassed after her extravagant purchases, shyly remarked, Young master, this is quite enough. I am very happy today. Yu Shilin chuckled heartily. Very well, let us pack everything up. Yu Shilin discreetly informed Linger of the lurking danger, then deliberately led her toward a secluded area, with the two gray-clad men closely tailing them. Upon reaching a deserted dead end, Yu Shilin and Linger halted, and the two gray-clad men swiftly approached, surrounding them. One of them barked, You, hand over all your gold notes immediately, and I might grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I shall dismember you and feed you to the dogs. The other man leered and added, That spendthrift girl beside you is quite pleasing to the eye. I shall take good care of her later. At this, Yu Shilin's expression turned icy. The audacity of this scoundrel toward Linger was intolerable. Linger, infuriated, exclaimed, Young master, leave this lecher to me. Yu Shilin nodded, having complete faith in her abilities. Linger's true cultivation was equivalent to the 7th level of martial arts, which made dealing with a mere 4th-level martial artist a trivial matter. The gray-clad man dismissed Linger's approaching palm strike as trivial, not perceiving any threat. Carelessly, he raised his right palm to block, mockingly saying, "How can a girl of the first level of martial arts be so bold? Once I subdue you." Before he could finish his taunt, a sharp crack echoed as his right arm shattered. Linger's palm continued with unrelenting force, striking him squarely in the chest. With a violent cough, the man was sent flying over 10 feet, blood spraying from his mouth, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The other gray-clad man, witnessing this, was taken aback and immediately attempted to flee. However, Shilin would not allow him to escape. He flicked his finger, releasing a shard of true fire that penetrated the man's back, rupturing his heart and resulting in his instant demise, leaving behind a charred hole in his back. Chapter 16. A fortuitous treasure. Shilin disposed of the two bodies into a foul ditch, ensuring that no traces remained before calmly exiting with Linger. Though it was their first experience with taking a life, neither felt overwhelming fear or discomfort. Shilin pondered that perhaps his perspective had shifted since embarking on the path of cultivation, resulting in a diminished reverence for death. As they emerged from the dead end, they found themselves in a less bustling area, where commerce was relatively scarce. Shilin decided to meander leisurely. As he strolled, he observed the vendors along the street, who began to call out when potential customers approached. However, upon inspecting their wares, which consisted of mundane trinkets, he shook his head in disapproval. At that moment, a young vendor called out to him, "Young master, take a look. If you find anything suitable, please feel free to take it." Shilin casually glanced around, noticing over 10 ordinary household items scattered on the ground. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a dark, mysterious furnace. The furnace emanated an aura of unique enigma. Shilin probed the furnace with his spiritual awareness, only to be thwarted by a restriction placed upon it. Startled, he realized that the furnace was no ordinary object. He feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Where did you acquire these items?" The young man replied, "In response to your question, my family has fallen on hard times, and we have been compelled to sell some possessions to make ends meet." Observing the young man's polite demeanor and noting his cultivation at the second level of martial arts, Shilin nodded approvingly. He casually selected a few items, including the dark furnace, and asked the young man to tally the cost. The young man pondered for a moment before stating, "Perhaps 5 taels of gold would suffice." Shilin tossed down 10 taels of gold and said, "No need for change." To his surprise, the young man shook his head, insisting, "These items are not worth 10 taels of gold. Please take back the excess." Having struck an unexpected bargain, Shilin was reluctant to appear stingy. If not for the fear of attracting undue attention, he might have offered several hundred taels of gold. Nevertheless, he stubbornly pressed the gold into the young man's hands, who, unable to refuse, accepted it. Shilin hurried home with Linger, eager to examine the furnace. It remained dark and unadorned. Yet his spiritual awareness vaguely sensed an ancient aura emanating from it. Upon entering the furnace with his spiritual awareness, he was once again met with the barrier. Recalling the methods taught by Meng Songlong for breaking restrictions, he realized that, given his current abilities, he could not dismantle the barrier, but decided to attempt it nonetheless. To his delight, as he began to apply the method, he felt a slight loosening of the restriction, perhaps due to its ancient age or previous damage. Shilin gradually began to peel away the barrier. After approximately an hour, he finally succeeded in removing the restriction, letting out a sigh of relief. With a clang, the dark outer layer of the furnace fell away, revealing its ancient bronze body. The furnace, supported by 4 legs, bore intricate patterns that Shilin could not decipher, exuding an air of primordial antiquity. Without hesitation, he dripped a drop of his essence blood to refine it. The furnace, now ownerless, responded swiftly to his refinement efforts. Once the process was complete, information about the furnace flooded into Shilin's mind. "Heavens, it is the divine farmer's cauldron," he exclaimed in astonishment. From the legacy provided by Meng Songlong, Shilin learned that the divine farmer's cauldron is one of the 10 great artifacts of antiquity, a coveted treasure in the realm of cultivation, and an exceptional tool for alchemy. Today, he had fortuitously come across it in the martial world. Shilin couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary luck, as he had been troubled over finding a means for alchemy. Now, with the divine farmer's cauldron in his possession, he was overjoyed. However, after the initial exhilaration, he found himself in a quandary once more. Where could he procure the spiritual herbs needed for alchemy? Shilin summoned Linger and inquired about the elixir. Linger pondered deeply and replied, "Young master, I have heard that the Zuehua Tower in Liyue City hosts an auction house that frequently sells rare treasures. The highest bidders prevail, and among these are many elixirs, though they're sold as mere herbs." Shilin realized that those in the martial arts realm do not cultivate spiritual energy. Hence, even if they encountered elixirs, they would not recognize them, let alone refine them. Most merely regarded elixirs as common herbs. Time was of the essence. So Shilin took Linger and hurried towards the Zuehua Tower. Chapter 17. The Auction House. As Shilin made his way to the Zuehua Tower, Princess Xianyuan Qingwu of the Dian Empire also arrived in Liyue City, weary from her journey. Upon entering the city, without taking a moment to rest, she immediately set her staff to investigate Shilin's whereabouts. At this moment, Shilin had just arrived at the Zuehua Tower, renowned as the finest establishment in Liyue, said to be backed by the city lord's mansion. The Zuehua Tower was vast and extravagantly decorated, frequented by scions of noble families and wealthy merchants. The doorman, noticing Shilin's refined demeanor and the radiant presence of his maid, hurried to welcome them inside. Shilin casually rewarded the doorman with a tale of gold and inquired, "Is the auction underway?" The doorman, beaming with delight, promptly replied, "Not yet, sir. The auction house is this way. Please follow me." The doorman led Shilin to the registration desk for the auction. The clerk, upon seeing Shilin approach, asked, "Would you like to book a private room or sit in the main hall?" Shilin inquired about the costs. The clerk responded, "The main hall charges 1 tael of gold per person. The premium rooms are fully booked, but a standard room is available for 50 taels of gold." Shilin produced 50 taels of gold and said, "I shall take a standard room then." The clerk handed Shilin a number 28 plaque and instructed a maid to guide him. Upon entering room 28, Shilin found the space modest yet lavishly adorned. A window faced the auction area, allowing him a clear view of the proceedings while obscuring the interior from those within the auction hall. A speaker was available for discreet communication, ensuring a high level of privacy. Shilin thought to himself, "This 50 taels of gold is well spent." After the maid served fragrant tea and pastries, she quietly withdrew, leaving him undisturbed. Shilin reclined on a chaise, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited the commencement of the auction, while Linger obediently massaged his shoulders beside him. Soon, the sound of a gong resonated throughout the auction house, invigorating Shilin's spirit as he turned his gaze to the hall. An elderly man stood at the center, warmly greeting the audience with a smile. Many old friends may already know me, but there are also new faces present. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ming, the owner of the Zuehua Tower. I trust everyone is familiar with the rules of our auction house, but I shall reiterate, any disruption or reckless bidding will be met with severe penalties enforced by the Zuehua Tower's enforcers. I hope all will comport themselves accordingly. Lu Ming, the owner of the Zuehua Tower, was a martial artist of the 6th level, while the enforcers he mentioned were experts of the 8th level. Now, without further ado, let us commence the auction. With Lu Ming's command, the first item was brought forth by a maid, a shimmering sword glinting with cold light. The Frost Moon Sword, crafted by the master blacksmith Sun Chengzi, effortlessly slices through iron as if it were mere clay, severing hair with a mere breath. It is an exceptional weapon coveted by martial artists, with an opening bid set at 1,000 taels of gold, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 taels. As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, the auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Sun Qingzi is renowned in the Great Yin Dynasty for his exquisite creations. The atmosphere became electric, with bids escalating 1,000 taels, 1,200 taels, 1,500 taels. Ultimately, it was secured by the premium box number 2 for 3,000 taels of gold. Yet, Shilin remained disinterested. To him, Ordinary weapons were akin to scrap metal, as he patiently awaited the emergence of something truly valuable. The second item up for bid was a finely crafted steel chainmail, also favored by martial artists, which was eventually won by Box No. 6 for 2,500 taels of gold. Chapter 18. Celestial Iron. Shilin continued to bide his time until the seventh item was presented. Lu Ming pointed toward 3 herbs and declared, "These 3 blood recovery herbs possess efficacy surpassing that of the finest healing salves, providing exceptional healing for both internal and external injuries. The value is self-evident. We shall auction them together, starting at 1,000 taels of gold, with minimum increments of 100 taels. The blood recovery herb is a life-saving remedy for martial artists, and eager bidders quickly filled the room, ultimately leading to Box No. 3 acquiring them for 5,500 taels of gold. Lu Ming then produced 6 more herbs, stating, "The names and effects of these 6 herbs are unknown. Procured by a physician in the depths of the mountains. They will be auctioned as a set, starting at 600 taels of gold, with minimum increments of 50 taels. Interested parties may place their bids." Shilin felt a jolt. The 6 herbs emanated a faint spiritual aura. He recognized them as yuanling grass, a primary ingredient for refining qi pills. Composing himself, he called out, 600 taels. A voice from the crowd raised the bid to 650 taels. Without hesitation, Shilin countered 1,000 taels. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the auction hall. How foolish to bid 1,000 taels on these unknown herbs. Ignorance abounds. How can one ascertain they are not poisonous? Shilin paid no heed to the murmurs, and fortunately, no one else raised the bid. The 6 yuanling grasses were successfully sold to him and delivered to his private box. After settling the 1,000 taels of gold, he contained his elation and stored the herbs within his storage ring. The auction proceeded, and Lu Ming gestured toward a sizable dark object, proclaiming, "The final item for bid is a piece of celestial iron, its quality unknown. Master Sun Chengzi attempted to forge weapons from it, yet despite various methods, he cannot melt it down. Thus, it is being auctioned without any guarantees from his establishment. Bidding begins at 10,000 taels of gold, with minimum increments of 1,000 taels. Shilin extended his spiritual awareness into the celestial iron, discovering, beneath the thick black exterior, a fist-sized piece of sky-blue iron essence. Transparent and shimmering with flowing azure light. Could it be Taichu iron essence? Shilin was astounded. Taichu iron essence is a treasure birthed by the heavens and earth, regarded as the progenitor of the 5 elemental metals, capable of absorbing any treasure possessing elemental attributes for evolution. It is one of the finest materials for crafting. Shilin was ecstatic. He was determined to acquire this celestial meteorite at all costs. The audience at the auction stirred with excitement upon the unveiling of the piece de resistance. Although they had heard that even Master Sun Chengzi could not melt this extraordinary meteorite due to its exceptional hardness, the prospect of discovering an alternative method to forge it into a formidable weapon was tantalizing. No one held back any longer. Bids began to soar, quickly reaching 25,000 taels. Shilin's expression darkened as he realized he possessed merely a little over 28,000 taels. This bid was nearing the limit of his wealth. 28,000 taels, he declared. This was the highest price he could muster. 30,000 taels, came a voice from the second VIP room. Shilin's demeanor grew cold. He found himself unable to bid any further, fixating on the window of the second room, contemplating whether to resort to nefarious means after the auction. As there were no further bids, Lu Ming prepared to finalize the price. 30,000 taels, first call. 30,000 taels, second call. 30,000 taels, third. Suddenly, a voice from the 30th room interrupted. 100,000 taels. A hush fell over the room. Even Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. 100,000 taels was the highest bid in the history of his auction house. After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Is the friend in room 30 certain about the 100,000 taels?" The response from above was unequivocal, confirmed. Lu Ming ceased further commentary. He facilitated the auction, proceeding with price confirmation. 100,000 taels, first call. 100,000 taels, second call. The second room fell silent, likely overwhelmed by the bidding limit. 100,000 taels, third call sold. Unsurprisingly, the celestial meteorite was claimed by the guest in the 30th room. Meanwhile, in the second room, a young gentleman in white was fuming, exclaiming fiercely, "I'd like to see who dares to snatch away the designated treasure of the Hong family, S. young master." Shilin was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of the 30th room's occupant, who had boldly bid 100,000 taels, clearly a person of considerable stature. As the auction concluded, he intended to ascertain the identity of the guest from the 30th room, but a maid approached him with a message, stating that the occupant of the 30th room wished for a meeting. Shilin was astonished. With nothing pressing to attend to, he followed her, albeit with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 19. A grand gift. Upon entering the 30th room, Shilin found only two individuals present, a middle-aged man nearing 50, whose piercing gaze exuded an imposing aura, emanating a pressure akin to a mountain, his cultivation at the 9th level of martial arts. Shilin could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. The other was a woman clad in white, possessing both beauty and an extraordinary presence. Her tailored warrior attire accentuated her formidable spirit, reminiscent of the legendary Hongmeng. As Shilin entered, the woman promptly rose and performed a respectful bow, introducing herself. "I am Xinyuan Wu, and this is my uncle, Xinyuan Daocheng. I humbly invited you here, young master Yu, and I hope you will excuse any impoliteness on our part." Xinyuan Wu's succinct and forthright manner of speaking undeniably captivated Shilin. In his previous life on Earth, while employed at a trading company in Qinghe City, a coastal province of Huaxia, he had harbored fond feelings for a highly competent and emotionally intelligent office worker. Now, seeing a hint of that office worker's presence in Xinyuan Wu stirred a sense of familiarity within him. He promptly returned her courtesy, saying, "Miss Xinyuan, you flatter me. I am but a common citizen, unworthy of the title young master. May I inquire how you came to know my name?" Xinyuan Wu candidly replied, "We journeyed from the capital to Liuya City and inquired extensively about your whereabouts, finally locating you here at the Zuehua auction house." Shilin, perplexed, asked, "But I have never had the pleasure of meeting you, Miss Xinyuan. What could be the reason for your search?" She cast a glance at Xinyuan Daocheng, who nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "The reason is not suitable for discussion at present, but I assure you that I will be completely transparent with you in the future." Then, Xinyuan Wu took out a piece of celestial iron and handed it directly to Shilin, saying, "I noticed your keen interest in this celestial iron at the auction. I have some funds and decided to acquire it for you, hoping to establish a good connection with you." Shilin was taken aback and stammered this. "This is too much. I cannot accept such a generous gift without having earned it." He instinctively declined, yet deep down he yearned for the celestial iron. Caught in a conflict of emotions, Xinyuan Wu, perceiving his dilemma, smiled and said, "Please accept it. To me, this piece of celestial iron is merely a scrap, but in your hands it may prove invaluable. Do not refuse it." Finally, Shilin accepted the celestial iron, understanding that the two women likely had their own motives. Yet their generous gesture moved him deeply. Gratefully, he replied, "Thank you, Miss Xinyuan. Should you require my assistance, I shall do my utmost." Xinyuan Wu softly responded, "With your assurance, I feel much more at ease." After a pause, she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to participate in the martial arts trial?" Shilin nodded, and she continued, "I shall also attend. Let us meet again at the martial arts trial." He nodded in agreement, casually placing the celestial iron into his storage ring. In the presence of Xinyuan Wu, he felt more relaxed and momentarily overlooked the act of storing the celestial iron. Xinyuan Daocheng's expression shifted upon witnessing this, just as an unwelcome voice interrupted. "I am Hongmeng, the young master of the Hong family in Liuya City. May I ask the esteemed name of the guests in room 30? With that, Hongmeng swaggered towards the door, flanked by his entourage. Xinyuan Daocheng's demeanor grew cold as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the entrance, firmly commanding, "Step back." Hongmeng's face darkened, taken aback by the rudeness directed at him. Just as he was about to retaliate, one of his companions, a man of fifth-tier martial arts, recognized Xian Yuan Daoqing's prowess and hurriedly restrained Hongmeng, smiling apologetically. "Pardon us. We shall take our leave." Hongmeng remained puzzled, but his attendant whispered a few words in his ear, causing Hongmeng's complexion to pale, and he hurriedly departed. Following this brief interlude, Xian Yuan Qingwu chose to remain silent, stating that with so many people around, she would discuss matters further with young Master Yu during the martial arts trial conference. Yu Shilin nodded, taking his leave alongside Linger. On the way, Linger, somewhat envious, remarked, "It seems this Miss Xian Yuan holds quite an affection for the young master." Yu Shilin laughed heartily. "Are you feeling jealous, Linger?" Blushing, Linger denied it. "Of course not. I merely worry that she might be too attentive and bring trouble to the young master." Yu Shilin replied, "Regardless, I have received a significant gift from her, and if I can assist her, I shall not decline." Reflecting on Xian Yuan Qingwu, the first remarkable woman he encountered since his arrival, aside from Linger, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He gently patted Linger's head and reassured her, "Rest assured, wherever I go, I shall never abandon you." Upon hearing this, Linger's spirits lifted. For as long as she could accompany the young master, she was utterly content. Chapter 20. Secrets of the Dynasty. After a moment of silence, Xian Yuan Qingwu inquired, "What does uncle think?" Xian Yuan Daocheng, his expression grave, replied, "Previously, I employed royal secret techniques to observe Yu Shilin and his companion. On the surface, they both appear to be at the first level of martial arts. Yet they must have employed methods to conceal their true cultivation. Yu Shilin's actual level is the 4th, while his female companion is at the 7th. Xian Yuan Qingwu was taken aback. Xian Yuan Daocheng continued, "However, I sense an indescribable aura emanating from Yu Shilin. His true combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of a 4th-level martial artist. Even if I were to confront him, I would possess no certainty of victory." Xian Yuan Qingwu's expression brightened as she asked, "Can he rival innate experts?" Xian Yuan Daocheng shook his head. "I cannot be certain. The gap between the 9th level of martial arts and innate mastery is narrow, yet the disparity in strength is vast." Noticing Xian Yuan Qingwu's confusion, Xian Yuan Daocheng sighed. "There are matters you ought to be informed of." Xian Yuan Daocheng recounted, "Years ago, our Xian Yuan family's patriarch, the esteemed Emperor Shangyang, upon breaking through to the 9th level of martial arts, traveled widely and discovered a bee-skin scroll amidst ruins. The contents of this scroll remain unknown, yet after reviewing it, Emperor Shangyang fell silent and retreated for 3 days. Upon emerging, he successfully ascended to the innate realm and subsequently convened a secret meeting with several high-ranking family members. According to the family's secret history, during this meeting, Emperor Shangyang stated that all individuals in the Yingwu continent cultivate martial arts, refining their inner true energy, which is quantified by levels of martial arts. Upon reaching the 9th level, the true energy stored in the Dantian reaches its limit, at which point it can be transformed into true essence, allowing one to enter the innate realm. This initial step is exceedingly difficult, with many martial artists unable to achieve it in their lifetimes. Furthermore, the cultivation methods beyond the innate stage become non-existent, signifying that the transformation of true energy into true essence can only lead to the innate realm, after which one's lifespan is ultimately exhausted. As Xian Yuan Qingwu listened intently, Xian Yuan Daocheng continued, "The esteemed ancestor Di Shangyang also proposed a method of cultivation, which he gleaned from the beast skin scroll. This method involves practitioners absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it through their techniques into spiritual essence, and continuously accumulating it to break through barriers and elevate their cultivation levels. Ultimately, they can ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth, summoning winds and rain. Much like celestial beings, this form of cultivation is referred to as xiuzhan, and those who practice it are known as xiushi. In comparison, martial artists appear as insignificant as ants before powerful cultivators." Xian Yuan Qingwu was captivated by these notions, and Xian Yuan Daocheng continued, "The bee-skin scroll records that this realm, known as the martial Dao realm, is characterized by a severe scarcity of spiritual energy and a lack of xiuzhan techniques. making cultivators exceedingly rare. For a practitioner to venture further, they must seek another realm. Another realm? Xian Yuan Qing Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Xian Yuan, Dao, Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, another world, also referred to as the Xiuzhen realm, where the spiritual energy is abundant and far more conducive for cultivation. The scroll also mentions a teleportation array on Ing Wu continent that leads to the Xiuzhen realm, located within the Yindang mountain on the eastern outskirts of the Great Yin dynasty's capital. What? Xian Yuan Qing Wu was utterly shocked. When Xian Yuan Dao Cheng first heard this revelation, his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Now, as he repeated it, he could hardly contain his excitement. Steadying himself, he added, "This matter is undoubtedly true, but the energy required to activate this teleportation array is immense, necessitating one to reach the pinnacle of innate perfection before it can be reluctantly initiated. In the past, Ancestor Di Shangyang also activated the teleportation array only after achieving innate perfection, and now, hundreds of years have passed. I wonder how the ancestor fared in the other realm." After speaking, both felt a sense of wistfulness. Xian Yuan Dao Cheng then whispered, "I suspect that Yu Shilin is highly likely to be a cultivator." Xian Yuan Qing Wu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Xian Yuan Dao Cheng recounted how Yu Shilin had inadvertently stored the celestial iron into his storage ring, saying, years ago, Ancestor Di Shangyang discovered a shattered magic treasure in that very ruin, known as a storage ring, which contains a small space for storage. The artifact Yu Shilin possesses is of the same kind. Upon his reminder, Xian Yuan Qing Wu suddenly comprehended. Previously, she thought she had merely misperceived how Yu Shilin had transported the celestial iron. Now, upon realizing Yu Shilin's potential identity as a cultivator, her eyes sparkled with renewed intrigue. Chapter 21. The primordial iron essence. Upon returning home, Yu Shilin suddenly sneezed, pondering who might be discussing him behind his back. After hastily wiping his face, he quickly took out the celestial iron to scrutinize it closely. The celestial iron was encased in a layer of dark, mysterious material whose hardness was extraordinary. The owner of Zue Hua Tower, Lu Ming, had once mentioned that this outer shell was impervious to even the finest forging masters, including Sun Changzi, who had exhausted various methods to melt it. It seemed that conventional forging techniques would not suffice. He needed to devise alternative methods to breach this iron shell. Yu Shilin summoned the spiritual essence within him to ignite the true fire, eager to see if it could melt the celestial iron shell. After a period of intense application, the shell remained entirely unresponsive. Yu Shilin, unwilling to concede defeat, gritted his teeth and continued to channel the spiritual essence within him, maximizing the potency of the true fire. The flames transformed from a pale crimson to a deep scarlet, relentlessly refining the meteorite shell. Just as Yu Shilin was on the brink of exhausting his spiritual energy and contemplating surrender, the meteorite shell emitted a series of cracking sounds, its surface beginning to fissure. Revitalized, Yu Shilin pressed on with the true fire, and, at last, the cracks in the meteorite shell widened dramatically. With a resounding clang, the shell fell away, revealing the primordial Taichu iron essence hidden within. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Yu Shilin had finally breached the formidable shell. He quickly consumed a small piece of blood ginseng to replenish his depleting spiritual energy. The Taichu iron essence lay quietly in the palm of his hand, roughly the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a radiant blue light, devoid of any impurities, resembling a deep blue heart, resplendent and magnificent. This piece of Taichu iron essence remained in its most primitive state, having yet to absorb any treasures of the five elements for enhancement. It was merely of low-grade spiritual artifact quality. However, should it later absorb treasures of the five elements, its potential for growth would be boundless. Yu Shilin employed a crafting technique, swiftly molding the Taichu iron essence into the shape of a dagger. As he gazed at his first crafted weapon, the dagger radiating a brilliant blue light, he was filled with joy and affection, naming it Blue Spirit, signifying the essence of a blue sprite. He then infused the blue spirit dagger with spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a vibrant blue glow, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, releasing waves of chilling coldness. Embodying the appearance of a formidable weapon. Eager to test the dagger's might, Shilin swung it, slicing through the air toward a tree outside, several feet in diameter. With a swift sound, the blue light flashed and then vanished into the trunk. To his astonishment, the tree appeared unharmed. Just as he pondered this, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the trunk to collapse suddenly. The entire tree cleaved in two, the cuts smooth and precise. Shilin was overjoyed. The blue spirit dagger not only sliced through iron like mud, but was also extraordinarily sharp. With the speed of the blue light attacks surpassing his own spiritual energy strikes by several times, significantly amplifying its power. It was as if he had been bestowed with wings, and the Taichu iron essence truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure of the heavens and earth. Currently categorized as a low-grade spiritual artifact, the spiritual artifact could be nurtured within his dantian using spiritual energy. After placing the blue spirit dagger in his dantian for cultivation, he suddenly recalled his stroke of luck in acquiring the Shinong Ding and resolved to commence his studies in alchemy using the cauldron. Chapter 22. Shinong Alchemy. Drawing from the alchemical insights imparted by Meng Songlong, Shilin formulated a recipe for qi pills, primarily using yuanling grass as the main ingredient. Complemented by poria, white peony, and tiger bone. He had fortuitously acquired 6 yuanling grass plants at the auction earlier that day. While the other supplementary materials were relatively common in the martial arts world, he quickly summoned Linger, dictating the names and quantities of the supplementary materials, urging her to hasten to the market for purchases, while he closed his eyes to meditate on the alchemical techniques. Before long, Linger returned with the alchemical supplementary materials in hand. Shilin meticulously organized the materials, dividing them into 6 portions, and resolved to practice with the first batch. He retrieved the Shinong Ding and summoned the true fire for calcination. The Shinong Ding began to rotate slowly, emanating a faint green glow. As the temperature within the alchemical furnace approached the desired level, he proceeded to introduce the first ingredient, the primordial spirit herb, in accordance with the alchemical formula to prepare for purification. Once placed within the Shinong Ding, the primordial spirit herb swiftly transformed into a spiritual liquid. Just as Shilin was about to employ the refining technique to purify the liquid, an astonishing event unfolded. The impurities within the liquid were automatically separated by the Shinong Ding, flung out of the cauldron, leaving only the useful essence behind. Shilin was momentarily taken aback, unable to regain his composure for some time. Finally, he murmured in disbelief, "What sort of extraordinary treasure have I stumbled upon? This is nothing short of a semi-automatic alchemical artifact. The Shinong Ding truly is remarkable." It is well understood that a significant portion of an alchemist's skill is reflected in their ability to purify medicinal liquids. The purer the extraction, the higher the quality of the elixir, and the greater the likelihood of producing exceptional pills. Conversely, a lack of purity can result in inferior concoctions. Observing the Shinong Ding's ability to autonomously refine the medicinal liquid to an astonishing purity nearing perfection, Shilin recognized that it far surpassed manual alchemical techniques, truly a miraculous artifact. Suppressing his excitement, Shilin carefully added the auxiliary herbs into the Shinong Ding, which did not disappoint him. One by one, it separated the impurities from the liquid, leaving only the essence to gradually fuse within the cauldron. Noticing the optimal moment had arrived, he employed the Dan formation technique and formed the elixir. A faint crackling sound emanated from within the Shinong Ding, signaling the completion of the alchemical process. Upon opening the furnace, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Shilin hurried to inspect the contents, discovering 4 pills within, one of exquisite brilliance, adorned with distinct rings of alchemical aura, representing a superior elixir, alongside 2 mid-grade elixirs and 1 lower-grade elixir. Realizing that the Shinong Ding's alchemical efficacy was likely not fully realized due to his inexperience with the true fire, he resolved to practice once more. With heightened focus, he skillfully controlled the true fire during the second attempt, significantly improving the results. The second batch yielded 3 superior refining chi pills and 1 upper-grade refining chi pill. Bolstered by this success, Shilin boldly decided to refine the final 4 materials simultaneously. To his astonishment, the outcome was even more remarkable, resulting in a total of 18 superior refining chi pills and 2 upper-grade refining chi pills. Delighted, as if he had struck a fortune, Shilin eagerly consumed one of the superior refining chi pills, preparing to refine it for a breakthrough. However, his chaotic spiritual root proved insatiable, consuming 1 superior refining chi pill without any sign of advancement. It was only after he ingested 3 superior refining chi pills that he barely managed to ascend to the 5th level of the refining chi stage. With a sigh, Shilin lamented that without sufficient spiritual energy, relying solely on the refining chi pills for further breakthroughs seemed nearly impossible. He then summoned Ling, offering her a superior refining chi pill for her to refine. Following his instructions, Ling effortlessly broke through to the 8th level of the refining chi stage, leaving Shilin feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. After acquiring the divine Shinong Ding and the Azure Dagger, Shilin felt he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Chapter 23. Revenge and Retribution. As Shilin prepared to depart for Shukong Mountain to participate in a martial arts trial, he contemplated the likelihood that he would not return to the Yu family in Lioya City. He no longer wished to dwell on the oppressive experiences of his past life, as his aspirations had ascended to loftier heights. Yet, a lingering discontent plagued his heart, and he understood that unless he resolved this inner turmoil, it would hinder his cultivation. He recognized that this emotional turmoil stemmed from the unresolved grievances of his previous existence. As long as his murderer remained unpunished, his heart would remain shackled. Thus, Shilin resolved to discreetly eliminate his past life-s killer, Hu Haidong, and his second brother, Shilin, that very night. As night fell, Shilin instructed Linger to remain at home and avoid wandering about. Disguising himself as a middle-aged man with a thick beard, he stealthily slipped out the door. Shilin was notorious in Lioya City as a flamboyant young master, often frequenting establishments of ill repute. After inquiring about several such venues and offering a few pieces of gold as tips, Shilin easily learned that Shilin was drinking at the grandest place in Lioya City, the Xianfei Garden. Without delay, he made his way there to seize the opportunity. Xianfei Garden was expansive and opulent, adorned with pavilions and courtyards. Half of Lioya City's most celebrated courtesans could be found within its walls, marking it as a renowned den of indulgence. Upon arriving, Shilin expanded his spiritual awareness to survey the area and eventually detected Shilin presence in a beautifully decorated villa. He approached quietly, using his spiritual insight to observe the scene within. Inside, the room was in disarray. Shilin and his bodyguard, Hu Haidong, sat at a table, while the other 2 individuals were none other than Hongmeng, the young master of the Hong family, and his companion, both of whom Shilin had encountered at the auction. All 4 appeared to be inebriated. Hongmeng remarked, "That fellow Shilin is rather peculiar. Today, I discovered he exchanged a top-tier Mingyue Pearl at my family's bank for 30,000 taels of gold." The bank manager, blinded by greed, sent 2 martial artists of the 4th realm to follow him as soon as he left, intending to ambush him. However, after they departed, there was no word from them until the next day, when they were found discarded in a stinking ditch, both dead from a single blow. This matter is exceedingly suspicious. Shilin inquired, "Are you suggesting that those 2 were killed by Shilin? And where did he acquire such a top-tier Mingyue Pearl?" Hu Haidong interjected, "Shilin is merely at the 1st realm of martial arts. He claimed to have broken through after consuming some unknown wild fruit. Just days ago, I encountered him, and he was nothing more than an utterly weak individual. This I can assure you. Even if he had some fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to transform into someone capable of defeating martial artists of the 4th realm in such a short span." Upon hearing this, Shilin mused, "My friend, not only do I possess fortuitous encounters, but they are also beyond your wildest dreams." Hongmeng's attendant, Hong Chung, frowned and asked, Could it be that there's a hidden expert assisting him? Do you recall the martial artist of the ninth realm we encountered at the auction? In that moment, I caught a fleeting glimpse. Shilin was also present. Could it be that a master was assisting him? Hongmeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "There exists such a possibility. This young man has likely encountered such a formidable expert through unknown means." Shilin spoke with malice. "This boy is merely a discarded scion of the Yu family. Had it not been for my father's drunken indiscretion, he would still be wandering in search of his next life. This time, during the martial arts trial, he is likely to meet his demise." Hongmeng smiled knowingly. "This lad will surely not survive this trial." Shilin, perplexed, inquired, "Cousin, why you say that?" However, Hongmeng chose not to respond, stating, "Let us not concern ourselves with Shilin any longer. We have nearly finished our drinks, and it is time for the next entertainment." Shilin immediately understood, chuckling, "Indeed, the night is fleeting. We must not keep our lovely companions waiting, ha ha ha." The four men displayed lewd smiles before departing. Shilin silently acknowledged the opportunity before him. Shilin's resting place was in the adjacent courtyard, and he was now leisurely making his way there, accompanied by Hu Haidong. Shilin trailed closely behind. As soon as Shilin entered the room, he chuckled, "My dear, have you been waiting long? Brother will soon come to comfort you." Hu Haidong, displaying a modicum of responsibility, patrolled the area surrounding the courtyard. Shilin deliberately made a slight noise to draw Hu Haidong closer for inspection. When Hu Haidong leaned out to look down the corridor, Shilin swiftly acted, summoning Lan Ling. And Hu Haidong felt a flash of blue light before a chill enveloped his neck, swiftly followed by the fading of consciousness. Shilin steadied Hu Haidong's lifeless body, concealing it in a discreet corner of the corridor, all while remaining silent, and then slipped into Shilin's chamber. The room was filled with indecent sounds. As Shilin was caught up in the moment, completely oblivious to the unfolding events outside, Shilin cursed under his breath, releasing a wisp of spiritual essence to strike the sleeping pressure point of the courtesan, causing her to instantly faint. Only then did Shilin sense something amiss and attempted to spring from the bed, but Shilin moved with lightning speed, gripping Shilin's neck. Shilin's throat emitted a series of indistinct sounds as he struggled desperately, yet with his mere cultivation at the third tier of martial arts, he was as powerless as an ant against a towering tree before Shilin. Shilin regarded Shilin coldly, devoid of any sympathy, reflecting inwardly. "Just as you treated me in the past, so shall I repay you today. I have always believed in settling scores." After a brief struggle, Shilin's efforts proved futile, his gaze gradually losing focus, and he would die without ever comprehending why this bearded middle-aged man sought his life. Once Shilin's life force extinguished, Shilin departed. Having eliminated the two, Shilin released a long breath, dispelling the pent-up frustration within him. His heart was unburdened, and he felt a profound sense of liberation. He understood that it was time to sever all ties with his former life, embracing a wholly new self that had transcended into this realm. Chapter 24. Participating in the trial at the break of dawn the following day, Shilin set forth with Linger towards the Yu family estate. Yuhan had long been waiting at the entrance, and after exchanging pleasantries, he frowned and asked, "Is your maidservant also going?" Shilin remarked, "Linger is the one closest to me. I shall take her wherever I go." Yuhan hesitated briefly before finally waving his hand, saying, "Very well, take her along." Observing Yuhan's unperturbed demeanor, Shilin understood that the Yu family had not yet received the news of Shilin's demise. Yuhan instructed the servants to bring forth 3 horses, stating, "Young Master Yu, the journey is long. We should set off early." Shilin nodded, and soon the 3 mounted their steeds and set off towards Shukong Mountain. In the martial realm, horseback riding was the most common mode of travel. After they had galloped for several dozen miles, the Yu family finally received the news of Shilin's death. The family patriarch, Yu Zhanyuan, was consumed with fury, bellowing to the heavens, "Who has slain my grandson? I demand blood for blood on my grandson." Shukong Mountain is located in the northeastern region of the Dayan Empire, over 800 miles from the city and 600 miles from the imperial capital. The entire mountain range stretches nearly 1,000 miles, shrouded in miasma and inhabited by fierce beasts. It is said that within the depths of the mountains, there exist spirit beasts of unparalleled ferocity, causing the denizens of the empire to confine their activities to the periphery, too fearful to venture deeper. Shilin estimated that with his current cultivation, he could reach Shukong Mountain from Liesity in half a day. However, traveling on horseback would significantly slow their pace, even with their magnificent steeds. The trio endured the elements and took 2 days to finally arrive at the trial camp at the foot of Shukong Mountain. The entire trial camp was arranged like a military encampment, vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands. This time, thousands of young scions and their attendants participated in the martial trials, alongside thousands of soldiers from the Dayan Empire tasked with maintaining order. Led by the formidable Xian Yuan Wuji, a young prodigy of the Xian Yuan royal family with an 8th-level martial cultivation. After Yuhan registered Shilin at the camp's registration office, he received an identification token marked with the number 888, causing Shilin to chuckle in amusement. At that moment, a young man approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Xian Yuan Xiao, the steward of the trial camp. May I inquire if you are young master Shilin?" Shilin nodded affirmatively. Xian Yuan Xiao continued with a smile. "I have been tasked to assist you, young master. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask." Noticing the special reception arranged for Shilin, Yuhan exhibited a hint of surprise, pondering the identity of the high-ranking individual Shilin had befriended. Regardless, his duty was complete, so he said, "I have safely escorted young master you here. Since you have a dedicated attendant, I shall take my leave and return to the family." Shilin nodded, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Yu, for your care along the way." Yuhan replied, "I merely fulfilled my duty. Do not mention it, young master. Farewell." Xian Yuan Xiao guided Shilin to familiarize himself with the trial camp. Shilin inquired, "What exactly is the nature of this martial trial conference?" "I would appreciate your clarification, Brother Xian Yuan." Xian Yuan Xiao smiled. "The martial trial conference is organized by the Xian Yuan royal family, of which I am also a member. Its purpose is to promote a martial spirit and provide a fair platform for the young scions of various families to compete. Those who excel may be directly elevated to positions within the court, serving as a shortcut for many mid-sized families seeking advancement. The martial arts trial is primarily divided into 2 significant sections: the treasure hunt in the Void Mountain and the grand competition at the martial arena. The top 10 participants will be granted official positions in the court, with the first place receiving even more lavish rewards. Young master, please direct your gaze to that notice board. It displays a variety of tasks, each accompanied by corresponding rewards. The tasks vary in difficulty, allowing the disciples from various families to gauge their own capabilities before undertaking them. Shilin looked at the notice board, which was indeed densely filled with tasks and rewards. For instance, harvesting 500-year-old ginseng yields a reward of 1,000 taels of gold for each root, with a difficulty rating of 1 star. Locating the pestilence grass offers a reward of 1,500 taels of gold per plant, rated at 2 stars in difficulty. Acquiring the white tiger pelt from the Void Mountain rewards 5,000 taels of gold per piece, rated at 3 stars. Obtaining the inner core of a black bear commands a reward of 8,000 taels of gold, with a difficulty of 4 stars. Finding the golden spirit fruit bestows a remarkable reward of 20,000 taels of gold for each fruit, rated at 5 stars. Shilin's attention was drawn to the final task on the board, which boldly stated, "Slay the celestial beast of the Void Mountain," with the reward being the choice of any treasure from the royal treasury. Difficulty: unknown. Intrigued by this task, Shilin inquired, "What is this celestial beast?" Xian Yuan Xiao replied, "It is said that deep within the Void Mountain lies a ferocious beast that may possess intelligence. This creature stands over 10 feet tall, possesses immense strength, and is impervious to blades and spears due to its armored hide. It has sharp horns, and, most notably, it can breathe fire, reducing any warrior who approaches it to ashes." The information about this beast was relayed many years ago by a master of the 9th rank who encountered it while leading a team in the Void Mountain. After a fierce battle, he was unable to defeat it and was gravely injured, ultimately escaping only due to his agility, while all his companions perished. After his escape, he spread the news, but he succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. Those within the dynasty believe this beast to be a divine creature descended from the heavens. Thus it is referred to as the celestial beast. Surely, young master, you cannot be interested in this task. Shilin chuckled heartily and replied, I am indeed very much intrigued. Chapter 25. Accepting the task, what? Xianyuan exclaimed in surprise. Shilin had already approached the task registration desk and said to the elderly man managing the notice board, I wish to accept the task. The old man casually inquired, which task do you wish to undertake? Shilin pointed at the notice board and stated, the task of slaying the celestial beast. The old man thought he had misheard. Shilin reiterated, I wish to accept the task of slaying the celestial beast. At last, the old man comprehended and uncertainly asked, you want to accept the task of slaying the celestial beast? Shilin affirmed yes. Xianyuan hastily stepped forward, urging, young master, you think carefully. This task is one that even innate experts might find insurmountable. It has not been undertaken for many years. It is not that I underestimate you, but there is no need to court danger. The old man chimed in. It is admirable for the youth to possess such vigor and zeal, but one must also act within their limits. At this moment, the surrounding disciples from noble families overheard the conversation among the three and began to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, did I hear correctly? Someone actually dares to take on the task of the celestial beast? That lad is merely at the first level of martial arts, and he brazenly boasts. Could he be a fool from a family that has lost its way? Ha ha, this is the first great joke I've heard since arriving here. Shilin casually inquired, will there be any repercussions if this task remains unfulfilled? The old man replied, not at all. Failing to complete the task merely means foregoing the reward. Shilin remarked, well then, I shall accept it for now. Whether I can accomplish it is another matter. At this moment, a chorus of jeers erupted from those around them, many laughing derisively. It turned out he was merely a jester seeking attention, wasting the noble expression of this young gentleman. Was this fellow so desperate for fame? Indeed, how had I not thought of it? Accepting the task first, regardless of my ability to fulfill it, would provide ample fodder for bragging rights. What a miscalculation. Ignoring the raucous crowd, Shilin proceeded to accept the task. The old man inscribed on the task board, bearer of badge number 888, Shilin has accepted the mission to slay the celestial spirit beast, with a deadline of half a month, and handed the task board to Shilin. Xianyuan remarked, young master, your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me. He led Shilin to an ornate tent, saying, you and this young lady may rest here. The trials commence formally tomorrow. The treasure hunt in the Void Mountain lasts for half a month, after which you must return to the main camp for the martial arts competition. Shilin pointed to a grand and heavily guarded tent in the distance and asked, whose camp is that? Xianyuan answered, that is the camp of the crown princess of the great Yin dynasty. She is in charge of this martial arts trial. My own camp is not far from here. Should you require anything, young master, you may communicate with the guards. After ensuring the comfort of Shilin and his companion, Xianyuan took his leave. Upon waking the next day, Shilin found his thoughts preoccupied with the celestial spirit beast. He surmised that the beast must have attained a level of intelligence, and if that were the case, its dwelling would surely harbor precious materials. To elevate his cultivation, he needed to venture into the territory of the celestial spirit beast. He instructed Linger to remain within the trial camp during the treasure hunt and not to wander. Linger immediately protested, but after much persuasion, Shilin succeeded in convincing her to stay behind, embarking on his solitary journey into the Void Mountain. Chapter 26. A princess's request. Armed with the rudimentary map of the Void Mountain provided by the task group, Shilin ambled leisurely toward the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, he frequently encountered the figures of noble science, some traveling alone, others in pairs. Shilin, wishing to avoid encounters, deliberately chose a secluded path. After traversing several dozen miles, he sensed someone tailing him. Extending his spiritual awareness, he was surprised to discover that it was her. To his astonishment, the one following him was a young woman, Xianyuan. At that moment, she was all alone stealthily trailing behind him. A mischievous impulse surged within Shilin as he quickened his pace and, at a bend, suddenly vanished from sight. Xianyuan Qingwu, alarmed at the prospect of losing her quarry, hastened her steps. Just as she neared the corner, Shilin leapt out dramatically. Ah! Xianyuan Qingwu gasped in shock, letting out a startled scream. Upon recognizing Shilin, she exhaled in relief. With a playful grin, Shilin teased, "Miss Qingwu, should I address you as your highness? What brings you to follow me?" Xianyuan Qingwu, caught in the act of following him, felt a bit awkward and blushed as she exclaimed, "Who said I was following you? I too have entered the Void Mountain for the trials." Noticing Shilin's amused expression, she stamped her foot and sighed. "All right. I heard you accepted the mission to slay the heavenly spirit beast. I left a letter in the camp and stealthily followed you here." Shilin chuckled, "Though princess, you possess a cultivation of the 6th level of martial arts. The dangers within the Void Mountain are immense. Are you not afraid? Please, just call me Qingwu." "I'm not accustomed to being addressed as princess," she replied. "I assure you, as long as you are by my side, I feel a sense of security. Do you believe me?" Shilin was taken aback, surprised by her confidence in him, and responded with a smile, "You've only seen me once, yet you dare to trust me. Aren't you afraid I might be a villain?" Xianyuan Qingwu gazed earnestly into his eyes and said, "I have a strong intuition that allows me to trust you completely." Shilin, feeling slightly bashful under her scrutiny, awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "Your intuition is remarkably accurate." Noticing his embarrassment, Xianyuan Qingwu stifled a smile and said, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us discuss serious matters." She produced a piece of animal hide inscribed with cryptic lines left by Di Shangyang and handed it to Shilin, saying, "Take a look at this." As Shilin examined the hide, he read, "Surrounded by demons, there remains a thread of hope. If Shilin arrives, all shall dissipate." Pondering over these perplexing lines, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, albeit elusive, that he couldn't quite grasp. Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What do these lines mean?" Xianyuan Qingwu proceeded to narrate the exploits of Di Shangyang, the crisis facing the Great Yin dynasty. The 4 lines of cryptic speech and matters of martial and spiritual cultivation, gradually enlightening Shilin on the situation. Looking down at the 4 lines again, Shilin remarked, "Based on your explanation, the names mentioned in these lines might indeed refer to me." He pondered internally, who exactly is Di Shangyang? Xianyuan Qingwu then asked, "May I be so bold as to inquire, are you a cultivator?" After a moment's hesitation, Shilin answered honestly, "Yes." Xianyuan Qingwu's face brightened with joy. "How do you compare to those innate martial artists?" "I haven't battled against them, but I believe I could manage against those at the initial stage," Shilin replied. Suddenly, Xianyuan Qingwu solemnly bowed to Shilin and said, "I humbly request your assistance, young master Yu. Once my Xianyuan family overcomes this crisis, I shall repay you handsomely." Gazing into Xianyuan Qingwu's earnest eyes, Shilin found it impossible to refuse, and deep down, he did not wish to decline. He nodded solemnly, "Very well, I agree." Xianyuan Qingwu let out a joyful cheer and expressed her gratitude once again. Their relationship had grown considerably closer, and Shilin remarked, "Though I have agreed, I must first venture to the Void Mountain to seek the heavenly spirit beast. We can discuss other matters upon my return. Do you still wish to accompany me?" Xianyuan Qingwu shot him a glance and replied, "Not a problem. I will certainly follow you. After all, with you by my side, I have nothing to fear." Shilin said helplessly, "All right then." Chapter 27. Refining the miasma, Shilin and Xianyuan Qingwu hastened deeper into the Void Mountain from its periphery. Xianyuan Qingwu had previously visited the outskirts of the Void Mountain and was familiar with the surroundings, naturally explaining them to Shilin. Moreover, the dangers of the periphery were minimal, and the scenery was breathtaking. Although they were on a journey, it felt more like a leisurely outing, and their bond grew closer without them even realizing it. After 2 days of travel, they had ventured hundreds of miles into the Void Mountain range. Gradually moving beyond the outskirts, Xinyuan Qingwu had only ventured as far as this during her previous training and had never gone deeper. The presence of ferocious beasts and medicinal herbs began to increase, and they occasionally encountered several young heirs of various families undergoing trials. But Shilin preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and steered clear of them. During their journey, they faced some reckless beasts that attacked them, all of which Shilin dispatched effortlessly. He prepared delicious barbecued meat from their tender flesh, seasoned with various herbs, which earned him endless praise from Xinyuan Qingwu. Alas, the fate of these ferocious beasts, upon encountering Shilin, was nothing short of tragic. As they continued deeper into the Void Mountain range, Shilin employed his spiritual awareness to navigate, effortlessly avoiding hazardous areas, which left Xinyuan Qingwu in awe. Eventually, they arrived at a dense grove, where Shilin sensed something unusual and quickly pulled Xinyuan Qingwu back, advancing cautiously to investigate. The grove was enveloped in a faint white mist, silent and eerily strange. Shilin discerned that this mist was indeed miasma, filled with potent toxins. Even a mere touch could spell death for an ordinary warrior. However, he noticed that this miasma seemed to possess a hint of spiritual essence and decided to attempt its refinement. He advised Xinyuan Qingwu to remain still and stepped into the miasma-laden grove, sitting down. The miasma immediately enveloped him, infiltrating his body and beginning to erode his flesh. The celestial body refining technique activated autonomously, repairing his form as it was being corroded. Simultaneously, the primordial transformation technique commenced, refining the miasma that entered his body into strands of spiritual energy, which were subsequently converted into spiritual essence and stored in his dantian, gradually enhancing his cultivation. Shilin felt immense joy as he fervently activated the primordial transformation technique, attracting the surrounding miasma, which coalesced around him. He absorbed it voraciously, creating a vortex of miasma several dozen feet in diameter centered around him, drawing the entire miasma of the grove towards himself. As time passed, the miasma within the grove gradually thinned, ultimately being completely absorbed and refined by Shilin. His cultivation reached the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage, while his physical body ascended 2 levels to the 6th rank of the human realm. What a delightful experience! Shilin shook his neck, stood up, and turned to see Xinyuan Qingwu wearing an expression of shock and envy. He teased, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Xinyuan Qingwu replied excitedly, "Really?" Shilin responded, "You have yet to awaken your spirit. This place is not suitable for cultivation. I will teach you when we return." Xinyuan Qingwu let out a joyful cheer as she leaned in, directly entwining her arm with Shilin's. Shilin reveled in the delightful sensation of their physical contact, though his cheeks flushed slightly with bashfulness. Seeing his awkwardness, Xinyuan Qingwu found it amusing and leaned in even closer. Clearing his throat, Shilin suggested, "Well, Qingwu, I believe there must be something valuable within this miasma forest. Let us search for it." Intrigued, Xinyuan Qingwu released her hold, and Shilin discreetly breathed a sigh of relief before extending his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Chapter 28. Collecting spiritual herbs. The miasma forest was not overly extensive, and Shilin meticulously swept his spiritual awareness across various areas, until he suddenly detected 3 snow-white, crystalline flowers not far ahead, emanating wisps of spiritual energy. He hurriedly led Xinyuan Qingwu forward, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were ice xian flowers, the principal ingredient for concocting foundation establishment pills. Shilin's heart soared with joy. "Such beautiful flowers!" Xinyuan Qingwu exclaimed, reaching out to touch them. At that moment, Shilin sensed something amiss and shouted, "Be careful!" A vibrant shadow lunged out from a nearby tree hollow with lightning speed, darting straight towards Xinyuan Qingwu, its swiftness astonishing. Despite her prowess at the 6th level of martial arts, Xinyuan Qingwu had no time to react. Fortunately, Shilin acted swiftly, pulling her behind him while unleashing a palm strike, his spiritual energy erupting and driving the colorful shadow back. As the shadow landed on the ground, it emitted a hissing sound, revealing itself to be a vividly colored snake, measuring 5 feet in length. Its dazzling hues indicating its lethal venom. It flicked its forked tongue, fixating its gaze on the two with a predatory intent. Xian Yuanqing Wu's complexion turned pale as she gently patted her chest, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Yu Shilin realized that his earlier strike had not destroyed the colorful snake, indicating its formidable resilience. He summoned his blue spiritual dagger and instructed Xian Yuanqing Wu to step back, standing ready to confront the serpent. The colorful snake was evidently guarding the ice Xian flowers, unwilling to allow any intruders. After a brief standoff, Yu Shilin initiated the attack, the blue dagger slicing through the air with a radiant arc aimed at the snake. The snake, displaying remarkable agility, twisted its body to evade the strike, and then lunged at Yu Shilin's neck, releasing a foul, acrid stench that made him feel nauseous. He swiftly dodged the deadly assault, and a fierce back-and-forth ensued between man and serpent, neither gaining the upper hand. Frustration mounting, Yu Shilin unleashed a torrent of true fire at the colorful snake. The moment the flames made contact, the snake emitted a sizzling sound akin to meat being roasted, thrashing wildly in response. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Yu Shilin summoned another wave of true fire, which engulfed the snake, charring it black and releasing plumes of smoke, ultimately resolving this troublesome encounter. Xian Yuanqing Wu stood by, utterly astonished. Even from a distance, she sensed the terrifying power of the true fire, murmuring to herself, "Is this the magic of cultivators?" Yu Shilin, with a satisfied grin, stored the ice-profound flower into his storage ring. Noticing Xian Yuanqing Wu still in a daze, he called out, "Are you mesmerized? Let us go." Only then did Xian Yuanqing Wu regain her senses. The two continued their journey deeper into the mountains for several days. During this time, Yu Shilin encountered several miasma forests, and after refining the miasma with the same technique, he still failed to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. His cultivation saw only slight improvement, and it became evident that the chaos spiritual root was indeed a bottomless pit, leaving him in despair. However, luck was on his side. Deep within the mountains, he discovered numerous illusory heart herbs and nightshade, essential materials for crafting foundation establishment pills. He gathered the formula for the pills, awaiting the right moment for their creation. Today, as they calculated their distance, it seemed they had reached the depths of the Void Mountain, where they might encounter celestial beasts at any moment. Yu Shilin had to remain vigilant. Chapter 29. Fierce battle with the spirit beasts as they approached a towering mountain range. Yu Shilin sensed something peculiar. A faint trace of spiritual energy wafted through the air. A jolt of realization struck him, and upon closing his eyes to attune his senses, he confirmed the presence of this rare spiritual energy. After cautioning Xian Yuanqing Wu to be careful, he expanded his spiritual awareness to investigate the source of the energy. Advancing cautiously, following the flow of spiritual energy, he proceeded step by step, and indeed, the energy grew increasingly potent until they reached the entrance of a cave, from which the aura emanated. The cave's mouth was several zhang wide, shrouded in darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, foreboding and eerie. Yu Shilin employed his spiritual awareness to probe the cave, but as he approached the entrance, an inexplicable force obstructed his senses. As if a natural barrier was in place, he was certain that a terrifying presence lurked within, possibly the celestial beast itself. Yet, one cannot seize a tiger's cub without entering its den. With determination, he resolved to venture inside. With Xian Yuanqing Wu in tow, he stealthily approached the cave's mouth. Just as an unsettling sensation washed over him, suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted from within, and a massive shadow surged forth at astonishing speed. With no time to ponder, Yu Shilin grasped Xian Yuanqing Wu and leaped back while simultaneously striking out with his palm. A thunderous collision ensued as his powerful spiritual energy met the shadow, sending shockwaves that scattered dust and debris, snapping nearby trees. Yu Shilin was propelled several zhang back, yet he managed to halt the shadow's advance. His physical form had reached the 6th layer of the human realm, and this clash caused him no harm. However, Xian Yuanqing Wu bore the brunt of the aftermath. The shockwave struck her, causing her to stifle a groan and spit out a mouthful of blood, clearly sustaining serious internal injuries. Yu Shilin was taken aback and quickly steadied her, anxiously inquiring, "What's wrong?" Xian Yuanqing Wu's complexion was pale, and she weakly replied, "I'm not dead yet." Yu Shilin promptly channeled a stream of spiritual energy to her, aiding in her recovery, before turning his gaze back to the cave's entrance. From within emerged a colossal creature, towering over 10 feet in height. Judging by its characteristics, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the rumored celestial beast. There was no doubt that this was indeed the celestial beast. Yu Shilin's gaze turned frigid as he set aside Xian Yuanqing Wu and summoned the blue spirit dagger, advancing towards the celestial spirit beast. The beast, sensing the extraordinary nature of this human, refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead positioning itself at the cave entrance, poised for confrontation. Yu Shilin seethed, "Wretched creature. You have harmed Qingwu. I shall obliterate you." With the blue spirit dagger in hand, he infused it with spiritual essence, unleashing a beam of azure light towards the celestial spirit beast. Relying on its formidable scales, the beast did not evade the strike. The blue light impacted, causing sparks to fly and a metallic clang to resonate, leaving merely a mark upon its armored hide. How incredibly resilient! Yu Shilin cursed under his breath, charging forward with the blue spirit dagger, determined to prove that the beast's scales could not withstand the primal iron essence. As the blue spirit dagger lunged towards it, the celestial spirit beast instinctively sensed the threat, swiftly maneuvering its massive form while launching a counterattack with its horn. Yu Shilin did not flinch. He was struck in the chest as if by a hammer, sent sprawling, yet simultaneously, the dagger pierced through the beast's scales, drawing forth a stream of blood. The beast roared in pain, its hooves propelling it towards Yu Shilin, its horns aimed directly at him. Yu Shilin rolled aside, managing to slash at the beast once more, but was caught by its sweeping tail, flung away, only to charge back at the beast anew. Thus began a brutal melee between man and beast. Moments later, Yu Shilin was battered and bruised, his attire in tatters, resembling a beggar. Fortunately, being at the 6th level of the human body realm allowed him to recover swiftly. The injuries he sustained were not life-threatening. In stark contrast, the celestial spirit beast bore the brunt of the conflict, its body marred by numerous gashes from the blue spirit dagger, blood soaking its form. It was utterly unprepared to face an opponent with such formidable physical prowess, and the realization of its disadvantage enraged it further. Letting out a thunderous roar, the celestial spirit beast felt its power surge as it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Yu Shilin. The flames cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping Yu Shilin and leaving him with no means of escape. In a moment of desperation, he summoned true fire from his palms to meet the oncoming inferno. The air crackled with explosive sounds as the true fire, capable of incinerating all, clashed with the beast's flames. The celestial spirit beast's fire was consumed, inflicting no harm upon Yu Shilin. However, the area of effect of Yu Shilin's true fire was limited, barely managing to counter the beast's onslaught, leading to a stalemate. After a brief period, Yu Shilin discerned a notable phenomenon. The celestial spirit beast's energy was gradually waning. It became evident that expelling such flames was a tremendous drain on its internal spiritual essence. A surge of elation filled Yu Shilin as he channeled more of his spiritual energy into the true fire, steadily gaining the upper hand while inching closer to the beast. Realizing the peril of depleting its energy, the celestial spirit beast abruptly ceased its fiery assault and retreated into the depths of the cave. Yu Shilin would not allow it to escape. A sphere of true fire coalesced and was hurled forth. Boom! The spherical flame struck the celestial spirit beast, scorching a substantial hole in its armored scales and leaving a gaping wound in its flesh. Simultaneously, its internal organs were consumed by the true fire. The celestial spirit beast let out a wretched howl, its massive body crashing to the ground, thrashing in agony. Yu Shilin hastened forward, brandishing his azure spirit dagger, and targeted the unprotected abdomen of the celestial spirit beast, delivering several swift strikes. Before long, he extracted a fist-sized inner core. The moment the core was removed, the celestial spirit beast met its demise. Shilin, panting heavily, felt the toll the battle had taken on him. The inner core radiated a warm sensation in his grasp, containing the essence of spiritual energy that the celestial spirit beast had absorbed and refined, which would be immensely beneficial to him. After storing the inner core in his storage ring, he remembered that Xianyuan Qingwu was still nearby and hurried over to her. Chapter 30. The spirit vein in the cave. Xianyuan Qingwu lay there, her face still pale. Upon witnessing Shilin slay the celestial spirit beast, she managed a faint smile. Seeing this, Shilin felt a pang of concern. "Can you stand?" he asked. Xianyuan Qingwu shook her head. Shilin gently inquired, "May I carry you?" A hint of color bloomed on her pallid face as she nodded slightly. With her consent, Shilin lifted her into his arms. Xianyuan Qingwu, a bit shy, buried her head in his chest, but soon noticed his tattered clothing, causing her to chuckle softly. However, the laughter aggravated her injuries, prompting a pained groan. Shilin frowned and remarked, "I must find a way to treat your wounds first." Gazing at the entrance of the celestial spirit beast cave, from which spiritual energy still emanated, he carefully entered the cavern while cradling Xianyuan Qingwu. Due to the ineffectiveness of his spiritual sense, he proceeded with utmost caution, wary of unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, the cave was not very deep, and he encountered no further threats. Soon, he reached the end of the cave. The cavern's terminus was quite spacious, and upon beholding what lay before him, Shilin was left astonished. Stretching out before him was a vein several dozen meters long, interspersed with pale green low-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy flowed and intertwined among the stones, slowly circulating. It was indeed a small low-grade spirit vein. Perhaps to practitioners in the realm of cultivation, such a low-grade spirit vein might seem trivial, discarded, and unwanted. However, to Shilin, who hailed from the martial arts world, it was akin to a rare treasure. A grin spread across his face as he realized why the celestial spirit beast had claimed this place, relying on the spirit vein to evolve into a spirit beast. Approaching for a closer examination, Shilin discovered that the vein was already in a state of depletion, with many spirit stones having expended their energy and turned to dust. He felt a twinge of regret, yet overall, he was quite satisfied. Gently setting Xianyuan Qingwu down, he solemnly asked, "Do you truly wish to learn the ways of cultivation?" A surge of joy filled her heart, and without hesitation, she nodded. "Very well," Shilin affirmed. "I shall impart the techniques to you now." Shilin first imparted the method of refining to Xianyuan Qingwu, who, possessing both intelligence and a foundation in martial arts, grasped the concepts with ease. He then elucidated some fundamental principles of cultivation. Finally, he produced the last drop of a millennia-old stalactite and a small piece of blood ginseng, stating, "This small piece of blood ginseng should suffice to heal your injuries. Consume it and begin the refining process." Following his advice, Xianyuan Qingwu ingested the blood ginseng, and under its potent medicinal energy, her internal wounds rapidly healed, restoring a rosy hue to her complexion. Shilin then presented the drop of millennia-old stalactite, saying, "Ingest this drop to cleanse your marrow and refine your essence." Xianyuan Qingwu nodded obediently and consumed the stalactite, proceeding with the refining process. This time, the refinement took longer, but Shilin remained unoccupied. He took a chi-refining pill and sat before the spiritual vein to commence his cultivation. The spiritual energy in the cave was instantly mobilized, forming a vortex that surged into Shilin's body, visibly enhancing his cultivation level. A day elapsed, and Shilin ascended from the 6th to the 7th, 8th, and finally the 9th layer of chi refinement. He paused upon reaching the 9th level, knowing that relentless pursuit of higher realms could destabilize his foundation, proving detrimental rather than beneficial. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Xianyuan Qingwu still engaged in refining the stalactite. Shilin retrieved the Shinnon cauldron preparing to concoct foundation-building pills. He sequentially added ice, xianhua, illusory heart grass, and nightshade to the cauldron. As usual, the Shinnon cauldron worked wonders, expelling impurities and leaving only the essence. Ultimately, he successfully refined 10 superior foundation-building pills and 2 top-tier ones, which greatly pleased him. Then, recalling the celestial spirit beast's inner core he had stored away, Shilin promptly took it out. The inner core contained the immense essence of the celestial spirit beast's vitality. He began the refining process using the heaven and earth body refinement technique. Gradually, the inner core was refined, and the powerful vitality was absorbed into Shilin's body, elevating him to the 7th level of the human realm, making his physique exceedingly robust and resistant to ordinary attacks. Content and satisfied, Shilin reflected on the bountiful gains from his venture into the depths of the Void Mountain. At that moment, Xianyuan Qingwu completed the refinement of the stalactite. The medicinal energy had thoroughly cleansed her, transforming her aura. Her internal true energy had converted into spiritual energy, and her cultivation had advanced from the 6th layer of martial arts to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Xianyuan Qingwu, dazed by the changes in her body, felt as if she were in a dream, unable to believe her transformation. She murmured, "Is this the sensation of cultivation? Have I truly become a cultivator?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ah!" It was then she noticed a layer of foul, dark impurities seeping from her body, causing her great disgust. Blushing, she asked, "Do you have any spare clothes?" Shilin searched through his storage ring and found a clean set of clothing for her. Xianyuan Qingwu quickly took the garments, covering her face, and rushed out of the cave. Only then did Shilin realize his own attire was tattered as well. Embarrassed, he chuckled and changed into a fresh set of clothing. Chapter 31. A Vow of Promise Before Long. Xianyuan Qingwu had finished washing herself in the creek outside the cave and walked in wearing a fresh set of garments. Shilin couldn't help but be taken aback. Xianyuan Qingwu was already stunningly beautiful, but after being cleansed by the millennium-old stalactites, she radiated a faint aura of an immortal. Coupled with the rare blush gracing her cheeks, Shilin found himself momentarily entranced, thankfully not to the point of losing composure, for that would have been utterly embarrassing. Seeing Shilin gaze at her in a daze, Xianyuan Qingwu couldn't help but chuckle. "Silly, what are you staring at?" Shilin cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I observe that your spiritual root is of the rare, single gold attribute, which is not commonly seen. Your cultivation speed will be rapid, making it suitable for offensive techniques. Please wait a moment. I shall find a cultivation method for you." Once the conversation shifted to serious matters, Xianyuan Qingwu ceased her teasing. With the profound legacy of Meng Songlong residing within him, Shilin rummaged through his memories and found a technique called the Golden Spirit Sutra, which was perfectly suited for Xianyuan Qingwu. He transmitted the sutra to her. After hearing it just once, she memorized it, ready to engage in earnest cultivation in the future. Shilin jested, "I have bestowed upon you something invaluable. How do you intend to repay me? As the royal princess, you must possess an abundance of treasures, no?" Xianyuan Qingwu's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip and softly suggested, "How about you return to the capital and propose to my father?" Shilin was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" Xianyuan Qingwu huffed. "If you can't hear me clearly, forget it, you fool." Shilin quickly replied, "I heard you, but I couldn't fathom that Qingwu would openly express her feelings for me. What merits do I possess to earn your favor? It is a blessing from the heavens. And how could I dare to be ungrateful?" However, my family noticing Shilin's hesitation, Xianyuan Qingwu, being exceptionally astute, had already gathered information regarding his family situation and said, "Are you concerned about that girl named Ling? Shilin replied, "We have been dependent on each other since childhood. I could never abandon her." Xianyuan Qingwu retorted, "Do you think I am a jealous person? Since you have feelings for her, and she has affections for you, simply take her in as well. What is the big deal? Even if there are rumors in the royal family, I will handle it." Xianyuan Qingwu exhibited her assertive side, leaving Shilin momentarily stunned. He realized he was still trapped in his earthly mindset, unaware that in this martial world, having multiple wives was quite commonplace. Rubbing his head, he pondered, how should I explain this to Ling Er? Xianyuan Qingwu found his naivety amusing. You are truly a fool. I have only met that girl twice. Yet I can see her pure heart is already bound to you. She would not oppose anything you say. How could you not realize this? Oh, fool. However, Xianyuan Qingwu found Yu Shilin's innocence regarding matters of the heart endearing. At least he would not be a heartless person. She silently rejoiced, relieved that she had taken the initiative to break the ice, for who knows how long it would have taken for this fool to take the first step. Xianyuan Qingwu cast a triumphant glance at Yu Shilin and declared, since you are so bashful, I shall speak to Ling Er upon our return. And I assure you, it will satisfy you. Yu Shilin nodded eagerly in agreement. Despite his emotional clumsiness, he understood that the moment had come for him to express his feelings. He promptly knelt down, swore an oath to the heavens, proclaiming, I, Yu Shilin, hereby vow with my very soul that I shall never betray Xianyuan Qingwu in this lifetime. Should I falter, may the heavens and earth bring about my destruction. Xianyuan Qingwu hurriedly helped him up, playfully chiding, why are you making such reckless oaths? Yet within her, a wave of emotion surged. Having delved into the realm of cultivation, she recognized the potency of such soul oaths. Should one breach them, they would face the wrath of the heavenly laws, leading to utter annihilation. This also affirmed Yu Shilin's sincerity. She had not misjudged him. At that moment, their hearts drew significantly closer, and with a sweet smile, Xianyuan Qingwu inquired, should we not return now? Yu Shilin replied, wait, we must first collect all the treasures here. He then approached the low-grade spiritual vein, unsheathed the azure spirit dagger, and began to excavate spiritual stones. One by one, the stones were deposited into a storage ring. After half a day's labor, he thoroughly cleared the site, leaving no stone behind, and the ring was filled with nearly 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Content with his efforts, he snapped his fingers at Xianyuan Qingwu, signaling their departure. As they exited the cave, the immense corpse of the heavenly spirit beast lay there. Yu Shilin casually stored in his ring before setting off homeward. Chapter 32. Return to the camp. The pace of their return was significantly quicker. Along the way, Yu Shilin imparted knowledge of cultivation to Xianyuan Qingwu, broadening her horizons and making the journey enjoyable. After 2 days, they arrived back at the trial camp early in the morning. Upon entering the camp, the guards immediately relayed the news, and moments later, the camp leader, Xianyuan Wuji, hurried over. Seeing Xianyuan Qingwu safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Highness, you left without a word. I nearly went mad with worry. If anything had happened to you, I would never forgive myself. Xianyuan Qingwu recognized that her impulsive actions had troubled the soldiers and sincerely apologized. This time, it was my recklessness that caused distress to General Wuji. I owe you an apology. Wuji, however, dared not accept her apology, quickly waving his hand. As long as the princess has returned safely, that is sufficient. He then commanded loudly, relay the message to the search party to return to camp. The princess has safely arrived. Turning his gaze to Yu Shilin, Wuji curiously asked, and who might this young gentleman be? Xianyuan Qingwu replied, this is Yu Shilin, the one closest to me. Wuji was taken aback, not daring to make assumptions. He quickly smiled and bowed, saying, I extend my greetings to master you. Yu Shilin returned the gesture with a smile. Xianyuan Qingwu then turned to Yu Shilin, saying, you should return to your tent. Ling Er is likely waiting anxiously. They made their way to Yu Shilin's tent, where Ling Er was lost in thought. Upon seeing Yu Shilin enter, she exclaimed joyfully, young master, and rushed forward to embrace him. As Yu Shilin embraced his fragrant thoughts, he noticed Xianyuan Qingwu standing nearby, gazing at him with a somewhat awkward expression. Observing her cheerful demeanor, which bore no trace of displeasure, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly offered gentle words of comfort to Ling Er. It was only then that Ling Er remembered Xianyuan Qingwu's presence. Feeling a bit shy as she released Yu Shilin and, with a blush, remarked, Ling Er hopes to not have embarrassed Sister Qingwu. Xianyuan Qingwu smiled faintly and suggested to Yu Shilin, why don't you step outside for a moment? I shall have a detailed conversation with Linger. Yu Shilin, upon hearing this, quickly exited. Outside the tent, Yu Shilin found himself in a state of boredom, unwilling to eavesdrop with his spiritual sense and unaware of the conversation transpiring within. Finally, the tent flaps were lifted, and the two women emerged hand in hand. Linger wore a beaming expression, but upon seeing Yu Shilin, her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Sister Qingwu has shared everything with me, and I am willing. Yu Shilin was taken aback. Willing for what? Linger playfully replied, I won't tell you just yet. While Yu Shilin was lost in confusion, he heard Xinyuan Qingwu say, You did bring back the corpse of the heavenly spirit beast, did you not? Go and report the completion of your task at the mission center. Still reeling from the moment, he instinctively inquired, Why? Xinyuan Qingwu, with a hint of exasperation, responded, You accomplished such a challenging task as slaying the heavenly spirit beast, elevating your reputation to unparalleled heights. When you return to the capital, you can propose to the emperor, and the heavenly spirit beast will serve as the finest betrothal gift, leaving no room for gossip. Do you understand, you fool? It was only then that Yu Shilin realized the gravity of the situation, simultaneously questioning whether he had truly fallen in love, leading to a decline in his intellect. He promptly took his leave, leaving the two women behind, who erupted into delighted laughter. Soon, an explosive piece of news swept through the trial camp. Someone had successfully completed the task of slaying the heavenly spirit beast, and its corpse was now at the mission center. Instantly, the entire trial camp erupted in excitement as countless young scions and soldiers flocked to the mission center, eager to witness the spectacle. The area became a sea of people, bustling with noise and chatter. On the elevated platform of the mission center, a massive cloth concealed an unknown colossal object beneath it. Speculations filled the air, with many debating what lay hidden underneath and questioning how such a creature had made its way into the trial camp. The elder in charge of the mission center stepped onto the platform and bellowed, Silence. The crowd fell quiet. With palpable excitement, the elder proclaimed, After so many years, someone has finally slain this monstrous beast. This is a moment of great fortune for our great Yin dynasty, and the brave warrior who accomplished this feat deserves our utmost respect. The valiant hero is none other than the young master beside me, Yu Shilin. The elder gestured towards Yu Shilin, who, with an air of nonchalance, smiled at the crowd and remarked, Just luck, merely luck. The crowd erupted again, with many questioning how a martial artist at the first level could possibly have slain the heavenly spirit beast. The elder, brimming with pride, admonished, Be quiet. Do not doubt. Let me show you the true form of the heavenly spirit beast. Bring forth the curtain. He had not forgotten Yu Shilin's earlier visit to submit his task, and suddenly unveiling the massive corpse of the heavenly spirit beast left him astounded, instantly elevating Yu Shilin in his eyes to the status of a celestial being. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixated on the platform, as dozens of soldiers shouted in unison, Pull! The curtain was drawn back, revealing the corpse of the celestial beast before the eyes of the crowd, an aura of murderous intent instantaneously pervading the atmosphere, prompting many to take a step back. The assembly below erupted into a cacophony of chatter as people began to speculate. Goodness, is this truly the celestial beast? It resembles a massive wild ox, doesn't it? Its features appear strikingly consistent with the descriptions in the legends. Could it be that this celestial beast simply met its end, allowing this young man to reap an unexpected fortune? He is merely at the first level of martial arts. Surely he cannot even move the body. You can't be so oblivious as to not know about the methods of concealing one's cultivation. Can you? You ignorant fool. I'll have my guards teach you a lesson. The deputy commander of the camp, Xinyuan Shojing, could no longer tolerate the commotion and leaped onto the platform. With a cultivation level of 7, he bellowed, his voice shaking the very rafters, Silence. Once the crowd quieted, Xinyuan Shojing drew his steel blade and, channeling his full strength, struck the scales of the celestial beast. The clash produced a thunderous sound, yet he staggered back several steps while the scales remained unscathed. With a cold smirk, Xinyuan Shojing proclaimed, Consider your own heads. Can any of you match the hardness of these scales? Young master, you fought valiantly to slay the celestial beast, and instead of offering your congratulations, you dare to cast aspersions? This is utterly absurd. The crowd, now convinced of the beast's authenticity, began to lavish praise upon Yu Shilin, leaving him in a bemused state as he politely acknowledged their flattery. Yu Shilin sensed several cold gazes among the crowd, but dismissed them as mere envy. An elder announced, "Tomorrow marks the great martial arts competition. Everyone should disperse and prepare diligently for the event." A voice rang out, "Is there even a need for a competition? The first place is undoubtedly young Master Yu." Noticing Yu Shilin's impatience, the elder hastily urged the crowd to disperse. At that moment, the camp commander, Xianyuan Wuji, instructed Xianyuan Shoujing, "Select a team of elite warriors immediately and transport the celestial beast's remains back to the capital without the slightest error." Xianyuan Shoujing solemnly accepted the command. Meanwhile, Yu Shilin returned to his tent. With Ling absent, only a guard was stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Yu Shilin approach, the guard promptly stepped forward and bowed. "Young Master Yu, the princess has requested that you rest for a while before joining her for dinner in her tent." Yu Shilin smiled in acknowledgement. Chapter 33. Chaos in the camp. As night fell, Yu Shilin arrived at Xianyuan Qingwu's grand tent, finding it empty. However, he could hear the sounds of cooking coming from the nearby kitchen, piquing his curiosity. Following the sounds, he entered the kitchen and was greeted by an enticing aroma that invigorated his senses. There, he saw Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger busily preparing food. Xianyuan Qingwu glanced at Yu Shilin and said, "Please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." Noticing the surprise on his face, she chuckled lightly. "What? Did you think I was merely a delicate princess, untouched by labor?" Yu Shilin replied, "I must admit, I did not expect this. Just wait. It will be ready soon." Yu Shilin sat comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, watching with great interest as two beautiful women prepared their meal. These were two of the closest women in his life, and he suddenly felt a long-lost warmth wash over him. Since he began his career on Earth and then traversed to this realm, it was the first time he had experienced such a feeling, and he found himself unwittingly immersed in it. It was not until Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger set the table, laden with their culinary creations, that Xianyuan Qingwu playfully admonished, "Fool, what are you daydreaming about?" It was then that he snapped back to reality and hurried to the table. The spread before him was not as extravagant as he had imagined. It was primarily composed of local delicacies from the Void Mountain, wild chicken, hare, venison, and various wild vegetables. However, under the meticulous preparation of the two women, the dishes were a feast for the senses. Although he was still in the qi refining stage and had yet to achieve fasting, his dependence on food had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the delicious spread ignited his appetite, and disregarding any semblance of decorum, he began to eat heartily, especially as Xianyuan Qingwu had opened a bottle of exquisite court wine, further enhancing his indulgence. Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger ate sparingly, mostly watching Yu Shilin devour the food, and their faces lit up with sweet smiles as they witnessed their labor being swept away by him. However, this delightful moment was fleeting. An alert came from outside the tent, announcing that General Xianyuan Wuji had urgent matters to discuss. Xianyuan Qingwu furrowed her brow and said, "Let General Wuji enter." Xianyuan Wuji strode in, hesitating for a moment upon seeing Yu Shilin and the others. Xianyuan Qingwu directly urged, "General Wuji, please speak freely." With a solemn expression, Xianyuan Wuji reported, "I have just received a confidential message. The four major families, Zhou, Wangyi, and He, have formed an alliance and incited a significant number of smaller families to rebel, amassing an army of hundreds of thousands of warriors. They are currently advancing towards the capital, and the defenses of the cities along their path are inadequate. It is estimated that the rebel forces will reach the capital in 5 days." Xianyuan Qingwu sighed, "So they have indeed launched their attack." Xianyuan Wuji inquired, "Should we return to the capital immediately?" "I await your command, princess." As Xianyuan Qingwu prepared to respond, suddenly, sounds of battle echoed faintly from within the trial camp. Xianyuan Wuji's expression changed, and he shouted outside, "What is happening out there? Investigate at once." Just then, a bloodied figure stumbled into the main tent. it was Xianyuan Shoujing, the vice-commander of the camp. He cried out hoarsely, "The young masters of the Zhou and Wang families have united with a group of noble youths to incite a rebellion. They have 2 martial artists at the 9th level of the martial path, and I cannot hold them off. Please, princess, swiftly return to the capital." Everyone was taken aback. Exiting the tent, they found the camp ablaze with chaos and the sounds of combat echoing ominously. Xianyuan Shoujing urged, "Princess, we must escape through the back door of the camp. The horses are ready. If we delay, they will be upon us." At that moment, Yu Shilin interjected, "Qingwu and Ling, you must go first. I will hold off the pursuers for a while." As the 2 women opened their mouths to protest, he raised his hand to stop them. "Trust me, hurry and leave." Remembering Yu Shilin's abilities, Xianyuan Qingwu felt a wave of reassurance. He added, "I asked the 2 generals to escort them away swiftly. I will follow shortly." Xianyuan Wuji could hardly fathom the profound righteousness exhibited by Yu Shilin. With a graceful bow, expressed, "Young Master Yu, your noble integrity commands my utmost admiration." After the 2 women earnestly advised Yu Shilin to exercise caution, they departed. Yu Shilin's gaze remained cold and piercing as he surveyed the chaos unfolding within the camp. The unruly scions of noble families, their heads adorned with crimson bandanas, targeted those without such insignia, including both soldiers and noblemen, marking them as victims of their savage onslaught. The presence of 2 formidable masters of the 9th level of martial arts at the forefront ensured that none could withstand their might. Among the raucous crowd, one young lord proclaimed loudly, "Whoever captures Xianyuan Qingwu alive shall be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold. I am Zhou Zhongyu, the young master of the Zhou family, a lineage so wealthy it rivals nations, and I will surely fulfill this promise." The rabble of noble youths, upon hearing such an enticing reward, erupted in fervent shouts as they surged towards Xianyuan Qingwu's tent. Yu Shilin stood at the rear entrance, observing the soldiers who had long since crumbled in morale, many fleeing past him without his notice. It was not until the unruly throng approached within 100 paces that the leading group, spotting him standing alone, instinctively halted their steeds. One of the leaders, a figure of authority, rode forth a few steps and declared, "I am Chang de Biao, a venerated follower of the Wang family. Are you perchance the Yu Shilin who vanquished the celestial spirit beast?" "Indeed, that is I," Yu Shilin replied. The raucous noise from the opposing side escalated as Zhou Zhongyu coldly inquired, "Yu Shilin, what brings you here? Has Xianyuan Qingwu already fled?" With a disdainful smirk, Yu Shilin retorted, "You, a mere second-generation heir, dare to set your sights on my wife. Your audacity is quite remarkable." Realizing that the term wife might be foreign to those in the martial realm, he quickly corrected himself. "I mean my fiancée. Should you dare to lay a hand on her, I shall surely flay you alive. However, I find myself in a rather good mood today and wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Withdraw at once, and I may spare your lives. To be frank, all of you here are nothing but refuse in my eyes. Slaying you would be as trivial as dispatching a mere chicken." At that moment, one of the adversaries bellowed in fury, "Presumptuous fool! How dare you posture here with such arrogance? I find it hard to believe you truly defeated the celestial spirit beast. Allow me, Chang de Biao, to measure your worth." This individual, a martial arts master of the 9th level, charged forth on horseback, wielding a spiked club with deadly intent. Yu Shilin remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. As Chang de Biao approached, anger flared at Yu Shilin's audacity, and he swung the spiked club down upon him with all his might. The club whistled through the air, imbued with an overwhelming force. In response, Yu Shilin summoned his blue spirit dagger, channeling his energy, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the air. Chang de Biao merely glimpsed a flash of blue light before his consciousness faded into oblivion. The spiked club shattered in two upon striking the ground, and moments later, both Chang de Biao and his steed were gruesomely cleaved in half, blood erupting forth. As the sight of Chang de Biao's lifeless body registered, the opposing crowd erupted into disarray, many retreating in terror. Ma Shixiang's expression was grave as he addressed Zhou Zhongyu, saying, "This individual strikes with extraordinary speed and wields formidable weapons." Chang de Biao could not withstand a single blow. It appears that only an innate master can contend with him. We should make our retreat swiftly. Zhou Zhongyu, pale-faced, replied, "Yes, yes, yes. We cannot confront this person. Let us depart at once." Yu Shilin interjected, "Have you finished your discussions? If so, then be gone quickly. You are an eyesore. Remember, I am in a good mood today, which is why I am letting you off this time. Next encounter, do not expect my leniency." The individuals across from him, as if granted a reprieve, hastily fled, lamenting the lack of additional legs bestowed by their parents. Chapter 34. Arrival in the capital. Yu Shilin swiftly caught up with Xianyuan Qingwu and her companions. Upon seeing Yu Shilin return safely, the two women felt a profound sense of relief. Xianyuan Wuji inquired, "How is the situation?" Yu Shilin replied nonchalantly, "The rebels will not pursue us." Xianyuan Wuji, impressed, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Impressive." The group fell silent and continued their journey towards the capital. 2 days later, they arrived in the capital. The scale of the Great Yin dynasty's capital was immensely grand, incomparable to the likes of Liyue City. The city walls were tall and thick, the moat long and deep, and the city gate tower stood robust and square, exuding an aura of solidity and majesty that felt impenetrable. At the city gate, besides the guards, stood a figure with an air of pride, Xianyuan Qingwu's uncle, Xianyuan Daocheng. Upon seeing the group arrive, Xianyuan Daocheng first offered Yu Shilin a friendly smile before addressing Xianyuan Qingwu. "Your father has instructed me to wait for you here. As soon as you arrive, you must go to the palace to see him." Xianyuan Qingwu frowned. "Uncle, is it so urgent?" Xianyuan Daocheng lowered his voice. The ancestor has also emerged from seclusion. Xianyuan Qingwu's expression sharpened. If the ancestor has emerged, it must be for significant matters. Xianyuan Daocheng continued, "Shilin should accompany you as well." Yu Shilin nodded in agreement. Xianyuan Wuji and Xianyuan Shoujing bowed their farewells and returned to the military headquarters, while the rest proceeded towards the palace. The Great Yin Palace was the largest architectural complex in the capital, its gates painted a vibrant crimson, with palatial structures that appeared as if carved from clouds and adorned with moonlit motifs. The eaves were elegantly curvaceous, topped with yellow glazed tiles resting upon a base of bluish-white stone, and vibrant green trees dotted the surroundings, rendering the entire palace a breathtaking spectacle that radiated an imperial grandeur. Xianyuan Daocheng led the group swiftly forward, being the elder brother of the current emperor, moving through the palace with the ease of one who belonged. Soon, they arrived at a pavilion where, apart from two individuals, no others were present. These two were none other than the emperor of the Great Yin, Xianyuan Mufeng, and the stalwart ancestor of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Longqing. Both men's gazes fell upon Yu Shilin. The former's eyes reflected a sense of relief, while the latter's conveyed urgency and hope. Yu Shilin, with his formidable spiritual sense, discerned the pallor of Xianyuan Longqing's vitality, and he understood somewhat the reason for the elder's wait. Xianyuan Mufeng smiled warmly and said, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to young Master Yu for vanquishing the celestial spirit beast. According to our customs, young Master Yu is entitled to select treasures from our imperial treasury at will. Furthermore, I express my gratitude for your generous gift of the celestial spirit beast remains to our Great Yin dynasty. The scales, flesh, and bones of the beast will prove invaluable to our realm." Xianyuan Mufeng spoke with utmost courtesy, refraining from referring to himself as I in favor of a more humble tone. The ancestral elder of the Xianyuan family had confirmed the identity of the creature returned to the capital as the celestial spirit beast without a doubt. Yu Shilin's ability to slay such a formidable beast marked him as a peer of the elder, and in the presence of such strength, his imperial status did little to elevate his standing, prompting him to adopt a lowly demeanor. Yu Shilin was addressing the father of Xianyuan Qingwu, who may very well become his future father-in-law. Thus he afforded him the respect due. Xianyuan Longqing then inquired, "Young friend Yu, may I have a moment of your time?" Yu Shilin acquiesced. The two retreated to a secluded spot, where Xian Yuan Long Chung spoke in hushed tones. I shall be direct. Are you a practitioner of the mystical arts? Yu Lin readily affirmed this. Xian Yuan Long Cheng's spirits lifted as he asked, since you are a practitioner, have you discerned any issues with my condition? Without hesitation, Yu Lin replied, your vitality is gravely diminished under normal circumstances. Your lifespan is nearly at its end. I estimate you might have 3 to 5 years remaining. Xian Yuan Long Chung sighed in resignation. Indeed, that aligns with my own sentiments. He then urgently probed, young friend Yu, your skills are extraordinary. Is there any remedy for my predicament? I am willing to pay any price. Yu Lin responded, there are indeed some methods, but I require further information from you first. Hearing the prospect of hope, Xian Yuan Long Cheng's demeanor brightened, and he hastened to assure, please, ask away. I will share all that I know without reservation. Yu Lin harbored a peculiar and ineffable sense of mystery regarding the figure of Di Shangyang, so he inquired, as a member of the elder generation of the Xian Yuan family, what do you know about Di Shangyang? Xian Yuan Long Chung pondered carefully before responding. I have never encountered the Elder Di in person, but I have gleaned some insights from our family's secret history. Elder Di was an unparalleled martial genius from the heroic martial continent, and his origins remain shrouded in mystery. When he emerged, he had already garnered immense fame, achieving the pinnacle of innate mastery at a remarkably young age. Subsequently, he married Xian Yuan Shui, a member of our Xian Yuan family, establishing a connection with us. With his assistance, the Xian Yuan family rose swiftly to prominence, ultimately founding the Xian Yuan dynasty. Yu Lin furrowed his brow and asked, is there truly no knowledge of his background? Xian Yuan Long Chung nodded. Indeed, we investigated extensively at the time, but found nothing. It was as if he appeared from nowhere. He himself never divulged even a hint regarding his origins. However, his unwavering support for the Xian Yuan family led us to concern ourselves with no other matters. Yu Lin pressed further, and what transpired thereafter? Xian Yuan Long Chung remarked, I believe that the subsequent developments have already been disclosed to you by the young lady Qing Wu. After the ancestral emperor reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, he discovered that the path of martial arts was obstructed and unearthed the existence of a cultivation method known as Xiuzhen. In pursuit of further enlightenment, he embarked on a teleportation array to the realm of cultivation, a matter known only to a select few within the family, and outsiders are unlikely to uncover the secret. Furthermore, before his departure, he repeatedly cautioned the clan members to refrain from stepping onto the teleportation array unless they have attained the innate completion realm, lest they be torn asunder by the array. This is all I know about the ancestral emperor. Yu Lin nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter, and continued, to speak candidly, the spiritual energy in the martial realm is far too sparse, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. I have examined your condition, and you are suffering from a typical depletion of vital energy. However, it would not be prudent to switch to cultivation at this juncture. First, there are no rare treasures available to fortify your essence and marrow. And second, the spiritual energy required for your practice is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Long Cheng's countenance fell in disappointment. Yu Lin, with a reassuring smile, said, do not despair. Since I am acquainted with Qing Wu and you are her elder, I shall extend my assistance. He produced the remaining piece of blood ginseng and stated, this ginseng is imbued with potent essence of vitality. Consuming it will surely bolster your vigor, prolong your life, and it should facilitate your cultivation to the innate completion realm without significant difficulty. Moreover, the remaining ginseng can be administered to others in need within your clan. In addition, I shall impart to you a cultivation technique. Should you wish to traverse the teleportation array to the realm of cultivation after achieving innate completion, this technique will enhance your efforts manifold. Xian Yuan Long Chung was elated, taking the blood ginseng with both hands. Even before consumption, he felt the powerful vitality emanating from it, and he expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Elder Yu. Thank you, Elder Yu. Yu Lin quickly interjected. Nay, I must insist, since Qing Wu and I are of the same generation, referring to me as elder is a great disservice. Please refrain from such titles. Xian Yuan Longcheng, astute and perceptive, recognized the significance of Yu Shilin's repeated mentions of Qing Wu, and his heart swelled with joy. Then I shall not address you as young friend you either. I will simply call you Shilin. Yu Shilin replied, that is most fitting. Thus, Yu Shilin conveyed to Xian Yuan Longcheng a standardized cultivation technique, leaving the extent of his future accomplishments to his own fate. Chapter 35. A proposal. Xian Yuan moved phone and his companions awaited. And upon seeing Xian Yuan Longcheng return alongside Yu Shilin, particularly noting the affectionate pat on Yu Shilin's shoulder from Xian Yuan Longcheng, their expressions shifted from earlier dismay to astonishment. Only Xian Yuan Mufeng and Xian Yuan Dao Cheng speculated that Yu Shilin must have assisted the elder in resolving a significant dilemma. Yu Shilin noticed Xian Yuan Qing Wu casting him imploring glances, leaving him perplexed. Xian Yuan Qing Wu, in exasperation, stamped her foot and pointed to herself and Ling Er. Realizing the implication, Yu Shilin composed himself and declared with solemnity, Your Majesty, I wish to express my heartfelt sentiments towards the princess. We have already pledged our lives to one another, vowing to remain steadfast and unyielding. Thus, I humbly seek your approval to take the esteemed princess, Xian Yuan Qing Wu, as my wife. Furthermore, my companion, Ling Er, is as dear to me as family, and I wish to take her as well. I beseech your majesty to grant this request. In the martial realm of Yingwu, the prevailing customs do not place great emphasis on propriety and law. Therefore, when Yu Shilin broached the subject of marriage in the presence of the two young ladies, it did not seem out of place. It is quite common for one to take a wife and concubines simultaneously. Yu Shilin, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, As for the betrothal gifts, I currently have nothing of significance to offer. However, if your majesty consents, I shall become a member of the Xian Yuan family. Should the family encounter difficulties, I will undoubtedly put my life on the line to ensure its safety. Xian Yuan Mufeng and Xian Yuan Longcheng were overjoyed. They finally understood Yu Shilin's stance. Xian Yuan Longcheng laughed heartily, saying, Why speak of betrothal gifts? This marriage shall be decided by our ancestor. Xian Yuan Mufeng still wished to inquire about his daughter's feelings. Xian Yuan Qing Wu, blushing, replied, I have long since formed a bond with Ling Er, akin to that of sisters. Never mind. I shan't bother with you. Ultimately, Xian Yuan Qing Wu, feeling shy and unable to face several men, pulled the equally blushing Ling Er and fled. Yu Shilin respectfully bowed to Xian Yuan Mufeng, saying, Esteemed father-in-law, please allow your humble son-in-law to pay his respects. He then saluted Xian Yuan Daocheng and Xian Yuan Longcheng, as his elders graciously accepted his gesture. Once their identities were formally confirmed, the four began to discuss pressing matters. Xian Yuan Longcheng inquired, Shilin, you're aware of the news regarding the rebel forces, correct? Yu Shilin nodded, stating, I have heard that the rebels will arrive at the foot of the capital in 2 days. Xian Yuan Daocheng interjected, Let me elaborate for Shilin. The four prominent families, Zhou, Wang, Li, and He, have been secretly opposing the dynasty. Each of these families boasts innate masters. Zhou Wanli, the ancestor of the Zhou family, is at the mid-stage of innate mastery, while Wang Yang, the ancestor of the Wang family, Li Tianding of the Li family, and He Guitian of the He family are all at the early stage of innate mastery. Additionally, these four families have hundreds of martial artists at the 9th level of martial arts, and countless others at the 8th and 7th levels. Our Xian Yuan family is isolated and at a disadvantage in a fair competition, but with Shilin's involvement, the situation changes dramatically. Xian Yuan Mufeng, still somewhat concerned, asked, Is Shilin confident? Yu Shilin estimated that the innate mastery of great accomplishment is roughly equivalent to the initial stage of foundation establishment, yet it merely reflects a comparable level of cultivation, not actual power. The realms below innate mastery of great accomplishment lie between the 9th level of qi refining and the initial stage of foundation establishment, which he felt he could handle. Thus, he modestly replied, It shouldn't be a significant issue. Upon hearing this, the other three felt reassured, and Xian Yuan Longcheng, slightly impatient, said, Since the rebels will not arrive for another 2 days, We should arrange Shilin's wedding within this time. Xianyuan Mufeng expressed some hesitation, saying, "Isn't this a bit hasty?" Xianyuan Longcheng scolded him without hesitation. "You are truly foolish. If Shilin becomes our Xianyuan family's son-in-law, it will lend legitimacy to our actions against the four major families." Xianyuan Mufeng then understood, nodding in agreement. Still, Xianyuan Longcheng sought Yu Shilin's opinion. After Yu Shilin expressed his indifference, Xianyuan Longcheng promptly declared, "Daocheng, you are in charge of organizing Shilin's wedding. Remember, although the preparation time is short, we are of royal lineage and must not lose face." After receiving his orders, Xianyuan Daocheng hurriedly set off. Chapter 36. The pre-wedding farce. Under the meticulous orchestration of Xianyuan Daocheng, the resources of the entire capital were mobilized. Xianyuan Daocheng initially selected an opulent mansion to serve as the duke's residence and the venue for the wedding banquet. The arrangements for the feast, the officiant, and even the betrothal gifts from a Yu family were entirely managed by the royal household, thus eliminating numerous cumbersome formalities. However, there was one matter that Xianyuan Daocheng brought to Yu Shilin's attention. "Shilin, as you are to be wed in the capital, what shall become of the Yu family in Liuya City?" Yu Shilin responded nonchalantly, "I am I, and the Yu family is the Yu family. They are entirely unrelated. Let my uncle decide." Xianyuan Daocheng nodded, understanding fully, and even felt a sense of satisfaction hearing Yu Shilin clearly sever ties with his family. Thus he became even more dedicated to the preparations. The news of the impending marriage of the Grand Princess Xianyuan Qingwu spread through the capital with remarkable swiftness, igniting a fervor among the populace. Particularly, as some individuals embellished the tale, the newly appointed duke was portrayed as an obscure scion of a lowly family, incapable of providing even the betrothal gifts. This sparked a tempest of skepticism and criticism. Few were aware of Yu Shilin's prowess in vanquishing the celestial spirit beast, and most remained oblivious to his true capabilities. Many elite heirs from noble families, including some young royals, harbored resentment towards Yu Shilin for winning the heart of their beloved princess. With the encouragement of certain factions, a considerable number gathered, intent on confronting Yu Shilin at the duke's residence. Within the new duke's mansion, Yu Shilin was being inundated with etiquette training for the wedding. Although many formalities had been dispensed with, certain essential rituals remained unavoidable. Just as he felt overwhelmed by the barrage of information, a servant rushed in, flustered, to report, "It's terrible, Your Grace. A large crowd has come to seek trouble with you, and has already stormed the estate. We are unable to stop them." Upon hearing this, Yu Shilin felt a wave of relief wash over him, instantly invigorated. Rising calmly, he remarked, "Perfect timing. Let's go meet them." He strode purposefully out. At that moment, the throng of young heirs had gathered in the courtyard of the duke's residence, a dark mass of several hundred, all shouting in a cacophony. Yu Shilin commanded, "Halt! What brings you to intrude upon my residence? Are you not afraid of the law?" Two young gentlemen stepped forward from the crowd, both possessing the strength of the 8th level in martial arts. One introduced himself, "I am Xianyuan Qingfeng of the royal family, and this is Master Bai Mingwei, son of Prime Minister Bai. We are noble heirs and have come to the duke's residence to seek your counsel." Bai Mingwei, possessing an impressive demeanor and exuding an air of arrogance, brandished a fan as he disdainfully inquired, "Are you the newly appointed duke, Yu Shilin?" Yu Shilin thought to himself, "Is this fellow trying to show off in front of me?" Feeling somewhat irked, he replied, "Indeed, that is I." Bai Mingwei sneered, "I had presumed the new duke to be a man of exceptional merit, yet you appear to be merely a waste of talent at the first level of martial arts. Pray tell, what means did you employ to win the affections of the princess?" Yu Shilin was taken aback. "You believe I deceived her?" Bai Mingwei spat venomously. "You must have resorted to vile tactics. Otherwise, how could you possibly have become the duke?" Yu Shilin found himself at a loss for words. Behind them, numerous scions from noble families clamored recklessly, declaring, "The princess is akin to a celestial being. How could a mere mortal like you dare to approach her? Wise up and depart from the capital. Young Master Qingfeng, step forth and teach him a lesson. Avenge the princess." Young Master Bai, According to the ancient regulations of a Xianyuan dynasty, you may challenge him. Should you triumph, his status as a consort will be revoked. Yu Shilin was taken aback by such peculiar customs. At that moment, Bai Mingwei, amidst the uproar, fixed his gaze on Yu Shilin and proclaimed each word with intensity. I, Bai Mingwei, hereby challenge you, the newly appointed consort. Do you dare to respond? The noble youths erupted again in a frenzied chorus. Accept the challenge. Accept the challenge. Yu Shilin felt a throbbing headache as he surveyed the unruly crowd. He could not truly retaliate against them, for these individuals were admirers of Qingwu. Now that he had emerged victorious, their dissatisfaction was not entirely unwarranted. Furthermore, the adoration Qingwu received only added to his own glory as her husband. The clamor intensified, prompting Yu Shilin to devise a clever plan. He suppressed his cultivation, revealing his true prowess at the 9th level of qi refining, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged outward like a tidal wave. Thud, thud. Many noble youths buckled under the pressure, collapsing to the ground, while others of lesser cultivation were so frightened that they soiled themselves, creating a scene of chaos. The remaining noble youths felt as though they were being watched by an ancient beast, teetering on the brink of demise. Only Bai Mingwei and Xianyuan Qingfeng, possessing higher cultivation, gritted their teeth and endured. Yu Shilin bellowed, "Begone." This command was laced with a mental shockwave, and at last Bai Mingwei and Xianyuan Qingfeng could no longer withstand it. Crashing to their knees, seeing that the moment was ripe, Yu Shilin withdrew his oppressive aura. Bai Mingwei and Xianyuan Qingfeng scrambled to their feet and scurried away, while the other noble youths fled in a haphazard manner. The servants at the residence, witnessing the formidable prowess of their consort, erupted in applause. Chapter 37. The grand wedding ceremony in a concealed chamber. Xianyuan Longsheng was refining blood ginseng, and he too felt Yu Shilin's commanding shout, awestruck by the overwhelming pressure. News spread swiftly throughout the capital. The newly appointed consort had demonstrated remarkable might, and his chilling shout that terrified the noble youths soon became a tale told by bards, making Yu Shilin a figure of city-wide renown. The citizens of the capital were filled with curiosity about this future consort, which simultaneously alleviated a measure of their fears regarding the encroaching rebel forces. Of course, the rebels had their own spies within the capital, and news concerning Yu Shilin quickly circulated. In the rebel camp nearly 800 miles west of the capital, several patriarchs of noble families convened within a grand tent. The patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Wanli, furrowed his brow and inquired, "I trust everyone has received the news? What are your thoughts on this sudden emergence of Yu Shilin?" The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yang, scoffed. "He is merely a boy at the 9th level of martial arts. What waves could he possibly stir?" Patriarch Li Tianding of the Li family shook his head. "Not so fast. My family has an elite disciple at the 8th level of martial arts within the capital." And it was he who relayed this information. He specifically mentioned that the pressure he felt from Yu Shilin surpassed his own. The venerable patriarch Higuitian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that this young man, despite appearing to be at the 9th level of martial arts, has already attained the innate realm? How can this be possible? He is still so young." Wang Yang, maintaining his icy demeanor, retorted, "Even if he is extraordinarily gifted and has reached the innate level, so what? When the time comes, we shall leave him to Brother Zhou to handle, while the three of us will deal with this lad. Are we truly incapable of subduing him?" The others pondered this, and Zhou Wanli declared, "Then let us proceed as Brother Wang suggests and command the entire army to continue advancing towards the capital." In the capital, a festive atmosphere prevailed, adorned with lights and celebrations, as the prince consort wed the grand princess. The city was abuzz with excitement, and within the royal family, those acquainted with Yu Shilin, such as Xianyuan Xiao, Xianyuan Wuji, and Xianyuan Shoujing, gathered at the prince consort's residence to lend their support, greatly moving Yu Shilin and alleviating his sense of isolation. As the appointed hour arrived, Yu Shilin donned his ceremonial attire and mounted a magnificent steed, proceeding towards the imperial palace amidst a throng of admirers. The streets were lined with spectators, the majority offering their heartfelt congratulations, to which Yu Shilin responded with gracious smiles. Xinyuan Wuji and others, not to be idle, scattered celebratory money liberally, further heightening the jubilant atmosphere. Yu Shilin extended his spiritual awareness around him, deliberately vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, no one dared to disrupt the proceedings. Perhaps the previous day's intimidation had left an impression, and the entire journey to the palace transpired smoothly. Although the process had been simplified, Yu Shilin still had to navigate through a series of elaborate rituals before finally laying eyes on Xinyuan Qingwu and Ling. Both women were resplendent in their finery. Xinyuan Qingwu donned a vibrant crimson gown that bloomed like a peony at her feet, her pale yellow ceremonial attire glimmering with a subtle golden sheen, and wide sleeves adorned with intricate floral patterns, her face obscured beneath a large red silk veil. Linger wore a light yellow garment with silver patterns, paired with a flowing skirt of pale red and white magnolia, her head similarly veiled in crimson silk. Yu Shilin was momentarily captivated, not employing his spiritual awareness to sneak a glimpse, but simply indulging his eyes in their beauty, only snapping to attention when prompted by the officiant to complete the rites of bowing to heaven and earth, honoring his parents, and the couple's mutual bowing. Following the conclusion of the wedding rites, Xinyuan Qingwu and Linger withdrew, while the father of the bride, Xinyuan Mufeng, approached Yu Shilin and quietly remarked, "I suspect many will seek to toast you today. According to the customs of our Xinyuan dynasty, it is imperative for the prince consort to partake in drinks on his wedding day, and refusal is not an option, continuing until the prince consort succumbs to intoxication. How is your tolerance for alcohol?" Yu Shilin replied with a knowing smile, "I have absolutely no concerns." Xinyuan Mufeng regarded Yu Shilin's claim with skepticism, yet, as the banquet was about to commence, he refrained from inquiring further. An array of exquisite delicacies flowed forth like a river, with barrels of imperial wine being transported from the cellar. Xinyuan Mufeng, as the emperor of Dayan and the host of the banquet, delivered a few ceremonial remarks, and, after partaking in several toasts, the atmosphere grew boisterous. Many guests, eager to pay their respects to the prince consort, gravitated towards Yu Shilin's table, seeing the situation escalate. Xinyuan Wuji and others stepped forth to shield Yu Shilin from the onslaught of toasts, but they were quickly overwhelmed and dragged away by others eager to pour drinks, leaving Yu Shilin to fend for himself in solitary combat. Yu Shilin calmly remarked, "If you wish to drink, it's quite simple. Just form a line and come one by one." The crowd, unable to endure such arrogance from Yu Shilin, witnessed one individual step forward assertively. "I am Xinyuan Mingwen of the imperial family, and I toast to the newlywed prince's happiness. I shall finish this cup, and you may drink at your leisure." Xinyuan Mingwen downed his drink in one gulp, while his gaze remained fixed on Yu Shilin. Only when he saw Yu Shilin also drain his cup did he retreat, satisfied. Soon, a second person approached with a toast, followed by a third. An endless stream of well-wishers came forth to toast Yu Shilin, who graciously accepted each offering and drank them all. After consuming the alcohol, he immediately channeled his internal energy to refine it, transforming the liquor within him into vapor that quietly dissipated into the ether. Thus, regardless of how much he drank, it was as if he had consumed nothing at all. Surrounding Yu Shilin were dozens of empty jars, and the spectators' initial disdain shifted to astonishment, admiration, and ultimately to incredulity. Xinyuan Mufeng, concerned for him, made a trip over to check, and upon seeing Yu Shilin's unperturbed demeanor, left without a word. The revelers around him had already succumbed to the effects of drink, and it was only when no one remained standing before him that Yu Shilin poured himself a cup and sighed, "Alas, I cannot find anyone to share a drink with. How lonely it is." Those still sober around him dared not respond, each thinking, "Surely, this prince cannot be a celestial wine deity descended to earth, capable of such prodigious consumption." Many military leaders expressed their admiration for Yu Shilin, exclaiming, "Indeed, a prince like him is the true embodiment of the great Yin dynasty. With such drinking prowess, he must be unrivaled across the entire heroic continent." The banquet continued late into the night before Yu Shilin, guided by the palace attendants, finally arrived at his bridal chamber. Bathed in the glow of red candles, Xinyuan Qingwu awaited him, elegantly adorned and poised at the bedside. At this moment, Shilin felt a blend of excitement and nervousness. Both in his past and present life, he had been inexperienced. This was his wedding night, and he was overwhelmed by a dreamlike sensation, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily as he softly called out, "Qingwu." Xinyuan Qingwu, equally anxious, felt her tension ease upon witnessing Shilin's awkwardness, playfully teasing, "Fool, why have you returned so late?" Spurred by her words, Shilin gathered his courage and leaped forward, embracing Xinyuan Qingwu, finally grasping the tangible warmth of her form. The scene unfolded like a romantic tableau, illuminated by candlelight amidst the drapery of their bridal chamber. After a prolonged moment, Xinyuan Qingwu nestled against Shilin, gently playing with his hair while reminding him, "Linger is still waiting in the adjacent chamber." Shilin replied, "I am aware, but Linger's constitution is unique. She is yet to reach a mature state. If I were to join her, it would sever her path of cultivation." Xinyuan Qingwu pinched his side lightly, and upon hearing his pained response, she said with a hint of irritation, "Even so, tonight is the most significant day in Linger's life. If you do not go to her, you cannot imagine how heartbroken she might be. Though she is nominally a concubine, our bond is akin to that of sisters, and I do not wish for her to harbor resentment towards me. You must go to her." Shilin, upon hearing that Xinyuan Qingwu sincerely wished for him to accompany Linger, complied with her request and went over. Linger, in the adjacent room, was engulfed in sorrow, but her spirits lifted instantaneously upon hearing Shilin's arrival. Yet, she bashfully burrowed under the covers, unable to face him. In the presence of Linger, Shilin felt considerably more at ease. Noticing her shyness, he extinguished the candle with a playful laugh and leapt onto the bed. Under Shilin's gentle words of comfort, Linger's displeasure dissipated into thin air. However, his playful touches left her blushing furiously. Fortunately, Shilin retained enough composure to cease his teasing, and they embraced each other, drifting into slumber. Chapter 38. The rebels surround the city the following day. As Shilin slept soundly, Xinyuan Qingwu's voice pierced through, "Fool, get up quickly. The rebels are nearing the capital." Shilin hastily opened his eyes to find Xinyuan Qingwu and Linger standing at the foot of his bed, both clad in warrior attire, exuding an air of vigor. Xinyuan Qingwu held a set of golden light armor, urging him to don it and join her on the city walls. Upon wearing the armor, which fit him surprisingly well, Xinyuan Qingwu appraised his appearance and nodded approvingly. "Not bad at all." Shilin hurriedly followed Xinyuan Qingwu to the city tower. Encountering squads of fully armed soldiers en route, their expressions grave, clearly burdened by the formidable threat posed by the rebels. Upon reaching the tower, they found Xinyuan Mufeng, Xinyuan Daocheng, and Xinyuan Wui already awaiting them, all donned in battle attire, with Xinyuan Mufeng appearing particularly fatigued, as if he had not rested at all the previous night. Upon seeing Shilin, Xinyuan Mufeng finally managed a faint smile, softly saying, "You've arrived." After exchanging greetings, Shilin inquired directly, "What is the situation?" Xinyuan Daocheng leaned closer. Pointing beyond the city walls, "Look, Shilin." Shilin gazed out to see the rebel vanguard, having reached a distance of over 500 paces from the moat, forming their ranks with precision, while an endless stream of reinforcements approached from behind, banners obscuring the sun, swords and armor glimmering like a forest. Under the command of their standard-bearers, the rebels swiftly arranged themselves for an assault, with catapults and heavy crossbows already positioned at the foot of the walls. As the ominous aura of impending violence washed over him, Shilin, despite being a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, felt a considerable weight upon his heart when confronted with the imposing presence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The ordinary soldiers atop the walls displayed pallor, evidently intimidated by the rebels' overwhelming might. Xinyuan Daocheng scoffed, "Our city's defenses are robust. The rebels are merely posturing. A direct assault would only lead to their own casualties. I wonder which family dares to initiate the attack first." As Xinyuan Daocheng had predicted, the rebels merely encircled the capital without hastening their offensive. The rebel camp parted to reveal a path, and 4 venerable figures rode forth, standing below the walls, the patriarchs of the four prominent families. Zhou Wanli bellowed, "Xianyuan Mufeng, your family has ruled for centuries, yet your tyranny has led the people to despair and the world into chaos. Today in accordance with the will of the people, unite with the other families to vow the overthrow of your great Yin dynasty, restoring the realm to clarity and order. If you are wise, bind yourself before the battle, and I shall grant your Xianyuan family a chance at survival, thereby sparing the citizens of the capital from the ravages of war. However, should you remain obstinate, the day the city falls will herald the annihilation of your family. Consider this carefully." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Xianyuan clan were filled with righteous indignation. Xianyuan Mufeng rose and retorted coldly, "What utter nonsense! Since the founding of our great Yin, we have implemented benevolent governance, allowing the people to flourish in peace. It is you four great families who, under the cover of darkness, have extorted the populace, maintained private armies, and today dare to rebel openly, plunging the common folk into chaos. You four families are the true villains deserving of punishment. Even if my Xianyuan clan must fight to the last man, we will not allow you to succeed so easily." The elder of the Wang family, Wang Yang, impatiently interjected, "Mufeng, I have no desire to converse with you. You are not the one in charge of the Xianyuan clan. Summon the old fool, Xianyuan Longcheng." Before Xianyuan Mufeng could respond, a loud laughter echoed from the city wall. "Ha ha! Xianyuan Longcheng has been waiting here for quite some time." Xianyuan Longcheng appeared proudly atop the battlements, laughing heartily. Wang Yang's voice turned cold. "Longcheng, think carefully. We possess 4 innate masters, while you have only one. If you do not surrender soon, once we slay you, the capital will fall without a fight. At that time, every male of the Xianyuan clan will be executed, and the women will be consigned to servitude, reducing your once noble family to mere slaves." Fury ignited within Xianyuan Longcheng as he leaped down to stand before the two armies, declaring, "Zhou Wanli and Wang Yang, you shameless wretches. Last time you conspired to ambush me, and now I shall settle that score with you." Suddenly, the elder of the He family exclaimed in astonishment, "Something is amiss. How has Xianyuan Longcheng become so youthful?" The four elders then noticed that Xianyuan Longcheng, once frail and aged, now resembled a man in his 50s. His hair transformed from white to a dappled gray. Xianyuan Longcheng laughed heartily. "Surprised, are you? Enough idle chatter. Let us settle this matter." Wang Yang's expression grew serious. This old fool must have encountered some fortuitous event. His vitality has returned to its peak. "Zhou, do you have confidence in facing him?" Zhou Wanli pondered momentarily and replied, "He and I will test his depth, while you and Li assist us in holding the line." As the four elders concluded their discussion and prepared to act, a languid voice interrupted, "Have you four old fools forgotten my presence? To speak of slaughtering all the men of the Xianyuan family and turning the women into slaves is quite a bold claim, as if you disregard me, the royal son-in-law." With that, Shilin leaped down from the city wall to confront the elders of the four great families. Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance at Shilin, saying, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, a mere child. Do not think that having defeated a celestial beast by chance qualifies you to contend with innate masters. Such beings are beyond your comprehension." Shilin scoffed. "What a narrow-minded fool you are. You know nothing of the vastness of this world. Very well, today I shall enlighten you." Wang Yang seethed. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Brother Zhou, brother He, you two hold off Xianyuan Longcheng. Leave this young brat to me," Wang Yang declared as he soared into the air. With a powerful punch unleashed, a torrent of true essence surged towards Shilin. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanli and He Guotian engaged Xianyuan Longcheng, causing a tempest of sand and stones to erupt as their energies clashed, forcing even the rebel formation to retreat momentarily and affording these masters a space to battle. Shilin, standing resolutely, did not flinch as Wang Yang's punch approached. On the city walls, Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger gasped in disbelief. With a thunderous impact, Wang Yang's fist struck Shilin's golden armor, indenting it significantly. However, Shilin, having reached the 7th level of the human realm, felt merely a twinge of pain. He scoffed, "The strength of the innate realm is nothing remarkable." Wang Yang was taken aback to see Yu Shilin unharmed by his blow. Before he could react, Yu Shilin retaliated. A flash of blue light caught Wang Yang's attention as he found himself suspended in mid-air with no means of support, prompting him to hastily summon his true essence shield. The blue light collided with the shield, causing it to shatter. Yet Wang Yang managed to withstand Yu Shilin's onslaught thanks to this brief respite. As he landed, heart racing, he urgently called out, "This kid is peculiar, Brother Li. Come lend a hand." Seeing the situation unfold, the elder of the Li family, Li Tianding, wasted no time and joined the fray. Both elders drew their weapons. Li Tianding wielded a pair of judge's pens, while Wang Yang brandished a yin-headed ring knife. Together, they pressed their attack on Yu Shilin. Having gauged the strength of the innate masters, Yu Shilin felt the weight of the battle at Xianyuan Longsheng and resolved to end it swiftly. Wang Yang's blade shimmered with fierce energy as he aimed a powerful strike at Yu Shilin's neck, while Li Tianding's judge's pen aimed directly for Yu Shilin's vital spot. Their teamwork was impeccable. Yu Shilin infused his blue spirit dagger with essence, causing it to radiate a brilliant blue light as it met Wang Yang's strike. With a resounding crash, the yin-headed ring knife was cleaved in twain by the blue dagger. Despite being forged from tempered steel, it could not withstand the might of the essence-infused weapon. In that moment of shock, Yu Shilin's dagger, still brimming with power, sliced towards Wang Yang's neck. The true essence shield shattered, and blood erupted from Wang Yang's throat as he clutched it in disbelief, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, Li Tianding's judge's pen struck Yu Shilin's back. Though he felt the pen pierce through Yu Shilin's armor, it was ultimately halted by Yu Shilin's formidable physique. Terrified, Li Tianding attempted to withdraw the pen for defense, but it was too late. Yu Shilin swiftly turned, wielding the blue dagger to stab at Li Tianding's chest. A piercing blue light shattered his true essence shield, inflicting excruciating pain that dulled his senses before he fell, lifeless. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanli and He Guotian, locked in a fierce battle with Xianyuan Longsheng, sensed the dire situation unfolding nearby, and a chill coursed through them, igniting thoughts of retreat. Xianyuan Longsheng initially found it quite challenging to battle against the two adversaries. However, upon discovering the remarkable prowess of Yu Shilin, a surge of joy filled his heart. Drawing upon his remaining strength, he unleashed his true energy with reckless abandon, determined to hold off the two opponents with all his might. With a powerful shout, Zhou Wanli struck back against Xianyuan Longsheng, preparing to retreat to the rebel camp. Unexpectedly, Yu Shilin, moving with astonishing speed, intercepted him on his escape route. In a fit of rage, Zhou Wanli lunged at Yu Shilin with all his strength, but his efforts proved futile. Within merely 2 exchanges, the blue dagger pierced his heart. As consciousness faded, Zhou Wanli lamented in his final moments about encountering such a prodigy as Yu Shilin. Witnessing Zhou Wanli's demise, He Guotian was struck with inexplicable terror, momentarily forgetting to evade. He was met with a palm strike from Xianyuan Longsheng that sent him flying directly towards Yu Shilin. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Shilin struck down, and a spray of blood filled the air, leaving He Guotian lifeless on the ground, his head severed from his body. The battlefield shifted dramatically. With the demise of the 4 great clans' ancestors, both sides stood in stunned silence. Moments later, chaos erupted within the rebel ranks. Elated by the turn of events, Xianyuan Mufeng drew his sword and commanded the troops to exit the city and annihilate the rebels. Xianyuan Daocheng, Xianyuan Wuji, and other leaders echoed his battle cries, drawing their blades, with even Xianyuan Xingwu and Ling Er joining the fray. The city gates swung wide open, and the drawbridge lowered as the soldiers surged forth. Noticing that Xianyuan Xingwu and Ling Er had also emerged, Yu Shilin hurried to join them. Fearing for their safety, the morale of the rebels had long since crumbled, and they began to flee in disarray. However, with so many gathered, the chaos was palpable. Rebels trampled one another in their desperation, some even turning their blades against their own comrades, resulting in utter pandemonium. Xian Yuan Longcheng was the first to charge into the ranks of the rebels. His gaze fixed upon the heads of the four great clans and their elite descendants, those who were the architects of the insurrection and thus deserving of punishment. He showed no mercy as he eliminated the clan leaders, elders, and elite disciples, claiming the lives of dozens of masters across the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels of martial arts. Shilin, standing guard beside the two women, refrained from excessive bloodshed, given his current strength. Slaying these ordinary warriors would hold little significance. Following the deaths of the rebel leaders, the remaining forces lost their will to fight, surrendering en masse. The Xian Yuan royal army accepted the surrenders while pursuing the die-hard elements, only ceasing their pursuit after slaughtering for several dozen miles. In this confrontation, the rebels were utterly defeated, with over half surrendering, some being annihilated, and others scattering in flight, resulting in the substantial loss of the clan's core forces and a significant weakening of their morale. The battlefield erupted with the resounding cheers of victory from the Xian Yuan royal army. Chapter 40. The royal treasury Shilin's reputation soared in the capital, his name echoing far and wide, establishing him as the preeminent figure of the heroic continent. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Mufeng and the others busied themselves with post-battle affairs, clearing the remnants of the insurrectionist clans, with nothing pressing to attend to. Shilin took the opportunity to explore the royal gardens in the company of Xian Yuan Qingwu and Ling Er. Xian Yuan Qingwu recalled the matter and said, "Over these past centuries, our royal treasury has been a treasure trove of rare and exquisite artifacts. Originally, after you vanquished the celestial spirit beast, you were entitled to select treasures at will from the treasury. Now, why not take a leisurely look? Perhaps you may find something of use." Upon hearing this, Shilin was instantly invigorated, and the three of them made their way to the entrance of the royal treasury. The royal treasury was constructed within the heart of a stone mountain, its grandeur unmatched, filled with myriad treasures. Upon arriving at the heavily guarded entrance, the on-duty commander, upon recognizing the princess and her consort, hastily paid his respects. Xian Yuan Qingwu said, "We have come to browse the treasures, so please open the doors." The commander, not daring to delay, complied and opened the grand entrance. As Shilin stepped into the treasury, he was momentarily blinded by the brilliance surrounding him. It was akin to an enormous museum, with rows of display cases showcasing a plethora of rare treasures, various gemstones, beast bones, the pelts of exotic creatures, paintings, ancient artifacts, exquisite porcelain, and diverse crafts. Each item, should one choose even a single piece, would be worth a fortune. Shilin marveled, realizing that his father-in-law truly epitomized the wealth of a sovereign, overflowing with riches. Noticing Shilin's dazed expression, Xian Yuan Qingwu chuckled. "Do you not think the royal family is affluent beyond measure?" Shilin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have never encountered such wealth in my lifetime." Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Xian Yuan Qingwu sighed, "Yet this wealth is but a superficial possession. Had it not been for you, the rebel forces might have breached the capital, and this treasury would have been plundered, erasing centuries of the Xian Yuan family's amassed fortunes." Shilin concurred. Though, as a cultivator, he found little meaning in worldly treasures, viewing them merely as curiosities. As the trio wandered and explored, Xian Yuan Qingwu occasionally provided insights about familiar artifacts, while many others remained unknown to her, prompting their collective curiosity to delve deeper. Having nearly explored the vast treasury, Shilin found nothing of value for his cultivation, seemingly at a dead end. Upon reaching a corner at the rear of the treasury, Shilin noticed some gold sand blocks on the ground and curiously inquired, "What are these?" Xian Yuan Qingwu glanced at them and replied casually, "I recall these are some gold sand that accompanied a tribute of gemstones from a minor vassal state. I received them during that time, and, after sorting the gemstones, these blocks were conveniently stacked here." Shilin nodded, and as they prepared to depart, he suddenly felt the blue dagger in his dantian stirring restlessly, as if eager to escape his body. Startled, Shilin realized that the blue dagger rarely showed such agitation. Its movement indicated it sensed an extraordinary material. Could there be something peculiar about these gold sand blocks? He quickly halted the two women and employed his spiritual sense to examine the gold sand blocks closely. Ultimately, he discerned that one block of gold sand was extraordinary, pulsating with an immense malevolent energy. After searching through the legacy memories left by Meng Songlong, he discovered that this was a piece of gung gold. The essence of gung metal, known for its formidable and robust nature, stands as one of the finest materials for crafting weapons. The blue spirit dagger, sensing the presence of gung metal, stirred with eagerness. Shilin grasped the piece of gung metal, and the blue spirit dagger, no longer restrained, soared forth, eagerly beginning to consume it. Shilin promptly summoned true fire to forge the gung metal, collaborating with the blue spirit dagger in a consuming frenzy. Gung metal, embodying the essence of yang, required true fire for optimal refinement. The blue spirit dagger voraciously devoured the malevolent aura of the gung metal, transforming it into the sharp sword energy of gung metal, which was subsequently stored within the dagger. As the blue spirit dagger absorbed the gung metal, its form slightly expanded, evolving into the blue spirit short sword. With its quality elevated from a low-grade spiritual weapon to a mid-grade one, a soft chime resonated as the absorption concluded, revealing a faint golden glow emanating from the sword's body. Upon inspection, Shilin discovered that the short sword contained an exceptionally sharp gung metal sword energy. When wielded, enhanced by spiritual essence, a gentle sweep towards the stone wall unleashed a chilling sword aura that penetrated the wall, leaving a slender gash several meters deep. Shilin was taken aback. The blue spirit short sword, now empowered by gung metal sword energy, had its potency amplified manifold. The two women accompanying him watched in awe. After explaining the situation, they expressed their astonishment. Remembering an important matter, Shilin produced several top-tier qi refining pills and presented them to the women, alongside a handful of low-grade spirit stones, to establish a small spiritual gathering array. Instantly, the atmosphere within the treasury became saturated with spiritual energy. Shilin encouraged the women to cultivate swiftly and break through at the earliest opportunity. Xian Yuan, Qing Wu, and Linger, without further ado, seated themselves within the gathering array and commenced their cultivation, their levels rapidly ascending. With the aid of the premium qi refining pills and the gathering array, both women swiftly progressed from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refinement. As the hundreds of low-grade spirit stones were reduced to dust, they reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Shilin remarked that they should pause for now, as further advancements towards foundational establishment required a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, nearly unattainable in the martial realm, suggesting they pursue this in the realm of cultivation in the future. The two women nodded in obedient agreement. Chapter 41. Entering the ancestral hall, the trio departed the treasury and returned to the royal palace. On their way, they encountered an inner court official delivering a message, stating that the ancestor of Xian Yuan Longsheng had summoned them to the Grand Hall for a meeting. Upon arrival, Shilin was taken aback by the bustling crowd of over 100 individuals. Perplexed, he received an explanation from Xian Yuan Qinwu, who informed him that these were significant members of the royal family, though the purpose of the ancestors' assembly remained unclear. At that moment, Xian Yuan Longsheng spotted Shilin and, with a beaming smile, beckoned him forward. Stepping into the spotlight, Shilin felt a wave of confusion as Xian Yuan Longsheng's expression shifted to one of solemnity. He addressed the assembly, stating, Shilin is the legitimate son-in-law of our Xian Yuan royal family. Today, during the siege by the rebel forces, he vanquished formidable foes and achieved remarkable merit. Without his valor, our dynasty might have faced annihilation. Thus, his contributions are monumental. I have convened you all today to announce an important matter. At this juncture, an elderly gentleman with a white beard interjected, "Is it concerning his entry into the ancestral hall to become an ancestor?" Xian Yuan Longsheng affirmed, "Indeed, that is precisely the matter at hand." Seeing Shilin's puzzled expression, he continued, "The Xian Yuan royal family has a family rule that those who have made great contributions to the clan are permitted to enter the Xian Yuan ancestral hall, becoming revered ancestors and enjoying the veneration of the entire family. For instance, Over 300 years ago, the esteemed ancestor Di Shangyang assisted our Xianyuan family in its rise. And as a family son-in-law, it was only natural for him to become an ancestor. Today, the situation for Shilin is quite similar. Thus, it is only fitting for him to become an ancestor as well. Shilin hesitated. This may not be entirely appropriate, is it? Xianyuan Longcheng replied decisively. You need not worry. Just as Ancestor D was in your position, he thrived as an ancestor. You simply need to respond affirmatively or not. Shilin thought to himself that he was already aboard the Xianyuan family's vessel, and becoming an ancestor was not a significant matter, so he nodded in agreement. Xianyuan Longcheng felt a surge of joy and looked down at the assembly, saying, "Since Shilin has agreed, can there be any dissent among the clan?" The crowd voiced their agreement in a cacophony, with only the deranged opposing such a decision. Xianyuan Longcheng nodded and proclaimed, "Since there are no objections, I, as the head of the Xianyuan clan, hereby announce, Shilin shall henceforth be recognized as an ancestor of the Xianyuan family. All members of the clan must strictly adhere to the laws and show utmost respect. Any who disrespect shall face severe punishment. Quickly disseminate this decree throughout the family." The assembly responded in unison. "We pay our respects to Ancestor Yu." Xianyuan Longcheng patted Shilin on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "My brother at present. We are the only two ancestors of a Xianyuan family. We shall not be concerned with generational titles. Based on age, you shall call me elder brother, and I shall refer to you as younger brother. Ha ha." Xianyuan Longcheng's laughter echoed, while Shilin could only manage a wry smile, feeling completely bewildered. How would he address Xianyuan Mufeng or Xianyuan Qingwu in the future? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Xianyuan Longcheng reassured him in gatherings such as these. Your identity is that of an ancestor. Privately, how you choose to identify yourself is entirely your decision. Shilin sighed in relief, thinking that this was more acceptable. Xianyuan Longcheng added, "According to clan rules, you should also enter the ancestral hall to carve your own tablet." Shilin inquired, "What tablet?" Xianyuan Longcheng explained, "Every ancestor possesses their own tablet, which is personally carved, allowing future generations to pay their respects." Xianyuan Longcheng then led Shilin to a secluded courtyard within the royal palace. Upon entering, Shilin discovered an ancient and elegant ancestral hall, a massive stone structure that appeared to have stood for over 1,000 years, with the words Xianyuan Ancestral Hall inscribed prominently above. The characters, weathered by time, exhibited a sense of profound history. Xianyuan Longcheng remarked, "The Ancestral Hall is a sacred place for our Xianyuan family, and no ordinary person is permitted to enter without permission. Come, brother, let's proceed inside." Shilin followed Xianyuan Longcheng into the hall, which was simply adorned with dozens of portraits lining the walls. Each portrait corresponded to a tablet, bearing the names of various ancestors. Shilin noticed the first ancestor, named Xianyuan Hong, along with the names of other ancestors, including Di Shangyang. However, curiously, there was no portrait accompanying Di Shangyang's name. Shilin, perplexed, asked, "Why is there no portrait of Di Shangyang?" Xianyuan Longcheng appeared somewhat embarrassed as he responded, "Well, it is said that the esteemed Emperor Zhao believed that his magnificent visage and unparalleled aura could not be captured by any painter of the heroic continent. Thus, he declined the artist's offer to render his likeness, leaving only a memorial tablet inscribed with his own name, carved meticulously by his own hand." Shilin was momentarily speechless, pondering the vanity of this Emperor Shangyang. In Chapter 42, comprehending the sword technique, Shilin gazed at the name inscribed on the tablet, initially finding it unremarkable and devoid of any artistic merit, to the point of lacking any semblance of calligraphy. However, upon closer inspection, he began to perceive that the characters seemed to possess a life of their own, gradually twisting and transforming into three diminutive figures, each wielding a blade in a graceful dance. Shilin was taken aback, realizing that Emperor Shangyang had encapsulated the essence of his swordsmanship within the tablet. He began to observe intently, while Xianyuan Longcheng, noticing Shilin's stillness akin to meditation, refrained from disturbing him and quietly withdrew to the side. The three figures on the tablet continued their mesmerizing performance, each move demonstrating the might of Emperor Xianyang's Qiyang sword technique, imbued with an overwhelming aura that captivated the soul, exuding an indescribable profundity. Shilin marveled at the exquisite swordplay, never imagining such sophistication existed within this realm. An idea suddenly struck him. Could he possibly create a sword technique of his own? While he possessed the Hongmeng Transformation art, his actual practice of techniques was woefully limited. Should he encounter a powerful cultivator in the future, lacking a skill to rely upon would leave him utterly vulnerable. Despite recognizing the unparalleled brilliance of Emperor Xianyang's swordplay, Shilin felt a sense of pride, believing it might not be suited to his own style. With his blue spirit short sword in hand, he resolved to explore the creation of a technique that would befit him. Observing Emperor Xianyang's swordplay felt like a gateway opening before him, allowing him to glean insights based solely on his own understanding. Summoning the blue spirit short sword, Shilin closed his eyes in contemplation. Initially, he made no progress, but as he delved into the sword's essence, he attempted to establish a connection. Although there was no immediate response, he gradually sensed that the blue spirit short sword possessed a kind of sentience, as if it were slowly melding into an extension of his own arm. With this realization, he recognized that the sword had finally acknowledged him, marking a pivotal step in mastering the most crucial aspect of swordsmanship, the unity of sword and wielder. With the sword as an extension of his will, it moved in tandem with his thoughts, as if guided by his own fingers. Reflecting on his inexplicable journey to this place, he remained unaware of the reasons behind his arrival. However, having come thus far, he resolved not to squander this opportunity, choosing instead to stir the heavens and revel in the freedom this realm offered. With this intention ignited, the blue spirit short sword blazed with radiant light and began to dance, unleashing a tempestuous surge of metallic sword energy. Remembering that he stood within the ancestral hall of the Xianyuan family, he swiftly moved outside and proclaimed, "First dance of the carefree sword technique," shattering the mountains and rivers. The ferocious metallic sword energy erupted, directed at a small artificial hill outside the hall. In an explosive impact, the hill was shattered into countless fragments. Shilin felt a profound sense of satisfaction, although his current cultivation level was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He estimated that the power of this sword technique could not be resisted by cultivators below the 4th layer of foundation establishment. In the future, as his cultivation advanced, it was not impossible for the first move, Shanhe Sui, to truly split mountains and seas. For now, he had only comprehended the first move of the Xiao Yao sword technique, and he was yet unaware of the second move, which he could only grasp gradually in time. Xian Yuan Longcheng, standing beside him, was left utterly astounded, his complexion paling. He sensed the terrifying nature of this sword technique. If it struck him, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness. Once Shilin sheathed the blue short sword, Xian Yuan Longcheng regained his composure, wiping away a cold sweat, and approached with a forced smile, saying, "Brother, what sword technique is this? It is truly formidable." Shilin chuckled. "This is a sword technique of my own invention. I hope I did not amuse you too much. However, this technique is rather special and can only achieve such effect in my hands. You would find it impossible to cultivate." Xian Yuan Longcheng forced a smile in response. "That is a relief for me." He then produced a white jade tablet, saying, "Brother, inscribe your name upon it." After contemplating for a moment, Shilin employed the first move of the Xiao Yao sword technique. With a few hissing sounds, sword qi shot forth, and the jade tablet was instantly inscribed with the characters, Shilin. The elegant and ethereal calligraphy was infused with a palpable sword qi that deterred one from gazing directly at it, embodying both a sense of transcendence and the melancholic weight of shattered landscapes. Xian Yuan Longcheng exclaimed, "What a magnificent script! I can already sense the essence of that sword technique within these characters. You are indeed remarkable." He then inquired, "Should we summon an artist to create a portrait?" Recalling the flamboyance of Di Shangyang, Shilin laughed heartily. "Since he has no need to paint, I shall forego it as well." That night, the secretary of the Xianyuan royal family's secret history recorded, on the 8th day of the 9th month in the 348th year of the Great Yin Dynasty. The four great families, Zhou, Wang, Li, and He, conspired to rebel, besieging the capital, creating a dire situation. The royal son-in-law, Shilin, stepped forward, displaying unmatched valor, slaying the ancestors of the four great families, turning the tide of calamity, and shaking the world with his might. He was specially promoted to the ranks of the ancestors of the Xianyuan family, and future generations must revere, honor, and worship him with utmost sincerity. Chapter 43. The teleportation array. With matters of the Xianyuan dynasty coming to a close, the rebellious family's power plummeted and were subjected to a purge, unable to stir up any further turmoil. The other families, intimidated by Shilin's might, dared not make any moves. Shilin, Xianyuan Qinwu, and Ling had all reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, and breaking through to foundation establishment in the heroic martial continent was akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, after wandering for several months, Shilin began contemplating his departure from the martial realm to the immortal realm. One day, Shilin, Xianyuan Qinwu, Ling Xianyuan Longcheng, Xianyuan Daocheng, and Xianyuan Mufeng gathered to discuss their plans to leave the martial realm. Shilin was the first to inquire about the teleportation array. Xianyuan Longcheng replied, "According to family records, the teleportation array is located in the Yindang Mountains, approximately 200 li east of the capital. But its exact position remains unknown. I once ventured to the Yindang Mountains to investigate, but found no trace of it. How shameful." Shilin remarked, "In that case, we should conduct an on-site investigation." A group of individuals clandestinely made their way towards Yindang Mountain and, after half a day's journey, arrived within its embrace. Though Yindang Mountain is not extensive, spanning merely a few dozen miles, its peaks rise majestically, perpetually shrouded in a veil of white mist that obscures their true form. The paths are steep, and it is rare for anyone to traverse them. Shilin surmised that the teleportation array might not be located at the mountain's base, deciding instead to ascend to the mountainside before employing his spiritual awareness to investigate. All members of the party were martial artists, and such ascents were commonplace for them. Thus, it was not long before they reached the mountainside, where the fog thickened. With closed eyes, Shilin unleashed his spiritual awareness like a cascade of mercury, now capable of spanning several miles. Every movement of the flora and fauna within this range lay under his perceptive grasp. After finding nothing of note, the party continued their ascent towards the summit. As they neared the peak, Shilin felt a growing restlessness within him. The summit revealed a considerable expanse, its mist even denser, visibility reduced to less than 10 paces. Shilin continued his examination through his spiritual awareness, but yielded no results. Yet, he sensed a subtle distinction between the mist atop the mountain and that which enveloped the valleys below, leading him to a sudden realization that the teleportation array might be concealed. He recalled the array knowledge imparted by Meng Sanglong, understanding that an array is a convergence of consciousness, matter, energy, space, and time to harness the forces of nature and achieve a transformative effect within a defined space. For an array to exist, there must be foundational bases and a focal point. Meng Sanglong, a formidable figure in his time, had shared invaluable insights into the art of arrays with Shilin. Following this guidance, Shilin meticulously searched with his spiritual awareness and swiftly identified 4 foundational bases and a focal point, discovering that the teleportation array lay concealed at the summit. Moreover, he discerned an additional concealment array above it. However, due to the depletion of spiritual energy within the foundational stones, this concealment array was exceedingly unstable. Shilin conjectured that the previously observed teleportation array might have been rendered visible due to the failure of the concealment array. To activate the teleportation array, a significant influx of energy would be required due to the dwindling spiritual stones. He procured 4 inferior spiritual stones, replacing the nearly exhausted ones within the bases, and dispelled the concealment array. Once the stones were embedded, a resounding rumble echoed across the mountaintop as the teleportation array began to activate. The white mist began to dissipate, slowly revealing the array, with a faint halo forming at its center. While Shilin examined it closely, the others stood in a state of awe. Xianyuan Qingwu murmured, "Is this the gateway to the realm of cultivation?" Shilin turned back, his expression serious, and stated, "This is a unidirectional teleportation array. Once entered, there is no returning through this portal. Additionally, the spatial forces during the teleportation are immensely turbulent, posing a high risk of perishing within the passage." The group was taken aback. After a moment of silence, Shilin resolutely declared, "I have made up my mind to venture into the realm of cultivation." Linger interjected, "Young master, wherever you go, I shall follow." Xianyuan Qingwu affirmed with determination, "Husband, I will accompany you without fail." Xianyuan Mufeng opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Shilin gazed at Xianyuan Longsheng, who was brimming with eagerness. Yet he doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. "Brother, I can see your desire to go, but you are currently at the mid-stage of the innate realm. I fear you might not withstand the tearing force of spatial transmission. If you were at the consummate innate stage, there might be a chance. Protecting Qingwu and Linger during the transmission was already my utmost limit. Adding another person could spell doom for us all." Disappointment clouded Xianyuan Longsheng's face, but Shilin continued, "However, hope is not entirely lost. If you diligently cultivate to the consummate innate stage, you may still utilize the teleportation array to come." Xianyuan Longsheng regained his composure and nodded. "What you say is indeed wise, brother. I shall return and enter seclusion to hasten my progress." Shilin added, "Your father-in-law and uncle are in the same boat. Should they break through to the consummate innate stage, they too may venture into the realm of cultivation." Xianyuan Mufeng and Xianyuan Daocheng exchanged wry smiles. One was at the 8th level of martial arts, the other at the 9th, and neither had even touched the threshold of the innate realm. The prospect of breaking through to the consummate innate stage seemed a distant dream. Shilin sighed, acknowledging that the path of cultivation was dictated by one's own fortune, and there was little he could do to prepare for any eventuality. He handed Xianyuan Longsheng 4 low-grade spirit stones, stating, "These stones can activate the teleportation array. Should the energy of the array be depleted, simply embed these stones into the array's base, and it shall be reactivated." Xianyuan Longsheng nodded, and as he observed Shilin preparing to depart, he earnestly said, "Brother, take utmost care on the other side. Protect yourself well. As soon as I break through, I will come to find you." Suddenly, Xianyuan Qingwu burst into tears. Rushing toward Xianyuan Mufeng, and the father and daughter embraced tightly. After a long moment, Xianyuan Mufeng wiped his tearful eyes and addressed Shilin, "Shilin, I have one request. Please ensure Qingwu's safety once you arrive." Shilin solemnly replied, "Rest assured, father-in-law. I shall guard Qingwu with my life." Xianyuan Mufeng nodded and turned to Xianyuan Qingwu, saying, "Go now, Qingwu. The world beyond is vast and boundless. As your father, I am genuinely happy for you." Reluctantly, the three stepped into the luminous circle. Upon sensing their presence, the teleportation array flared to life, and Shilin softly uttered, "Take care, dear ones. May fate bring us together again." The brilliance of the circle intensified, and a spatial passageway materialized above. The figures of the three vanished into the passage in an instant, and the portal subsequently closed, leaving the teleportation array restored to its original state. Chapter 44. Entering the realm of cultivation, Shilin found himself enveloped in a kaleidoscopic tunnel. Before he could fully absorb his surroundings, a series of tearing forces assailed him, sending waves of pain coursing through his body. Startled, he quickly grasped the hands of the two women tightly, channeling the body refining technique to its utmost limits while simultaneously mobilizing all his spiritual essence to form a protective shield around them. The two women also exerted their utmost efforts in their cultivation methods, gritting their teeth to withstand the spatial forces' onslaught. The tunnel was awash with vibrant colors that induced a sense of dizziness. Shilin sensed that, as time elongated within the tunnel, the tearing forces intensified. The two women displayed expressions of anguish, evidently nearing their breaking point. Shilin felt an ominous foreboding. If this continued, the two women might perish within the spatial tunnel. Just as anxiety gripped him, a blinding white light suddenly erupted before him, so intense that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. Instinctively, he shut them. When he finally dared to open his eyes, he was horrified to find himself suspended in mid-air, plummeting rapidly downward. He attempted to harness his inner energy to halt his descent, but his body remained numb, unresponsive to his commands. The only solace he found was that he still firmly grasped the hands of the two women, who were in a state of unconsciousness. With his heart racing, Shilin resigned himself to fate. With a resounding splash, the three of them plunged into a lake. The icy water jolted Shilin back to his senses, sharpening his awareness and restoring some mobility to his limbs. He quickly surfaced and swam towards the shore, relieved to find that they had not fallen far from a bank. With tremendous effort, he finally reached the shore and dragged the two women onto the land. Gasping for breath, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. They were in a tranquil valley, surrounded by towering, verdant trees, each one several times larger than any he had encountered in the martial world. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and as he inhaled deeply, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. His body involuntarily began to absorb the ambient energy, gradually restoring his vitality. He mused aloud, "So this is the realm of cultivation. The environment is indeed splendid." Unbeknownst to him, this location represented one of the areas in the realm of cultivation with the least concentration of spiritual energy. Many prominent sects occupied prime locations, replete with spiritual gathering formations and ley lines, where the density of energy was incomparably richer than here. Perhaps due to the nourishing energy, the two women began to stir back to consciousness. Shilin observed them closely and was relieved to see they appeared unscathed. Xian Yuan Qingwu, her face alight with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Husband, I awaken here after losing consciousness. Is this truly the realm of cultivation?" Shilin nodded affirmatively. "It seems so." Xian Yuan Qingwu gasped in awe. "Wow, the spiritual energy here is so abundant and ideal for cultivation." Linger, with a more timid disposition, felt a lack of security in this unfamiliar environment and softly called out, "Young master," moving closer to Shilin for comfort. Xian Yuan Qingwu's remarks sparked a realization in Shilin. They had both reached the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. He still possessed foundation establishment pills. And, given the rich spiritual energy in this place, why not attempt a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Scanning the area, he noted its desolation and, for added security, led the two women to a more secluded spot. He retrieved 3 exquisite foundation establishment pills, one for each of them, and prepared to refine them for their breakthrough. Chapter 45. Breaking through to foundation establishment, Shilin settled himself, mobilizing the spiritual essence within him to assault the foundation establishment barrier. A vast quantity of spiritual energy began to coalesce around him, forming a formidable vortex of energy. Fortunately, this area was largely uninhabited and no one noticed the anomaly. As the energy was absorbed, it swiftly transformed into spiritual essence stored within his dantian, which then began to press against the foundation establishment barrier. However, with each attempt, Shilin sensed a lack of strength. Indeed, breaking through to foundation establishment was no simple feat without hesitation. Shilin produced a precious foundation establishment pill and consumed it alongside another. As both elixirs entered his mouth, they instantly transformed into streams of ethereal liquid. Shilin felt a resounding roar reverberate through his entire meridian network as they expanded several-fold, drawing in an abundance of spiritual energy that began to surge within him, assaulting the barriers of foundation establishment. He sensed a cracking sound emanating from his body as the barrier was breached, shattering the invisible shackles that bound him. An overwhelming sense of liberation washed over him, accompanied by an exhilarating power that surged within his heart. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy stored within his dantian underwent a transformation, continually condensing and gradually shifting from a gaseous to a liquid state. The quantity of spiritual energy in his dantian increased exponentially, becoming far purer. He experienced a harmonious fusion of spirit and energy, and a wave of joy filled Yu Shilin's heart as he realized he had successfully established his foundation. An unpleasant odor wafted from his body, prompting Yu Shilin to begin purging impurities while solidifying his accomplishments on the path to immortality. The impurities were expelled, significantly enhancing the strength of his physical form, elevating him 2 levels to the 9th layer of the human realm. As the spiritual energy continued to surge within him, Yu Shilin took a moment to calm his emotions and began to cultivate the Hongmeng Transformation technique to consolidate his newfound prowess. After a period of time, his cultivation stabilized, resting firmly in the early stages of foundation establishment. Yu Shilin extended his spiritual sense, sweeping across a radius of over 20 miles, and was astonished to find it enveloping such a vast area. He knew that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense typically extended only a few miles. He was several times more powerful. Noticing that the 2 women were still in the midst of their breakthroughs without any anomalies, he retreated to a secluded spot to test his strength. Summoning the blue spirit short sword, he unleashed the first form of the carefree sword technique, shattered mountains and rivers, directing a sharp and terrifying sword aura toward a small peak. With a thunderous roar, the result was not the envisioned cleaving of the peak in 2. Instead, it left a gaping ravine dozens of feet long and wide in the ground. Yu Shilin felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that the spatial and fundamental laws of the cultivation realm were far more robust than those of the martial world, greatly diminishing the power of his sword technique. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a local cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, venturing into the mountains to gather herbs, stumbled upon the vast ravine and turned pale with fright, believing a battle between golden core cultivators had transpired, though this was a matter for another time. Upon returning to the original spot, Yu Shilin found that both women had also successfully completed their breakthroughs. Overwhelmed with genuine happiness for them, he observed their excited expressions, as the sensation of success in foundation establishment was something only they could truly appreciate. Each woman linked an arm with Yu Shilin, chattering animatedly about their experiences, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. With their successful foundation establishment, they could now subsist on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, alleviating some burdens. Once their discussion concluded, they realized they needed to determine their next steps. Xinyuan Qingwu furrowed her brow and asked, "Husband, where shall we go from here?" Unfamiliar with the cultivation realm, Yu Shilin found himself at a loss, as their current location was merely an ordinary and remote valley within the vast expanse of the cultivation world. He pondered for a moment before deciding it would be best to seek out someone for guidance on their situation. 3 individuals emerged from the valley, and shortly thereafter, Yu Shilin discovered a narrow path within the mountains. Thus, the trio proceeded along this trail. Their journey was largely uneventful, encountering only some lowly birds and beasts, until, after half a day, Yu Shilin's spiritual awareness detected a small village nestled ahead in the mountains. Instantly invigorated, he led the 2 women towards the settlement, relieved to have found a place inhabited by people. Chapter 46. Inquiring about the situation a few miles from the village, the trio paused. For Yu Shilin understood that the realm of cultivation was a harsh and unforgiving place, governed by the law of the jungle. The circumstances of the village remained unclear, and he dared not enter recklessly. He extended his spiritual perception to observe the village, which was modest in size, comprising several dozen households with men, women, and children, all at the Qi refining stage. After a careful examination and finding no signs of danger, he felt reassured and led the 2 women into the village. Within the village, the houses were primarily constructed of stone and wood, akin to those encountered in the martial world. Xinyuan Qingwu and Linger curiously gazed about. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, a middle-aged woman emerged, startled by the sight of 3 strangers, and let out a cry. Seeing this, Yu Shilin quickly reassured her. "Please do not be alarmed. We are merely travelers passing through, harboring no ill intentions." Upon noticing that the 3 were young, with 2 lovely young women among them, the middle-aged woman's fear began to dissipate. At that moment, a middle-aged man, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out and inquired, "What is happening?" He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Shilin and his companions. Shilin promptly explained the situation, and the man soon understood. Recognizing their attire as that of influential young nobles from afar, he quickly invited them. Esteemed guests, if you do not mind, please come inside for a moment." Delighted by the invitation, Shilin graciously replied, "I would be most grateful, good sir." The man, noting Shilin's polite demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the arrogant young lords he often encountered, felt his spirits lift. "You are too kind. My name is Chun Shan, and this is Chun Family Village. Please step inside." Shilin promptly introduced himself and the two women as they entered Chun Shan's abode. Inside, Chun Shan instructed the middle-aged woman to serve 3 bowls of coarse tea to the guests. With a hint of embarrassment, he remarked, "Our humble Chun family village is quite simple, and we possess little to offer esteemed guests. I hope you will not take offense." Shilin quickly reassured him. "Not at all." After engaging in light conversation with Chun Shan, Shilin transitioned to the main topic, inquiring about the state of the cultivation world. Chun Shan, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, "Alas, esteemed guest, I have lived my entire life within 100 miles of Chun family village and have never even entered the city. I truly know nothing of what you ask." Shilin discerned that Chun Shan was at the second layer of qi refining, while the middle-aged woman was at the first layer, likely having achieved their cultivation through the prolonged absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. If placed in a terrestrial context, this couple would merely be considered ordinary farmers from a remote mountainous region. Shilin felt a slight twinge of disappointment. However, Chun Shan remarked, "I am uncertain, but the village chief of Qinjia village is my third uncle. He frequently visits the city and is quite knowledgeable. It would be prudent to consult him." Noticing Shilin's expression of anticipation, Chun Shan offered, "Please, have a seat while I fetch my uncle." With that, he dashed out. Moments later, Chun Shan returned with an elderly gentleman. The old man, with a radiant complexion and vigorous demeanor, exuded the air of a sagacious individual. Shilin discerned that the elder was at the 5th level of the qi refinement stage. The old man scrutinized Shilin and, recognizing him as a foundation establishment cultivator, adopted a respectful demeanor, saying, "I am Chun Zhengshi, the village chief of Qinjia village. May I inquire about your needs, young master?" Shilin graciously invited Chun Zhengshi to take a seat. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chun Zhengshi, sensing Shilin's courteous manner, gradually relaxed and became more loquacious. Upon revealing his intentions, Shilin encountered no suspicion from Chun Zhengshi, who merely assumed that Shilin hailed from a reclusive family seeking to hone their skills in the world. Chun Zhengshi began to enlighten Shilin. "During one of my visits to the city, I overheard a storyteller in a tea house mention that this continent is referred to as the cultivation realm. The cultivation realm is immensely vast and is divided into 5 major regions: Beitingshao, Nanyuanzhou, Dongwangshao, Zikangzhou, and Zhongshanshao. Qinjia village is located in Beitingshao, and the nearest city, approximately 200 miles away, is known as Maple Leaf City, which is classified as a 5th-tier city. The cities in the cultivation realm are ranked into 5 tiers, with 5th tier being the lowest and 1st tier the highest. The Lord of Maple Leaf City is named Wu Tianxiong, reportedly affiliated with a sect called the Tsongshan Sword Sect, which governs Maple Leaf City and several surrounding cities. Moreover, Beitingshao is home to many higher-tier cities and sects, of which I possess no knowledge. My visits to Maple Leaf City have primarily been to procure goods for sale, earning a modest living through the trade of spirit stones, as currency in the cultivation realm is primarily in the form of spirit stones rather than gold or silver. Realizing that Chun Zhengshi's knowledge was limited, Shilin refrained from further inquiries and instead asked about the types of goods Chun Zhengshi typically sold in the city. Ultimately, he resolved to venture into Maple Leaf City to assess the situation for himself. After clarifying the route, Shilin produced 4 low-grade spirit stones, presenting 2 to both Chun Zhengshi and Chun Shan. The 2 men eagerly attempted to refuse, but Shilin insisted, and after some hesitation, they accepted the generous offering. Their faces brightened with gratitude, especially Chan Zhengshi, who ventured into the city only once every few months and typically earned only a few low-grade spirit stones from his trades. Thus, receiving 2 at once was a windfall for him. After bidding farewell to the two, Shilin and the 2 women hastened toward Maple Leaf City. Chapter 47. Inside Maple Leaf City lies approximately 200 miles east of Qinjia village and boasts a population of several 100,000 cultivators. Upon their arrival at the western gate of Maple Leaf City, Shilin and his companions encountered a queue of individuals waiting to enter the city. 8 guards were stationed at the gate, with the leader at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, while the others ranged from the 6th to 8th levels. The leader announced, all individuals must line up orderly to enter the city, adhering to the customary regulations. Each person is required to pay 1 low-grade spirit stone as an entry fee. Any disturbances will be met with severe punishment. A hushed voice nearby muttered, "Damn it. The city lord's residence is truly corrupt. Every time we enter, we are required to pay a low-grade spirit stone. All the spirit stones I earned are spent just to enter the city." When it was the turn of Shilin and his companions, the leader cast a glance at the 3 of them. Noticing that they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, his demeanor softened considerably as he said, "Esteemed guests, you are required to pay a total of 3 low-grade spirit stones." After Shilin complied with the regulations and paid the 3 stones, they entered the city with ease. Inside Maple Leaf City, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, and Xin Yuan Qingwu and Ling curiously gazed around. Although Shilin was unfamiliar with the city, he was certain that it was a place of diverse characters. Accompanied by 2 women, he felt somewhat conspicuous. Thus, it was imperative to find a place to settle down. After wandering through the streets for a while, he stumbled upon the Shangyun Inn. The doorman, astute and observant, approached them as soon as he noticed their interest, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, are you looking for accommodation?" Shilin nodded, and the doorman instantly became enthusiastic, elaborating, "You have chosen the right place. Our Shangyun Inn is one of the most reputable establishments in Maple Leaf City. Not only is it tranquil and comfortable, free from disturbances, but it also features a spirit-gathering array. Cultivating within our inn will yield remarkable results, and the room rates are quite reasonable. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones per day for a single room." Shilin was taken aback, thinking to himself, 5 spirit stones a day isn't expensive? Then he furrowed his brow and replied, "These 2 are my wives. We are a party of 3. The doorman immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, we also offer high-end suites that can easily accommodate 3 people, though the price is slightly higher at 20 low-grade spirit stones per day." Feeling a pang in his heart, Shilin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to proceed with the stay, leading the 2 women into the Shangyun Inn. After paying 100 spirit stones, they successfully checked into a suite on the upper floor. The suites in the cultivation realm were somewhat akin to hotel suites on Earth, consisting of a living room and several private rooms. Each room was equipped with prohibitions to prevent prying from other spiritual senses. If someone attempted to breach these barriers, the room's owner would be alerted. The spiritual energy within the suite was denser than outside, making it suitable for cultivation. Overall, Shilin felt relatively satisfied. However, Shilin was increasingly concerned about the dwindling number of spirit stones he possessed. He needed to devise a way to earn more quickly. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. After contemplating for a while in the room without any clear ideas on how to earn spirit stones, he decided to inquire with the innkeeper. He instructed the 2 women to remain in the room and then descended alone. Finding the same doorman, Shilin beckoned him to a secluded corner of the inn and asked, "I have just arrived from afar and am unfamiliar with Maple Leaf City. Could you provide me with some information?" The doorman hesitated, saying, "I am quite familiar with Maple Leaf City," but realizing the implication, Shilin inwardly cursed and produced 2 spirit stones, handing them over. The doorman's eyes lit up, and he joyfully replied, "Esteemed guest, feel free to ask anything. I will provide you with all the information I possess." Shilin inquired, "First, tell me about the situation in Maple Leaf City." The doorman promptly responded, "Maple Leaf City is a 5th-tier city governed by the Tsangshan sword sect. Lord Wu Tianxiong the city master, is a core disciple of the Tsongshan sword sect, possessing a profound cultivation level at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Shilin was slightly taken aback, astonished by the depth of the city master's prowess. Tsongshan sword sect? He inquired. The attendant elucidated that Tsongshan sword sect is one of the most prominent sects within a 1,000-mile radius. I am not privy to the identity of its leader, but it is well known that the sect is teeming with skilled practitioners. Disciples of the Tsongshan sword sect are categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, elites, and core disciples. The city master is a core disciple, and such information is hardly a secret. Shilin probed further. Surely the city master is the most powerful individual in Fengye City? The attendant shook his head, replying, that remains uncertain. It is said that the Guihai Chamber of Commerce in Fengye City has a nascent soul master in its ranks, though I cannot verify the truth of this. Shilin felt a surge of surprise and furrowed his brow. Guihai Chamber of Commerce? The attendant continued. The Guihai Chamber of Commerce is the foremost trading entity in Fengye City, specifically the branch located here. It is rumored that the main headquarters of the Guihai Chamber is a colossal organization, with branches scattered across the North Court continent and throughout the entire cultivation realm, populated by numerous masters. Speaking solely of the Fengye City branch, it serves as the largest trading venue, offering a vast array of items, including spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, and materials, albeit at exorbitant prices. It is also said that the Guihai Chamber acquires rare treasures for sale, providing authentication and guarantees that counterfeit items will be compensated, which earns the trust of many cultivators. Upon hearing this, Shilin's eyes brightened with a burgeoning idea. The attendant continued, since Lord Wu assumed office, a stringent regulation has been instituted in Fengye City, prohibiting private duels within the city. Violators face severe penalties. Should there be any grievances, the parties involved may agree to duel on a designated platform, with no regard for life or death. Alternatively, they may resolve their disputes outside the city, with the city lord's office refraining from interference. Of course, this regulation mainly targets ordinary cultivators. Those of higher cultivation levels are beyond the city's jurisdiction. Overall, Fengye City remains a relatively stable and comfortable place for visitors. Shilin found the information gleaned from the innkeeper to be quite valuable, deeming the expenditure of 2 low-grade spirit stones to be worthwhile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he inquired about the location of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce branch in Fengye City and resolved to pay a visit. Chapter 48. Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Following the innkeeper's guidance, Shilin arrived at the Fengye City branch of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. The branch covered an expansive area, shrouded by a 4th-level defensive formation capable of withstanding attack from nascent soul practitioners. Shilin was struck by awe, realizing that with his current strength, it would be impossible to breach such a formidable defense. The daily maintenance of this defensive formation consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones, underscoring the immense wealth of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. As the grand doors of the chamber swung open, Shilin composed himself and stepped into the main hall. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a sense of surveillance, likely due to the presence of monitoring formations within the hall. Should anyone attempt to pilfer at that moment, they would be easily detected, and Shilin mused that such precautions were entirely reasonable. The hall is adorned with numerous display cases, each showcasing a dazzling array of items, all clearly priced and non-negotiable. Upon entering, Shilin found no attendant to greet him. According to the regulations of the Trading Association, one could simply call an attendant to wrap up an item and pay later with spirit stones if they had found something of interest. Shilin decided to browse through the association's offerings, scanning the display cases and discovering several useful items. However, their exorbitant prices left him disheartened, as he possessed only a few hundred spirit stones, far too little to afford anything. As he turned to the medicinal herb display, his heart raced upon spotting a particular herb, the earth spirit grass. This herb is the primary ingredient for concocting the earth spirit pill, a coveted elixir that allows foundational practitioners to unconditionally ascend a level. It is undoubtedly one of the most sought-after pills among those in the foundational stage. However, The refinement of the Earth Spirit pill is notoriously challenging. Should the purity be insufficient, it may result in a failed concoction. Shilin felt a surge of excitement, but his spirits plummeted upon seeing the price for the Earth Spirit grass, a staggering 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that he must first acquire more spirit stones before contemplating a purchase. He was not overly concerned that the Earth Spirit grass would be snatched away, as he understood that alchemists in the cultivation world were exceedingly rare, and those capable of crafting the Earth Spirit pill were even more so. This scarcity was the primary reason the Earth Spirit grass had remained unsold for such an extended period. Shilin had come to the trading association primarily to negotiate a transaction, as he possessed 7 exquisite foundational pills and intended to sell 5 of them to the association. He approached an attendant and inquired whether the Guanghai Trading Association purchased pills, receiving an affirmative response. Shilin then produced the 5 exquisite foundational pills. The attendant's expression shifted to one of surprise as he noted, "If these are indeed exquisite foundational pills, my authority is insufficient. I must summon the manager for appraisal. Please wait a moment while I notify him." During the exchange between Shilin and the attendant, he remained unaware of a dark-clad, cold-faced man nearby, feigning interest in the display cases but actually eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon seeing Shilin produce the exquisite foundational pills, the man's eyes glinted with greed and malice. Before long, a portly middle-aged man descended from the upper floor. Shilin could not discern the man's cultivation level, though it appeared to be significantly higher than his own. The middle-aged man bore a friendly demeanor and approached Shilin, saying amiably, "I am Tiannan, the manager of the Guanghai Trading Association's Maple Leaf City branch. May I ask for your name, young friend?" Shilin promptly bowed, replying, "I am Shilin, and it is an honor to meet you, Senior Yu." Tiannan nodded and inquired, "May I have a look at the pills?" Shilin handed over the 5 foundational pills without concern for the man's intentions, confident that the Guanghai Trading Association, being a large and reputable establishment, would not covet such a small quantity of pills. Upon inspecting the pills, Tiannan's gaze sharpened. His extensive experience allowed him to immediately recognize the exquisite pill patterns and the fragrant aroma, confirming their authenticity as exquisite foundational pills, undoubtedly crafted by a master alchemist. This revelation elevated his regard for Shilin, though he refrained from inquiring about the pill's origins due to the association's protocols. Tiannan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is an exquisite foundation establishment pill. Are you considering selling all 5 at once?" Shilin also nodded in agreement. Tiannan continued, "Allow me to be forthright with you. According to the regulations of our trading association, the purchase price for an exquisite foundation establishment pill is 10,000 inferior spirit stones each, totaling 50,000 inferior spirit stones for all 5. Do you have any objections?" Although Shilin was unaware of the true value of the exquisite foundation establishment pill, the prospect of selling it for 50,000 inferior spirit stones exceeded his expectations, and he nodded in acquiescence. A smile graced Tiannan's face as he stated, "Then we have a deal. Would you prefer 5,000 inferior spirit stones, or 5 medium-grade spirit stones? In the realm of cultivation, 10,000 inferior spirit stones and 1 medium-grade spirit stone are considered equivalent, while 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones equate to 1 superior spirit stone. As for the exquisite spirit stones, their worth is immeasurable, comparable to that of a spiritual vein." Shilin opted for the 50,000 inferior spirit stones, to which Tiannan nodded, instructing his attendant to deliver the payment immediately. Upon receiving the 50,000 inferior spirit stones, Shilin promptly purchased the Earth Spirit grass and supplementary herbs, such as Starry Blue and Azure Dragon ginseng, from the Trading Association. He also discovered some vitality recovery grass and additional herbs in the Spirit Herb Cabinet, which delighted him, prompting him to buy a batch. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to acquire a storage ring each for Xianyuan Qingwu and Linga, ultimately spending nearly 45,000 inferior spirit stones, causing him considerable financial discomfort. Seeing Shilin procure a substantial amount of spirit herbs, Tiannan felt a flicker of interest. Watching Yu Shilin's departing figure, he mused. This young man possesses a certain charm. Xiaojio, do you believe he is an alchemist? Unbeknownst to him, a solemn young man clad in white had taken his position behind Yu Tianan. Upon hearing the inquiry, the white-clad youth clasped his hands in respect and replied, Alchemists are a rare profession in the realm of cultivation. I am not entirely certain. This individual is merely at the first layer of foundation establishment, yet he exudes an enigmatic aura. Yu Tianan pondered for a moment before saying, I shall not rush to leave Maple Leaf City. I will linger a few more days. Should this young man return to sell more pills, ensure that I am notified at the earliest opportunity. However, it seems he may have attracted some trouble. Shortly after Yu Shilin departed, a burly man in black followed him without making any purchases. Xiaojio, follow him discreetly. Only intervene if absolutely necessary. Act when he's in peril. Understood. The youth called Xiaojio replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Chapter 49. Malicious Provocation Today. Yu Shilin experienced considerable gains and felt a swell of joy, finally discovering a potential means of generating wealth. He hurriedly made his way to the Shangyun Inn, contemplating the immediate concoction of the Earth Spirit Pill. As for the Vitality Recovery Grass and supplementary herbs, he intended to craft the Vitality Recovery Pill. This particular pill can swiftly replenish the spiritual essence consumed within the bodies of cultivators, proving immensely beneficial for those at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, making it one of the essential pills for lower-tier cultivators. He planned to retain a portion for himself after completion and then sell the remainder at the Guihai Trading Association's Maple Leaf City branch, expecting that an exquisite vitality recovery pill would fetch a handsome price. While he was lost in these pleasant calculations, a burly man in black unexpectedly charged at him from the side, colliding into him. Yu Shilin was lost in thought and did not disperse his spiritual awareness to observe his surroundings. The bustling crowd on the street diverted his attention. It wasn't until the burly man in black was nearly upon him that Yu Shilin suddenly became alert. As he attempted to evade the impending collision, it was already too late. Fortunately, he did not sense any murderous intent from the man. They collided forcefully. With a loud thud, they crashed into one another and recoiled. Being at the 7th level of the physical realm, Yu Shilin felt no impact from the encounter, while the man in black clutched his chest and groaned in feigned agony. Yu Shilin regarded the man's theatrics with a cold gaze. After a sufficient display of his supposed suffering, the man scowled and declared, You foolish brat. You carelessly bumped into me. I, being magnanimous, shall overlook this incident if you compensate me with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, Yu Shilin understood that the man was maliciously seeking trouble and attempting to extort him, likely having noticed his earlier display of wealth at the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. He chuckled coldly and replied, The road is wide, and we each should walk our own way. I was minding my own business, and you collided with me. How is it my fault? The man in black laughed heartily. You clearly hail from some rural backwater, unaware of the ways of the world. You are merely at the 1st level of foundation establishment, while I am at the 4th. Those of lower cultivation must yield to those of higher cultivation. Otherwise, it is deemed disrespectful. I could easily dispatch you on the spot, and the city lord's office would find it justifiable. Yet, I am showing you mercy by merely asking for a trifling compensation of spirit stones. Do not be ungrateful. Yu Shilin was infuriated, amused by the sheer, unreasonable nature of the man. Their altercation had drawn the attention of many onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves, This young man truly is poor luck. How did he cross paths with this black-hearted fiend? Here comes Yuan Boguang with his usual extortion tactics again. Many outsiders have fallen victim to him over the years. Alas, the city lord's office turns a blind eye. Keep your voice down. The city lord's office won't intervene in such trifles as long as no private battles occur within the city. This young man does not seem to be from Maple Leaf City. Let's see how he handles this. Many onlookers displayed sympathetic expressions towards Yu Shilin, while others were merely intrigued by the unfolding drama, with no one stepping forward to intervene. Yu Shilin then asked, What if I refuse to pay you spirit stones? Yuan Boguang sneered, Refuse if you wish, but I shall render you crippled as compensation for the spirit stones. Yu Shilin, puzzled, retorted, "Do you dare to act so brazenly in the street? Do you disregard the city lord's prohibitions?" Yuan Buoguang laughed heartily, well aware that he had lived in Maple Leaf City for most of his life and recognized Yu Shilin as an outsider. Moreover, Yu Shilin was alone, without any attendants. Clearly not a disciple of a prominent family, but rather an easy target. Upon hearing Yu Shilin's question, Yuan Buoguang became even more convinced of his assumptions. With a leisurely tone, Yuan Buoguang replied, "Of course, I shall abide by the city lord's prohibitions. However, you have shown me disrespect by colliding with me and then speaking such insolence. Were your parents fools who never taught you the ways of civility?" Yu Shilin's countenance suddenly turned cold, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light as he fixed his gaze upon Yuan Buoguang, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "You are courting death." Since his arrival in this realm, he had not once laid eyes upon his parents, and the pangs of longing weighed heavily upon his heart. Yuan Buoguang's words had struck a nerve, and today he resolved to eliminate him. Yuan Buoguang, feeling the discomfort of Yu Shilin's icy stare, retorted, "What? Do you intend to strike me? Then I shall have a legitimate cause to end your life." Yu Shilin exhaled slowly, suppressing the urge to act on impulse, and fixed Yuan Buoguang with a steely gaze. "Dare you meet me at the duel platform?" Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted among the onlookers, with several eager voices calling out, "Black Star, accept his challenge. Let us see who prevails at the duel platform." The youth appeared reckless, daring to challenge someone at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, while he himself was merely at the 1st. Such folly could only lead to his demise. A lesson learned too late. Yuan Buoguang, taken aback by Yu Shilin's bold invitation, quickly recovered and joyfully exclaimed, "I accept. Let us proceed to the duel platform. Should you falter and withdraw midway, I shall slay you on the spot, and the city lord's mansion shall have no recourse." Yu Shilin coldly replied, "Lead the way." Chapter 50. A sword's instant kill. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon learning that the two had resolved to ascend the duel platform. It had been many years since such a spectacle had graced Maple Leaf City. News spread rapidly, as if borne on wings, with eager spectators hastening to the scene. The duel platform, located at the heart of Maple Leaf City, resembled a fighting arena, spanning several dozen feet. It was surrounded by fortified formations, specifically designed for combat among cultivators. The platform fell under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion, overseen by a middle-aged man at the 1st level of Golden Core. When Yu Shilin and Yuan Buoguang arrived at the duel platform, a throng of over 1,000 had already gathered, with many more rushing from afar to witness the event. The middle-aged overseer regarded the two challengers with a furrowed brow. "Are you both certain you wish to ascend the duel platform?" Upon receiving their affirmative replies, he did not inquire further and casually produced a death contract, stating, "You are aware of the rules, I trust. Once you step onto the duel platform, one party must perish for the contest to conclude, and all means may be employed. During your duel, the spectators will not interfere, and the victor may claim the loser's storage ring. The city lord's mansion will not intervene. If you have no objections, please sign this death contract." Yu Shilin and Yuan Buoguang each pricked their fingers, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the contract, thereby activating the death pact. Meanwhile, the crowd below was in an uproar, with some even taking bets on the outcome, offering odds of 21 to 1. A wager of 100 spirit stones on Yu Shilin's victory would yield 2,100 spirit stones, while a similar bet on Yuan Buoguang would return 100 spirit stones, albeit with a 10% fee deducted by the house, leaving only 90% of the payout. Intrigued by the betting fervor around him, Yu Shilin inquired, "May I place a wager?" The middle-aged overseer replied, with an impassive expression, "The duelists are not permitted to bet." Yu Shilin sighed, his initial hopes of earning some spirit stones now dashed. Yuan Buoguang laughed heartily. "You are quite amusing, lad. Even at death's door, you're still contemplating profit. It's utterly laughable." Yu Shilin cast a glance at Yuan Buoguang, remaining silent, as if observing a lifeless corpse. Around them, the bets had gradually been placed, with approximately 300,000 low-grade spirit stones wagered on Yuan Buoguang's victory, while nearly 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were bet on Yu Shilin. As the totals were announced, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Some must have lost their minds. Isn't it obvious? A fourth layer foundation establishment against a first layer is a fool's bet in favor of the fourth layer. Not necessarily. Do you think that lad is an idiot? Would he dare step onto the private duel stage without some skill? What kind of trump card could a mere first layer possess? Regardless of the outcome, the house is backed by the city lord's manor. If you win, there's no fear of the house lacking spirit stones to pay you. As Shilin and Yuan Boguang ascended the stage one after the other, the surrounding crowd gradually fell silent, their attention riveted upon the duel platform, which became enveloped in an eerie stillness. Shilin stood quietly on the duel stage. He had not intended to be so ostentatious, but Yuan Boguang's earlier insults were intolerable, compelling him to act, leaving little room for further consideration. Opposite him, Yuan Boguang had also shed his arrogance, focusing intently. This was a matter of life and death. Despite his absolute confidence, he could not afford to be careless. With the sound of a gong, the fateful duel commenced. Yuan Boguang harnessed the power of his fourth-layer foundation establishment, his spiritual energy surging, and a black light emanated from his fist. Upon reaching the peak of his strength, he bellowed, directing his black fist towards Shilin's chest with the intention to obliterate him. Shilin felt as if the black fist had transformed into a monstrous beast's head, expanding before him, with the air around them ripping apart under the pressure. He realized that his seventh-layer physical body could not withstand such a blow. Consequently, Shilin revealed his true strength, summoning the blue spirit short sword. Channeling all his energy into a single strike, shattered mountains and rivers. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from the blue spirit short sword, morphing into a long blade aimed at Yuan Boguang. Yuan Boguang, sensing the chilling sword energy rushing towards him, displayed a look of sheer terror. With no time to retreat and defend, he gritted his teeth and thrust forward with all his might, hoping to shatter the incoming sword energy. A series of slicing sounds echoed as Yuan Boguang's black fist was cleaved apart by the sword energy. Yet, the residual force of the sword remained unspent. And in a moment of horror, Yuan Boguang found his body cleaved into several pieces. As the sword energy passed through, his life had already been extinguished. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Many gaped in disbelief. While instances of defeating opponents of a higher level were not unheard of, they typically involved a difference of 1 or 2 minor levels. To witness a third-level defeat was exceptionally rare. Shilin's effortless triumph over 3 levels left the crowd astonished. And with the ferocity of the sword energy they had just witnessed, many speculated that he could even defeat an opponent 4 levels above him, leaving them utterly astounded. The middle-aged steward's expression turned grave. As a cultivator at the first level of the Golden Core stage, his insight and prowess surpassed that of most around him. Having stood closest to the duel, he had keenly sensed the ferocity of that sword strike. The blue short sword in Shilin's hand was undoubtedly extraordinary. Had he taken the stage instead, he believed he would have had to rely solely on his Golden Core pressure to subdue Shilin. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. Those who had wagered on Shilin's victory were ecstatic, while those who had bet on Yuan Boguang wore grim expressions, with many losing everything, even their undergarments. Conversations buzzed around the remarkable sword strike, and some approached Shilin, eager to ingratiate themselves. Shilin, having stored Yuan Boguang's storage ring, seized the opportunity amidst the commotion to swiftly escape. The middle-aged steward watched Shilin's retreating figure, his gaze flickering slightly. Moments later, he departed from the duel platform and headed towards the city lord's manor. In the secret chamber of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce in Maple Leaf City, Yu Tian displayed a look of surprise after hearing Xiao Jio's report. This young man is indeed intriguing. Xiao Jio, as a talented cultivator yourself, do you think you could have matched him at the first level of foundation building? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jio replied earnestly, absolutely not. That short sword in his hand is a medium-grade spiritual weapon. If I were at the 4th level of foundation building with a spiritual weapon by my side, I might have a chance to withstand that sword strike. Seeing Xiao Jio's rare display of humility, Yu Tianan laughed heartily. His current cultivation is too low. His future achievements will depend on his own fortune. Chapter 51. Continuing the breakthrough upon returning to the Shangyun Inn. Shilin found Xianyuan Qingwu and Ling quietly cultivating, unaware of the recent events at the dual platform. Concerned that the two women might overthink the situation, he refrained from mentioning it. Initially, he intended to bide his time and develop quietly, but today he had no choice but to reveal himself, which might lead to numerous troubles and dangers in the future. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly to ensure his own safety. Shilin first retrieved the materials for refining the Earth Spirit Pill, summoned the Shinong Ding, and systematically added the ingredients to the cauldron, refining, purifying, condensing, and collecting the pills with practiced ease. Ding! The clear sound of pills clashing resonated within the cauldron as Shilin opened it, releasing an enchanting aroma that filled the entire suite. Xianyuan Qingwu and Ling couldn't help but inhale deeply, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection towards Shilin, which he found quite gratifying. A total of 6 exquisite pills were produced, much to Shilin's delight. He handed one to each of the two women, saying, "These are top-quality Earth Spirit pills. Consuming them will allow foundation-building cultivators to elevate their level. Hurry up and refine them." Without further ado, the two women consumed the pills and began to circulate their cultivation methods to break through. Shilin kept one for himself, while the remaining 3 exquisite Earth Spirit pills were placed in a jade vial, preparing to sell them to the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. The first consumption of the Earth Spirit Pill yielded the best results. Further usages would yield diminishing effects, a common trait among breakthrough pills. Shilin also took out over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to set up a small spirit gathering formation for the 3 to facilitate their breakthroughs. After Shilin consumed the Earth Spirit Pill, he activated the primordial transformation technique, and an overwhelming vortex of spiritual energy formed within the room. A substantial amount of spiritual energy was absorbed, transforming into spiritual essence, which allowed his cultivation level to ascend rapidly, successfully breaking through to the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. As he ceased his practice and opened his eyes, the powerful sensation accompanying each breakthrough brought him immense comfort. The two women were still in the midst of their breakthroughs, albeit at a much slower pace than his. Shilin refrained from disturbing them and took out the rejuvenation grass along with its supplementary materials, preparing to refine rejuvenation pills. The ingredients for the rejuvenation pill were relatively common and inexpensive. He had purchased approximately 20 portions at the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Maple Leaf City branch. He laid out all the materials and began the refining process. Once he exhausted the materials, he successfully produced over 100 top-quality rejuvenation pills, yielding quite impressive results. Recalling the storage ring of Yuan Boguang, he retrieved it, erased its imprint, and delved into it with his spiritual sense. Upon inspection, he couldn't help but gasp. There were over 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones within. It seemed this individual had engaged in significant plundering of others. Shilin felt justified in claiming the storage ring today, as aside from the spirit stones, there were no other valuable items inside. Now, Shilin intended to allocate the cultivation resources. He placed 20 rejuvenation pills and 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones into each of the 2 storage rings designated for the women, reserving the remaining spirit stones for himself. He planned to sell the remaining 3 top-quality Earth Spirit Pills and 60 top-quality rejuvenation pills to the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, the 2 women completed their breakthroughs, both reaching the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Shilin was overjoyed at the sight and took out the 2 storage rings, presenting one to each woman. Inside, you will find some spirit stones and rejuvenation pills. You may take them and explore the chamber tomorrow, purchasing anything you fancy. The 2 women cheered with delight, having arrived in the cultivation world with no resources. Receiving a storage ring was an exhilarating surprise for them. Xianyuan Qingwu gazed at the storage ring, her lips curling into a smile as she coyly said, "I want my husband to put it on me personally." Hearing this, Ling chimed in, "I want young master put on me too." Shilin was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a warm sensation wash over him. "Of course, it would be my pleasure to serve both of you." He personally adorned the two women with their storage rings, and they simultaneously planted a kiss on his cheek. Observing their flushed faces, Shilin's heart raced, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned enchanting. Chapter 52. Return to the Chamber of Commerce early the following morning. Shilin set off with the two women to the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Maple Leaf City branch. Upon entering the hall, he instructed the women to explore the branch at their leisure and purchase anything they liked. The two women, elated at the prospect, eagerly set off, while Shilin sought out a clerk to express his intent to meet the manager. The clerk, having been forewarned, led Shilin directly to the private chamber on the second floor. Inside the chamber, he encountered Tiannan, who was accompanied by a young man in white. The cultivation level of this young man was inscrutable to Shilin, indicating he was also a formidable expert. Tiannan, seated comfortably, greeted Shilin with a smile. "Young friend, we meet again." Shilin respectfully addressed. "I apologize for the intrusion, Senior and I hope for your understanding." Tiannan waved his hand and gestured towards the young man in white beside him, saying, "This is Jio, who is older than you. There is no need for formality. You may address him as Senior Brother Yu." Following this, Shilin complied and greeted Jio. "Greetings, Senior Brother Yu." Jio returned the greeting with a smile. Taking a sip of tea, Tiannan remarked with a slight smile, "Allow me to guess, young friend Yu, have you brought some elixirs with you today?" Shilin nodded and produced several jade vials. Tiannan let out a hearty laugh. "Well, little Jio, it seems my wager has paid off. I correctly surmised that young friend you would bring elixirs this morning. Haha." Jio felt a bit awkward and admitted, "You have indeed one, esteemed elder." In good spirits, Tiannan said, "Let me see what elixirs young friend you has brought." As the vials were opened, both Tiannan and Jio were momentarily taken aback. Within were 3 Supreme Earth Spirit Pills and 60 Supreme Recovery Pills. Although these were lower-tier elixirs, their supreme quality was truly astonishing. Recalling that Shilin had purchased an Earth Spirit herb the previous day, Tiannan's skepticism deepened. Could it be that he refined 3 Supreme Earth Spirit Pills overnight using just one herb? No, his cultivation had improved slightly. He must have consumed one, meaning he had at least refined 4 Supreme Earth Spirit Pills. Tiannan's breath quickened. If his assumptions were correct, Shilin was indeed a prodigious alchemist, and at such a young age, his potential was incalculable. Suppressing his excitement, Tiannan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Shilin, saying slowly, "We shall discuss the value of the elixirs later. I wish to formally inquire about one matter. Are these elixirs you have brought truly crafted by your own hands?" Noticing Shilin's hesitation, Tiannan swore by the heavens, "We harbor no ill intentions towards you, young friend Yu. You may rest assured." Ultimately, Shilin resolved to acknowledge his identity as an alchemist, bringing joy to both Tiannan and Jio. Tiannan continued, "May I ask about your lineage and whom you apprenticed under?" Realizing he had been overly eager, Tiannan recognized that such questions delved into personal secrets and should not be asked so casually. Seeing the look of apology on Tiannan's face, Shilin felt reassured. Given the evident disparity in their cultivation levels, if Tiannan truly wished to uncover his secrets, he could simply resort to forceful methods rather than this roundabout approach. The courtesy displayed, thus far, suggested no malice on their part. Therefore, Shilin replied candidly, "I am but a wandering cultivator. All I have learned is from my master, who has long since passed. I hope you will forgive me for not disclosing his name." Tiannan nodded. This was not an uncommon sentiment among extraordinary individuals who preferred their identities to remain undisclosed, with the absence of family ties or master-disciple obligations. Tiannan felt more assured in the dialogue to follow. Chapter 53. Negotiating cooperation. Tiannan straightened his posture, bestowing upon Shilin the respect he deserved, and slowly began. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am not the manager of the Maple Leaf City branch, but rather the vice president of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce, overseeing all branches of the Guihai Chamber in Beitingshao, akin to the chief manager of the entire region." Shilin was taken aback, astonished to discover the esteemed status of his counterpart. Tiannan, however, did not emphasize his position and continued. I happened to be conducting a routine inspection at the Maple Leaf City branch when I encountered you, young friend you, selling exquisite elixirs. On a whim, I assumed the role of manager, which may have caused you some amusement. Shilin promptly assured him it was no trouble at all. Tiannan then added, as for the manager of the Maple Leaf City branch, that is another individual, Old Chong. Please come forth and meet young friend you. No sooner had Tiannan spoken than an elderly gentleman stepped into the chamber, cheerfully stating, I am Chong Yun, the manager of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Maple Leaf City branch. It is a pleasure to meet you, young friend you. Shilin returned the greeting with respect, saying, it is an honor to meet you, Old Chong. Tiannan continued, as for Xiaojiu, he is my adopted son and serves as my assistant, aiding me in managing the affairs of the chamber in Beiting's Hao. Tiannan further elaborated to Shilin, our Guihai Chamber of Commerce operates throughout the entire realm of cultivation, populated by numerous experts, rivaling even the most prestigious sects within the cultivation world. I am a first-tier cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. Xiaojiu is a first-tier cultivator at the Transformation stage, and Old Chong is a perfect ninth-tier nascent soul cultivator. At this revelation, Shilin was genuinely taken aback, feeling as insignificant as an ant in the presence of these three formidable individuals. Observing the subtle discomfort on Shilin's face, Tiannan waved his hand, saying, young friend there is no need to feel anxious. I emphasize our cultivation levels not for the sake of boasting, but to ensure transparency in our intentions. Shilin, puzzled, inquired, what does President you mean by that? Tiannan explained, currently, the cultivation realm is facing a severe scarcity of high-quality elixirs, and top-tier alchemists are exceedingly rare. Mediocre practitioners and charlatans abound. I have heard that you, young friend you, are an alchemist, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to serve as a guest alchemist for the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Shilin, bewildered, asked the guest alchemist? Tiannan clarified, a guest alchemist is a title within our Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, they are not members of the chamber, but rather our collaborators. When the chamber requires elixirs, the guest alchemist is expected to produce them with the materials provided by the chamber, and the profits from the elixirs shared between the chamber and the guest alchemist. For instance, if the chamber supplies a recipe and specifies the need for a top-tier elixir, upon completion, the guest alchemist need only submit one such elixir to fulfill their obligation, while any surplus may be retained at their discretion. Additionally, the chamber will prioritize providing resources needed for the guest alchemist's cultivation, and the safety of the guest alchemist will also be the chamber's responsibility. In essence, the guest alchemist is akin to a distinguished guest of the chamber. What are your thoughts, young friend you? Shilin gazed at Tiannan's earnest and eager expression, contemplating internally. This indeed presented an excellent opportunity. If he were to align himself with a colossal entity such as the Guihai Merchant Association, the advantages were self-evident. He would merely need to concoct a few elixirs, and with the divine Shinong Ding at his disposal, it would be a piece of cake. Without further deliberation, Shilin promptly assented to the proposal. Tiannan was elated, yet Shilin awkwardly confessed, at present, my cultivation is rather modest, and I can only produce low-tier elixirs. I fear I may not be of significant assistance to the association. Unfazed, Tiannan replied, your cultivation can certainly be enhanced. In due time, my young friend, you will be able to concoct high-tier elixirs. At this moment, Chong Yun interjected, I possess a recipe and material for the golden core pill. Might I request you to demonstrate your alchemical skills on the spot? It would be a revelation for me. He merely asked for the production of a single exquisite golden core pill. Seeing Chong Yun's intense gaze upon him, Shilin mused that the request was quite reasonable. After all, one must witness the alchemical process to feel reassured. He nodded and said, I can prepare it right here in this chamber, but I have a small request. My master instructed me that the techniques of alchemy are not to be shared, so I would appreciate it if you could leave the chamber while I work alone. Shilin was keen to keep the secrets of the Shinong Ding concealed. This request was indeed reasonable. After handing over the materials for the golden core pill, Chong Yun and the others exited the chamber. The golden core pill is one of the most crucial elixirs for cultivators transitioning from the 9th level of foundation establishment to the golden core stage. With the aid of the golden core pill, cultivators can swiftly and confidently solidify their golden core, significantly increasing their success rate compared to those who attempt without it. It is an essential elixir for those at the foundation stage, highly sought after. Inside the chamber, Shilin examined the materials for the golden core pill, including ice spirit fruit, moon spirit flower, and 9-leaf mushroom. Following the prescribed order, he directly placed them into the Shinong Ding and commenced his alchemical work. Outside the chamber, shortly after Shilin's entry, Chang Yun contemplated using his spiritual sense to observe Shilin's process. However, Tian'an quickly interjected, "Old Chang, you mustn't." Reluctantly, Chang Yun acquiesced. Before long, Shilin emerged from the chamber, and the trio initially assumed that his alchemical attempt had failed due to the brevity of his absence. However, the rich aroma of elixirs wafting from the chamber caused them to collectively gasp in astonishment. With great anticipation, Shilin produced a jade vial and opened it for them to examine closely. Chang Yun could not help but exclaim, "Two exquisite golden core pills." In reality, Shilin had concocted a total of 5 exquisite golden core pills, but to avoid overwhelming them, he only displayed 2 in the vial. From the color, texture, and remaining warmth of the pills, Tian'an could ascertain that they had indeed just been crafted. "From this moment forth, my young friend, you shall be the guest alchemist of the Guihai Merchant Association." Tian'an laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied as he regarded Shilin. Deducing from Shilin's youthful appearance, he estimated that he was no older than 20. A young and immensely talented alchemist of such caliber was precisely the kind of individual that the most prestigious sects yearned to discover. Tian'an never imagined that he would stumble upon such a treasure in the quaint Maple Leaf City. With a smile, he remarked, "Now that we are comrades, let's not remain strangers. From now on, you may simply refer to me as Shilin. You may call me Bo, address Xiao Jiao as Shi Xiao, and refer to Lao Chong as Chong Lao. This will foster a sense of intimacy. Don't you agree?" The three nodded in agreement. Shilin understood that Tiannan's overtures were aimed at winning him over, but he perceived no malice in such gestures. Tian'an then instructed Xiao Jiao to craft an identity jade token for Shilin as a guest alchemist. Noticing a hint of confusion on Shilin's face, Tian'an elaborated. The identity jade token symbolizes one's affiliation with the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Typically, when presented, it grants some degree of respect from various factions towards our association. Moreover, as a guest alchemist, you can utilize this token to procure resources at any branch of the Guihai Chamber at merely 50% of the cost. Shilin's eyes sparkled with interest. This advantage was indeed enticing. Subsequently, Tian'an directed Chang Yun to arrange a luxurious abode for Shilin. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shilin mentioned, "I have 2 wives shopping nearby. I wonder about their situation." Chang Yun burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "A trivial matter. The expenses for their purchases today will be waived, and they are welcome to join you at your residence." Chapter 54. The City Lord's daughter Fortune favored Shilin. As he successfully secured a place to call home, Chang Yun settled him in a standalone villa behind the Maple Leaf City branch, where Xinyuan Qingwu and Ling Er also took up residence. The 2 women were thoroughly impressed by Shilin's swift acquisition of a safe haven. Tian'an, pressed by other urgent matters, met with Shilin briefly to offer encouragement before departing Maple Leaf City for other endeavors. However, he left Jiao behind to ensure Shilin's safety for a time. Given Shilin's current low cultivation level, while he could defeat opponents of higher tiers, he would still falter against those in the golden core stage. Jiao, with his first layer of the transformation stage cultivation, was more than capable of safeguarding him within the confines of Maple Leaf City. Shortly after settling into the branch, Shilin was approached by a servant bearing an invitation from the city lord's daughter, Wu Haitang, requesting his presence at a banquet. Bewildered, Shilin pondered the connection he had with the city lord's residence. As he had no acquaintance with the young lady, why would she invite him? He relayed the situation to Jiao, who contemplated for a moment and said, it matters not. Junior brother, you should attend and discern the purpose of this invitation. I shall discreetly watch over you. Bolstered by Yu Jio's silent support, Yu Shilin felt emboldened as he followed the city lord's attendants to the banquet. The city lord's residence, situated in the heart of Maple Leaf City, occupied the most prime location and sprawled over a vast area. The guards stationed at the entrance were both at the second layer of the foundation stage, and the gilded characters spelling City Lord's residence gleamed brightly above the imposing gate, a testament to its authority. Upon arrival, Yu Shilin was met by the residence's attendants, who guided him through a winding path to an opulent courtyard. Just as he approached the entrance, the sounds of laughter from within, a mingling of male and female voices, reached his ears. A servant reported, "Miss, young master you has arrived." A woman's voice echoed from within the hall. "Let him in." The servant opened the door, gesturing for Yu Shilin to enter. Upon stepping into the grand hall, Yu Shilin's gaze fell upon two men and a woman. The woman, adorned with heavy makeup and possessing striking beauty, was indeed Wu Haitang, the daughter of the city lord, boasting a cultivation level of the first layer of golden core. The two men, dressed similarly and both wielding long swords, were at the second and third layers of golden core, respectively. All three appeared to be indulging in wine with abandon. Yu Shilin frowned slightly, feeling a sense of displeasure. Despite being invited to the banquet, the others had commenced drinking in his absence, indicating their disregard for him. He suppressed his discontent when the woman finally noticed him, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, young master, you has arrived. Please take a seat." Before Yu Shilin was a table, seemingly prepared for him, adorned with spiritual wine and fruits that could slightly enhance one's cultivation and assist in training. The two men observed Yu Shilin's interest in the offerings with mocking expressions, thinking him a naive country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The man at the second layer of golden core smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Sister, will you not introduce our esteemed guest?" Wu Haitang, with a flourish, replied, "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce you too. This is Yu Shilin, who, at the foundational level, defeated Yuan Boguang, a fourth-layer practitioner, with a single sword strike at the dual platform in Maple Leaf City, earning great renown among the younger generation. Young master Yu, these two are my seniors, core disciples of the Tsongshan sword sect, Lu Tsongyun and Wan Duzong." Yu Shilin offered a courteous greeting, to which the two men returned a half-hearted gesture. Wan Duzong, at the second layer of golden core, wore a smile that failed to reach his eyes and said, "I have heard of young master Yu's remarkable feat of slaying an opponent 3 levels above him with a single strike. I am deeply impressed. The blue short sword you wield is extraordinary. As a fellow sword enthusiast from Tsongshan sword sect, might I have the honor of admiring it?" Unbeknownst to Yu Shilin, after the duel, the middle-aged steward of the platform reported the incident to the city lord's residence, which piqued the interest of Wu Haidang. As the daughter of the city lord Wu Tianxiong and a member of the Tsongshan sword sect, she had garnered many admirers, leveraging her beauty and connections within the sect to engage in unsavory trades for cultivation resources. Within a few short years, she had broken into the first layer of golden core and ascended to the ranks of core disciples, with Lu Tsongyun and Wan Duzong among her suitors. Following the duel, upon hearing of the extraordinary short sword Yu Shilin possessed, she was eager to obtain it and discreetly investigated his background. Discovering that he was an outsider with no roots in Maple Leaf City, she conspired with Lu Tsongyun and Wan Duzong to lure him to the city lord's residence, where they intended to seize his sword through coercion and deceit, leading to the invitation for the banquet, of which Yu Shilin remained entirely oblivious. Feeling out of place among the trio, Yu Shilin declined, saying, "My short sword is fundamental to my existence. I cannot easily display it. I hope you understand, Brother Wan." As Wan Duzong's expression shifted, ready to erupt, Wu Haidang quickly signaled him to desist, inquiring, "My associates were searching for young Master Yu, who is presently at the Finesse City branch of the Guihai Merchant Association. May I ask what connection young Master Yu has with the Guihai Merchant Association in Finesse City?" Yu Shilin, already aware that they were probing into his background, replied nonchalantly, "I have merely secured a position at the Finesse City branch." The trio erupted in laughter, assuming Yu Shilin had taken on the role of a mere assistant there. Wu Haitang giggled. In that case, I shall be candid with you, young master Yu. My father, Wu Tianxiong, has recently transcended to the nascent soul stage and is set to join the ranks of elders of the Tsongshan sword sect. He will soon return to take up his position there. And leveraging my father's status to recommend you as an inner disciple of the Tsongshan sword sect would be an effortless task. Surely, this is far superior to being a lowly assistant at the Fengye City branch. Wu Haidang continued to entice him. Of course, such a monumental opportunity is not offered freely. Young master, you would need to present your short sword to me as a token of allegiance. Would you be willing to part with it? Realizing her intentions were directed towards his short sword, Yu Shilin felt a sense of unease. Although her cultivation surpassed his significantly, he had the formidable Yu Jiu backing him, and thus he remained composed, resolutely declining Wu Haitang's proposal. Undeterred, Wu Haitang leaned closer to Yu Shilin with a flirtatious smile, coyly suggesting, "Truth be told, I have a fondness for your short sword. Should you be inclined to part with it, I would be more than willing to spend the night with you." Observing her brazen declaration in front of Lu Xingyun and Wan Duzong, both of whom displayed no sign of disapproval, it was evident that such behavior was commonplace for her, further solidifying Yu Shilin's disdain. Stepping back, he firmly rejected, "Absolutely not." Wu Haitang's demeanor turned icy, her pretense shattered. With a cold snort, she declared, "You ungrateful wretch. Whether you wish to comply or not, you will surrender it today, or we shall not treat you kindly." Wan Duzong, eager to interject, offered, "Sister, do not be angered. I shall teach this brat a lesson." He then turned to Yu Shilin with a scornful expression, stating, "I have heard you can slay opponents beyond your rank. Let's see if you can surpass me, a golden core expert." With that, he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator upon Yu Shilin. The immense weight of this oppressive force felt as though a mountain were bearing down on him, leaving him breathless and alarmed, just as he prepared to muster his full strength to resist. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from outside the hall, shattering Wan Duzong's oppressive aura like a blade unsheathed, and Yu Shilin instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. This cold snort belonged to Yu Jiu, who not only alleviated Yu Shilin's predicament, but also emanated the formidable pressure of a transformation stage cultivator, rendering Wan Duzong and his companions immobile, their faces betraying their terror. "Who dares?" The sound of fluttering garments announced the arrival of the city lord, Wu Tianxiong, accompanied by two other fully realized golden core experts from the city lord's residence. Wu Tianxiong had ascended to the first layer of the nascent soul stage, yet upon encountering Yu Jiu, who had attained the first layer of the transformation stage, his expression tightened with apprehension. He steeled himself and inquired, "Esteemed friend, what brings you to my city lord's mansion?" Yu Jiu replied coolly, "City Lord Wu, may we converse privately?" Relieved that Yu Jiu did not resort to violence, Wu Tianxiong followed him to a secluded spot. It is unclear what they communicated through their spiritual senses, but after a brief moment, Wu Tianxiong emerged with a pallid expression, murmuring furiously to Wu Haitang and the others, "All of you, leave at once." The trio, as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated. Wu Tianxiong then donned a cheerful demeanor, saying, "My daughter, in her ignorance, has offended young master Yu. I implore your forgiveness, young master. Here is 100,000 spirit stones as compensation from the city lord's mansion." He presented a storage ring, and after a glance at Yu Jiu, who nodded in affirmation, Yu Shilin accepted it. With a forced smile, Wu Tianxiong escorted the two out of the city lord's mansion. Once Yu Shilin and Yu Jiu disappeared from view, a cold, sinister expression clouded his face. Chapter 55. Wealth Beyond Measure. Following the incident at the city lord's mansion, Yu Jiu advised Yu Shilin to remain at the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's branch in Liyue City for the time being, as the outside world was fraught with danger. And given Yu Shilin's low cultivation, he risked being victimized by high-level practitioners, with potential fatal consequences. Yu Shilin, troubled by his own lack of cultivation, resolved to bide his time and develop cautiously. However, he did not remain idle. He activated a mass production mode for alchemy. Yu Shilin's alchemical prowess diverged from that of other alchemists in two significant ways. Firstly, his rate of producing top-tier pills exceeded 90%, and secondly, his speed was remarkably swift. This was largely attributed to the miraculous capabilities of the Shinong Ding, particularly its automatic purification process. While other alchemists relied on manual techniques that could take hours or even days with varying success rates, the Shinong Ding accomplished purification in an incredibly short time frame. This enabled Yu Shilin to match the output of dozens of alchemists single-handedly. During this period, Yu Shilin concocted a substantial quantity of low-tier elixirs, including Foundation Establishment pills, Essence Recovery pills, Earth Spirit pills, Golden Core pills, and Beauty elixirs. These exceptional pills, upon entering the market, were fervently sought after by low-tier cultivators, often selling out immediately. Numerous major sects, upon hearing the news, even placed advance orders, resulting in staggering profits for the Fengye City branch of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Chang Yiyun, full of cheer, found himself invigorated. As a seasoned manager, he had never experienced such exuberance. However, many were secretly inquiring about the source of the exceptional pills at the Fengye City branch, all of which Chang Yiyun deftly deflected, issuing strict orders to the staff prohibiting any disclosure of Yu Shilin's identity as an alchemist. According to the agreement between the Guihai Chamber of Commerce and guest alchemists, Yu Shilin received a substantial quantity of pills, and Chang Yiyun persistently bestowed upon him a profit share of 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Coupled with the previous 100,000 low-grade spirit stones he received as compensation from Wu Tianxiong, Yu Shilin now possessed over 3 million spirit stones and a plethora of pills, rendering him exceedingly wealthy. Of course, Yu Shilin was not one to hoard wealth selfishly. He generously distributed considerable resources to Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger, transforming them into 2 little affluent ladies. In addition, Yu Jiu had somehow procured 2 inner pearls from third-tier spirit beasts for him. Third-tier spirit beasts correspond to the golden core stage of human cultivators, and their inner pearls contain vast amounts of spiritual energy and essence of vitality. After refining them, the benefits to his cultivation were exceptionally pronounced, allowing Yu Shilin to directly break through to the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, while his physical level ascended to the 8th layer of the human body realm. This left Yu Shilin immensely grateful to Yu Jiu, prompting him to devote himself even more diligently to alchemy. As Yu Shilin progressed in his alchemical endeavors, certain issues began to surface. He encountered no difficulties in refining low-tier pills of the golden core stage and below, achieving remarkable speed and nearly exhausting all available low-tier pill formula materials within the jurisdiction of the Guihai Merchant Association's Maple Leaf City branch. Consequently, Chang Yiyun made a special trip to the higher-level branch, the Guihai Merchant Association's Tianlong City branch, to request a special approval for mid-tier pill materials. And he returned with a formula for the Yuan Ying pill. The Yuan Ying pill is a crucial elixir for cultivators transitioning from the perfected golden core stage to the Yuan Ying stage. However, Yu Shilin's attempt to refine the Yuan Ying pill using this formula ended in failure. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the divine farmer's cauldron. The issue lay in the inadequacy of his true fire's power, which failed to fully transform the formula materials into spiritual liquid, thus rendering the purification and pill-forming steps impossible and resulting in a failed refinement. Yu Shilin surmised that to successfully refine mid-tier pills, he had 2 potential methods. One was to elevate his own cultivation to the golden core stage, as the power of true fire would increase with his level, potentially allowing him to refine Yuan Ying stage pills. The other was to find a rare flame from heaven and earth. After refining and absorbing it, the power of his true fire would similarly be greatly enhanced, making the refinement of mid-tier pills feasible. Both methods were fraught with difficulty, without the aid of precious materials. Elevating one's cultivation through gradual accumulation could take an eternity, while the existence of rare flames from heaven and earth was elusive and uncertain within the realm of cultivation. Although Yu Shilin felt a twinge of anxiety, he found himself powerless to change his circumstances. Chapter 56. The Return of the Phoenix Secret Realm on this day. Yu Shilin was immersed in cultivation within the training room of the Maple Leaf City branch when Yu Jiu returned and delivered an exceedingly important piece of news. The Return of the Phoenix Secret Realm was about to open. a phenomenon that occurred every 20 years. Confused, Shilin inquired, "What is the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm?" Recognizing Shilin's unfamiliarity with many matters of the cultivation world, Yu patiently explained. Approximately 1,000 miles west of Tianlong City in Biting Continent lies a mountain range known as the Duanjia Mountain Range. And the entrance to the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm resides within this range. Inside the Secret Realm is a miniature world, akin to a scaled-down version of the cultivation realm. The spiritual energy within the Secret Realm is far denser than that of the cultivation realm, and it is devoid of human cultivators, inhabited solely by spirit beasts. The entrance to the Secret Realm opens at fixed intervals every 20 years, permitting entry only to those cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage or below. Should cultivators above the Yuan Ing stage attempt to force their way in, they would be either repelled by the laws of the realm, or in severe cases, meet a gruesome end, resulting in their demise. Shilin was intrigued. The return of the Phoenix Secret Realm indeed seemed fascinating. A nostalgic expression appeared on Yu's face as he slowly continued. 20 years ago, I ventured into this place once, entering with the cultivation of a perfected 9th layer of Golden Core. Alongside me were over 10,000 fellow cultivators, including many prodigious disciples from renowned sections. The interior of the Guihong Secret Realm was akin to an untouched virgin land, abundant in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I was fortunate at that time and acquired several precious items, yet this also attracted the covetous eyes of other cultivators, leading to a joint pursuit by dozens of Golden Core practitioners at the same level. Ultimately, I managed to slay several of them, but not without sustaining serious injuries. Fortunately, during my escape, I stumbled upon a hidden refuge, evading their relentless chase. After 3 months of concealment, I was automatically transported out of the Secret Realm. Later, I immersed myself in seclusion at the Guihai Merchant Association, utilizing the treasures obtained from the Guihong Secret Realm. Within just a few years, I broke through from a 9th layer of Golden Core directly to the 3rd layer of Nascent Soul. The Guihong Secret Realm is truly a land of fortune. Shilin listened, captivated by the tales of the abundant treasures within the Guihong Secret Realm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, upon hearing about Yu's harrowing experience of being pursued by numerous peers, he felt a shiver of apprehension. At this moment, Yu paused, his expression turning serious as he said, "Junior brother Yu, I share this with you to convey 2 essential points. First, if you wish to enhance your cultivation, entering the Secret Realm is an unparalleled choice. Second, the world of cultivation is one of the survival of the fittest, devoid of law or virtue. Each time cultivators enter the Secret Realm, they often engage in fierce battles for treasures, leading to countless fatalities, with over 50% of practitioners meeting untimely ends. Moreover, upon exiting the Secret Realm, the unresolved grievances among various factions can ignite a bloodbath in the cultivation world." Yu fixed his gaze on Shilin and remarked, "I suspect the Merchant Association is reluctant to let you take such risks. However, I believe you have the right to be informed of this matter. The choice to go or not rests solely with you, and regardless of your decision, your elder brother will support you." Shilin laughed heartily. "Elder brother, as cultivators, we inherently defy the heavens. How could we harbor fear? If I do not dare to venture forth, then I might as well abandon my cultivation altogether." Yu chuckled as well, patting Shilin on the shoulder. "Well said. Junior brother, you are also an extraordinary talent, not necessarily inferior to those favored by the heavens. For today, let us rest, and we shall depart at dawn tomorrow." Shilin chose not to reveal the truth to Xinyuan Qingwu and Ling merely stating that he had urgent matters to attend to with Yu that would require a long journey, potentially lasting several months. Instantly, Xinyuan Qingwu and Ling expressed their discontent, insisting on accompanying him. After Shilin's repeated and stern refusals, the 2 women reluctantly abandoned their intentions, their eyes brimming with tears as they implored him to return safely. Shilin felt a twinge of reluctance but steeled his resolve, instructing the 2 women to diligently cultivate at the Maple Leaf City branch and await his return. Chapter 57. journeyed to the secret realm early the next morning. Yu Shilin and Yu Jiu set out. Yu Jiu, familiar with the route, first led Yu Shilin from Maple Leaf City to the Tier 4 city of Tianlong City via the teleportation array. Upon arriving in Tianlong City, Yu Shilin barely had time to take in the sights before Yu Jiu hurried him towards the Duanji mountain range. Within the realm of cultivation, a legend surrounds the Duanji mountain range, which was originally named the Biting Horizontal Ridge Mountain Range thousands of years ago. As the name suggests, the mountain range resembles a spine that stretches across the northern Court continent for hundreds of thousands of miles. One fateful day, a sudden burst of radiance descended from the heavens, striking the northern Court Ridge Mountain and cleaving it in two. The impacted area appeared as though it had been carved by a knife, creating an unfathomable chasm. This chasm soon filled with water, forming a deep lake, which led to the renaming of the northern Court Ridge Mountain to the Severed Boundary Mountain Range. At that moment, the entire realm of cultivation felt a tremor, as if the very earth were on the brink of collapse. To this day, the nature of that radiant light remains a mystery, yet every 20 years, a luminous portal emerges at the site of the severance, inscribed above with the words "Returning Swallows," which is the origin of the return of the swallow's secret realm. As Yu Shilin listened intently to Yu Jiu's narration, he expressed his astonishment. Yu Jiu continued, "It is said that for the past 10,000 years, many powerful cultivators have ventured to the Severed Boundary Mountain Range in search of its secrets, yet none have succeeded in unraveling them. Some have even attempted to refine the return of the swallow's secret realm, only to end in failure. Consequently, some assert that the return of the swallow's secret realm is in fact a celestial artifact, accidentally dropped into the realm of cultivation during a battle among celestial beings, beyond the reach of any cultivator." Yu Shilin exclaimed in surprise, "A celestial artifact?" Perceiving his confusion, Yu Jiu patiently elaborated, "My knowledge of the celestial realm and its artifacts is limited, but I shall share what I do know." Noticing Yu Shilin's attentive demeanor, Yu Jiu cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "It is said that the realm of cultivation is suffused with errant laws from the celestial realm. Only when a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the crossing tribulation stage might they sense these celestial laws. Should they grasp even a fragment of these laws, a so-called celestial energy will manifest within them. Such cultivators are referred to as ascending stage cultivators or quasi-celestials, the most formidable beings within the realm of cultivation. Once they possess this celestial energy, they will sense the gravitational pull of the celestial ascension, and when the celestial gate opens, they shall ascend to the celestial realm and become celestial beings." Yu Jiu paused momentarily before adding, "Celestial artifacts are treasures of the celestial realm, possessing the power to annihilate worlds beyond the imagination of any cultivator in our realm. My understanding is limited to this." Observing the dreamy expression on Yu Shilin's face, Yu Jiu felt a twinge of awkwardness and remarked, "Junior brother, the celestial realm and its beings are still far beyond our reach. Perhaps it is best for us to merely familiarize ourselves with these concepts." Yu Shilin pondered this, acknowledging that Yu Jiu was more knowledgeable, while he himself was merely a lowly cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, questioning the point of overthinking. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they inadvertently arrived at the site of the Severed Boundary Mountain Range. Yu Shilin, initially indifferent, was taken aback upon looking around. A vast square had been cleared in front of the chasm, teeming with tens of thousands of cultivators, with more arriving continuously. Yu Shilin gasped, "So many people." Yu Jiu furrowed his brow and sighed. As resources in the realm of cultivation dwindle, many struggle to advance their cultivation levels. It is only natural for them to travel great distances to seek treasures within the return of the swallow's secret realm. However, this means competition will be fierce, and you must prepare yourself mentally. As Yu Shilin surveyed the bustling square, he noticed numerous cultivators who had set up tents to rest, while others gathered in lively conversation. Many were engaged in the trade of elixirs and weapons, rendering the square as raucous as a marketplace. Among the gathered cultivators, the majority were at the Golden Core stage, with only a few, like Yu Shilin himself, at the Foundation establishment stage. However, he was well aware that several leaders present, such as Yu Jiu, possess cultivation levels reaching the nascent soul or even the spirit transformation stage. Yu Jio retrieved a tent from his storage ring, setting it up with the intention of inviting Yu Shilin inside for a respite. Just then, a discordant laughter erupted nearby. A middle-aged man clad in blue feigned surprise and remarked to Yu Jio, "Isn't this old you from the Biting Prefecture? What brings you here to lead a team to the Guihong's secret realm? Yet, you only brought along a little brother at the mere foundation establishment level. Is there truly no one else in your Biting Prefecture?" Yu Jio coldly retorted, "Old fool, mind your own business. The matters of our Biting Prefecture do not concern you." Beside the blue-clad man stood a young man in purple, a golden core cultivator at the 9th level, who courteously introduced himself. "I am Hua Bufan, a newly initiated disciple of the Guihai Merchant Association's Dongwang Prefecture branch. It is an honor to meet you, assistant you." Noticing the politeness displayed by Hua Bufan, Yu Jio softened his demeanor slightly, as they were both affiliated with the Guihai Merchant Association, and returned a perfunctory bow. Hua Bufan then turned to Yu Shilin, a flicker of derision crossing his eyes, though he masked it with feigned civility, asking, "May I inquire your esteemed name, brother? Are you also here to participate in the Guihong secret realm?" Yu Shilin replied nonchalantly, "I am Yu Shilin from the Biting Prefecture branch. To be candid, I am indeed here to partake in the Guihong secret realm." Hua Bufan's mockery intensified as he laughed heartily. "In that case, brother Yu, as members of the Guihai Merchant Association, we should support one another in the secret realm and stand united." Yu Shilin chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, indeed." Yu Jio furrowed his brow and said, "Old fool, if you have nothing to do, return to your territory and refrain from disturbing us." The blue-clad man shook his head with a sigh. How dull. However, the talented disciples participating in this secret realm are as numerous as the fish in the river. Your little brother here should exercise caution. Haha, I shall take my leave. After the blue-clad man departed with a final jibe, Yu Jio remained silent for a moment before addressing Yu Shilin's inquiring expression. "The man in blue is named Pai Futsu, an assistant to the president of the Dongwang Prefecture branch, of equivalent status to mine, and he is at the first level of the spirit transformation stage." Yu Shilin, puzzled, asked, "Are we all part of the Guihai Merchant Association? Why is the relationship among us so strained?" Yu Jio sighed. Although the Guihai Merchant Association is substantial, it is rife with factions and internal conflicts, not a monolith. The 5 major prefectures often harbor grievances, frequently undermining one another and engaging in backstabbing. Just 2 years ago, our Biting Prefecture branch exerted tremendous effort to recruit a qualified guest alchemist capable of producing mid-tier elixirs. The entire branch was invigorated by this, and we secured numerous contracts for elixir supplies from significant sects preparing to make our mark. Little did the old man Pai Futsu from Dongwang Prefecture know how he acquired the news, but he hurried to Biting Prefecture to secretly meet with the alchemist guest. It remains unclear what promises he made, yet he successfully persuaded the alchemist to defect to the Dongwang branch and vanished into the night without a word. Yu Jiohan seethed, stating that due to his betrayal, a plethora of medicinal pill orders we had secured fell through, resulting in substantial losses for the Biting branch, and further diminishing President Yu's reputation. Subsequently, President Yu penned a letter to the Dongwang branch inquiring about the matter, only to receive a nonchalant response. No comment. Such a reply was infuriating. Following this incident, the relationship between the Dongwang and Biting branches grew exceedingly cold, akin to water and fire. Do not be misled by the polite demeanor of that Hua Bufan. Given the nature of the Dongwang branch, should you find yourself in peril, they will certainly not assist you, and may even stab you in the back, warned Yu Jiohan, urging his junior disciple to be extremely cautious. Yu Shilin nodded in understanding, aware that once he entered the secret realm, he would have to rely solely on himself. Chapter 58. The opening of the secret realm. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted in the square outside. Exiting their tent, Yu Shilin and Yu Jiohan discovered 2 factions locked in a standoff. Yu Jiohan squinted at them and remarked, "It appears that the disciples of Lei Yunzong and Tian Yimin have clashed." Noting Yu Shilin's confusion, he elaborated, "Lei Yunzong is a major sect in Nanyu Prefecture, renowned for its thunder control techniques, which enable them to wield lightning against their foes with remarkable prowess. The individuals clad in blue are from Lei Yun Zone, led by Lei Fei Yun, the son of the sect's master, Lei Gongming. On the other side, we have the local sect Tian Yimen, which specializes in weapon forging, boasting an array of divine weapons. They are also a significant sect, with the Tsangshan Sword Sect as one of their subordinate factions. The leader among those dressed in bright yellow is Ouyang Mingguang, the grandson of the Grand Elder Ouyang Duan. The disciples of both sects were vociferously exchanging taunts, their animosity palpable. Historically, these two sects have harbored grievances against one another, and the tension was exacerbated by their encounter during the trials, leading to an imminent clash. At this juncture, the elder representatives from both sides intervened to restrain their disciples, ultimately quelling the uproar. However, the disciples continued to glare at each other, indicating that should they cross paths in the secret realm, a fierce battle to the death would be inevitable. Following this incident, the previously raucous atmosphere of the trial square fell into a hush, with most cultivators resting in place, refraining from idle chatter as they awaited the emergence of the portal to the secret realm. Before long, a delicate mist began to materialize at the summit of the Duanjia mountain range, gradually thickening. The scene erupted in excitement as experienced individuals proclaimed, "The Guihong secret realm is about to open." From within the depths of the mist, a radiant golden light began to emanate, revealing the outline of a magnificent golden door, signaling the entrance to the Guihong secret realm. The brilliance of the golden door intensified, culminating in a dazzling glow, before it finally swung open to reveal the two prominent characters, Guihong. The crowd of cultivators in the square erupted into cheers, with many exclaiming, "The door has opened. Everyone, let's enter." The crowd surged towards the golden gate like a tumultuous tide, only to vanish without a trace. Yu Jiu gently patted Yu Shilin's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you may enter, but exercise utmost caution within. Preserving your life is paramount. The secret realm will automatically transport individuals out in 3 months. I shall await your return. Best of luck." Yu Shilin nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Without further ado, he blended into the throng and disappeared through the golden gate. As the throng of cultivators neared the entrance, a faint azure light streaked across the distant horizon, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, and swiftly vanished into the golden gate. Most of the cultivators remaining in the square were oblivious to this occurrence, with only a handful noticing the fleeting azure light, which had already disappeared before they could fully discern it. Yu Jiu also took note of the azure light, yet he remained uncertain of its nature, pondering with a furrowed brow. At that moment, his communication pearl suddenly illuminated, and upon inspecting the message, his expression shifted dramatically. The Northern Court branch conveyed that Miss Yu Qianxi had stealthily escaped alone, likely heading towards the Guihong secret realm in the Duanjia Mountains. If Yu Jiu encountered her there, he was to stop her and await the arrival of the Yu family. Yu Jiu hastily glanced towards the entrance, where only a sparse few were still entering. There was no sign of Yu Qianxi. It was highly probable that she had seized the opportunity to slip into the secret realm amidst the chaos. He sighed, thinking, "Junior sister, you are too reckless." However, at this moment, he had no recourse but to leave it to fate, hoping she would emerge unscathed. Chapter 59. The bone-eating armored fish. Upon rushing through the Golden Gate, Yu Shilin felt himself enveloped by a thick fog, with those around him gradually fading from view. He sensed a force of spatial transmission, reminiscent of his previous experience with the teleportation array. It appeared that the Golden Gate functioned similarly, transporting cultivators into the secret realm. After a considerable time, the enveloping fog dissipated abruptly, revealing a breathtaking landscape. He had been transported to an unknown mountain range. Yu Shilin mused, "This must be the Guihong secret realm." The conditions within the secret realm resembled those of the cultivation world, yet the spiritual energy in the air was considerably denser, promising that cultivation here would yield far greater results. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Yu Shilin contemplated, "It seems each person's teleportation destination is random. The internal space of the Guihong secret realm is quite vast, and if I exercise caution, I should avoid encountering other cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he began to explore the mountains, hoping to fortuitously discover rare herbs and treasures. After some time searching, he indeed stumbled upon several spiritual herbs. However, they were of low grade, primarily suited for those in the qi refining stage. Shilin deemed them unworthy of collection. Given his current status, he had little interest in such inferior herbs. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. There was ample time ahead, and he would continue his search at a leisurely pace. Shilin, utilizing his spiritual awareness, began to search slowly. His current range of perception had expanded to over 100 miles, comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. However, within the confines of the secret realm, his spiritual sense faced certain restrictions, significantly compressing his range to merely a few hundred meters. Fortunately, this was of little consequence, as it was likely that other cultivators were similarly constrained. While exploring the secret realm, Shilin discovered a loose cultivator at the second level of golden core nearby, also in search of treasures. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to steer clear of the other cultivator. Continuing his search, a lake manifested within the scope of his spiritual awareness. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he observed a mist shrouding the surface, the water exhibiting a deep emerald hue. The entire lake was eerily tranquil, and his spiritual awareness could not penetrate the depths beneath the surface. In the center of the lake lay a small island, enveloped in white mist, emanating a faint aura of spiritual herbs. Shilin sensed that there must be valuable treasures on the island. Yet he hesitated to swim across and instead prepared to employ his flying technique. However, as he leaped into the air, an overwhelming force bore down upon him, and with a resounding splash, he found himself submerged in the lake. It turned out that there was a prohibition against flying within the secret realm, and Shilin lamented his misfortune, resorting to swimming instead. To his dismay, ripples began to form in the water around him. When he focused his spiritual awareness on his surroundings, his expression changed dramatically as countless tiny black dots approached him. These were giant, turtle-like creatures, their bodies enveloped in dark scales, with long, sharp teeth protruding from their elongated jaws. Shilin recognized from his inherited memories that these creatures were known as bone-eating turtles, possessing exceptionally sharp teeth capable of easily severing human bones. They often moved in swarms, making them formidable adversaries in the water. However, he felt somewhat reassured that, despite their overwhelming numbers, most of these creatures were only at the first or second tier of spiritual beasts, which he believed he could still handle. Nevertheless, the glinting teeth surrounding him sent shivers down his spine. Shilin summoned his blue spiritual sword, unleashing waves of metallic sword energy from beneath the water. The bone-eating turtles encountered the sword energy and were swiftly shredded, offering no resistance. To his astonishment, his metallic sword energy proved remarkably effective against the turtles. He swiftly formed a protective barrier of sword blooms around himself, and the charging turtles collided with the barrier, meeting a fate akin to being thrown into a meat grinder. The water began to float with the remnants of the bone-eating turtles and their inner cores. Realizing these cores were valuable, Shilin eagerly collected them all. As he maneuvered through the water, gathering the inner cores, he noticed that the turtles, possessing minimal intelligence and a reckless disregard for their lives, continued to attack him in waves. Like a whirling storm of blades, Shilin advanced swiftly through the lake, leaving a trail of turtle carcasses in his wake, while simultaneously amassing nearly 1,000 inner cores in a short span of time. Finally, from the depths of the lake, a faint but menacing roar echoed, as a shadow over a foot long approached him like a shooting star, its sharp teeth and gaping maw radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. Shilin was taken aback. Before him stood a bone-eating mother turtle, a formidable creature classified as a level 4 spirit beast, akin to a human cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Drawing upon his mastery, Shilin unleashed a blade of pure metal energy toward the creature, not with the expectation of inflicting harm, but merely hoping to stall its advance momentarily. The sound of the metallic clash resonated as the energy struck the turtle's hardened head, leaving but a faint mark, without impeding its relentless pursuit. Enraged further, the bone-eating mother turtle surged toward Shilin, its massive jaws agape, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Fortunately, Shilin was now in close proximity to the island at the heart of the lake. Under the ominous shadow of death, he summoned his full cultivation, channeling his spirit energy with fervor, and with a mighty swing of his sword, he cleaved through the air, shattering the very mountains and rivers. A colossal stream of sword energy manifested in the water, taking the form of an elongated water blade that crashed into the bone-eating mother turtle. The impact sent waves rippling outward, and the creature, struck by the water-shaped energy, was violently tossed, flipping twice in the water, leaving behind several feet-long gashes. Though none were fatal. Wounded, the bone-eating mother turtle became frenzied, regaining its composure and darting toward Shilin, who, propelled by the recoil of his earlier strike, swiftly approached the island's shore. Just as the creature's gaping maw was about to engulf him, Shilin reached the edge of the island, leaping out of the water and rolling onto the shore. The ground trembled as a massive stone was shattered by the turtle's bite, sending debris flying. Quickly distancing himself from the water's edge, Shilin observed that the bone-eating mother turtle was merely roaring in fury from the shore. Unable to pursue him further into the land, regaining his composure, he ventured deeper into the island, leaving behind the creature's impotent howls. Chapter 60. Discovery of the infant ginseng. Shilin paid no heed to the bone-eating mother turtle and commenced his search upon the small island. The isle was modest in size, spanning merely a few dozen miles, adorned with verdant trees and perpetually enveloped in a subtle fragrance. As he meticulously scoured the terrain, Shilin discovered numerous low-level spirit herbs, yet none emitted the elusive scent he sought. Puzzled, he pondered, what could this mysterious herb be? Having nearly scoured the entire island without success, he was taken aback when a faint aroma began to waft through the air once more, intensifying in richness. His senses heightened. He followed the scent, yet found nothing. Confounded, he muttered to himself, "What enigma this is! What could it possibly mean?" At that moment, a flicker of golden light caught his peripheral vision, vanishing into a thicket. What could that be? Shilin called out, hastily employing his swift movement techniques to pursue the glimmer. Upon reaching the spot where he had seen the light, he suddenly spotted a palm-sized, golden, humanoid figure leap and disappear into another patch of grass. Shilin felt no sense of threat and decided to pursue further. The golden figure swiftly leaped to another location, moving with remarkable speed, prompting Shilin to hasten his chase. The man and the elusive creature darted through the dense foliage of the island, akin to a game of hide and seek. The golden being was quite slippery. Every time Shilin drew near, it would immediately evade, skillfully hiding amidst the thickets, nearly causing him to lose track of it. As Shilin's irritation grew, he summoned his blue spirit short sword, channeling a surge of golden sword energy that shot forth with astonishing speed. With a swift hiss, the sword energy struck the golden figure before it could escape, cleaving it in two, leaving it motionless on the ground. Rushing forward, Shilin was greeted by an intense fragrance, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered earlier. On the ground lay two halves of a golden root, each the size of a palm, resembling ginseng. What is this? After a moment of searching through his inherited memories, realization struck him. It was actually infant ginseng. This was the primary ingredient for crafting the Yuan Ing Dan, and fully grown infant ginseng could transform into a childlike form and move about. The revelation made Shilin understand why it had been playing hide and seek with him. Previously, Chang Yun had provided him with a recipe for the Yuan Ing Dan, which included a piece of infant ginseng. But he had been too weak at the time to successfully refine the elixir. Now, the infant ginseng he had obtained was a splendid specimen, golden in hue with dense roots, emanating a rich aroma and spiritual energy, an exceptional quality. Overjoyed, Shilin carefully sliced the ginseng into dozens of pieces for safe preservation. The rarity of infant ginseng in the entire cultivation world made this acquisition an extraordinary fortune. After meticulously searching the small island, Shilin discovered no further valuable items. realizing that the appearance of a single piece of infant ginseng was likely the limit of his fortune here. It then occurred to him how to leave the central island of the lake, and a frown crossed his face. For the bone-crunching mother-armored turtle was undoubtedly waiting for him in the water. Currently, he was not strong enough to confront it. What could he do? Desperate for a solution, he recalled the nearly 1,000 inner cores of the bone-crunching armored turtles he had collected. Without hesitation, he decided to refine them, as he activated the primordial transformation technique. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy materialized above the central island. One by one, the inner cores were refined, transforming into a flowing spiritual liquid that Shilin swiftly absorbed, gradually increasing his cultivation level. Finally, just as he was nearing the completion of refining the inner cores, his body emitted cracking sounds, signaling that he had broken through the barrier of the 5th level of foundational establishment. A familiar surge of power flooded his senses. Shilin realized that even if he were to refine more inner cores, it was unlikely he would break through to the 6th level of foundational establishment, as these inner cores were of too low a grade. If he had higher grade inner cores, the situation would be different. The pressing issue at hand was how to leave the central island of the lake. Although the bone-crunching mother-armored turtle was a 4th-tier spiritual beast, comparable to a human in the Yuan-Ing stage, it possessed very low intelligence, relying solely on its physical strength. Compared to a true human of the Yuan-Ing stage, it was still significantly inferior, and Shilin believed he might manage to escape right under its nose back to the shore. Chapter 61. Ambushed. Having made up his mind, Shilin resolved to forcefully swim across. He first approached the shore of the small island to test the waters. Just as he entered, a massive shadow surged forth. It was the bone-biting mother turtle, which had been lurking beneath the water near the island, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Shilin was well prepared, swiftly retreating to the shore as the bone-biting mother turtle snapped its jaws down on a boulder at his feet, shattering it instantly. "Take this," Shilin bellowed, unleashing a stream of golden sword energy that struck the turtle squarely on the head. The energy pierced through its formidable skull, causing green ichor to seep from the wound. The blood of the bone-biting mother turtle was green, and this strike had finally inflicted injury upon it. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Shilin. It seemed that with his elevated cultivation, the golden sword energy could indeed harm this formidable beast. In pain, the bone-biting mother turtle became increasingly ferocious, thrashing its tail against the surface of the lake, sending waves crashing violently. Yet, it never leapt onto the shore. Shilin felt a profound sense of relief. Clearly, the turtle was heavily reliant on the water and bound by certain rules that prevented it from coming ashore. Otherwise, given its aggressive nature, it would have lunged at him long ago. An idea sparked in Shilin's mind. He began to provoke the bone-biting mother turtle by repeatedly diving into the lake and then swiftly retreating to the shore, intermittently delivering strikes as he engaged in this back-and-forth duel. Gradually, more wounds appeared on the turtle's body, its dark green blood staining the surrounding waters a deep emerald hue. Despite its low intelligence, the turtle soon recognized that this human was not to be trifled with. As it continued to bleed, its strength waned, and its ferocity diminished significantly. Shilin, on several occasions, narrowly escaped the turtle's massive jaws, each time eliciting a cold sweat. Eventually, unable to withstand the agony, the bone-biting mother turtle emitted a mournful cry before sinking to the lake's depths and fleeing. Shilin finally exhaled in relief, cautiously re-entering the water several times. Yet the turtle did not reappear, seemingly retreating to heal its wounds. Shilin did not harbor fantasies of slaying the bone-biting mother turtle, for it was a spirit beast of a nascent soul level. Merely managing to drive it away was a stroke of fortune. He resumed his swim across the lake, departing from the island's center, and the bone-biting mother turtle did not surface, nor did the ordinary bone-biting turtles approach, likely deterred by the slaughter of their kin. Soon, Shilin reached the shore, preparing to ascend, when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Alarmed, he rolled aside, evading a swift strike that struck the boulder beside him, reducing it to powder. To his astonishment, a figure in purple robes emerged from a concealed position, sword in hand. Evidently surprised by Shilin's evasion of the ambush, Shilin straightened, observing that his assailant, having missed the opportunity to attack, did not rush in, clearly underestimating him. The individual in question was none other than the second-layer golden core cultivator who had nearly crossed paths with Shilin previously. Shilin had believed he had evaded him. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this person had been lurking here, poised to launch a surprise attack. Shilin's gaze turned frosty. This man had almost claimed his life with a single strike, igniting a fierce anger within him. "Who are you? Why do you ambush me here?" The cultivator in purple robes let out a disdainful laugh, remarking, "You are nothing more than a mere ant in the foundation establishment stage. Be wise and hand over your storage ring. If I am pleased, I may spare your insignificant life." Shilin responded with a cold smirk. "The storage ring is on me. Come and take it if you dare." With that, he summoned the blue spirit short sword, preparing for battle. Upon seeing the sword, the purple-robed cultivator's eyes glinted with greed as he sensed the chilling sword energy emanating from it. Indeed, it appears to be a medium-grade spiritual weapon. "I shall take it. It is a waste for a foundation establishment ant like you to possess such a sword. I will claim it for myself." The purple-robed cultivator then unleashed his golden core pressure, which descended upon Shilin like a torrential storm, enveloping him completely. Shilin felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. Yet as he exerted his cultivation to resist, he discovered he was not entirely immobilized. He still retained the ability to move. The purple-robed cultivator smirked. "There is no need to waste your energy. The pressure of a golden core cultivator is beyond what a mere foundation establishment ant can withstand." With that, he began to stride closer to Shilin. In a flash of inspiration, Shilin feigned being completely immobilized by the pressure, a look of terror etched on his face. The purple-robed cultivator, feeling reassured, believed that the chasm between the foundation establishment and golden core stages was insurmountable. It was child's play for a second-layer golden core cultivator to subdue a fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. As the purple-robed cultivator approached Shilin, drawing nearer with the intent to seize the blue spirit short sword, he suddenly noticed a peculiar smile at the corner of Shilin's mouth. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but it was too late. Mountain and river shattered. A violent surge of metal sword energy erupted from the blue spirit short sword, instantly shattering the golden core cultivator's oppressive aura, enveloping him in a tempest of sword energy. The cultivator barely had time to emit a scream as his body was torn apart by the sword energy, leaving only his storage ring to fall to the ground. Shilin spat contemptuously and remarked, "You thought you could ambush me? You've bitten off more than you can chew. This serves you right for your arrogance." He then picked up the storage ring from the ground and, upon erasing the purple-robed cultivator's mark, discovered that it contained over 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones, as well as a golden fruit exuding a rich fragrance. To his delight, it was a golden spirit fruit, a rare treasure. Shilin felt a surge of joy within him. The golden spirit fruit could be consumed directly to enhance the cultivation of a golden core cultivator by an entire level. He wondered where the purple-robed cultivator had procured such a valuable item. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Shilin quickly sought a secluded spot to consume the golden spirit fruit, activating the Hongmeng metamorphosis technique for its refinement. As the fruit slid down his throat, it transformed into a stream of spiritual liquid, brimming with potent spiritual essence. Shilin took out over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to set up a spirit-gathering array, initiating his breakthrough. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy swirled above his head, and Shilin successfully advanced to the 6th layer of the foundation establishment stage. This sensation was truly exhilarating, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Chapter 62. Narrow Paths of Enmity after breaking through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Shilin was in high spirits, continuing his search for rare treasures in the Guihong secret realm. The interior of the Guihong secret realm was vast. For over 10,000 years, Countless cultivators had explored its depths, yet no one had reported the boundaries of the realm, indicating its boundless expanse. As Shilin delved deeper into the secret realm, he found nothing of significant value for several consecutive days, leading him to lament his misfortune. One day, while traversing a mountain range, his spiritual sense suddenly detected several cultivators hastening towards him. He attempted to evade them, but it was too late. They had already spotted him. "Ah, it's this brat," a familiar voice rang out. Shilin glanced over to see that the three individuals approaching were Wu Haitang, Lu Songyun, and Wan Duzong from Maple Leaf City, causing a headache to stir within him. Wu Haitang, noticing Shilin was alone, couldn't suppress his delight. "Brothers, we're in luck. We've run into this brat," Wan Duzong menacingly declared. "Brat, last time you had powerful protection at the City Lord's mansion, but today, you're all alone in the secret realm. Let us see how you manage." Feigning innocence, Wu Haitang continued. "One brother, last time at the City Lord's mansion, we even compensated them with 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. My father scolded me harshly. We were truly wronged." Lu Songyun, more cautious, inquired, "Who was the powerful figure beside you last time? What is your relationship with them? Who exactly are you?" Shilin replied coolly, "That is of no concern to you, and you need not inquire further." Wan Duzong retorted, "It matters not whether you speak or not. Even if you possess a formidable background in this secret realm, you are isolated from the world, and whatever transpires here will remain unknown to the outside." Wu Haitang chirped, "Oh, one brother, do not frighten your master you. What if he wishes to offer his treasured sword as a token of goodwill to join the Tsongshan sword sect?" Seeing that the trio remained fixated on his blue spirit short sword, Shilin felt a wave of disgust and resolutely rejected. "You are mistaken. I will not join your Tsongshan sword sect." Wan Duzong sneered, "That is fine. If you obediently hand over everything you possess, I might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to rest eternally in this secret realm." With that, he assumed a stance indicating he was ready to strike. Lu Songyun frowned. "One brother, hold on. This brat is rather peculiar. Last time we met, he was only at the second layer of foundation establishment, and now, not long after, he has reached the 6th layer." Wan Duzong dismissed this concern. "So what? He is still merely a weakling in foundation establishment. Yet he possesses quite a few valuable items. With the three of us at the Golden Core stage, what is there to fear? We can easily eliminate him and divide his possessions." Although Shilin was now at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, he did not fear the trio before him. Realizing that conflict was inevitable, he prepared for battle. Wan Duzong, growing increasingly impatient, declared, "Brother Lu and Sister Wu shall stand by my side as I confront this young man." Wan Duzong, ever arrogant, regarded Shilin with disdain, unleashing the oppressive aura of his 2nd-tier golden core cultivation to subdue him. With a swift motion, he aimed for Shilin's throat, intent on incapacitating him with a single strike. Shilin, feigning helplessness under the pressure, awaited his opportunity to ensnare his prey. Just as Wan Duzong's hand neared Shilin's throat, a cold smirk appeared upon his lips as he scoffed. "What a rebellious brat, in my grasp. You are but an easy catch." However, before his smile could fully fade, Shilin suddenly moved, a flash of unparalleled sword light slicing through the air. Wan Duzong felt a chill at his forehead, and consciousness slipped away in an instant. With a thunderous crash, Wan Duzong's body was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Shilin unleashed his long-prepared sword technique, Shan He Sui, sending 3 streams of piercing golden sword chi toward Wan Duzong. Wu Haitang and Lu Songyun, caught off guard, Wan Duzong met his demise in an instant. Wu Haitang, who had been cheering for Wan Duzong, was taken aback by his sudden death. As she stood in shock, the sword light descended upon her, and it was too late to evade. Her cultivation, bolstered by various pills and treasures, left her with little combat experience, and in this life-or-death moment, her mind went blank. With a sickening sound, blood splattered from her forehead as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Only Lu Songyun, a 3rd-tier golden core cultivator with ample battle experience, managed to draw his sword in time to deflect Shilin's lethal strike. The clash of metal rang out, and although Lu Songyun successfully parried the sword light, he staggered, secretly astonished by Shilin's profound cultivation. Realizing his initial attempt had failed, Shilin prepared to unleash another Shawnee sway. Lu Songyun, sensing the impending danger, hastily raised his hand and called out, "Brother Yu, please wait." Noting Lu Songyun's restraint, Shilin paused, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What more do you have to say?" Lu Songyun replied, "The events regarding the Lord's residence are not orchestrated by me. Rather, it was Wu Haitang who conspired with Wan Duzong to seize your sword. I was inadvertently entangled in this matter. I implore you to set aside your grievances and transform hostility into harmony." Shilin scoffed coldly. "You think to absolve yourself with a mere word, believing me to be a fool." Lu Songyun chuckled bitterly. "If you do not believe me, then there is little I can do. However, should you demand my life, I will resist with all my might, leading to mutual destruction. I urge you to reconsider." Hesitation crept into Shilin's heart. Given his current cultivation level, he was uncertain of victory against Lu Songyun, a third-tier golden core. Lu Songyun did not boast. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, it was indeed a worthwhile option. Shilin coldly inquired, "And how do we resolve the matter that has just transpired?" Lu Songyun quickly assured him, "I swear that the incident involving Wu Haidang and Wan Duzong will never be divulged. We shall consider this matter as though it never occurred, and no outsider shall ever know." After careful deliberation, Shilin acquiesced to Lu Songyun's proposal. Lu Songyun then swore an oath before the heavens, vowing never to disclose the truth of Wan Duzong and Wu Haitang's demise at Shilin's hands, lest he face divine retribution. After exchanging vows, Lu Songyun cupped his fist towards Shilin and swiftly departed. Shilin pondered that Lu Songyun was indeed perceptive. He himself was uncertain whether he would incur the wrath of the city lord's mansion and the Tsongshan sword sect. However, he reasoned that as long as he could elevate his cultivation enough to ensure his own safety, he would not fear these individuals. Resolute in his decision, Shilin's desire to discover treasures intensified. Chapter 63. The girl in red Shilin retraced his steps in the opposite direction of Lu Songyun's departure, entering a vast mountain range. Within the mountains, the spiritual energy was far denser than outside, leading Shilin to believe that there must be valuable resources hidden within. He resolved to delve deeper into the mountains in search of these treasures. As he traversed the mountain paths, he initially found nothing of significance. Just as he intended to venture further into the depths of the range, he heard the faint sounds of combat ahead. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he discerned a girl clad in red engaged in battle with a young man in white. Not wishing to become embroiled in their conflict, he prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, to his surprise, the two combatants rapidly closed the distance towards his position. Shilin had no choice but to conceal himself behind a large tree, watching intently. The girl in red was at the 8th layer of the golden core stage, while the young man in white was at the 9th layer. Despite the disparity in their cultivation, the two fought on equal footing. The young man, despite his superior level, found his advantage mitigated by the girl's exceptional agility. Their clash sent rocks and debris flying, shaking the very ground beneath them. After a prolonged struggle, the young man, unable to gain the upper hand, suddenly hurled a pill to the ground. Upon impact, the pill erupted, releasing a cloud of purple mist that rapidly merged with the surrounding spiritual energy. The girl in red, caught off guard amidst the battle, unwittingly absorbed a considerable amount of the contaminated energy, falling victim to the effects. "Ha ha!" The young man laughed triumphantly. Looking to the heavens, "Yu Qianxi, you have fallen prey to my unique poison, the collapse pill. How does it feel?" Grinding her teeth in fury, the girl retorted, "Li Lingyi, you are truly despicable." Shilin, who had initially intended to remain a mere observer, found himself inadvertently affected by the dispersing toxins. As the collapse pill's essence spread through the air, he immediately felt discomfort, sensing a destabilization of the spiritual essence within his dantian. Alarmed, he swiftly activated the Hongmeng Transformation technique. This technique was capable of refining all, and the minute toxins within him were converted into spiritual essence, transforming the invading poison into a restorative substance. Overjoyed, Yu Shilin realized that with the Hongmeng transformation technique at his disposal, he need not fear such poisons any longer. Having succeeded with his scheme, Li Lingyi ceased his offensive, leisurely proclaiming, "Yu Qianxi, why must you persist in this struggle? I, Li Lingyi, am a direct descendant of the Li family. Last time, when I came bearing gifts to propose to your family, you outright rejected me, leaving me humiliated before my kin. If I do not bring you back to marry me, how shall I regain my honor?" Though weakened, Yu Qianxi responded with unwavering determination, "Li Lingyi, you are worse than a beast. I would rather die than let you achieve your aims. Do not harbor delusions." Li Lingyi continued, "A union with my Li family would be an elevation for your Yu family. Though your father, Yu Tiannan, serves as the vice president of the Guihai Merchant Association, my Li family is among the foremost elite families of Zhongshan continent. You ought to recognize the value of this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Yu Shilin was taken aback, realizing that the crimson-clad maiden, Yu Qianxi, was indeed the daughter of Yu Tiannan. A resolute expression flashed across Yu Qianxi's face as she declared, "Li Lingyi, no matter how eloquently you speak, I shall never marry you. You should abandon this notion." With that, she produced a pill and consumed it. Li Lingyi was astonished, exclaiming, "You madwoman, how dare you take the rupture spirit pill? After being afflicted by my collapse origin pill, consuming the rupture spirit pill will lead to your immediate demise. You are truly insane." Yu Shilin was equally startled. The rupture spirit pill was notorious for its severe side effects, capable of temporarily enhancing a practitioner's power, but leaving them significantly weakened afterward, with the potential for regression in cultivation for the severely affected. After ingesting the rupture spirit pill, Yu Qianxi experienced a rapid surge in her cultivation, reaching the 9th level of the golden core stage. However, she was simultaneously poisoned by the collapse origin pill, rendering her cultivation aura exceedingly unstable. Yu Shilin felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that Yu Qianxi's situation was perilous, and it was imperative to expel the collapse origin pill's toxin from her body swiftly. Otherwise, with the dual effects of the rupture spirit pill and the collapse origin pill, her golden core was dangerously unstable, and a slight misstep could lead to its shattering. Having learned from Li Lingyi that Yu Qianxi was Yu Tiannan's daughter, and considering his current relations with Yu Tiannan and Yu Jiu, Yu Shilin realized he could not remain a mere spectator. Yu Qianxi's complexion flushed, her long hair billowing as she resembled a vengeful spirit, unleashing a strike that possessed the might to split mountains and seas towards Li Lingyi, her momentum subtly surpassing his. Li Lingyi, witnessing this, cursed, "You are truly a lunatic." He swiftly dodged, only to be struck from behind, creating a large crater. Yu Qianxi, seizing her advantage, continued to unleash blow after blow upon Li Lingyi, who, unwilling to engage with someone destined for ruin, could only evade her strikes. Yu Shilin remained poised, patiently awaiting his opportunity. As Li Lingyi dodged towards him, he silently thought, "The moment has arrived." With a resounding cry, the mountains and rivers shatter. A sharp, piercing sword aura surged into the sky, transforming into a long sword aimed at Li Lingyi. Furious, Li Lingyi retorted, "You mere Foundation establishment insect have been lurking about watching the show for too long, and now you dare to attack me? I shall teach you a lesson shortly." He dismissed Yu Shilin's assault, believing that the 6th level of Foundation establishment sword aura could not breach his golden core's 9th level protective spirit energy. He intended to withstand the sword aura while focusing on defending against Yu Qianxi's onslaught. Little did he know, as the sword aura struck, a chilling murderous intent coursed through him. Realization dawned upon Li Lingyi that he had underestimated this Foundation establishment insect's sword aura, should he attempt to endure it. His protective spirit energy would be ineffective, and he would undoubtedly be injured. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly turned to evade the sword aura, only to find himself unable to avoid Yu Qianxi's impending strike. With a resounding impact, Yu Qianxi's palm struck Li Lingyi squarely in the chest, shattering his protective spirit energy. He coughed up blood, his body hurtling away like a kite with severed strings. As soon as Li Lingyi landed, disregarding her severe injuries, she swiftly produced a movement talisman, activating it with fervor. Instantly, Her body was enveloped in a radiant golden light, and with the talisman's aid, she fled like a shooting star, leaving behind a menacing proclamation. You Qinshi, and that insignificant foundation establishing brat, await. I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. However, Yu Qinshi suffered a backlash, coughing up blood, her form swaying precariously, her demeanor languid. Chapter 64. Refining the toxin, Yu Shilin was taken aback and rushed towards Yu Qinshi in a state of urgency. Despite her grave injuries, upon seeing Yu Shilin approach, Yu Qinshi instinctively raised her hand in defense. Yu Shilin hastily waved his hands, saying, Sister Yu, I mean no harm. He quickly revealed his connections with Yu Tianan and Yu Jiao, causing the wary expression on Yu Qinshi's face to gradually dissipate. With increasing anxiety, Yu Shilin urged, Sister Yu, your situation is dire. You must expel the Gu Yuan Dan toxin within you and reinforce your cultivation to survive. I have a method, please trust me. Doubt flickered across Yu Qinshi's face, but upon gazing at Yu Shilin's earnest countenance, she eventually nodded, placing her faith in him. Yu Shilin led Yu Qinshi to a secluded cave, preparing to expel the Gu Yuan Dan toxin from her body. He placed his palm against the center of her back, channeling the Hongmeng Transformation technique. Instantly, the Gu Yuan Dan toxin within Yu Qinshi was stirred, flowing through his palm into Yu Shilin's body. Startled, Yu Qinshi exclaimed, Junior brother, you know, the Gu Yuan Dan toxin is exceedingly domineering. Entering your body will cause your cultivation to collapse. Stop immediately. A wave of warmth surged in Yu Shilin's heart. Even in such dire circumstances, Yu Qinshi was concerned for his safety rather than selfishly allowing him to extract the toxin, proving her benevolent nature. Do not worry about me, sister, Yu Shilin reassured her. I possess a method to neutralize the Gu Yuan Dan toxin. Just focus your mind and cooperate with me. Reluctantly, Yu Qinshi acquiesced. A substantial amount of Gu Yuan Dan toxin was extracted from her body, and Yu Shilin began to refine the toxin using the Hongmeng Transformation technique, converting it into spiritual essence that was stored in his dantian. His cultivation gradually increased, hinting at a breakthrough to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, which brought him silent joy. Seeing that Yu Shilin was unharmed after absorbing the Gu Yuan Dan toxin, Yu Qinshi felt a sense of relief. After about an hour, Yu Shilin finally cleared all the Gu Yuan Dan toxin from her body. Observing that Yu Qinshi was merely weak but not severely harmed, he sighed in relief and produced a handful of premium recovery pills, offering them to her to stabilize her cultivation. Upon witnessing his casual display of premium recovery pills, Yu Qinshi began to believe in Yu Shilin's status as an alchemist from the Guihai Merchant Association. After consuming the pills, her cultivation stabilized, preventing any severe repercussions, and her vitality gradually returned, her complexion becoming more vibrant. It was then that Yu Shilin noticed Yu Qinshi's striking beauty, her bright eyes, pearly teeth, and sparkling gaze directed towards him. Yu Shilin dared not meet her gaze directly, his eyes shifting elsewhere, only to hear Yu Qinshi say, I must thank you, Junior brother Yu. Had it not been for your assistance, I shudder to think of the misfortune that might have befallen me. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Yu Shilin hastily replied, Senior sister, you flatter me. I have received much care from senior brother Yu Jiao. It is only right that I extend my help to you. Upon hearing the name Yu Jiao, a faint smile graced Yu Qinshi's face as she remarked, My elder brother is indeed a remarkable person. This time, I sneaked out to enter the Guihong's secret realm. He must be terribly worried outside. She sighed. My father and brother have always treated me like a precious gem, raising me under their protection since childhood. However, as a cultivator, I yearn to forge my own path. Hearing of the Guihong's secret realm's opening, I was eager to seek opportunities within, but alas. Yu Shilin found himself in agreement with Yu Qinshi's sentiments. The path of cultivation is indeed one of defiance against fate. If one cannot venture forth independently, their achievements in cultivation will inevitably be greatly hindered. Curiously, he then inquired, And who is Li Lingyi? Upon hearing the name, Yu Qinshi's expression hardened. He is indeed a scion of the esteemed Li family. 6 months ago, they sent a matchmaker to our home with gifts to propose for Li Lingyi. At that time, my father even sought my opinion. Li Lingyi's reputation is utterly vile. I quickly learned of his notorious behavior. The mere fact that he has toyed with numerous virtuous young women was enough for me to reject the Li family's proposal outright. My father respected my wishes and sent the matchmaker away. At that time, all seemed well, yet now, encountering him in the Guihong's secret realm, he dared to show me disrespect, and thus a confrontation ensued. Shilin spat in disdain. This Li Lingyi is truly a beast. It is fortunate he managed to escape with injuries. Qinshi sighed. With his current wounds, he will not rest easy. There will be trouble ahead. Shilin comforted her. Senior sister, do not fret excessively. We shall confront whatever comes our way. Once we exit the Guihong's secret realm, we can address the situation. Qinshi nodded. That will have to suffice. I hope it does not bring great trouble to my family. After a pause, she continued, Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. I felt your sword energy, cultivated at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, was enough to instill fear in even those at the 9th layer of Golden Core. It seems you're indeed gifted. Shilin smiled bashfully. Senior sister, please do not praise me. It is merely that my cultivation method is somewhat unique. Qinshi refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their own secrets, and it is best not to pry. They conversed about various other matters, gradually growing closer. Just as they were engaged in conversation, the earth suddenly trembled, and a tremendous noise echoed from afar. Chapter 65. The strange pit. Both were startled, uncertain of what was occurring within the secret realm. The tremors subsided quickly, restoring tranquility. Shilin promptly climbed a tall tree to survey the surroundings and noticed a colossal peak in the northeast belching forth thick clouds of smoke, approximately several hundred miles away. Shilin leaped down from the tree and explained the situation to Qinshi. The two resolved to investigate the mountain peak where the incident had occurred. They hastened towards the peak, encountering an increasing number of cultivators along the way, suggesting that many were aware of the explosion and had come to uncover the mystery. Ignoring the others, Shilin and Qinshi made their way directly to the mountain. Although flying was prohibited within the secret realm, their swift strides allowed them to approach their destination with remarkable speed. Upon their arrival at the mountain peak, they found hundreds of cultivators already gathered, with more arriving continuously. Shilin observed that the summit had been flattened by several dozen zhang, transforming it into a platform of about 100 zhang in circumference. In the center lay a bottomless pit, several zhang wide, marked by signs of burning, with black smoke and heat emanating from its opening. Shilin inhaled sharply, convinced that this pit was not the work of any cultivators within the secret realm. For the highest cultivation level allowed entry was the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage, a feat beyond their capabilities. At that moment, a throng of cultivators surrounded the pit, chattering noisily. One individual leaped onto a nearby boulder and raised his hand, calling for silence. Esteemed friends, a fellow cultivator was nearby just moments ago and witnessed the formation of this pit. Let him share what transpired. Upon closer inspection, Shilin recognized the speaker as Ouyang Mingguang, the grandson of the Grand Elder Ouyang Duan of the Tianyi sect, a 9th layer Golden Core cultivator. A dozen disciples of the Tianyi sect had gathered around him, and as he began to speak, the crowd fell silent in respect. Then, a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. Esteemed friends, I am Zhuge Rue, a wandering cultivator. Not long ago, I witnessed the origin of this pit. His designation of the pit as a heavenly pit implied that it was beyond human creation. At the urging of the crowd, Zhuge Rue, still somewhat shaken, recounted, I was searching for spirit herbs near this mountain when I suddenly felt an intense heat from above. Looking up, I saw a streak of azure light streak across the sky, approximately several dozen zhang long, its head indistinct, trailing a long flame. The azure light flashed and collided with the mountain, causing a tremendous upheaval, leveling the summit and unleashing a shockwave that hurled me over 100 zhang away, though fortunately, I sustained no injuries. After the explosion, I approached and discovered only this heavenly pit, untouched by any before you arrived. As Zhuge Rue finished, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion, speculating about the nature of the azure light. Shilin furrowed his brow, pondering its significance, yet remained uncertain. Ouyang Mingguang, aware of the potential value of the azure light, raised his arm and called out, "Esteemed friends, I am Ouyang Mingguang, grandson of the Grand Elder Ouyang Duan of the Tianyi sect. Should you assist me in obtaining that azure light, I pledge that the Tianyi sect shall not treat you unjustly." As he spoke, the reputation of the Heavenly One sect immediately attracted numerous wandering cultivators and members of minor sects, all of whom eagerly flattered Ouyang Mingguang, expressing their intent to assist him in acquiring the treasure and joining his ranks. A smile spread across Ouyang Mingguang's face with their support. His chances of obtaining that elusive azure glow had significantly increased. However, just as his smile began to widen, a discordant voice broke through. "Ouyang Mingguang, you truly know how to calculate your odds." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lei Feiyun, son of the Thundercloud sect's master Lei Gongming, arrived with a dozen fellow disciples. The two sects had long-standing enmity, and upon their encounter, the atmosphere became charged with hostility, leading to a palpable tension. Ouyang Mingguang raised his hand to silence his disciples, his expression darkening as he addressed Lei Feiyun. "Are you truly seeking to oppose me?" With a dismissive scoff, Lei Feiyun retorted, "Ouyang Mingguang, your arrogance is truly remarkable. To oppose you would be an elevation of your worth." He then turned to the surrounding cultivators, clasping his fists in salute. "Esteemed friends, I am Lei Feiyun, son of Lei Gongming of the Thundercloud sect. If you assist me in obtaining that azure glow, I vow that those who lend their support shall be welcomed into my sect, and those who achieve notable feats shall learn the secret art of thunder control." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The thunder control technique was a closely guarded secret of the Thundercloud sect, accessible only to core disciples. Even those unable to master the technique recognized the advantage of aligning with such a powerful sect, prompting many to flock to Lei Feiyun's side. Ouyang Mingguang's expression darkened, now facing a formidable rival on the path to the treasure. However, he found himself at a loss, for engaging in a brawl with the Thundercloud sect was not a viable option. In his heart, securing the treasure remained his foremost priority. Having listened to Zhuge Rui's description of the azure glow, he felt a nagging suspicion that it was the legendary artifact, though he dared not confirm it until he beheld it with his own eyes, suppressing his excitement deep within. Among the gathered cultivators, some sided with the Thundercloud sect, others aligned with the Heavenly One sect, while many disciples from various major sects and prominent families formed their own factions. Additionally, several solitary cultivators, like Shilin, chose to act independently, refusing to join any side. Chapter 66. The Abyssal Maze. As more and more cultivators gathered, the platform atop the peak became nearly overcrowded. Not wishing to linger any longer, Ouyang Mingguang led his group and leaped into the abyss. Many cultivators followed suit. Shilin and Qinshi exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and blended into the crowd as they descended into the chasm. The entrance of the abyss measured several yards across, its walls marked with scorch marks and still emitting tendrils of black smoke. The descent was not a straight drop, but rather meandered downwards, winding its way to the base of the mountain. Walking through the cavern, Shilin felt as if he were exploring a mysterious coal mine from a past life, imbued with an eerie mystique. The clamor of the cultivators gradually quieted, most now alert and observant of their surroundings. The passage continued to curve downward, and after what felt like several dozen miles, the cavern's winding form abruptly vanished, revealing a sudden underground hall ahead. The hall was remarkably spacious, spanning nearly 1,000 feet in all directions. Surrounding the hall were numerous passages, the destinations of which remained unknown. Astonishingly, there existed a subterranean palace here. Shilin attempted to probe with his spiritual sense, only to discover an unidentified restriction that rendered his exploration futile. A multitude of cultivators stumbled upon the hall, many exclaiming in awe. Initially, the cramped conditions of the pit had led to scuffles, but upon encountering such an expansive hall, the crowd began to disperse. Many excitedly shouted, "There is indeed an underground palace here. It must be filled with treasures. Let us search." Eager cultivators rushed towards the dozens of passages surrounding the hall, gradually vanishing from sight. Yu Shilin observed Ouyang Mingguang producing an ancient oil lamp within the hall. After igniting it with genuine fire, the flame flickered slightly towards one of the passages, causing Ouyang's expression to brighten as he beckoned his companions to enter that passage. Yu Qinshi, noticing Yu Shilin's fixation on the lamp, transmitted an explanation. The oil lamp in Ouyang Mingguang's possession is a rare treasure known as the guiding lamp. Once lit, it is remarkably sensitive to the traces of fire in its vicinity, naturally veering towards the direction where flames are present, making it an unparalleled tool for locating exotic fires within the realm of cultivation. Yu Shilin was taken aback by Yu Qinshi's knowledge of such artifacts and transmitted back. Are you suggesting that there exists an exotic fire within this underground palace? Yu Qinshi shook her head. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps there was once an exotic fire within the palace, or the green light that struck this mountain could indeed be a form of exotic fire. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Yu Shilin proposed, shall we follow them and investigate? Yu Qinshi nodded, both possessing a spirit of adventure. And thus they chose to pursue the path that Ouyang Mingguang had taken. This passage resembled a long corridor, with stone chambers lining both sides. At the end of the corridor, it branched off into additional passages, still flanked by stone rooms, sprawling outward like a spider's web, resembling a labyrinth. Yu Shilin had no idea of the magnitude of the entire underground palace. With so many cultivators entering, it was as if fish had entered a pond. Ample enough for all. As Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi traversed the stone chambers, they observed that the interiors were exceedingly rudimentary. The items within were scarcely discernible. Remnants of long-forgotten domestic wares, most having decayed into dust, devoid of anything of value. Yu Shilin, perplexed, transmitted to Yu Qinshi. Could it be that this underground palace was once inhabited by humans? Yu Qinshi nodded in agreement. Perhaps, though I'm not entirely sure. Yu Shilin speculated that if their passage bore such circumstances, the conditions in the other passages might be similar. Numerous cultivators around them rummaged through the stone chambers in search of treasures, but all efforts proved fruitless. Frustrated individuals began to curse vehemently. What a wretched place! It's as impoverished as a beggar's lot, leaving me disillusioned. Some even unleashed their anger by violently attacking the contents of the stone chambers, creating a cacophony of chaos. Fortunately, the solid rock of the chambers remained unscathed amidst the tumult. Yu Shilin did not exhibit any signs of discouragement. His demeanor remained tranquil. He believed that treasures would naturally be acquired by those destined for them, while those unmeant to possess them should accept their fate. As the two traversed the stone chamber, Yu Shilin gradually sensed an unusual phenomenon. His heightened awareness detected the surrounding spiritual energy flowing gently toward a particular direction, akin to a distant vortex of spiritual essence drawing in the energies around it, with them positioned at the very fringe of this vortex. Each time Yu Shilin absorbed spiritual energy, he inadvertently created such vortices, rendering him quite familiar with this scenario. He conveyed his observations to Yu Qinshi, who, upon reflection, was astonished to find that the spiritual energy indeed moved as he had described. They exchanged glances and resolved to follow the trajectory of the spiritual energy to uncover its mysteries. Chapter 67. The azure lotus flame. The pair continued to navigate deeper into the subterranean palace, following the path of the spiritual energy, gradually encountering fewer cultivators along the way. As they approached their goal, the pace of the spiritual energy's movement quickened, becoming increasingly palpable, and other cultivators began to take note of the peculiar phenomenon, also gravitating towards the same direction. As Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi pressed onward, the intensity of the energy's movement became more pronounced, and Yu Shilin discerned a growing sense of heat emanating from the depths of the palace. He informed Yu Qinshi of this sensation, and she too perceived the rising warmth. They summoned their spiritual shields for protection and continued their advance. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the speed of the energy's flow became, and the heat intensified, instilling a sense of dread within Yu Shilin, whose heartbeat quickened in response. After traversing over 20 miles through a straight passage, they finally arrived at the terminus of the palace. Before them lay an expansive hall, measuring over 1,000 feet in circumference. As they gazed into the vast chamber, they were rendered speechless by the sight of an immense spiritual vein, extending nearly 1,000 feet across, dominating the center of the hall. Shilin could not help but exclaim, "A supreme spiritual vein." Moreover, at the heart of the vein flickered a small azure flame, roughly the size of a fist, pulsating weakly yet fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. It was the very source of the spiritual energy vortex they had encountered within the palace. Upon witnessing the azure flame, Shilin's spirit surged with excitement. It was none other than the legendary celestial lotus flame. This extraordinary flame, born from the essence of the universe, possessed the potential to incinerate anything when fully realized, making it immensely formidable. If refined, it could merge with a cultivator's true fire, transforming it entirely, thus representing the ultimate aspiration of alchemists. Just as Shilin was swept away by his fervor, he noticed Ouyang at the center of the hall, busily coordinating with his fellow disciples from the Tianyi sect to set up a formation. Ouyang's face mirrored his own excitement, clearly aware of the celestial lotus flame's significance. Ouyang and his companions swiftly completed a complex fourth-level formation, encompassing a trapping array, a killing array, and a defensive array, which would pose a significant threat even to a nascent soul cultivator. Upon recognizing that the formation had been established, Shilin's heart sank, given his current capabilities. It was utterly impossible for him to breach a fourth-level composite formation. At this moment, other cultivators had already sensed the peculiarities of this place and were hastening towards it. The first arrivals, upon witnessing the exceptional spiritual vein, were overwhelmed with inexplicable joy, many exclaiming in astonishment. Such outstanding spiritual veins were a rarity in the realm of cultivation, typically possessed only by the most eminent sects, while smaller factions had never even glimpsed one. Additionally, several discerning individuals immediately spotted the azure lotus fire within the spiritual vein, erupting into fervent cries of excitement. A multitude of cultivators, unable to contain their agitation, surged towards the center of the grand hall, only to be thwarted by the formation set by Ouyang, which barred their advance. They began to draw their weapons and magical artifacts, launching relentless assaults upon the formation. Countless attacks struck the formation, yet remained steadfast and unyielding. Some cultivators, filled with ire, shouted curses, accusing the Tianyi sect of being tyrannical and attempting to monopolize the treasures, questioning whether they wished to stand against all sects in the world. Ouyang merely smiled coldly, offering no response. He understood the paramount importance of the azure lotus fire to the Tianyi sect, which specialized in weapon refinement. He was prepared to offend all sects within the cultivation world if necessary. Today, he was determined to seize the azure lotus fire. With a solemn expression, Ouyang addressed his fellow brothers, urging them to protect the formation diligently. The members of the Tianyi sect unanimously agreed, while Ouyang himself prepared to subdue the azure lotus fire. Shilin, however, harbored a vague sense that matters were not as simple as they seemed, and pulled Qinshi aside to take cover. An increasing number of cultivators flooded into the grand hall, and chaos ensued. A cold scoff pierced through the tumult. Ouyang, your desire to monopolize the exceptional spiritual vein and the azure lotus fire is nothing but a delusion. At that moment, Lei Feiyun, the young master of the Thundercloud sect, arrived with his entourage. Seeing this, Ouyang felt a surge of urgency and barked, "Brothers, if anyone dares to attack the formation again, activate the killing array." One member of the Tianyi sect hesitated slightly, asking, "Are you certain we should activate the killing array? Might it be excessive?" With a fierce expression, Ouyang declared, "Activate it. Whoever dares to snatch the azure lotus fire from me shall be obliterated. I will bear the consequences." The individual, left with no choice, nodded in reluctant agreement. Lei Feiyun smirked coldly and commanded, "Brothers, shatter his protective formation." The members of the Thundercloud sect swiftly produced thunderstones, preparing to unleash their lightning manipulation techniques against the formation. Thunderstones are a type of stone in the cultivation world capable of storing electrical energy, which cultivators can unleash upon their targets through lightning manipulation techniques. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as dozens of blue lightning bolts struck the fourth-level formation set by Ouyang Mingguang, causing it to tremble. The formation then activated the killing array, and many cultivators positioned near it fell victim to its onslaught. Cries of anguish echoed as numerous individuals were forced to retreat, with some meeting their demise on the spot. Those in proximity to the formation hastily summoned their weapons and magical artifacts in a desperate bid for survival, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Chapter 68. The Grand Hall in turmoil. Yu Shilin and Yu Qianxi stood at a distant corner, largely unaffected by the fray. At this juncture, Lei Feiyun again led his followers to unleash lightning strikes on the formation, which shuddered once more, revealing that it could not withstand much longer. Observing this, Ouyang Mingguang decided to act without delay, preparing to directly subdue the azure lotus fire. Zhiluo Umbrella. Ouyang Mingguang summoned his ultimate treasure, a dark yellow umbrella that soared forth. The Zhiluo umbrella soared into the air, unfurling itself with an elegant flourish as it began to spin gracefully. A radiant column of yellow light descended, illuminating the exquisite spiritual vein where the azure lotus inferno resided. Drawn by the alluring force of the umbrella's golden beam, the azure lotus inferno began to detach itself slowly from the spiritual vein. It struggled vehemently, emitting sharp, piercing cries in a desperate attempt to escape the umbrella's grasp. Yu Shilin was taken aback by this spectacle. The state of the azure lotus inferno suggested it had reached a nascent stage of spiritual awakening, possessing a modicum of intelligence. Should it be allowed to mature, it would undoubtedly become a formidable entity. However, at present, its intellect was akin to that of an infant, and it appeared to have suffered significant trauma, which explained its retreat into the exquisite spiritual vein for sustenance. Ouyang Mingguang, observing the gradual extraction of the azure lotus inferno by the Zhiluo umbrella, could not conceal his excitement. He then spat out a mouthful of vital blood onto the umbrella, enhancing the brilliance of the yellow light and accelerating its pulling power. Suddenly, the azure lotus inferno emitted a piercing shriek, its azure flames flaring intensely, releasing a torrent of searing fire. In an explosive moment, the yellow light beam of the umbrella was consumed by the azure flames, and the azure lotus inferno swiftly retreated back into the spiritual vein. With a resounding clap, the Zhiluo umbrella snapped shut and plummeted to the ground, causing Ouyang Mingguang to suffer a backlash, spitting blood and paling in countenance. Meanwhile, the surrounding formation, under relentless assault from Lei Feiyun and his companions, was on the verge of collapse. With a thunderous roar, the formation finally succumbed, shattering under the force of the attack. And the members of the Tianyi sect who maintained the formation were violently thrown back. Ha ha ha! Lei Feiyun laughed triumphantly as he entered the fray, surveying the disheveled members of the Tianyi sect with disdain. What does it matter if your Tianyi sect had the upper hand? Without strength, how dare you aspire to subdue the azure lotus inferno? A bunch of overconfident fools. Ouyang Mingguang glared at Lei Feiyun, his eyes filled with resentment. Lei Feiyun, however, paid little heed to the Tianyi sect members, prioritizing the capture of the azure lotus inferno. Once achieved, he would take his time dealing with the Tianyi sect. Brothers, Lei Feiyun commanded solemnly, prepare the thunder binding technique. The thunder binding was a unique confinement spell of the thundercloud sect, exploiting the inherent fear that all beings have towards lightning, making it exceptionally effective for capturing spiritual beasts and otherworldly entities. The members of the thundercloud sect summoned their lightning, while Lei Feiyun produced an ancient bronze bell. They directed the lightning into the bell, which crackled with blue electricity, activating the intricate runes inscribed upon its surface. With a commanding shout, Lei Feiyun declared go. The bell's opening unleashed a massive, spherical bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the azure lotus inferno nestled within the exquisite spiritual vein. Yu Shilin watched in awe, his admiration growing. He harbored no particular covetousness for the azure lotus inferno, primarily due to his low cultivation level. Surrounded by numerous disciples from powerful sects, he felt it unwise to contend for it, fearing for his very life. With a resounding crackle, a colossal sphere of lightning collided with the exquisite spiritual vein, enveloping it instantly. The entire vein was adorned with arcs of blue electricity, leaving the azure lotus flame with no escape. Lei Feiyun revealed a satisfied smile as he prepared to cast a spell, intending to draw the entire exquisite spiritual vein into the bronze bell. The spiritual vein began to tremble slightly, gradually lifting from the ground. The other members of the Lei Yun sect quickly summoned their magical artifacts and formed a protective formation around Lei Feiyun, guarding him against any potential disruption. The other cultivators, witnessing this, erupted in protest, exclaiming, "How can the Lei Yun sect be so domineering, consuming everything without leaving even a drop for us? This is utterly preposterous." Ouyang Mingguang, seizing the opportunity, fanned the flames of dissent, saying, "Friends, this is an exquisite spiritual vein and the rare azure lotus flame. We cannot allow the Lei Yun sect to hoard it all. Let's seize it." Amongst the cultivators, many were reckless adventurers, and with such treasures before their eyes, it was impossible not to be stirred to action. A sudden shout rang out, prompting the first attack against the Lei Yun sect, igniting a chain reaction as various cultivators joined the fray. The Lei Yun sect members retaliated fiercely, and chaos erupted within the Grand Hall. Lei Feiyun, witnessing the turmoil, felt a surge of rage, but he knew he must first secure the exquisite spiritual vein and the azure lotus flame within the bronze bell. Yu Shilin and Yu Qianqi, standing at a distance, remained unentangled in the melee, as all attention was focused on the exquisite spiritual vein and the azure lotus flame. Who would notice the two cultivators tucked away in the corner? Yu Qianqi, sensing the commotion, felt a rush of excitement and turned to Yu Shilin, asking, "What should we do? Shall we join in?" Snatching some high-quality spirit stones from the exquisite spiritual vein would be quite advantageous. Yu Shilin furrowed his brow and restrained Yu Qianqi, saying, "Hold on, senior sister, let us wait a moment." Chapter 69. The Azure Lotus unleashed at this moment. The exquisite spiritual vein had been elevated more than a yard off the ground by Lei Feiyun, now hovering in the air. Yu Shilin keenly observed that the azure lotus flame within the spiritual vein was ravenously consuming the essence of the vein. With each morsel devoured, the flame's hue deepened, and its aura surged ominously. Amidst the chaos of the Grand Hall, this detail went unnoticed by all but Yu Shilin, who sensed an impending catastrophe. Even though the Lei Yun sect understood thunder control techniques, they could not withstand the onslaught of so many cultivators. Their defensive line quickly crumbled, forcing them to encircle Lei Feiyun, striving to protect him. A throng of cultivators surged toward the exquisite spiritual vein, with the first to arrive being a bald man wielding dual axes. With a fierce swing, he struck the spiritual vein, cleaving off a substantial chunk, which resulted in several high-quality spirit stones tumbling down. Ecstatic, the bald man hastily stowed the stones into a storage ring and aimed another strike at the spiritual vein. Other cultivators followed suit, brandishing their weapons to attack the exquisite spiritual vein, which was soon riddled with countless wounds, and a multitude of spirit stones fell from it. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, surging towards the exquisite spiritual vein, which resembled a bone, while the multitude of cultivators swarmed over it like ants ravenously gnawing at it. The scene left Yu Shilin feeling a profound sense of reflection. At this moment, Lei Feiyun could no longer absorb the exquisite spiritual vein into the bronze bell. He resentfully withdrew his spell and unleashed lightning as he charged forward. The members of the Thundercloud sect followed closely behind, joining the fray, and soon they too reached the exquisite spiritual vein. Yu Qianqi glanced at Yu Shilin once more, seeking his counsel on whether to join the scramble. An unsettling feeling stirred within Yu Shilin, and he shook his head again, perhaps due to the fact that Yu Shilin had saved her life. Yu Qianqi chose to heed his advice, though her anxious expression betrayed her inner turmoil. As the two conversed, Yu Shilin's countenance abruptly shifted to one of gravity. He sensed that after the Qinglian inferno absorbed the essence of the exquisite spiritual vein, its hue transformed from a pale blue to a deep green, its aura becoming increasingly tempestuous, giving Shilin the impression that it had become a mindless, demonic force. Indeed, in the next moment, the exquisite spiritual vein exploded with a thunderous roar, catching the multitude of cultivators off guard and sending them flying. Amidst the sudden chaos, many cultivators found themselves momentarily stunned, instinctively halting their movements. A plume of deep green flames soared into the air, dispersing the surrounding dust, revealing the Qinglian inferno suspended aloft, resembling a malevolent deity gazing down upon the cultivators below. The cultivators felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient ferocious beast, chills running down their spines. Seeing this, Lei Feiyun's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly commanded the members of the Thundercloud sect to unleash their full might against the Qinglian inferno with their lightning attacks. With a crackling sound, dozens of lightning bolts shot forth like serpents, hurtling towards the Qinglian inferno. Yet, the Qinglian inferno remained unmoved, allowing the lightning to strike without resistance. Before it could even reach its target, the bolts were incinerated by the green flames. Lei Feiyun was deeply astonished. His pride in his lightning control was rendered futile against the Qinglian inferno. At that moment, a young cultivator clad in purple emerged. Shilin recognized him as Hua Bufan, whom he had encountered outside the secret realm. Hua Bufan summoned forth a massive, ebony cauldron, exclaiming, "Fuhua cauldron, he my call." The cauldron descended with a resounding crash, enveloping the Qinglian inferno. The surrounding cultivators were momentarily taken aback, incredulous that the Qinglian inferno could be subdued in this manner. A faint smile graced Hua Bufan's lips as he prepared to retract the cauldron, but before he could withdraw, the smile vanished. The Fuhua cauldron began to tremble violently, and in the next instant, it erupted into countless fragments, the furious deep green flames erupting skyward. Hua Bufan's face turned pale as he hastily fled. The Qinglian inferno seemed to be incensed, its flames blazing with intensity, and the spiritual energy within the hall appeared to ignite, crackling ominously. The deep green flames surged forth like a tidal wave. The cultivators at the forefront were consumed by the flames, their agonized cries barely escaping their lips before they were reduced to ashes. A collective terror swept through the remaining cultivators as they hurriedly retreated. Shilin shouted, "We must flee." The azure lotus inferno showed no mercy to the multitude, its flames cascading like a torrential waterfall, enveloping the gathered cultivators. In a frenzy, the practitioners fled towards the myriad passages surrounding the grand hall, while a throng behind them succumbed to the flames, their anguished cries echoing, rendering the scene akin to a slaughterhouse. Yu Qinshi, unaccustomed to such chaos, was momentarily paralyzed with shock, observing her distress. Shilin grasped her hand and urged her towards the nearest passage. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly followed him. As they neared the entrance of the passage, a fiery tongue, seemingly sentient, surged towards them with a thunderous roar, perilously close to engulfing Yu Qinshi. In a moment of desperation, Shilin pivoted, brandishing his azure spirit short sword, pouring every ounce of his cultivation into a single strike. Shattered mountains and rivers. The ferocious sword aura erupted from the blade, dispersing the flaming tongue, though a small ember landed on Shilin's forearm. With a sizzling sound, the flesh on his right arm was reduced to ashes, exposing stark white bone. Shilin collapsed at the passage's threshold, a cry of agony escaping his lips. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qinshi immediately turned back to grasp his hand. "You must flee," he shouted urgently. "I cannot leave you behind," she insisted fiercely. "If we are to live, we shall live together. If we are to die, let it be together." No sooner had she spoken than another fiery tongue surged forth, leaving them no chance of escape. Shilin managed a bitter smile, closing his eyes, thinking, "Is this truly how I meet my end?" In that critical moment, as the flames closed in, the golden point that had long lain dormant in Shilin's mind finally stirred. It emitted a resplendent golden light, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both him and Yu Qinshi. The azure flames roared past the barrier, leaving them untouched within its sanctuary. Outside, the inferno spread from the grand hall into the passages, reducing cultivators to anguished cries and ashes, with only a few swift enough to escape. The entire grand hall and its passages were charred black, strewn with the remnants of burnt bodies, a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Within the protective barrier, Yu Shilin and Yu Qianxi stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Yu Shilin, bewildered, recalled how the golden point had entered his mind back on Earth, leaving him unconscious, only to awaken in this martial realm. He remembered Meng Songlong had alluded to a certain phrase regarding escape, unsure if it referred to this very golden point, his thoughts muddled. The golden point had remained dormant in his mind, nearly forgotten, but now, faced with life-threatening danger, it had finally emerged to shield him. Yu Qianxi, assuming the barrier was a protective artifact belonging to Yu Shilin, felt her tense heartstrings loosen slightly upon witnessing its efficacy. The Azure Lotus Inferno, having vanquished countless cultivators, seemed to finally recognize the barrier as an isolated island amidst a tempestuous sea, allowing the flames to rage unabated while the barrier remained steadfast and unyielding. The Azure Lotus flame retracted its overwhelming blaze, transforming into a compact orb of deep green fire, which floated before the luminous barrier, suspended in midair without a flicker. Both Yu Shilin and Yu Qianxi felt a surge of apprehension, uncertain of the intentions of the Azure Lotus flame. After a brief moment of silence, the green flame surged forth, coalescing into a fire tongue the thickness of a forearm, which then lunged violently at the barrier. Startled, the pair wondered whether the barrier could withstand such an assault. The deep green fire tongue struck the barrier with fierce intensity, yet the shield remained utterly unscathed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Seemingly incensed, the Azure Lotus flame intensified, expanding the fire tongue to the girth of a thigh. In response, the luminous barrier began to spin rapidly, absorbing the tempestuous flames of the Azure Lotus. Within the protective cocoon, Yu Shilin suddenly felt a torrent of fire attribute energy surge through the barrier. Alarmed, he initially feared that the barrier might falter against the Azure Lotus flame's encroachment. However, moments later, he realized that despite the overwhelming potency of the energy, it possessed a gentle and pure nature, causing him no harm whatsoever. Elated, Yu Shilin quickly discerned that this was the barrier's response to the absorption of the Azure Lotus flame's ferocity, providing him with pristine fire attribute energy. He immediately commenced the fervent practice of the Hongmeng Transformation technique to absorb it. The immense fire attribute energy was drawn into him and transmuted, causing his cultivation level to ascend rapidly. During this transformative process, Yu Shilin gradually came to understand that fire attribute energy is but one manifestation of the celestial forces that permeate the universe. These elemental energies, such as those of the 5 elements, lightning, space, life, light, and darkness, drift through the cosmos, eluding the comprehension of lower-tier practitioners. Only those who have reached the divine transformation stage and cultivated their primordial spirit can begin to grasp these celestial forces. Typically, practitioners at the divine transformation stage can adeptly wield one form of these energies, while those capable of manipulating 2 or more are considered prodigious. And those who master an even greater variety are regarded as exceptional beings. Currently, Yu Shilin was merely at the foundation establishment stage, a level at which one would ordinarily be unable to perceive celestial forces. However, the presence of the Hongmeng Transformation technique had granted him an early glimpse into their threshold. Yu Qianxi gazed at Yu Shilin with wide-eyed wonder, sensing the immense power that filled the barrier as he absorbed it voraciously. She attempted to cultivate herself, but found herself unable to assimilate the energy. Thus she sat quietly by, filled with curiosity as she observed Yu Shilin's progress. In a resounding moment, Yu Shilin broke through the barriers of cultivation, ascending to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. His practice did not wane. He continued to absorb the fire attribute energy fervently, while the burn on his forearm, previously scorched by the Azure Lotus flame, began to heal gradually. With another powerful surge, Yu Shilin broke through once more, reaching the 8th layer of foundation establishment. His cultivation persisted unabated, and as time wore on, the once deep green flames of the azure lotus began to pale, gradually diminishing in size. The azure lotus inferno, realizing the dire situation, struggled with all its might in a futile attempt to escape. However, the luminous barrier firmly restrained it, rendering its resistance meaningless as it allowed the barrier to absorb its flames, causing its once tempestuous aura to rapidly diminish. With a thunderous roar, Yu Shilin broke through yet again, reaching the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, the color of the azure lotus inferno outside the barrier was nearly restored to its original pale azure hue, and the flames it emitted had shrunk to the size of fine strands of hair. Ultimately, the color of the azure lotus inferno transformed back to its original pale azure, and its flames completely vanished. With a swift motion, the luminous barrier retracted, transforming into a small golden that receded into Yu Shilin's mind. Though he sensed that the Dao had enlarged slightly, once it returned, it fell into silence, exhibiting no further reaction. The azure lotus inferno hovered quietly before Yu Shilin, gently pulsating within arm's reach. As Yu Shilin extended his hand, the azure lotus inferno leaped into his grasp. He examined it closely, noting the absence of its previous violent and bloodthirsty essence. Instead, it emanated only the pure power of an otherworldly flame, reverting to its primordial form. Yu Shilin speculated that any nascent intelligence the azure lotus inferno had possessed had likely dissipated entirely. With a bold curiosity, Yu Qinshi approached to observe the azure lotus inferno and asked, could this truly be the genuine azure lotus inferno? Yu Shilin nodded, affirming, indeed. The previous azure lotus inferno likely developed a semblance of intelligence, seemingly suffering a trauma. Subsequently, after absorbing the spiritual marrow from a top-tier spiritual vein, its aura surged, and being besieged by numerous cultivators transformed its nature, provoking its wrath. It is lamentable that so many cultivators sacrificed their lives for this. I wonder if the azure lotus inferno was originally within the secret realm or if it entered from the outside. Yu Qinshi replied, the Guihong secret realm has been opened numerous times before, with countless cultivators entering, yet I have never heard of anyone encountering the azure lotus inferno within. Perhaps it came from outside. Yu Shilin sighed. Let's not dwell on it further. Senior sister, I shall commence the refinement of the azure lotus inferno now. Do you have any objections? Yu Qinshi, of course, had no objections. Setting aside the fact that Yu Shilin had saved her twice, he was also an alchemist. With the assistance of the azure lotus inferno and alchemy, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Moreover, holding the azure lotus inferno would be of little use to her. It rightfully belonged to Yu Shilin for refinement. His respectful inquiry for her opinion warmed Yu Qinshi's heart, deepening her fondness for him. She smiled. Junior brother, please proceed. I shall guard you. At this juncture, the azure lotus inferno was the purest form of otherworldly flame, easily refined by any cultivator. Yu Shilin was unsurprised. After refining the azure lotus inferno and merging it with his true fire, the potency of his flames significantly increased. He should now be capable of effortlessly concocting mid-tier elixirs. Although high-tier elixirs might pose some difficulty, advancing in his cultivation would render their creation a trivial matter. Yu Shilin could hardly believe his fortune. His venture into the underground palace had not only elevated him to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, but had also gifted him the azure lotus inferno. It was a remarkable stroke of luck, as if the goddess of fortune herself were favoring him. However, Yu Shilin remained insatiable, his heart still aching for that exquisite spiritual vein, lamenting the fact that he had not acquired a single spirit stone from it. As he glanced around the grand hall, now rendered desolate, the once prized spiritual vein lay in ruins, causing him considerable distress. Chapter 71. The Golden Core Tribulation. Just as Yu Shilin was lost in thought, dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the underground palace. A massive thundercloud formed above the mountains, rumbling ominously, with countless flashes of lightning dancing within. It was at this moment that Shilin sensed the impending arrival of his golden core tribulation. What the hell? This is so sudden. I am utterly unprepared. He could not help but exclaim. The tribulation was a force feared by every cultivator, and Shilin was no exception. This was his first encounter with such an ordeal, leaving him feeling anxious and unsettled. Yu Qinshi, glancing upwards towards the palace, seemed to sense the approaching storm, prompting Shilin to urge her to retreat to a safe distance. Having experienced the golden core tribulation herself, Yu Qinshi understood that if anyone remained close to the cultivator undergoing the tribulation, they could become collateral damage, and the power of the tribulation would be magnified. Aware of this, she promptly distanced herself. At that moment, the tribulation in the sky reached its zenith. Crack! The first bolt of heavenly lightning descended. A finger-thick streak of electricity surging through the mountains, striking directly at Shilin in the grand hall below. Shilin activated the heaven and earth body refinement technique to its utmost, bracing himself against the first bolt of lightning, while simultaneously preparing to harness its energy for body refinement. Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck him directly, sending a jolt through his entire being, leaving him tingling and buzzing with energy. The power of the lightning enveloped him, and as he channeled the heaven and earth body refinement technique, the lightning was absorbed into his body. Though his meridians, bones, and flesh experienced some pain, they were also being refined by the lightning, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 8th level of the human body realm. Is this it? Shilin was somewhat astonished. Was the power of the tribulation truly this mild? He remained uncertain. Before he could ponder further, the second bolt of tribulation lightning had already gathered its strength, and 2 streaks of lightning descended in unison. This time, Shilin was caught off guard, the lightning coursing through him. He swiftly absorbed the lightning's energy for body refinement, propelling his physical level to the 8th level of the human body realm. Yu Qinshi stood by, wide-eyed in disbelief. She recalled her own tribulation, where she had been battered by lightning, barely surviving with the aid of magical artifacts. Many cultivators had perished in the face of such trials. And yet here was Shilin, navigating the tribulation with such apparent ease, leaving her incredulous. The thunder continued to roar above, perhaps incensed by Shilin's display. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as an arm, came crashing down. Shilin was struck again, his hair standing on end, his skin torn and blood flowing freely. Nevertheless, he managed to endure through sheer physical strength. As the heaven and earth body refinement technique operated frantically, the tribulation's power surged within him, refining his body even as his wounds began to heal rapidly. Fueled by the fury of the tribulation, Shilin shouted, "Bring it on!" Yu Qinshi stood astonished, her mouth agape. She had faced the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, a formidable test indeed, and she had been trembling with fear throughout. She understood that the more defiant the cultivator facing the tribulation, the greater the number of heavenly tribulations and the more arduous the trials. With wide eyes, she watched intently, eager to discern how many layers of tribulation Shilin would ultimately endure. Thunderous roars echoed as 4 bolts of tribulation lightning descended, striking Shilin to the ground, leaving him charred and battered. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qinshi gasped in shock, but her heart eased when she saw him shakily rise to his feet once more. Exhaling a breath of scorched air, Shilin's body crackled with lightning as he fervently activated the heavenly body refinement technique, harnessing the power of the lightning to temper his physique. At long last, his physical level ascended to the 9th layer of the human realm, granting him enhanced recovery capabilities. The charred remnants of his skin began to flake away, revealing fresh, rejuvenated flesh beneath. With renewed vigor, Shilin bellowed, "Bring it on," perhaps spurred by his provocation. 5 bolts of lightning, as thick as a thigh, descended with ferocity, creating a deep crater where he had stood, and Shilin was sent tumbling into the pit. Lying still, concerned yet hesitant to approach, Yu Qinshi felt a pang of worry. However, the ominous storm clouds overhead had yet to dissipate, indicating that Shilin still clung to life. She let out a small sigh of relief. Lying in the pit, Shilin had become entirely charred. His exterior consumed by the relentless power of the lightning, and waves of excruciating pain coursed through him. Gritting his teeth in silence, he resolutely continued to practice his tempering technique. The magnitude of the descending lightning was immense, but Shilin voraciously absorbed its energy, enduring the heart-wrenching agony within him. Finally, his physique broke through the 9th layer of the human realm and ascended to the 1st layer of the earth realm. With this breakthrough, his recovery power surged, and he greedily absorbed the life force around him. Witnessing his body mend at an astonishing rate, he stood once more, the remnants of his charred skin shedding away like a cicada emerging from its shell, revealing a pristine, pale form beneath. "Oh!" Yuqinshi exclaimed in embarrassment, her face flushing a deep crimson as she quickly covered her eyes. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she cautiously peered through her fingers, her heart racing like a frightened rabbit. Unbeknownst to Yuqinshi, Shilin remained immersed in the euphoria of his recent breakthrough, before he could fully revel in his triumph. Another 6 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a thigh, struck down. Filled with rage, he shouted, "Is this never-ending?" With all his might, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at the 6 bolts of lightning. What transpired next left Yuqinshi utterly speechless, a naked man, confronting the descending lightning with a single punch. The spectacle was beyond description, etching itself into her memory forever. Even after she and Shilin grew closer, she would often recall this moment, teasing him about it. But that is a tale for another time. With a thunderous crash, the force of the punch collided with the heavenly lightning, scattering 3 bolts of it instantaneously. The remaining 3 bolts struck Shilin's corporeal form, sending him tumbling back into the pit. Yet he quickly regained his footing, his body marked only by several scorched wounds from the lightning. At that moment, the surrounding space surged with potent lightning energy, which Shilin seized upon, continuing to absorb the electric essence to refine his body, and his injuries rapidly began to mend. The ominous clouds surged and roiled, crackling with thunder, as if the tribulation itself had been provoked, for no cultivator had ever dared to challenge it in such a manner. After a brief moment of brewing, 7, 8, and 9 bolts of lightning surged forth, each as thick as a barrel, descending upon Shilin with ferocity. He was taken aback, uncertain if he could withstand this onslaught. However, further contemplation was futile, and he steeled himself to endure the storm. Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of heavenly lightning struck in succession, creating a massive crater where Shilin stood, plunging him deep into its depths amidst a cloud of dust and swirling electricity, obscuring his form entirely. As the final bolt of tribulation lightning struck, the ominous clouds above seemed to exhaust their energy and gradually dissipate, marking the conclusion of Shilin's arduous 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Yuqinshi stood agape, overwhelmed by the profound impact of Shilin's tribulation. She knew that in the realm of cultivation, no one had ever succeeded in enduring the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, and her own golden core tribulation paled in comparison to his. With the dispersal of the tribulation clouds, only 2 outcomes remained, success or failure. Once the dust settled, Yuqinshi hurried to the edge of the crater, peering into the depths where a charred body lay, unrecognizable and motionless, still emitting wisps of smoke. Panic surged within her as she called out, "Junior brother! Junior brother!" Yet, there was no response from Shilin. A wave of desolation washed over her, though a flicker of hope remained. After all, her junior brother was extraordinarily gifted. Perhaps he could pull through. With unwavering focus, she gazed at Shilin's charred form. Though he appeared grievously injured, internally, the heavenly body refinement technique was fervently at work, mending his injuries. However, the severity of his wounds rendered the process exceedingly arduous. The last 3 layers of the tribulation unleashed 24 bolts of lightning upon him, inflicting tremendous suffering. His body was scorched to cinders, and his internal meridians and spiritual essence lay scattered. Nevertheless, he persevered, for his flesh had acclimated to the lightning's power. The heavenly body refinement technique, truly extraordinary, continuously absorbed the life force of the cosmos to restore his corporeal form. As Shilin drifted in and out of consciousness, his body autonomously healing, a slender, rope-like strand of purple lightning suddenly appeared in the space where the ominous clouds had dissipated. This purple lightning, akin to a sinuous serpent, slithered downward silently, heading straight for the two below. It was only when the purple lightning traversed the mountains and reached the underground palace, hovering above their heads, that Yuqinshi became acutely aware of its presence. As she lifted her gaze towards the violet lightning, Yuqinshi was enveloped by an overwhelming aura that sent tremors through her very soul. Confusion and terror gripped her heart. She was unable to react in time, her face reflecting a deep sense of despair. Chapter 72. The completion of the golden core, just as the violet lightning was about to strike. The golden point within Shilin's mind stirred once more. Instantly, a radiant golden light flared, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both Shilin and Yuqinshi. The violet lightning crackled against the barrier, attempting to penetrate and strike the two within, causing Yuqinshi's heart to race. The barrier began to spin, countering the violet lightning, ultimately triumphing as it absorbed the energy, which then retracted into the golden point, returning to Shilin's mind. Only then did Yuqinshi exhale in relief, turning her attention back to Shilin. He lay there quietly, still unresponsive, yet Yuqinshi sensed a flicker of vitality in his charred body. Overjoyed, she realized that Shilin was not dead. She merely needed to wait for his recovery. Shilin had awakened, feeling the immense life force of the universe continuously mending his body. Simultaneously, he discovered that the spiritual essence within his dantian had coalesced into a sphere, rapidly rotating and compressing. Understanding that he was on the verge of forming his golden core, he struggled to sit up. Yuqinshi was startled by his sudden movement. Seeing her vigilant presence by his side filled Shilin with gratitude, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "Thank you, senior sister. Do not move recklessly. Focus on your recovery," she urged, stepping back cautiously. Shilin produced 2 million low-grade spirit stones, arranging them into a spirit-gathering formation, and began to cultivate the Hongmeng Transformation technique in preparation for condensing his golden core. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tempest, circulating through his meridians and transforming into spiritual essence, which continuously flowed into the sphere within his dantian. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Shilin. As the energy violently surged into him, Yuqinshi was left utterly astonished. She had never witnessed a foundational cultivator requiring such an immense amount of spiritual energy to condense a golden core. The shock that Shilin inspired in her was profound. The sphere of spiritual essence within Shilin's dantian spun, absorbed and compressed in an endless cycle. Time passed without his notice, and as the rotation of the sphere began to slow, Shilin realized he was nearing the formation of his golden core. He retrieved a premium golden core pill and consumed it. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a flowing spiritual liquid that was absorbed by the sphere. The sphere's rotation slowed further until it finally came to a halt, resonating with a thunderous sound within his dantian, followed by a brilliant explosion of golden light. When the radiance faded, Shilin discovered that in the place where the sphere once was, a small, golden orb had emerged, about the size of a yellow bean, emanating a powerful aura as it spun gracefully within his dantian. A surge of joy welled up within Shilin as he recognized that he had finally acquired his golden core. Though it appeared diminutive, he sensed that the spiritual energy emanating from the golden core had increased manifold compared to his prior foundation stage, a transformation of profound significance. The blue spirit sword lay quietly beside the golden core, relishing the nourishing essence it exuded. The golden core rotated autonomously, a ceaseless cycle, absorbing and refining the surrounding spiritual energy with each turn, converting it into spiritual essence stored within. While this process was not as swift as practicing cultivation techniques, it occurred continuously, irrespective of his activities, As long as spiritual energy was present, the golden core absorbed it tirelessly to enhance his cultivation. Shilin understood that a crucial step remained, to merge his spiritual consciousness with the golden core. If his spiritual C could connect with the golden core, he would be able to bask in its nourishing essence. Even if his spiritual consciousness were to be significantly depleted, the golden core would facilitate a rapid recovery of his spiritual C. Silently, Shilin intoned, "Merge with the golden core." Instantly, a radiant beam of golden light erupted from his dantian, surging towards his spiritual C. With a resounding boom, the golden light penetrated, establishing a golden bridge between the spiritual C and the golden core. As Shilin's spiritual consciousness traversed this golden bridge into the golden core, he found himself in an endless, boundless realm. He realized he had entered the world of his own golden core, a space akin to infinite void, brimming with formidable spiritual essence. He felt his spiritual consciousness moving freely between the spiritual C and the golden core from this moment forth. He had truly become a cultivator at the first level of the golden core stage. Upon withdrawing his spiritual consciousness from the golden core and opening his eyes, he discovered that his injuries had fully healed. A slight tremor coursed through his body, accompanied by faint cracking sounds as the charred remnants from the lightning tribulation shed their casings. Beneath the peeling layers, his skin revealed a smooth, lustrous surface. After enduring the golden core tribulation, his physical body had been completely reforged, akin to a rebirth, and had ascended to the first level of the earthly body realm. Shilin sensed a significant enhancement in his physical recovery ability, though he was yet to ascertain the degree of his newfound strength. However, he was confident that ordinary lightning would no longer pose a threat to him. Feeling the explosive power coursing through his body, he could not contain his exhilaration and stood up, letting out a triumphant howl towards the heavens. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, interrupting Shilin's revelry. Puzzled by why Yuqinshi had screamed, he turned to see her covering her eyes and pointing at him. It was then that he glanced down and realized, to his dismay, that he stood completely naked. No wonder Yuqinshi was embarrassed. In a flurry, Shilin retrieved a set of garments from his storage ring and hurriedly donned them. Once appropriately clothed, he cleared his throat and said, "Senior sister, I am ready now. Let's proceed." Yuqinshi, still blushing, nodded awkwardly. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Shilin took the lead and swiftly soared back the way they had come, with Yuqinshi closely following behind. Chapter 73. Elevation of the sword technique. The two swiftly returned to the original sinkhole, where Shilin emerged and found the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any cultivators. Indeed, the massacre unleashed by the Azure Lotus Inferno had instilled fear, prompting the surviving practitioners to flee as far as possible, uncertain whether the Inferno would pursue them. As Yuqinshi followed him out of the sinkhole, she recalled the events that transpired within the underground palace and sighed, lamenting the staggering number of cultivators who had perished in this secret realm. Shilin nodded in acknowledgement. However, he felt little sentimentality. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had gradually grown indifferent to the matters of life and death. Suddenly, Yuqinshi remembered something and, with a grave expression, said, "Junior brother, something peculiar occurred while you were unconscious." She proceeded to recount the incident involving the purple lightning in detail. Upon hearing this, Shilin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was convinced that the purple lightning was a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation, undoubtedly intent on taking his life. Yet he had been saved at the last moment by that golden point. The golden point remained quietly nestled in his mind, unreachable for communication. Shilin gazed skyward, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside these distractions. He stood silently on the platform at the sinkhole's edge, which was the highest point in the vicinity, and surveyed the surroundings, feeling as though he towered above the mountains. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing his garments to flutter, and he sensed the flow of celestial energy around him, since he had refined the fire of the Azure Lotus Inferno and the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. He had grazed the threshold of harnessing celestial power. A thought flickered in his mind. Could he manipulate the celestial energy surrounding him? Seizing the moment, Shilin sat down and closed his eyes. Recognizing that he had begun his cultivation, Yu stepped aside to avoid disturbing him. As Shilin activated the Hongmeng metamorphosis technique, the surrounding celestial energy was indeed drawn toward him, converging into his being. However, instead of hastily refining this errant celestial power, he chose to expel it, for the effects of refining such energy were negligible compared to that of refining spiritual essence. He suddenly conceived an idea. What if he infused this celestial power into his sword technique? Promptly, he summoned his blue spirit short sword and pushed the Hongmeng metamorphosis technique to its limits. The immense celestial energy surged into him like a tornado, while he mobilized the spiritual essence within his golden core. The blue spirit short sword radiated with intensified azure light as he imbued it with celestial energy. Executing a forward strike, the second form of the carefree sword technique, Celestial Slash, a beam of sword light, infused with ferocious sword intent and surging celestial power, sliced through the air towards the platform before him. The surrounding space appeared to freeze, and all within it began to move sluggishly. The sword light plunged directly into the mountaintop platform. In the next instant, the sword light unleashed its might, causing the entire platform to erupt in a thunderous explosion, creating a gaping chasm far larger than the one formed by the earlier impact of the Azure Lotus Inferno. The entire platform was a tumult of flying stones. Having been partially eroded, and though it had not yet reached the point of excavation, it was evident that not only golden core cultivators, but even many lower-tier nascent soul practitioners would struggle to match the destructive power he exhibited. Shilin took a few deep breaths, for executing the earthly slash was quite taxing on his internal spiritual essence. He consumed a recovery pill to swiftly replenish his energy, and upon witnessing the results before him, he nodded in satisfaction, unable to suppress a hearty laugh that echoed towards the heavens. With this technique, his confidence surged immensely. Yu was left speechless, internally lamenting that Shilin was truly an anomaly. He was merely at the first level of golden core, yet he undeniably embodied an invincible presence among his peers. Currently at the 8th level of golden core herself, she reckoned that even if she were at the 9th level, she would have no choice but to accept her demise against such a formidable earthly slash. Shilin had undoubtedly evolved into a figure she now looked up to with admiration. While Shilin reveled in his triumph, he turned to find Yu gazing at him in astonishment. Feeling slightly embarrassed to have been caught in his moment of bravado, he scratched his head and said, "I hope I haven't made a fool of myself in front of my senior sister." Seeing his sheepish demeanor brought a smile to Yu's face, and she thought to herself that he was still that innocent young man. She responded with a warm smile, "Congratulations, junior brother, on advancing further in your cultivation." Chapter 74. The White Jade Statue. Just as Shilin was about to express his humility, a resounding rumble emanated from the depths of the earth, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Goodness, I can't believe my earlier strike might have caused the entire underground palace to collapse. Shilin pondered in shock. However, the reality seemed to confirm his fears. The once bustling underground hall, where countless cultivators had clashed, combined with the raging flames of the Azure Lotus, had severely compromised the palace's structural integrity. Following his earlier earthly slash on the platform, the mountain's interior was now destabilized, leading to its imminent collapse. A thunderous roar echoed from below as the entire mountain's belly quaked, caving inward. The platform where Shilin and Yu stood began to fracture. "Senior sister, it seems the underground palace is beginning to cave in. We should retreat," Shilin advised. Yu nodded in agreement, and together they swiftly vacated the mountain peak. Just as they descended, the mountain's belly completely gave way, a tremendous noise erupting as a significant portion of the peak crumbled, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Standing at the mountain's base, Shilin and Yu were both awestruck by the scene before them. They remained silent for a while, waiting for the dust to settle after the collapse, before contemplating their departure. Just as Shilin was about to turn away, a faint glimmer of white light flickered amidst the rubble, barely perceptible, yet distinctly caught by his keen eye. Intrigued, he wondered if there was something hidden beneath the debris. He quickly called out to Yu Qianqi to share his discovery, igniting her curiosity as well. The two resolved to return and investigate further. They made their way back to the site of the collapse, where the debris was strewn about in disarray, scanning the area for anything suspicious. Yu Shilin pondered the nature of the white light that had flashed moments ago. Suddenly, Yu Qianqi pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Junior brother, look over there." As Yu Shilin gazed in the indicated direction, he indeed discerned a faint white light flickering amidst the crevices of the boulders. Hurriedly, he advanced toward it, and upon nearing, he discovered a substantial mass resembling white jade, softly emanating a luminous glow. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, Yu Shilin inspected the entity and found nothing amiss, prompting him to attempt to extract the white jade substance. To his surprise, the mass was deeply embedded beneath the surface. Only after clearing away the overlying rocks and dirt was he able to retrieve it entirely. Once the object was fully unveiled, both he and his companion were taken aback to find it was a humanoid sculpture towering over a zhang in height. Yu Shilin carefully placed the white jade statue on a level surface and stepped back to observe it closely. The statue depicted a middle-aged man clad in a scholarly robe, with sharply defined features, elegant arched brows, and piercing, elongated eyes. His hair was styled in a scholar-esque topknot, and his tall, slender physique exuded an air of solitude and extraordinary distinction. As Yu Shilin regarded the statue, which stood with an imposing presence, he became convinced that this individual was no ordinary person in life, but rather a formidable figure of great renown. His gaze finally settled upon the eyes of the statue, which faced forward with a keen sharpness. Yet he sensed a faint sorrow emanating from them, an emotion that struck a chord of familiarity within him. Yu Shilin was certain he had never encountered this middle-aged man, nor did he recognize him. So where did this sense of familiarity arise? Perplexed, Yu Shilin once again examined the statue's eyes, and, in a sudden jolt of realization, he understood the source of the sorrow that resonated with him. When his master, Meng Songlong, had breathed his last, a similar trace of sadness had glimmered in his gaze, imbued with a sense of unwillingness and humiliation. The eyes of the statue bore a striking resemblance to those of his master at that moment. It seemed as though both had endured akin tribulations. Recalling the sorrowful gaze of the statue, Yu Shilin was instantly reminded of his master, and a surge of grief welled up within him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Yu Qianqi, observing Yu Shilin's distress, inquired with concern, "Junior brother, what troubles you?" Yu Shilin composed himself and forced a smile, replying, "It is nothing, senior sister, do not worry." Reluctantly, Yu Qianqi stifled her curiosity. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and without Yu Shilin's revelation, she felt it inappropriate to pry further. Noticing the dust and dirt that had settled upon the white jade statue, Yu Shilin bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed elder, permit me the honor of cleaning your surface." He approached the statue, extending his sleeve to meticulously wipe away the grime. He attended to every minute detail with great care, ensuring that the statue gleamed with clarity before he ceased his efforts. Once the statue shone with a pristine radiance, Yu Shilin bowed once more, preparing to take his leave. Just as the two were about to turn away, the white jade statue suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, accompanied by an aged voice that resonated, "Young friend, please hold." Chapter 75. The spirit of the returning swallow, the white jade statue, suddenly came to life, startling both individuals, prompting Yu Shilin to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. After a blinding flash of white light, an old man with a white beard appeared. However, he was merely a faint ethereal image suspended above the ground, not a corporeal being. Yu Shilin, on high alert, inquired, "Who are you?" The old man chuckled softly, "Do not be alarmed, young friend. I harbor no ill intentions." Seeing that the old man did not exude an aura of malevolence, Yu Shilin relaxed his guard and asked, "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to your identity?" With a deep sigh, the old man responded, "Who am I? My own name eludes me. My true form has sustained grievous damage, and what stands before you is but a remnant of my soul. Yu Shilin pressed further. Then, venerable elder, have you summoned me for a particular purpose? The old man replied, my time is fleeting. I noticed your efforts in tidying up for my master and deemed you a commendable individual, hence my desire to meet you. Yu Shilin, taken aback, asked, your master? This statue? The old man nodded affirmatively. This statue's true name is Yi Guihong, who is indeed my master. Noticing Yu Shilin's confusion, the old man continued, very well, allow me to elucidate the situation. Do you know where we are? He queried. Yu Shilin, puzzled, replied, is this not the returning swallow's secret realm? A minor world? The old man shook his head. That is merely your interpretation. In truth, this is a treasure known as the returning swallow tower, and we are only within the first layer of it. What? Both Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi were astounded, unable to fathom that they were situated within a treasure. The old man, unperturbed, continued his narrative. In days of yore, my master, Yi Guihong, was truly an unparalleled genius, swiftly ascending from a mere mortal to the ascended stage, thereafter soaring to the celestial realm. He further cultivated to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm, becoming a dominant force, a paragon atop the celestial domain, known as the everlasting immortal emperor. The returning swallow tower is a supreme celestial artifact forged by my master, and I am the spirit of this tower. Both Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi were left in awe by the old man's revelations, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. Yu Shilin, regaining his composure, could not contain his curiosity. Elder, what transpired next? The old man sighed. Alas, my master encountered a great calamity, perishing in the process, and the returning swallow tower was shattered in that battle, scattering across realms, while I, as the spirit of the tower, was left with a fragmented soul, barely enduring to this day. Yu Shilin was genuinely taken aback this time. He had a faint understanding that the immortal emperor stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. It was unfathomable that someone could bring about the demise of such a formidable being. What manner of existence could accomplish such a feat? Suppressing his astonishment, Yu Shilin inquired, Elder, what kind of being did the everlasting immortal emperor encounter? What was the nature of that battle? The old man shook his head. As I am but a remnant of my soul, my memories are significantly impaired. The details of that battle are now a blur. Yu Shilin recalled his master, Meng Songlong, who was vanquished by an exceptionally formidable adversary. However, he was uncertain whether the opponent faced by Meng Songlong was the same individual. Suppressing his inner queries, Yu Shilin continued to listen to the elder's narrative. The elder, perhaps due to prolonged solitude, had a plethora of thoughts to express and found a congenial junior to converse with. He continued, the Guihong Tower is indeed a spatial treasure, a realm unto itself where all beings can exist. It comprises 7 levels. The first level is essentially a medicinal herb plantation, primarily cultivating various spiritual herbs. Additionally, it houses numerous mortals and cultivators below the nascent soul stage, along with a few low-tier spiritual beasts. The 2nd to 6th levels accommodate cultivators ranging from the nascent soul stage to below the immortal king, including various spiritual, demon, and magical beasts. The 7th level serves as the sanctuary for the Changsheng immortal emperor himself. With a sigh, the elder's eyes radiated a nostalgic hue, as if he were reminiscing rather than merely speaking to Yu Shilin and the others. He continued, in those times, the beings within the Guihong Tower revered the Changsheng immortal emperor as a deity, fervently crafting statues to worship him. This white jade statue was sculpted by the inhabitants of the 1st level, and this underground palace served as their abode. Yu Shilin inquired, Elder, what has become of the humans on the 1st level? Where have they gone? The elder's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as he replied, the Changsheng immortal emperor aspired to transform the Guihong Tower into a grand world. Yet this ambition ultimately led to his great calamity. On that fateful day, he perished, and the Guihong Tower was shattered. All beings in the 2nd and 7th levels were rendered to nothingness, billions of lives lost to eternal suffering, and I remain only as a wisp of residual spirit. Although the first level remains intact, it underwent severe turmoil during that cataclysm, leading to the demise of nearly all humans and spiritual beasts, with no avenue for escape. In the aftermath, the first level was left with only rudimentary spiritual herbs and creatures. Now, after over 10,000 years, it has regained a semblance of vitality, transforming into what you see before you. Shilin finally comprehended the origins of the Guihong's secret realm and nodded, asking Elder, "What is the reason for the secret realm's opening every 20 years?" The Elder responded, "After the Guihong Tower was shattered and I became but a remnant spirit, I could no longer exert full control over it. The tower opens every 20 years for reasons unknown to me. It must relate to some spatial anomaly. Over the millennia, countless cultivators have sought to refine the Guihong Tower, all thwarted by my efforts. Yet, my time is limited. Once I dissipate, the tower will be vulnerable to refinement." Chapter 76. Refining the Secret Realm. The Elder paused and said to Shilin, "Young friend, are you not curious why this old man has shared so much with you?" Shilin's expression turned slightly awkward, as he was indeed uncertain of the Elder's intentions. Observing his demeanor, the Elder smiled and remarked, "Your heart is in the right place. Had it been another cultivator who learned of my identity as a remnant spirit, they might have eagerly sought to refine me. Little do they realize, although I am but a spirit of a vessel, I am not one to be easily oppressed by common cultivators." Shilin was momentarily taken aback, a chuckle escaping him as he realized he had never entertained the notion of refining the old man. However, the tale of the eternal life, immortal emperor he recounted was indeed captivating. The old man said, "I have come to meet you for two reasons. First, your respect for the eternal life, immortal emperor has endeared you to me. Second, my time is limited and before I vanish, I wish to entrust the Guihong Tower to another. Although the tower is but a remnant of its former glory, it embodies the lifelong dedication of the eternal life, immortal emperor, and I do not wish for it to fade into obscurity. Our meeting is serendipitous, and rather than leave it to another, I would prefer to bestow it upon you, my young friend." Shilin was taken aback, unable to fathom that the old man wished to gift him the Guihong Tower, feeling as though a great fortune had suddenly fallen from the heavens. The old man cast a glance at Shilin and said, "Do not rejoice too soon. I have conditions." Shilin respectfully replied, "Please, senior, enlighten me." The old man continued, "My master, the eternal life, immortal emperor Yi Guihong, was born of mortal flesh and ascended to the pinnacle of immortality through great effort. In his final moments, his only lingering concern was for the descendants of the Yi family who remain in the martial realm." Shilin's heart jolted as he exclaimed, "The martial realm?" The old man, surprised, asked, "Oh, my young friend, are you familiar with that place?" Shilin nodded and replied, "To be honest, I came to the cultivation realm from the martial realm." The old man rejoiced. "Then have you encountered anyone from the Yi family?" Shilin pondered for a moment and said, "I have not. My time in the martial realm was brief. I did not meet anyone with the surname Yi." The old man sighed. Indeed, after all these years, it is uncertain whether the bloodline of the eternal life, immortal emperor has endured. Shilin clasped his hands and assured, "Rest assured, senior, if I do come across a descendant of the immortal emperor Yi, I will do my utmost to assist them." The elder nodded, "Young friend, I believe in your promise." With a weight lifted from his heart, the old man said with ease, "Very well, young friend, I am now unburdened. You may refine the Guihong Tower." Shilin inquired, "How does one refine it?" The old man laughed heartily, "I am the spirit of the Guihong Tower. If you refine me, you shall naturally refine the tower as well." Despite being a spirit, the old man had genuinely taken on human form, leaving Shilin hesitant to proceed with the refinement. Observing Shilin's discomfort, the old man smiled reassuringly, "I was right about you. Many say that cultivators are cold-hearted and selfish, yet your demeanor is the opposite. Since you are reluctant to take action, I shall do it myself." The old man's ethereal form transformed into a cascade of white light, enveloping Shilin, while his voice echoed, "Young friend, we have conversed at length, yet the young lady beside you has never harbored any greed. She is worthy of your trust. Cherish her well. The old man couldn't resist teasing them both. Yu Qianqi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Angry that this old man dared to pry into her thoughts, yet embarrassed that he had seen through her feelings. She truly bore no jealousy or malice towards Yu Shilin. Instead, she found joy in his acquisitions, and unbeknownst to herself, she had come to regard Yu Shilin as the most trusted person in her heart. In a moment of ire, Yu Qianqi mused that had the old man still been alive, she would undoubtedly have plucked a hefty handful of his white beard. Upon noticing her vexation, Yu Shilin awkwardly remarked, "Senior sister, do not take the old man's ramblings to heart." At this, Yu Qianqi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. A cascade of white light surged into Yu Shilin's being, and the old man's voice resonated in his mind. "Young lad, do not lose focus. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. I have now deconstructed the principles of the Guihong Tower. All you need to do is refine these principles to gain mastery over it. Furthermore, let me share a secret with you. The Guihong Tower possesses a time acceleration function. If you cultivate within it for a year, it would equate to a decade of cultivation in the outside world. Cherish this opportunity." Yu Shilin's heart soared at this revelation. Was this not an extraordinary cheat device? As the myriad principles of the Guihong Tower permeated Yu Shilin's being, he diligently set about refining them one by one. During this process, the old man suddenly exclaimed, startling Yu Shilin, who feared something dire had occurred. He beheld the old man's ethereal figure hovering in his mind, mouth agape at a golden point within his consciousness. The old man stuttered, Could it be the fabled Hongmeng Pearl?" Confused, Yu Shilin inquired, "Was the Hongmeng Pearl?" Ignoring him, the old man circled the golden point several times, scrutinizing it intently before finally calming his inner excitement and murmuring, "It must be it. There can be no mistake." The old man then elucidated to Yu Shilin, "The way is 50, the heavens change 49, and man escapes one. The one that has escaped is the Hongmeng Pearl." Yu Shilin was taken aback, recalling how his master, Meng Songlong, had uttered similar words, though without further elaboration. Leaving him perplexed at the time, the old man continued, "The Hongmeng Pearl is a supreme treasure from the primordial chaos. At the dawn of creation, when the way was first established, the Hongmeng Pearl emerged as a product infused with the essence of the primordial source, containing a realm of primordial chaos. It can obscure heavenly secrets, a treasure of immense significance. As for why it fled in the first place, that remains unclear to me. Currently, the Hongmeng Pearl exists in a state of chaos, without a will." Yu Shilin pondered aloud. "No wonder I cannot communicate with it. How can it develop a will?" The old man replied, "Only by continuously absorbing the source principles of the external world can it grow, ultimately birthing a will that represents the supreme heavenly path of its internal primordial realm." Yu Shilin felt a tremor of trepidation. Could a humble golden core cultivator truly aspire to such a celestial will? Yet, he recalled how the Hongmeng Pearl had saved his life on 2 occasions, once by absorbing the power of the azure lotus flame, and once by harnessing the purple lightning born of heavenly tribulation. He promptly recounted these incidents to the old man, who, upon hearing this, expressed delight. "It seems there is movement. The moment it awakens cannot be far off." With a smile, the old man queried, "Are you not curious as to how I know so much?" Yu Shilin nodded earnestly in response. The old man sighed and said, "I am the spirit of the Guihong Tower. If one were to perceive the Guihong Tower as a realm, I would be akin to the will of the heavenly Tao within this world, governing all that transpires. In this regard, I share a remarkable similarity with the Hongmeng Pearl. However, the Guihong Tower is ultimately but a small world, incomparable to the vastness of the greater universe. The eternal life, immortal emperor once aspired to transform the Guihong Tower into a grand world, but to achieve such a feat, one must attain enlightenment. Yet, upon touching the great Tao, one becomes incompatible with the principles governing a larger world, which is why the eternal life, immortal emperor ultimately faced a calamity and perished." His words were tinged with a sense of melancholy and a hint of regret. Yu Shilin, overwhelmed by the impact of the old man's words, found himself at a loss for words, needing time to digest the gravity of what he had just learned. The old man continued, by the way, after all this talk, I still do not know your name, young friend. Yu Shilin replied, my name is Yu Shilin. The old man responded, ah, young friend Shilin. The Hongmeng Pearl can obscure the secrets of heaven. In the realm of cultivation, no one should be able to pry into it. However, should you ascend to the immortal realm in the future, you must exercise utmost caution. There are many powerful beings in the immortal realm, and should they discover that you possess the Hongmeng Pearl, it could bring you great misfortune. The Hongmeng Pearl may not necessarily safeguard you completely, so you must tread carefully. Yu Shilin felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the old man and nodded in acknowledgement. The old man said, well then, young friend Shilin, you have nearly refined the laws of the Guihong Tower. Once you complete the refinement of the tower, the remaining cultivators within will be automatically teleported out, and the internal world of the Guihong Tower will collapse into chaos. Yet it will serve as an excellent place for your cultivation. After you emerge, simply retract the Guihong Tower. Yu Shilin nodded in agreement. In his final moments, the old man sighed, young friend Shilin, since the Hongmeng Pearl has chosen you, it signifies that you are indeed the one destined to defy the heavens. Perhaps the path that I and the eternal life, immortal emperor, could not traverse. You may yet succeed in. Farewell, young friend Shilin, and I wish you the best of luck. With a hearty laugh, the old man's ethereal form gradually faded into nothingness. Chapter 78. Encountering the Li family, a wave of sorrow washed over Yu Shilin as he realized the old man had completely perished. He suddenly opened his eyes, and Yu Qinshi was quietly waiting beside him. Upon seeing him awaken, she asked with concern, have you finished refining? What, the old man? Yu Shilin replied, the old man has completely fallen. Yu Qinshi paused for a moment, biting her lip as she said, rest assured, junior brother, I will never speak of anything that has transpired regarding you in the secret realm, even at the cost of my life. Yu Shilin felt a surge of gratitude towards Yu Qinshi. His extraordinary feats in the Guihong secret realm, including acquiring the Qinglian Yuhua, overcoming the 99 Golden Dan tribulation, refining the Guihong Tower, and even possessing the Hongmeng Pearl, made him acutely aware that any leak of this information would incite the greedy denizens of the cultivation world to ruthlessly hunt him down for his treasures. Seeing Yu Qinshi's sincerity, Yu Shilin was deeply moved and said, thank you, senior sister. At this moment, the entire Guihong secret realm began to tremble violently, with mountains and earth collapsing, and even the white jade statue of the eternal life, immortal emperor, shook violently, crumbling into dust. Yu Shilin turned to Yu Qinshi and said, senior sister, let us depart. No sooner had he spoken than golden light enveloped them, signaling the activation of the teleportation array. Moreover, the remaining cultivators within the secret realm, witnessing the upheaval, were struck with awe and fear. Fortunately, the golden light illuminated each individual in a timely manner, transporting all foreign cultivators out. Whoosh, 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 numerous cultivators emerged from the golden portal, landing on the square of the broken boundary mountain range. Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi were no exception, as the teleportation gateway closed. Yu Shilin quietly retracted the Guihong Tower, leaving no one the wiser to this subtlety. The square of the broken boundary mountain range erupted into chaos, with several sect leaders waiting on the plaza, exclaiming in astonishment. Why are they emerging several days early? Was it not always precisely 3 months? Heavens! How come there are so few of them? Thousands entered, yet fewer than 10,000 have emerged. What transpired within the Guihong secret realm? Young master, as long as you are safe, we are grateful. The square was abuzz with inquiries about the events that unfolded in the secret realm, creating a cacophony of noise. Together, Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi searched for the figure of Yu Jiao. Thankfully, being a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, Yu Jiao quickly spotted them and approached hastily. Junior brother Yu, junior sister. His heart soared with relief upon seeing their safe return. The weight upon his heart finally lifted. Brother Yu, brother. Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi made their way towards Yu Jiao, who was puzzled, wondering how his junior sister and junior brother had become so familiar when they had not known each other before. Before Yu Jiao could inquire further, several unfriendly cold snorts echoed around them, as Li Lingyi and several members of the Li family had surrounded them. Sensing the danger, Yu Jiao instinctively shielded Yu Qianxi and Yu Shilin behind him and coldly regarded the leader of the Li family, Li Tianqi. "What is your intention, Li Tianqi?" Noting that Li Lingyi appeared somewhat pale, indicating lingering injuries, Yu Shilin recognized that Li Tianqi, a cultivator at the second layer of divine transformation, was accompanied by two others at the second layer of the nascent soul stage. Li Tianqi sneered, "What is it?" "I merely wish to inquire why this worthless member of the Yu family and this foul little brat dared to strike against my young master Li Lingyi in the secret realm. They are truly courting death." Upon hearing Li Tianqi's insult directed at his junior sister, Yu Jiao's fury ignited. "You scoundrel! Should you continue to speak so insolently? Do not blame me for being impolite." Li Tianqi chuckled coldly. "I shall see how you intend to be impolite. Does the Li family fear the Yu family?" He continued. "Today, it matters not if you step aside, but I must take your junior sister and this foul brat back to the Li family for punishment." Yu Jiao, seeing the confrontation escalate, felt a surge of urgency. While he was unafraid of Li Tianqi, the presence of two nascent soul cultivators from the Li family posed a significant threat. If a skirmish broke out, his junior sister and junior brother would not stand a chance against the two nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Li Lingyi approached with a sinister demeanor, saying, "Yu Jiao, I advise you to abandon your protection of those two. If you merely stand by, I can solemnly swear that I will ensure Yu Qianxi's life remains unscathed. What do you say?" Li Lingyi harbored a deep-seated animosity towards both Yu Qianxi and Yu Shilin, having already resolved to bring them back to the Li family. He intended to subject Yu Qianxi to severe humiliation while planning to flay Yu Shilin alive, torturing him to death. Yu Qianxi, well aware of Li Lingyi's malicious intentions, retorted angrily, "Li Lingyi, stop daydreaming. Even in death, I will not allow you to take me back to the Li family." Seeing that the situation had escalated, Yu Jiao knew he had to fight desperately to protect the two. He quietly conveyed, "Junior brother Yu, junior sister, I will hold off Li Tianqi and those two nascent soul cultivators. You must retreat immediately to Tianlong City and seek assistance from the branch." Yu Qianxi exclaimed in distress. "No, I cannot leave my senior brother behind." Yu Jiao urgently replied, "Junior sister, listen to me. It will not be easy for them to kill me. Once you are safely away, I am confident I can escape to Tianlong City to join you. Junior brother Yu, you must quickly take junior sister Yu away." Yu Shilin nodded, remaining relatively calm. He recognized the flaw lay with Li Lingyi. After comprehending the second form of the carefree sword technique, he felt assured that, under the protection of the two second-level nascent soul cultivators, he could capture Li Lingyi, making them hesitate to act. Moreover, they had underestimated him, a mere first-level golden core cultivator, which gave him even greater confidence. As the group communicated discreetly, several members of the Li family summoned their weapons and treasures, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. This sound reverberated like the heavy tolling of bells at dawn, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present, causing many to stagger. Among them was Li Lingyi, who, still wounded, fell to the ground. Fortunately, the cold snort served only as a warning and bore no lethal force, allowing him to clumsily rise. The mere sound of that snort had instilled a sense of dread among the crowd. Who could possess such authority? As everyone turned to look, they saw an elderly figure in purple robes seated in the center of the square, his eyes half closed. He spoke softly, "Silence. Should anyone continue to make noise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon hearing his words, the entire assembly fell silent. Yu Jiao recognized the elder in purple and discreetly relayed to his companions. This esteemed elder is Gu Chaoran, the leader of the Wandan sect from Biting Continent. It is said he is a powerful figure at the Tribulation Crossing stage. And Wandan sect is a superlative sect primarily focused on alchemy. With the intervention of this formidable being, no one dared to defy him, thus preventing the imminent clash between Yu Jiao's group and the Li family. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Shilin quickly recounted the grievances between the trio and Li Lingyi. allowing Yu Jiu to understand the connection between Yu Shilin and Yu Qinshi, as well as the maliciousness of Li Lingyi, filling his gaze with an intent to kill. In the vicinity, many recognized the elderly man in purple robes, and the crowd fell silent, refraining from any movement. They were all secretly puzzled as to why this powerful figure, who was in the tribulation stage, had chosen to leave his secluded cultivation to come to the broken boundary mountain range. Was he merely here to display his might before them, these insignificant beings? As the crowd was lost in speculation, the elder, Gu Chaoran, suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the assembly. The onlookers felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from ancient times, their hair standing on end. After a moment, Gu Chaoran withdrew his piercing gaze and calmly stated, "You all should recognize who I am. I shall not elaborate further. My primary purpose in coming here is to ascertain what has transpired in the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm. Who will enlighten me?" The gathered cultivators were astonished that a formidable being in the tribulation stage would concern himself with the affairs of the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm. Logically, someone of his caliber would hardly find anything of interest within a mere secret realm. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward to respond. Gu Chaoran, slightly displeased, inquired, "What? Is everyone here rendered mute?" It was then that the crowd snapped out of their stupor. Ouyang Mingguang, the grandson of the esteemed Grand Elder Ouyang Duan of the Tianyi sect, volunteered himself and respectfully approached, saying, "I am Ouyang Mingguang, grandson of Ouyang Duan. I pay my respects to you, Senior Gu." Gu Chaoran nodded, acknowledging, "I am acquainted with Ouyang Duan. Since you are his grandson, please recount the events that transpired in the secret realm." Ouyang Duan was merely at the great ascension stage, hence in the presence of Gu Chaoran. He was indeed considered a junior. Yu Shilin, observing that Ouyang Mingguang appeared unscathed, felt somewhat astonished, realizing that the core disciples of significant sects must possess numerous protective artifacts. Ouyang Mingguang began to recount his experiences in the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm with great detail. Gu Chaoran listened intently, remaining silent until Ouyang Mingguang mentioned a blue radiant light descending into the mountains, creating a massive pit. At that moment, Gu Chaoran's eyes widened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Ouyang Mingguang continued, "My companions and I entered the mountain's depths through the pit and discovered a grand underground palace, where we found a pristine spiritual vein. The blue light was concealed within this exceptional vein. Having perused the ancient treatise on celestial treasures, I can assert with certainty that this blue light is the celestial fire of the Blue Lotus." Upon hearing this, those unfamiliar with the situation began to whisper among themselves, astonished that the Blue Lotus celestial fire had manifested within the return of the Phoenix Secret Realm. The ancient treatise on celestial treasures was a relic passed down from the ancient cultivation realm, detailing various celestial treasures, though its circulation was rare. It was not a secret among the top sects and prominent families. Yu Shilin noted that Ouyang Mingguang had indeed revealed everything without any concealment regarding the inner workings of the secret realm. Gu Chaoran's expression grew more serious as he urgently asked, "What happened next?" Ouyang Mingguang, with a wry smile, confessed, "To be candid, Senior Gu, I overestimated my abilities and attempted to subdue the Blue Lotus celestial fire within the secret realm. Not just myself, but the young master of the Thundercloud sect, Lei Feiyun, and this brother here also endeavored to capture the Blue Lotus celestial fire." Ouyang Mingguang gestured toward Lei Feiyun and Hua Bufan, who both stepped forward to pay their respects, stating, "We are Lei Feiyun, Hua Bufan, and we pay our respects to you, Senior Gu." Gu Chaoran squinted and inquired, "Is what the young Ouyang said true?" Both individuals nodded in affirmation. Under Gu Chaoran's urging, Ouyang Mingguang continued, "The three of us sought to subdue the Qinglian Inferno, yet all our attempts ended in failure. Ultimately, the Qinglian Inferno erupted with ferocity, engulfing the entire palace with its flames. Those cultivators who came into contact with even a trace of it were incinerated, swiftly turning to ashes. Furthermore, the Qinglian Inferno pursued us relentlessly. Nearly all the fleeing cultivators within the passage fell victim to its deadly grasp. We barely escaped, relying on the life-preserving treasures granted by our sect. Upon finishing, Ouyang Mingguang's complexion paled, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated terror, evidently recalling the day when the Qinglian Inferno reaped the lives of numerous cultivators like a harbinger of death. Not only he, but the other escaping cultivators also bore expressions of fear, demonstrating the profound impact the Qinglian Inferno had on all present. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as those outside began to comprehend the staggering number of cultivators who perished within the secret realm during this trial. Gu Chaoran furrowed his brow, recalling how he had unexpectedly discovered the Qinglian Inferno in Beiting's Hao, and, in a fit of joy, aimed to subdue and refine it. However, he was taken aback to find that the Qinglian Inferno had already developed sentience. Although he had severely injured its consciousness with a secret technique, he inadvertently allowed it to escape, prompting him to pursue it relentlessly. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. The Qinglian Inferno had already entered the Guihong's secret realm before he could catch up, and by the time he arrived, the portal had closed, leaving him to wait. He had never anticipated that the Qinglian Inferno would unleash such fury within the secret realm, slaughtering countless cultivators. His sole concern now was whether anyone had managed to refine the Qinglian Inferno, prompting him to ask, what transpired thereafter? Chapter 80. The devious villain Shilin surmised the underlying truth. The Qinglian Inferno must have fled into the Guihong's secret realm after being wounded by Gu Chaoran. Gu Chaoran had pursued the Qinglian Inferno all the way here, yet aside from Yu Qianxi, no one knew that he had successfully refined the Inferno. Ouyang Mingguang collected his thoughts and continued, after I escaped the palace, I dared not linger for even a moment and fled immediately. What transpired with the Qinglian Inferno afterwards remains unknown to me. Later, the Guihong secret realm experienced a tremendous upheaval, leaving me shocked. Before I could grasp the situation, I was transported out. Upon concluding, Ouyang Mingguang bowed respectfully to Gu Chaoran, stating, Senior Gu, every word I have spoken is the truth. Please discern my sincerity. The other cultivators present echoed Ouyang Mingguang's sentiments, clearly affirming the authenticity of his account. After a brief silence, Gu Chaoran produced a jade vial and tossed it to Ouyang Mingguang, saying, Inside this vial lies a premium yuaning pill. It should be of great benefit to you. Ouyang Mingguang was overjoyed. Having exerted himself to speak at length, his aim was to obtain some advantage from Gu Chaoran. Now, with the acquisition of a premium yuaning pill, his advancement to the yuaning stage was all but assured. Even if his grandfather intervened to procure such a pill, it would have required considerable effort. Expressing his gratitude, Ouyang Mingguang beamed with delight, while Lei Feiyun wore a look of disdain, letting out a cold snort. Hua Bufan noticed Shilin standing silently at the back, and with a quick turn of his eye, he raised his voice. Brother Yu, we both belong to the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. I am truly delighted to see that you have emerged safely. At that time, I attempted to subdue the Qinglian Yefire, but had to make a hasty retreat, neglecting your presence behind me. I hope you can forgive my oversight. It was not out of disregard for our camaraderie, but rather due to the ferocity of the Qinglian Yefire. I am merely curious as to how you managed to escape. If it is inconvenient for you to share, please disregard my inquiry. While Hua Bufan appeared to express concern, his words were laced with insidious intent. Shilin initially planned to remain in the background, waiting for the situation to resolve before slipping away. However, Gu Chaoran was primarily concerned about what transpired with the Qinglian Yefire, and Hua Bufan's remarks successfully drew his attention. Filled with resentment, Shilin had no choice but to step forward, feigning gratitude as he responded. Thank you for your concern, Brother Hua. My cultivation is quite humble, and I was fortunate to receive assistance from Miss Yu of the Yu family, along with a stroke of luck, which enabled my escape. Hua Bufan smiled and replied, You are far too modest, Brother Yu. I recall that at the time in the Grand Hall. You were merely at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, while countless cultivators at the 9th level of Gold Core perished at the hands of the Qinglian Yefire. For you to escape with only the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, you should indeed take pride in your accomplishments. Moreover, you have now reached the 1st level of Gold Core. Your rate of cultivation leaves me feeling quite inadequate. Shilin wished he could tear Hua Bufan's tongue out. as this man was exceptionally cunning, skillfully roasting him alive with mere words, exposing him to the public eye. He was even more concerned that Gu Chaoran's watchful gaze was fixed upon him, under the scrutiny of this formidable figure in the tribulation phase. Any misstep could reveal his true intentions and lead to dire consequences. Feigning nonchalance, Shilin replied, "I am but a humble loose cultivator. I hardly deserve the title of genius. Brother Hua is overly flattering. As for my cultivation, I obtained the Jinling fruit within the secret realm and managed to slay several bone-eating armored fish, acquiring quite a few inner Dan, which barely allowed me to advance to the first level of gold core. I cannot compare to someone like Brother Hua, who hails from a prominent family and has no shortage of cultivation resources. Since you are so concerned for me, any resources you might spare would be greatly appreciated." Shilin shamelessly adopted a brazen demeanor, seeking benefits from Hua Bufan. Hua Bufan responded lightly, Of course. We are both members of the Gue High Chamber of Commerce. It is only right that we support one another. However, I find it intriguing that you, as a loose cultivator, received such substantial assistance from Miss Yu in the secret realm. You must possess extraordinary qualities." Upon hearing this, Shilin's expression turned cold. Hua Bufan's incessant references to him filled him with displeasure, leaving him perplexed as to why Hua Bufan seemed so intent on targeting him. At that moment, Yu Qianqi coldly interjected, "What is the matter? Do I need to explain my assistance to the one I admire to Brother Hua?" With this statement, Hua Bufan was left speechless, and both Shilin and Yu Jiu were momentarily taken aback. The surrounding onlookers finally understood that Miss Yu of the Yu family had taken a liking to Shilin, and her assistance was therefore entirely justified. Hua Bufan was utterly oblivious to the fact that Shilin had taken possession of the Qinglian flame and the Guihong secret realm. He could never have fathomed that Shilin was capable of such an act. Situated in the Dongwangshao branch, he was already at odds with the Beitingsao branch, and his status made it difficult to confront Yu Jiu directly. Thus, he found Shilin to be a fitting target, only to be thwarted by a single remark from Yu Qianqi. Gu Chaoran, uninterested in the trivial romantic entanglements of these individuals, impatiently interjected, "All right, let us cease this discussion." With the elder's command, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Gu Chaoran, feeling increasingly agitated, pondered the whereabouts of the Qinglian flame, which had vanished along with the secret realm. How could he possibly retrieve it? In a moment of instinct, he attempted to sense the Guihong secret realm, only to find the Duanjia mountain range devoid of any trace of the realm's existence. Startled, he immediately executed a spatial shift to the Duanjia mountain range. He had previously attempted to refine the Guihong secret realm, but had met with failure. During that endeavor, he had distinctly sensed anomalies in the space surrounding the Duanjia mountains, attributed to the presence of the Guihong secret realm. Now, however, the spatial conditions appeared entirely normal. Where could the realm have gone? Chapter 81. A thorough search. A glint of sharpness flickered in Gu Chaoran's eyes as he contemplated the whereabouts of the Guihong secret realm. Had it simply flown away? After some reflection, he deemed this unlikely. If the realm were to take flight, it would have done so long ago, rather than vanish solely during his visit, a coincidence too fortuitous to accept. Furthermore, if it were to leave, it would not do so without leaving a trace. An idea he promptly dismissed. Could it be that someone had refined it? The more he pondered, the more implausible it seemed. For over 10,000 years, countless individuals had attempted to refine it without success. It was said that the Guihong secret realm was akin to a celestial artifact, far beyond the capabilities of practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Even if it were refined, it would be impossible for it to occur right beneath his nose without his awareness. No ascension-level cultivator could manage such a feat. As Gu Chaoran racked his brain for a plausible explanation for the disappearance of the Guihong secret realm, he realized that its absence meant the Qinglian flame was also lost, rendering his efforts futile. Gradually, frustration began to take hold, and his attention shifted to the assembly of cultivators before him. A bizarre thought surged within him. Could it be that one of these cultivators had taken the secret realm and the Qinglian flame? While, by all logical reasoning, This was an impossible scenario. Only cultivators of the 9th level of the Golden Core could enter the Guihong's secret realm, which in his eyes were mere ants. He could not shake the notion that, against all odds, someone might have achieved the impossible. Driven by a frenzied idea, Gu Chao-ran resolved to conduct a thorough search of all cultivators below the nascent soul stage who had entered the Guihong secret realm. This search was not akin to a conventional pat-down. Rather, it involved a highly skilled practitioner utilizing spiritual awareness to forcibly delve into the spiritual seas of those of lesser cultivation, exposing them as if stripped bare before the eyes of all present. This was a severe taboo in the realm of cultivation and was vehemently opposed by all practitioners. Gu Chao-ran was acutely aware that this would severely tarnish his reputation and bring him considerable trouble. However, for the sake of the Guihong secret realm and the Qinglian flame, he felt compelled to take a chance, no matter how slim the possibility. Resolute in his decision, Gu Chao-ran's expression turned grave as he addressed the gathered cultivators with a cold demeanor. I have just discovered that the Guihong secret realm has vanished without a trace. It is evident that one among you has meddled and absconded with it. The Guihong secret realm was originally a testing ground for cultivators of the realm, a shared resource, and now someone has audaciously stolen it. For the welfare of all cultivators, I shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Whoever is responsible, surrender the Guihong secret realm willingly, and I shall overlook the past. Otherwise, I shall conduct a body search. If nothing is found, you shall be free to leave. But if something is discovered, you know the consequences. Gu Chao-ran asserted himself as the sect leader of Wandan's sect, emphasizing that he was acting in the interests of all cultivators, placing himself on a moral high ground, even if he were to carry out body searches. The criticism he faced would be considerably lessened. His words sent ripples of shock through the assembly of cultivators. How could it be? The Guihong's secret realm had disappeared? Who possessed such power to remove it? Surely, it could not have simply departed on its own. What nonsense! How could a secret realm just fly away? And now you wish to search us? What, do you intend to expose our entire bodies? Many female cultivators turned pale, clearly affected by the prospect of a body search. Lei Feiyun, the young master of the Thundercloud sect, stepped forward, his expression stern. Is this truly what you mean, sect leader Gu? Gu Chao-ran, impatient, retorted, why would I deceive you youngsters? The Guihong's secret realm has indeed vanished. Lei Feiyun replied, yet, if even sect leader Gu cannot retrieve the Guihong secret realm, how could we, mere Golden Core disciples, possess such capability? Gu Chao-ran responded, you indeed lack such ability. But it cannot be ruled out that someone with extraordinary fortune has employed special means to take the realm away. Hence, I must conduct a body search to unearth this thief. After a moment of silence, Lei Feiyun asked, is sect leader Gu resolute in this search? Gu Chao-ran's eyes widened as he feigned righteous indignation. Indeed, I am determined to unearth this thief and restore justice for the cultivators. Lei Feiyun said, if sect leader Gu insists, I shall not argue further. However, I have a request. Some of my senior and junior sisters, should they be subjected to a search, it might adversely affect your reputation, sect leader Gu. I implore you to reconsider. Shilin found himself admiring Lei Feiyun, who was neither servile nor arrogant, unafraid of authority, and considerate of his sect members. Truly a remarkable individual. Gu Chao-ran pondered for a moment, noting that there were only a few dozen female cultivators present. The impact of searching them would be minimal. However, if he were to force a search and it was widely disseminated by those with ulterior motives, it would be difficult for him to explain later, as he was, after all, a sect leader who valued his reputation. Gu Chao-ran commanded, let the female cultivators withdraw. They are exempt from the search. The female cultivators present felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, expressing their gratitude with tears as they hastily withdrew. Yu Qinshi also breathed a sigh of relief, though before she exited, she cast a worried glance at Shilin. Observing her concern, Shilin quickly signaled her to remain at ease. Within moments, dozens of female cultivators had departed, and the remaining individuals understood that Gu Chao-ran was about to conduct a search. As a formidable being at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, His authority was unchallengeable. Lei Feiyun remarked, "Master Gu, today's events are of great significance. Upon my return, I shall report this matter to the esteemed elders of our sect, ensuring they are apprised." Gu Chaoran was well aware that this junior was attempting to leverage the weight of their sect's elder against him. However, he had resolutely made up his mind and would not abandon his course for mere words. Chapter 82. A safe escape. Seeing the considerable number of cultivators present, Gu Chaoran decided to establish a surveillance formation. This formation was unlike a typical monitoring array. It was powered by his own spiritual energy, granting him complete dominion over all that transpired within it. The assembly felt somewhat reassured upon recognizing the surveillance formation. Although Shilin had heard the spirit of the Guihong Tower mention that the Hongmeng Pearl could obscure celestial secrets and easily shield against the spiritual probing of an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator, he remained uncertain due to his lack of practical experience. At that moment, he turned his attention inward and found the Hongmeng Pearl quietly residing in his spiritual sea, accompanied by a small, incomplete gong tower, now reduced to merely a single layer. With matters having reached this point, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. After arranging the surveillance formation, Gu Chaoran declared, "Step into the formation one by one. Who will be first?" Lei Feiyun let out a slight, derisive smile and was the first to step forward. He entered the formation and emerged moments later without incident. Gu Chaoran nodded, signaling that Lei Feiyun could leave. Subsequently, the remaining members of the Lei Yun sect entered the formation in succession, also emerging without any unforeseen occurrences. Shilin steeled himself, contemplating, if it is fate, it cannot be avoided. Better to confront it sooner rather than later to avoid prolonged anxiety. After Lei Yun sect members had completed their turns, he too entered the formation. Upon entry, Shilin felt an overwhelming sensation of countless eyes scrutinizing him, the weight of their gazes rendering his clothing virtually non-existent, leaving him with an uncomfortable feeling of vulnerability. A deluge of spiritual pressure assailed him, even extending to his storage ring. Gu Chaoran's soul awareness penetrated into his spiritual sea, and Shilin dare not resist, knowing it would be futile. At that moment, the Hongmeng Pearl emitted a radiant golden light, enveloping the core of Shilin's spiritual sea along with the Guihong Tower. After sweeping the area with his spiritual awareness and finding no anomalies, Gu Chaoran withdrew his probing presence. Shilin exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of relief and newfound confidence in the Hongmeng Pearl. He had underestimated its power. A treasure of such an exalted caliber was beyond the grasp of an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator. While Gu Chaoran had found nothing amiss within Shilin's spiritual sea, he was taken aback by the sheer number of exceptional pills contained within Shilin's storage ring. Although it was a low-grade elixir, most of them were of exceptional quality, which immediately piqued the interest of Gu Chaoran, the sect master of the Wandan sect. He then recalled that Shilin was associated with the Guihai Chamber of Commerce, leading him to deduce that the elixirs in his possession might belong to the chamber, which somewhat alleviated his concerns. Nonetheless, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the source of the superior elixirs from a northern branch of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce in the future. Shilin emerged from the surveillance formation unscathed, much to the delight of Jiao and Qianqi. Particularly, Qianqi had felt her heart leap to her throat when Shilin entered, but now she finally exhaled in relief, and the two rushed to greet him. As Shilin exited the Duanjia Mountain Plaza and glanced back, he observed numerous cultivators still queuing to enter the surveillance formation. He stood in silence for a moment before turning away. The trio then hastened towards Tianlong City. Li Lingyi, Hua Bufan, and Gu Chaoran were all etched in Shilin's memory. Li Lingyi, without a doubt, would leverage the power of the Li family to seek revenge against both him and Qianqi for today's events. Shilin would not let him off easily. As for Hua Bufan, this cunning and treacherous individual had also caught Shilin's attention, and he was determined that Hua Bufan would eventually learn the price of his insidious words. Regarding Gu Chaoran, the incident of being searched today had left him quite displeased. Although Shilin could not retaliate against him at present, he had made a note of this grievance, intending to settle the score with the old man in due time. Seeing Shilin lost in thought and wearing an unhappy expression, Yu Jiu assumed he was still troubled by the earlier search and attempted to console him, saying, "Junior brother Yu, do not take it to heart. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. It is common for those with lower cultivation to be bullied. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Did you not witness how the disciples of the great sects and prominent families were also searched?" Gu Chaoran was merely taking advantage of his status. One day, when your cultivation surpasses his, you can boldly confront him to reclaim your dignity. Yu Shilin, protected by the Hongmeng Pearl, was not significantly affected by the search. It felt akin to being checked for identification by the police in his previous life. Nevertheless, he appreciated Yu Jiu's attempt to comfort him and nodded in gratitude. The three then fell silent and hurried towards Tianlong City. Chapter 83. Tianlong Branch. Tianlong City is a fourth-tier city. It scales several times larger than Maple Leaf City, and the cultivators within boast higher cultivation levels, with golden core stage practitioners being a common sight, and quite a number at the nascent soul stage as well. Upon arriving at Tianlong City, the trio did not linger, but headed straight to the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Tianlong branch. To their surprise, they were welcomed at the entrance by Chang Yiyun. Yu Shilin exclaimed with joy, "Uncle Chang, what brings you to the Tianlong branch?" Chang Yiyun smiled and replied, "Is it not thanks to you? The business at the Maple Leaf City branch has been thriving, and President Yu holds me in high regard, rewarding me with a transformation pill and appointing me as the manager of the Tianlong branch. There is no need for you to return to Maple Leaf City. We shall continue our endeavors here in Tianlong." Upon seeing that Chang Yiyun had indeed broken through to the first level of the transformation stage, Yu Shilin remarked, "Since it will be in Tianlong City from now on, what about my Chang Yiyun?" Laughed heartily. "Rest assured, both of your wives have already arrived in Tianlong City." No sooner had he spoken than voices called out, "Husband, young master." Xian Yuan Qing Wu and Ling Er rushed out from the entrance of the branch hall, disregarding the gazes of bystanders. Like birds returning to their nests, they leaped into Yu Shilin's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Yu Shilin, feeling the weight of others' stares, blushed slightly and hurriedly offered gentle words of comfort to the two women, who then reluctantly released him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Qianxi's expression paled momentarily before she regained her composure. Chang Yiyun chuckled and said, "Let us not linger at the entrance. Let us proceed inside." The branch hall in Tianlong City was significantly larger than that of Fengyi City. Once inside, Yu Shilin introduced Xian Yuan Qing Wu and Ling Er. "This is senior sister Yu Qianxi, the beloved daughter of President Yu. We fortuitously crossed paths on this journey and decided to travel together." Xian Yuan Qing Wu gazed at the notably beautiful Yu Qianxi, her eyes shimmering slightly, before she and Ling Er respectfully greeted. "We pay our respects to senior sister Yu." Yu Qianxi's countenance shifted uneasily as she hastily returned the courtesy. Chang Yiyun chuckled again. "Everyone has been busy traveling. Why not take a moment to rest? Especially you, Shilin, having left your two lovely wives for so long. You are hereby sentenced to spend quality time with them." Yu Qianxi, hearing this, wore a somewhat bitter expression and said, "Manager Chang, senior brother, and a junior brother Yu, I shall take my leave to rest. Excuse me." With that, she hurried away. Yu Shilin led Xian Yuan Qing Wu and Ling Er back to the charming little courtyard that Chang Yiyun had arranged for him. As soon as they entered the room, Xian Yuan Qing Wu seized Yu Shilin, adopting a fierce expression as she demanded, "You must confess honestly. What have you been up to these days that has caused both me and Ling Er such worry?" Yu Shilin raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Ladies, please, calm your anger. I shall recount everything to you." He then detailed the events that transpired within the Guihai Hong secret realm, including an ambush by a second-tier golden core cultivator, his acquaintance with Yu Qianxi, the Qing Lian flame, overcoming the 99 golden core heavenly tribulation, refining the Guihai Hong secret realm, and even mentioning the Hongmeng Pearl, for he held absolute trust in Xian Yuan Qing Wu and Ling Er. The expressions of the two women shifted dramatically in response to his tale, filled with astonishment. When they heard of Yu Shilin being searched by Gu Chaoran, they gasped in horror, clutching their chests. only to finally exhale in relief upon learning of his safe return. After a lengthy recounting, Shilin concluded his narrative, and the two women remained in a daze, still processing the thrilling events he had described. Shilin, with a grave tone, cautioned, "Ladies, the matters I have divulged today are of utmost importance. It is imperative that you do not let slip a word in front of outsiders, or we shall face dire consequences." Xian Yuanqing Wu, regaining her senses, shot him a glance and replied, "You need not fret. Ling Er and I are not so careless." She then added proudly, "During your absence, Ling Er and I have been diligently cultivating, and we are now at the third level of the foundation establishment stage." Shilin had not initially noticed this achievement, but upon Xian Yuanqing Wu's reminder, he realized both had indeed reached the third level of foundation establishment. Ling Er chimed in, "Young master, we owe this progress to the esteemed Elder Chong, who provided us with the best training chambers in the guild. Otherwise, our breakthroughs would have taken much longer." Shilin nodded, contemplating that Lao Chong had indeed performed admirably in this regard. Chapter 84. Opening One's Heart. Xian Yuanqing Wu seemed to suddenly recall something. Gazing at Shilin with a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Shilin inquired, "Qing Wu, why do you look at me in such a manner?" Xian Yuanqing Wu replied with a smile, "You mentioned that you encountered the young lady of the Yu family in the secret realm and have since remained together. Does that mean she is privy to all your secrets?" Unaware of the trap Xian Yuanqing Wu was setting for him, Shilin responded earnestly. In the circumstances within the secret realm, it was unavoidable for her to discover my secrets. Besides, she promised me she would never divulge them. Xian Yuanqing Wu then asked, "So she does not count as a stranger?" At this, Shilin found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to classify their relationship. To label her a stranger seemed inaccurate, given that she was fully aware of his secrets. Yet, to deny her status as a stranger felt equally inappropriate, as their bond was not particularly intimate. Ultimately, under Xian Yuanqing Wu's piercing gaze, Shilin chose to speak from his heart and declared, "Sister Yu is not a stranger." Xian Yuanqing Wu immediately retorted with a hint of acidity. "Of course, she is not a stranger. After all, someone has risked their life to save her on 2 occasions. Such a debt of gratitude cannot be overlooked." Shilin quickly replied, "Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Sister Yu is completely innocent." Yet, despite his words, a sense of guilt gnawed at him. Xian Yuanqing Wu rolled her eyes at him, commenting, "You are truly naive. I have only seen her once, yet from the way she gazed at you, it is evident that your relationship is far from ordinary. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ling Er." Turning to Ling Er, Shilin asked, "Is that true, Ling Er?" Ling Er replied earnestly, "Yes, young master. Even someone as dull as I can see that Sister Yu's gaze towards you is quite special. Is it truly so?" Shilin murmured to himself, recalling how Yu Qianqi had once stated in the trial square that he was the one she admired. Could she have meant it? Shaking his head, he said, "You two should stop teasing me. I am merely a humble loose cultivator, while Sister Yu is the esteemed daughter of the Yu family. How could she possibly have feelings for someone like me?" Xian Yuanqing Wu responded, "For an ordinary cultivator, it would indeed be unlikely. However, you are exceptional. You are a prodigy. I was once a dignified princess of a grand dynasty, yet in the end, I married you." Ling chimed in, embellishing the moment. "The young master is the greatest prodigy of all time." Seeing that the two women were merely jesting with him and displaying no signs of anger, Shilin curiously asked, "Aren't you upset?" Xian Yuanqing Wu sighed. "What good would it do to be angry? You know, after you left, Ling Er and I spoke of you the most. She shared many stories from your childhood, saying you were her hope during her most desolate times. She has placed her entire life in your hands and will support you unconditionally, no matter what you choose to do." With a soft gasp, Ling Er felt her innermost thoughts laid bare by Xian Yuanqing Wu, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly turned away. Xian Yuanqing Wu mused, "I often ponder, had we both been mere mortals, I might have prohibited you from wandering in the flower gardens of others. Yet, you are not. You are a prodigious cultivator. You have informed us that the path of cultivation is guided by one's heart. Naturally, I would not wish to restrain you excessively from my own selfish desires, lest I hinder your ascent to greatness. However, you must not be overly compassionate or fickle, as such behavior is unacceptable to both Li Er and myself. Can you adhere to this? Yu Shilin was elated, taken aback by Xian Yuan Qing Wu's magnanimity, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. He still held the mindset from his previous life, where the concept of monogamy was deeply ingrained, and a third party would face moral condemnation. In the post-transmigration martial and cultivation realms, however, the ideology mirrored that of ancient feudal dynasties on Earth, where powerful men having multiple wives was commonplace. Xian Yuan Qing Wu continued, "There is another matter. Li Er mentioned that you were somewhat dull in your youth, resembling a bookworm. Yet, I perceive nothing of the sort in you now. Have you perhaps undergone some enlightening experience?" Surprised by the penetrating gaze of Xian Yuan Qing Wu, Yu Shilin was astounded at her keen intellect, which had uncovered the inconsistencies in his background. However, she merely posed the question without further contemplation. Yu Shilin hurriedly fabricated a tale, attributing his transformation to his master, Meng Songlong, claiming that the latter had enlightened him while imparting his cultivation techniques, thus rendering him somewhat altered from his previous self. Poor Meng Laotu had unwittingly become the scapegoat. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have rebuked Yu Shilin fiercely from beyond. The two women did not dwell on the matter, as they regarded Meng Songlong as an unimaginably powerful existence, and possessing certain skills was quite normal in their eyes. Yu Shilin had indeed considered the issue of his origins, but he felt that the timing was not right to divulge anything to anyone, including the two women. He would wait for a more opportune moment to reveal the truth. To prevent Xian Yuan Qing Wu from overthinking, Yu Shilin resorted to a bit of strategy, stepping forward to embrace her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, "You take a little kindness and think you can run wild. Let me go?" Yu Shilin laughed heartily, tightening his hold. Chapter 85. A sudden departure the next day, Yu Shilin emerged from his dwelling, feeling invigorated and prepared to meet Yu Qianxi. Having received Xian Yuan Qing Wu's permission the previous night, which filled him with immense comfort. As he approached the main hall, he discovered Yu Jiu waiting for him. Yu Shilin greeted him, puzzled. "What brings you here, Yu Xiao?" Yu Jiu moved his lips, finally stating, "I was specifically waiting for you." Yu Shilin, astonished, asked, "Waiting for me?" Yu Jiu sighed and replied, "Your junior sister left last night, returning to the Yu family." "What?" Yu Shilin was taken aback. Yu Jiu continued, "She left me with a message for you. She said her declaration at the Duanjia Mountain Trial Square about you being her favored man was merely to silence Hua Bufan, and held no other significance. She asked that you do not overthink it." Upon hearing this, Yu Shilin's face paled, and his heart ached profoundly, as if he had lost something invaluable. Yu Jiu observed that Yu Shilin appeared somewhat dejected and suggested, "Why don't we find a secluded spot to converse?" Taking a deep breath to suppress the unusual emotions swirling within him, Yu Shilin nodded in agreement. The two made their way to a tranquil courtyard within the Tianlong branch, where they finally came to a halt. Noticing Yu Shilin's silence, Yu Jiu, understanding his unspoken thoughts, began, "I have been an orphan since childhood, but fate smiled upon me when I encountered my adoptive father, who took me in as his son and named me Yu Jiu. It is through this kindness that I have managed to survive." Yu Shilin was taken aback, never having imagined that Yu Jiu's past was so sorrowful. Yu Jiu continued, "I watched my junior sister grow up, truly considering her as my own sister. I am well aware of her nature. She is decisive in her affections, unwavering in her commitments." He then locked eyes with Yu Shilin and slowly added, "Thus, when she expressed that you were the man she admired, it was not merely an excuse, but a genuine declaration of her feelings for you. Do you comprehend?" "What?" Yu Shilin was astonished, and then urgently inquired, "But why did she leave without a word?" Yu Jiu sighed and replied, "Although she said nothing, I can surmise the reason. It is likely that upon realizing you are already married, she found herself unable to overcome that hurdle, not wishing to be the subject of gossip. Hence, she resolutely severed ties with you." Yu Jiu then asked, "And what are your feelings for her?" Yu Shilin asserted, "I undoubtedly harbor affection for Yu Shiji. Should she have any inclination towards me, I would treat her with utmost sincerity, and my two wives would not oppose it." Yu Jiu sighed. I cannot say much about the matter between you and my junior sister. As long as she is happy, I, as her elder brother, will also find joy. However, even if she were to favor you, there would surely be considerable opposition from her family. Yu Shilin fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, he was merely a nascent golden core practitioner, whereas Yu Qianxi was the daughter of the Yu family. Being together with him would undoubtedly face strong disapproval from many within her family. Seeing his contemplative expression, Yu Jiu offered consolation. Nevertheless, you possess boundless potential. If you were to grow and thrive in the future, it is not impossible to confront those who oppose you. Yu Shilin felt a flicker of hope in his heart, realizing that the dynamics within the Yu family were not as serene as they seemed. Sensing his thoughts, Yu Jiu's demeanor suddenly turned grave, as he earnestly said, Yu Shidi, I wish to pose a question to you, and I need your heartfelt response. Yu Shilin felt a tremor run through him and replied solemnly, Please, senior brother, go ahead. Yu Jiu fixed his gaze upon Yu Shilin and asked, If significant matters arise in the future, would you be willing to stand together with the Yu family? Come what may. He added, Of course, should you decline, it will not affect your status as a guest alchemist of the Guihai Merchant Association. Yu Shilin sensed the gravity of the situation and responded, having received numerous favors from the Yu family and you, senior brother. I ought to stand with the Yu family through thick and thin. I, Yu Shilin, am not one to forget kindness. You need not worry. Yu Jiu detected the sincerity in his heart and smiled with relief. I have not misjudged you, Shidi. Initially, my adoptive father instructed me to carefully evaluate you, but now I feel that such scrutiny is no longer necessary. Curious, Yu Shilin asked, Senior brother, what exactly has transpired? Yu Jiu sighed, This matter is lengthy. Allow me to explain it to you in detail. Chapter 86. The plight of the Yu family. Yu Jiu inquired. Do you know the origins of the return to Sea Merchants Association? Yu Shilin shook his head in ignorance. Yu Jiu continued. Are you aware that the realm of cultivation is divided into 5 continents? North Court Continent, South Yu Continent, East Wang Continent, West San Continent, and Central Divine Continent? Yu Shilin nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Jiu elaborated, due to the vastness of these continents and the difficulties in communication and resource exchange over 50 years ago, a powerful ascendant named Feng Zhengyang established the Return to Sea Merchants Association to integrate the cultivation resources of the realm. The name signifies the unification of the 4 seas, and Senior Feng Zhengyang served as the first president of the association. Yu Shilin recognized that Yu Jiu was divulging secrets and listened intently. Yu Jiu continued. The headquarters of the Return to Sea Merchants Association is located in the Central Divine Continent, with branches in all 5 continents. The Yu family was entrusted with the management of the North Court Continent's affairs due to their ancestral ties with Senior Feng Zhengyang, while the other 4 continents were overseen by 4 other prominent families. Thus, the Return to Sea Merchants Association can be considered a coalition of noble families. Yu Shilin found this concept easy to grasp, likening it to a federal system on Earth. Yu Jiu added, the president of the association is Senior Feng Zhengyang, who presides over the Elder Council. In his absence, major decisions are made by the council members. Below the Elder Council are the leaders of each continent, who bear the title of vice president and manage the specific affairs of their respective branches. My adoptive father is the vice president of the association and oversees the North Court Continent's affairs, in addition to being the head of the Yu family. Yu Shilin detected no irregularities in this arrangement. It seemed quite normal. However, upon noticing the perplexed expression on Yu Shilin's face, Yu Jiu sighed and remarked, The issue lies within the Elder Council. When it was first established, it was intended that each of the 5 prominent families would contribute 1 member. However, for reasons unknown, it was proposed that only those at the tribulation stage could join the council. As the Yu family lacked any cultivators of that caliber, we were excluded from the council altogether. At the time, Senior Feng Zhengyang might have overlooked this, believing that his position would protect the Yu family. As Yu Shilin listened, he furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, Yu Jiu continued, while Senior Feng Zhengyang was present, the Return to Sea Merchants Association flourished and its branches thrived, gradually becoming a colossal entity comparable to the foremost sections. The Yu family prospered under this great tree. However, 20 years ago, Senior Feng Zhengyang mysteriously vanished, and no one knew his whereabouts. It was certain he did not ascend, for it is said that the celestial gates open once every 100 years, and the time had not yet come. Since his disappearance, the association underwent significant changes. The Elder Council began to control all affairs, while the Yu family was systematically excluded, losing our voice within the association. Initially, the other four noble families were somewhat considerate, but their actions gradually escalated. In recent years, there has been a conspicuous rise in collusion between several prominent families and sects with the Elders' Council, with rumors circulating that they intend to expel the Yu family from the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. The branch here in Beitingshao has been diligently cultivated by my adoptive father, resulting in substantial gains for the Yu family, which, in turn, has attracted the covetous eyes of various factions. Shilin sighed, reflecting inwardly that possessing such wealth inevitably brings peril, without a formidable figure from the tribulation stage to safeguard the family. How could they not incite envy from those around them? Yu Zhou continued, last time, the Li family sent someone to propose a match. Yu Shilin frowned and asked, the Li family of Li Lingyi? Yu Zhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Li family from Zhongshenzhou. Their messenger's visit under the guise of a matrimonial proposal was merely a facade. In truth, their primary aim was to leverage the union to persuade the Yu family to relinquish control of the Beitingshao branch to the Li family, thereby ensuring the Yu family's safety. Yu Shilin exclaimed in indignation, "What utter shamelessness!" Yu Zhou recounted, "My adoptive father categorically rejected their proposal, while the Li family feigned indifference. They have been scheming behind the scenes." With a heavy heart, Yu Zhou lamented, "What is most infuriating is that the Yu family is far from united. Many harbor resentment towards my adoptive father's ascension to the headship, and under external pressures, they are increasingly restless. To my knowledge, several individuals have been exchanging glances with external forces. It is truly lamentable that my adoptive father, who has toiled to sustain the Yu family, does not receive the support of his own kin." Yu Shilin despised those who betray their own, questioning how a fractured internal front could stand united against outside threats. His frustration boiled over as he scolded, "These individuals are indeed short-sighted and utterly unreasonable." Yu Zhou remained silent for a while, acutely aware that the Yu family's plight was even more dire than he had articulated. Yu Shilin felt perplexed. As a mere first-tier golden core cultivator, he found himself a loss to assist despite Yu Zhou's extensive disclosures. Surely, Yu Zhou would not merely be venting his frustrations to him. Finally, Yu Shilin candidly stated, "You senior brother, if there is something you wish to discuss, please speak plainly. I shall do my utmost to assist." Hearing this, Yu Zhou seemed to make a decisive resolution, saying, "I had intended to broach this matter later, but given the current dire situation, I shall divulge it now. My adoptive father has conceived a potential solution. Should the Yu family's ancestors successfully break through to the tribulation stage, the pressures we face would significantly diminish." Noticing Yu Shilin's inquisitive expression, Yu Zhou elaborated, "The Yu family has an esteemed ancestor, Yu Shiqing, who currently stands at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. However, he has been stuck at this level for many years, unable to sense the tribulation that would allow him to ascend. Thus, my adoptive father has traversed the realms of cultivation for years, finally gathering the necessary ingredients for a tribulation pill." Yu Shilin was taken aback, exclaiming, "The tribulation pill?" Yu Zhou confirmed, "Indeed, should we acquire the tribulation pill, the likelihood of our ancestor breaking through to the tribulation stage would increase substantially. However, tribulation pills are exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, and few possess the ability to craft them. Moreover, the materials required for the pill are immensely precious, and we possess but a single set. This matter is of grave importance, allowing no room for error. Thus my adoptive father has temporarily set it aside." Finally grasping the situation, Yu Shilin exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't mean to suggest that Chairman Yu intends for me to concoct the tribulation pill, do you?" With a solemn expression, Yu Zhou inquired, "Indeed, what confidence do you possess in this endeavor?" Although Yu Shilin had successfully refined the Qinglian Yuhua and was somewhat confident in concocting mid-tier elixirs, he had no assurance whatsoever when it came to the tribulation elixir, which belonged to the upper echelon of high-tier elixirs. He had never attempted to refine high-tier elixirs before, and facing the tribulation elixir with only a single recipe and its materials, how could he dare to proclaim he could succeed? With this thought in mind, Yu Shilin honestly replied, "At present, I lack confidence." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Jio's face, yet it was within his expectations. If a golden core cultivator like Yu Shilin could refine the tribulation elixir, it would indeed be miraculous. However, Yu Shilin's subsequent words ignited a spark of hope within Yu Jio once more. He stated, "If I am allowed to first familiarize myself with refining mid-tier elixirs and gradually transition to high-tier elixirs, coupled with the enhancement of my cultivation, I believe I would have a fair chance." Yu Shilin mused to himself. With the unparalleled capabilities of the Shinong Ding and the Qinglian Yuhua, if approached methodically, it should pose no insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Yu Jio's face as he said, "With these words from my junior brother, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I will find a way to gather the materials for the elixir recipe you will be testing." Yu Jio was a person of decisive action, with clarity emerging in their endeavor. He wasted no time in bidding farewell to Yu Shilin and set off to procure the necessary materials. Chapter 87. Focused nurturing. Yu Jio's words had a significant impact on Yu Shilin. He had not anticipated the precarious situation of the Yu family. However, he felt helpless, only able to fret, and thoughts of Yu Qinshi surfaced, stirring concern within him. At that moment, Chang Yiyun approached, presenting Yu Shilin with a storage ring, stating, "There are some items within that should prove useful to you." Upon inspection, Yu Shilin was astonished to find a wood spirit fruit, a level 4 spirit beast inner core, and a level 5 spirit beast inner core within the ring. Precious treasures coveted by golden core cultivators for enhancing their cultivation. Realizing these gifts were likely from the Yu family, he understood that they had begun to view him as one of their own and were now focusing on nurturing his potential. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Chang Yiyun, who merely nodded and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before departing. Yu Shilin recognized that old Chang was likely privy to the Yu family's affairs, and having accepted such a generous gift, he felt an even stronger bond with them. Without delay, Yu Shilin returned to his residence, exchanged a few words with Xianyuan Qingwu and Linge, then entered the Guihong Tower to prepare for his cultivation. Inside the Guihong Tower, a grayish haze enveloped the space, devoid of life, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Although the atmosphere was discomforting, it provided an excellent environment for cultivation, allowing practitioners to focus entirely on their practice. Furthermore, the tower possessed a tenfold time acceleration feature, which heightened Yu Shilin's anticipation. When he first entered the Guihong Tower, he had attempted to bring Xianyuan Qingwu and Linge inside. But alas, he had failed. It seemed the tower could only accommodate him alone for now. With that in mind, Yu Shilin swiftly commenced his cultivation within the confines of the Guihong Tower. He extracted all the millions of low-grade spirit stones from his possession and set up a spirit-gathering array. Subsequently, he took out a wood spirit fruit, which bore some resemblance to the gold spirit fruit, containing a wealth of wood attribute essence from the heavens and earth. Upon refining and absorbing it, it enabled cultivators below the 3rd level of golden core to elevate their cultivation by 1 rank. Yu Shilin successfully refined and absorbed the wood spirit fruit, breaking through to the 2nd level of golden core. He then produced a 4th level spirit beast's inner core. A 4th level spirit beast was comparable to a human cultivator at the nascent soul stage, and the essence contained within its inner core was tremendous. After Yu Shilin refined and absorbed the 4th level spirit beast's inner core, he advanced to the 3rd level of golden core. Without pausing, he produced a 5th level spirit beast's inner core. A 5th level spirit beast was even more formidable, akin to a human at the transformation stage, and the essence within its inner core was vast and substantial. Yu Shilin spent several months within the returning Phoenix Tower to completely refine and absorb the 5th level spirit beast's inner core, resulting in consecutive breakthroughs that elevated him to the 5th level of golden core. Upon exiting the returning Phoenix Tower, Shilin let out a long howl towards the heavens. His golden core had become more robust and radiant, and a powerful sensation surged within him. The exhilaration of each breakthrough brought him immense joy. However, having ascended through several ranks in quick succession, it was prudent for him to take some time to consolidate his foundation and stabilize his cultivation to avoid an unstable base. After leaving the returning Phoenix Tower, he inquired with Xianyuan Qingwu and Ling about how much time had passed outside. Both women replied that only about 10 days had elapsed. Shilin's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the old spirit of the artifact had not deceived him. The returning Phoenix Tower indeed possessed a tenfold time acceleration feature, and if he utilized it wisely, his cultivation journey would be greatly enhanced. When Chang Yiyun saw Shilin, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He never imagined that Shilin could refine all the cultivation resources he had provided in such a short span of 10 days. Achieving the 5th level of Golden Core. Even the most exceptional geniuses in the cultivation realm typically required at least a year for such advancements. In truth, Shilin's chaotic spirit root demanded an enormous amount of resources for cultivation. Yet when combined with the universal transformation technique, which allowed for the refining of all things, it formed an exquisite synergy. Coupled with the time acceleration feature of the returning Phoenix Tower, his cultivation speed was indeed extraordinary. However, Chang Yiyun had no way of knowing these reasons. He could only marvel at Shilin's prodigious talent, not only as an extraordinary alchemist, but also as an astonishingly gifted cultivator. He felt immense joy and admiration for Tiannan's foresight and decision. Should Shilin continue to grow rapidly, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to the Yu family. Chapter 88. Attracting attention in the following days. Shilin returned to his primary vocation, alchemy. Regardless of circumstances, the operations of the Dragon City branch still required attention. He had previously acquired a complete infant ginseng within the returning Phoenix secret realm, which he later sliced into several dozen pieces and stored in his spatial ring. Now, he intended to practice with the Yuanying pill. He sought out Chang Yiyun to request the auxiliary medicinal materials listed in the recipe for the Yuanying pill. Aside from the main ingredient, the rare infant ginseng, the other auxiliary materials were relatively common. In response to Shilin's needs, Chang Yiyun spared no effort in his support. The Tianlong City branch naturally had a much larger inventory than the Maple Leaf City branch. Moreover, with Chang Yiyun's recent efforts to amass alchemical materials, he quickly procured nearly 100 supplementary ingredients for the Yuan Ingdan. Shilin then entered a secluded chamber to commence the refinement of the Yuan Ingdan. Previously, his attempts had faltered due to insufficient true fire, preventing the alchemical materials from fully merging into a spiritual liquid. However, with the true fire now fused with the Azure Lotus Inferno, its potency had greatly increased and given his improved cultivation. He felt confident in successfully crafting the Yuan Ingdan. He meticulously placed the ingredients for the Yuan Ingdan into the Shinnon cauldron in the correct order and summoned the true fire for calcination. The spiritual herbs within the cauldron quickly melted into a flowing essence, a process that was remarkably effortless, allowing Shilin's heart to settle with assurance. Following this, the familiar automatic purification of the Shinnon cauldron commenced, expelling impurities, followed by melting, condensing, and finally, the emergence of the finished product, all executed with fluid precision. As he opened the cauldron lid, a fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted forth, revealing a pristine Yuan Ingdan radiating a lustrous glow within. Pleased, Shilin nodded in satisfaction. After securing this exquisite Yuan Ingdan, he took out the remaining 35 pieces of infant ginseng along with the other auxiliary materials, dividing all the ingredients for the Yuan Ingdan into 3 portions, planning to complete the refinement in 3 batches. When the final batch was completed, he had successfully crafted a total of 40 exquisite Yuan Ingdan, alongside 8 superior ones, a result that left him beaming with joy. Shilin intended to keep 20 of the exquisite Yuan Ingdan for himself, entrusting the remainder to Chang Yiyun. Upon presenting the 20 exquisite and 8 superior Yuan Ingdan to Chang Yiyun, the latter was taken aback, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Shilin would suddenly produce such a substantial quantity of Yuaning Dawn. Although he had sensed that Shilin was preparing to refine Yuaning Dawn when he requested the auxiliary materials, he was unaware of the source of the primary ingredient, the infant ginseng. Nevertheless, Chang Yun, understanding the value of these Yuaning Dawn, refrained from inquiring about their origins. He was well aware that an ordinary mid-grade Yuaning Dan was worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones, a superior one 200, and an exquisite one nearly 1,000. Shilin's remarkable generosity left him thoroughly astonished. Shilin then said, "Uncle Chang, I acquired a complete piece of infant ginseng in the Guihong secret realm, and thus I refined it entirely into Yuaning Dawn. I shall keep a portion, and the remaining part is entrusted to you for management." Only then did Chang Yun comprehend the origin of the infant ginseng, realizing it was Shilin's way of reciprocating the favor for the cultivation resources he had previously provided. Although this appeared to be mutual assistance, Chang Yun was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics, and he promptly gathered nearly 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the Tianlong City branch, all of which he bestowed upon Shilin. Shilin was taken aback by the immense wealth, declining the offer several times until Chang Yun's demeanor turned cold, prompting Shilin to finally accept it. After all, the resources he would require for his future cultivation were vast, and this batch of mid-grade spirit stones would serve him well. Upon receiving the batch of nascent soul pills, Chang Yun immediately set the wheels in motion. He only placed 2 supreme nascent soul pills and 2 high-grade nascent soul pills on the market, pricing each supreme pill at 1,300 mid-grade spirit stones and each high-grade pill at 300 mid-grade spirit stones, instructing his assistant to disseminate the news. Not long after, a purchasing manager from a major sect in Beitingshao hurried to the scene upon hearing the news. After personally inspecting the quality of the nascent soul pills, he was exceedingly pleased and did not mind the exorbitant prices. He promptly purchased both supreme nascent soul pills and high-grade nascent soul pills, paying in spirit stones on the spot, which brought great joy to Chang Yun. The purchasing manager further inquired if there were any more pills of this quality available at the Tianlong City branch. Chang Yun replied that another batch would arrive in 3 days, to which the manager nodded in satisfaction, stating he would return to purchase again in 3 days. Chang Yun was astonished by the immediate success of the first batch of nascent soul pills and contemplated whether to raise the prices further. Meanwhile, a steady stream of cultivators needing to purchase nascent soul pills flocked to the Tianlong City branch, only to be regretfully informed by Chang Yun that the first batch had already sold out, encouraging them to return in 3 days. After much persuasion, he managed to send them on their way, as Chang Yun basked in his triumph. News of the sale of supreme nascent soul pills in Tianlong City caught the attention of some individuals. Within a structure known as Wandan Pavilion, located in the northern part of Tianlong City, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure listened grimly to his subordinate's report. Chapter 89. Wandan Commerce. Wandan Pavilion is a branch of the Wandan Commerce in Tianlong City, which is an affiliate of the Wandan sect. The Wandan sect, primarily focused on alchemy, is led by Gu Chaoran, and Wandan Commerce specializes in the trade of various elixirs. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who is the manager of Wandan Pavilion in Tianlong City, named Ling Yuanshan, cultivates at the first level of the transformation stage. After hearing his subordinate's report, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you certain that the Guihai Commerce has put forth 2 supreme and 2 high-grade nascent soul pills?" The subordinate replied, "Indeed." And the news was released by Guihai Commerce themselves. Shortly after the announcement, someone came to purchase all 4 nascent soul pills, which many witnessed firsthand. So it cannot be mistaken. Ling Yuanshan tapped his fingers on the table, murmuring, 2 supreme, 2 high-grade. Where did Guihai Commerce acquire these pills? The subordinate shook his head. "We do not know yet. But Guihai Commerce has also announced that another batch of nascent soul pills will be available for sale in 3 days, and many have already begun to place reservations." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuanshan's expression grew serious. After pondering for a moment, he commanded, "Investigate the source of this batch of nascent soul pills from Guihai Commerce." The subordinate acknowledged the order and departed to carry out the task. Ling Yuanshan sat in contemplation upon his chair. While his subordinates remained oblivious to the implications of recent events, he was acutely aware of the situation's gravity. The Wandan sect, founded upon the art of alchemy, primarily focused on the crafting of mid to high-level elixirs. High-grade elixirs serve as assurances for the sect's upper echelons to exchange for rare cultivation resources, while mid-grade elixirs were traded for copious amounts of spirit stones to sustain the sect's operations. Given the extreme scarcity of alchemists in the cultivation world, the Wandan sect, with its alchemical prowess, garnered significant favor from other sects, thus thriving in the realm of cultivation. However, the recent emergence of a substantial supply of Yuan Ing elixirs, particularly the exquisite grade by the Guihai Chamber of Commerce, raised his alarm. Having served as the manager of the Wandan Chamber for many years, he had encountered only a handful of exquisite elixirs, and the alchemists capable of producing such rare concoctions were exceedingly rare. The probability of crafting an exquisite elixir was quite low. Typically, one could expect to yield a single exquisite elixir from 10 batches of materials, with the majority being of inferior or mid-grade quality. The sudden appearance of exquisite elixirs from the Guihai Chamber was astonishing and posed a significant threat to the sect's development and survival, demanding his utmost attention. Ling Yuanshan's greatest concern was the possibility that a top-tier alchemist was secretly aiding the Guihai Chamber in their elixir production, resulting in the creation of exceptionally high-quality elixirs. If this were the case, the market for elixirs would inevitably fall into the hands of the Guihai Chamber over time. He resolved to report the source of the Guihai Chamber's elixirs to the sect as soon as it was ascertained. While the Wandan Pavilion was embroiled in its urgent strategizing, the Guihai Chamber's Tianlong City branch remained blissfully unaware. Chang Yiyun, through his efforts, managed to auction off the remaining Yuan Ing elixirs at exorbitant prices, with exquisite Yuan Ing elixirs fetching as much as 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, numerous cultivators hastily purchased the elixirs, depleting the stock entirely. After the sellout, Chang Yun informed the crowd that no more Yuan Ing elixirs were available and that those wishing to acquire them would need to wait an extended period. The disappointed cultivators departed with reluctance. During this time, some inquired about the origin of the exquisite Yuan Ing elixirs, to which Chang Yun evasively responded that they had been procured from certain reclusive families, prompting no further questions from the audience. This batch of Yuan Ing elixirs brought substantial profits to the Tianlong City branch and significantly enhanced its reputation, allowing it to overshadow the Wandan Pavilion in the local elixir market. However, unbeknownst to Chang Yiyun and Yu Shilin, troubles were soon to follow. Chapter 90. Identity exposed. Wu Xiaolu, a clerk at the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Tianlong City branch, was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment and one of Chang Yiyun's trusted aides brought from the Fengya City branch. Following his transfer to the Tianlong City branch, Chang Yiyun replaced several personnel with a group of his confidants. Wu Xiaolu was clever and articulate, earning Chang Yiyun's favor and being among the few privy to Yu Shilin's status as a guest alchemist for the Guihai Chamber. While Wu Xiaolu's performance in business was impeccable, he had one significant flaw: a penchant for gambling. He was originally a street urchin, a wanderer of the city, who fortuitously crossed paths with Chang Yiyun. Captivated by his sharp intellect and transparency, Chang Yiyun took him under his wing, nurturing his talents with care. Wu Xiaolu did not disappoint Chang Yiyun. He gradually matured into a capable individual within the branch. Although his status and cultivation had drastically improved compared to his past, his penchant for gambling remained unchanged, often leading him to stealthily slip away to the casinos during his leisure time. During the recent auction of the Yuaning Dan, the Tianlong City branch reaped considerable profits, and in a moment of exuberance, Chang Yiyun generously rewarded his subordinates with a substantial number of spirit stones. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Wu Xiaoyou's gambling nature resurfaced, igniting a restless urge within him. That night, he quietly ventured out to the underground casino in Tianlong City. What he did not anticipate was that, as he slipped through the gates of the branch, he had already caught the attention of a pair of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. At the underground casino, Wu Xiaolu had visited several times before, and many recognized him, inviting him to take a seat and wager. Upon entering the casino, he transformed into a different persona, exuding a roguish air as he began to gamble boisterously. Fortune smiled upon him that night, and after a short while at the gambling table, he was raking in a significant amount of chips. Just as he was joyfully collecting his winnings, he suddenly felt a thunderous jolt in his head, causing him to lose consciousness. When Wu Xiaolu regained his senses, he found himself in a small, dark room, with a figure clad in black faintly standing before him. Realizing he was bound by a restriction that rendered his own spiritual energy useless, he understood that the black-clad figure possessed a cultivation far superior to his own. Quickly regaining his composure, he forced a smile and inquired, "Esteemed senior, may I ask how I have offended you to warrant my abduction?" The black-clad figure, his voice gravelly, asked, "You are an associate of the Tianlong City branch of the Guihai Merchant Association, correct?" Wu Xiaolu nodded eagerly. "Indeed, esteemed senior. How may I assist you?" The figure continued, "I wish to know the source of the yuan ingdan that you sold in recent days." A sense of trepidation gripped Wu Xiaolu, and he hastily replied, "Esteemed senior, I am but a mere attendant. This batch of yuan ingdan was procured by our manager. As for the source of his acquisition, I truly do not know." The black-clad figure sneered, "Since you lack insight, do not blame me for what follows." Suddenly, a large hand pressed down upon Wu Xiaoyu's head, and an intense wave of pain surged through him, eliciting a harrowing scream. At that moment, he realized the black-clad figure was extracting his soul. Soul-searching is one of the forbidden arts in the realm of cultivation, where the consciousness of a high-level practitioner forcefully invades the spiritual sea of a lower-level individual, plundering their memories and secrets. This process causes immense damage to the spiritual sea, often resulting in grotesque fates for the victim, ranging from becoming a fool to outright demise. As Wu Xiaolu writhed in agony, the black-clad figure's approach to soul-searching was brutal, gradually unraveling the secrets of Wu Xiaoyu's heart. By the time the soul-searching concluded, Wu Xiaolu had already succumbed to death, while the black-clad figure departed, having obtained a wealth of information. In the Wandan Pavilion, Ling Yuanshan listened quietly to the report from his subordinate in black, his brow furrowing in concern. According to the information obtained from the soul-searching conducted by the cloaked figure on Wu Xiaolu, it is confirmed that the Guihai Chamber of Commerce's Tianlong City branch indeed has a guest alchemist named Shilin. Currently, Yu is at the golden core stage, yet possesses an exceptionally high success rate in crafting high-quality, low-tier elixirs. The origin of the supreme Yuanying pill, which has piqued curiosity, remains unknown to Wu Xiaolu, leaving him in the dark about whether it was procured by Chang Yiyun or concocted by the guest alchemist Shilin. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yuanshan resolved to prepare for both possibilities. First, he would report the information regarding the guest alchemist Shilin to the sect. Second, he decided to personally visit the Tianlong City branch to meet this alchemist and discern the truth of his abilities. Chapter 91. A visit for inquiry the following day. Chang Yiyun received urgent news from his subordinates regarding the disappearance of one of his trusted aides, Wu Xiaolu. Taken aback, Chang Yiyun promptly instructed his men to investigate the matter. Before long, his subordinates returned with a report. Wu Xiaolu had stealthily slipped out the previous night to the underground casino in Tianlong City, where he was apprehended by a cloaked figure while gambling. The underground casino claimed that they believed the cloaked figure was an acquaintance of Wu Xiaolu, hence they did not intervene. As it stood, Wu Xiaoyu's whereabouts were unknown, and his life was in question. Upon hearing this, Chang Yiyun's face darkened with anger, his dissatisfaction directed towards the underground casino's excuse, which seemed a blatant attempt to evade responsibility. It was plausible that they were familiar with the cloaked figure. However, the pressing concern was not to engage in disputes with the casino, but rather to ascertain the motive behind Wu Xiaoyu's abduction. Chang Yiyun sank into deep thought. Wu Xiaolu had clandestinely ventured to the casino at midnight, and typically, no one would pay heed to a mere aide of a chamber of commerce unless they had been monitoring the organization's movements and coincidentally encountered Wu Xiaolu. But why would they surveil the activities of the chamber? Suddenly, Chang Yiyun recalled the recent dealings involving the supreme Yuanying pill. realizing that the assailants likely sought to uncover its origins and had seized Wu Xiaolu for interrogation. Although Wu Xiaolu was unaware of the pill's provenance, he did know that Yu Shilin was the guest alchemist of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. Should they delve into Wu Xiaolu's mind, Yu Shilin's identity would inevitably be revealed. In a state of urgency, Chang Yiyun hastened to inform Yu Shilin of the developments. Upon hearing the news, Yu Shilin's expression turned grave. The exposure of his identity as a guest alchemist could lead to endless troubles. However, lamenting over the situation would serve no purpose. Chang Yiyun expressed his regret, stating, "I was too impatient. The sale of the Yuanying pill has drawn attention from various quarters, and now those with ulterior motives have set their sights on you. What shall we do?" Yu Shilin sighed. "Do not blame yourself, Changbo. Our endeavor to sell elixirs inevitably obstructs others' financial interests, making it only a matter of time before we attract unwanted attention. Ultimately, it is my decision to provide that batch of Yuanying pills to you. If you, as a shopkeeper, were to resist the temptation of managing that batch, you would not be a competent steward." Just as Chang Yiyun wallowed in his self-reproach, a subordinate arrived with another report. The manager of the Wan Dan Pavilion in Tianlong City, Ling Yuanshan, requested an audience. As Ling Yuanshan held a status comparable to Chang Yiyun's, the latter had no choice but to meet with him. However, Yu Shilin and Chang Yiyun exchanged a glance, both aware that Ling Yuanshan's intentions were far from simple. Yu Shilin, in particular, had a strong suspicion that the visit was primarily aimed at him. Since he had come, he decided to accompany Chang Yiyun to discern what the other party had to say. The two arrived at the reception hall of the Chamber of Commerce, and Yu Shilin immediately spotted a middle-aged, portly man leisurely sipping tea in a chair. Yu Shilin recognized him as Ling Yuanshan, the manager of Wandan Pavilion. Upon noticing the two, Ling Yuanshan promptly stood and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Manager Chang." He then turned his gaze to Yu Shilin, his eyes sparkling with a hint of intrigue and feigned confusion. And who might this young brother be? Yu Shilin reciprocated with a clasp of his hands. "I am Yu Shilin, assistant to Manager Chang. It is an honor to meet you." Manager Ling Yuanshan chuckled. "Young brother Yu is quite talented. Following Manager Chang, you are bound to achieve great success. I shall await your presence here." Yu Shilin detected a subtle mockery in his words and merely smiled without responding. Chang Yiyun, however, could no longer contain himself. Aware that Ling Yuanshan's seemingly affable demeanor concealed a predatory nature, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Manager Ling, what brings you to our humble gathering today?" Ling Yuanshan sighed and replied with a wry smile, "It is indeed due to Manager Chang's recent actions. A few days ago, you sold a significant quantity of top-grade Yuan infant pills, which stirred quite a commotion throughout Tianlong City. The higher-ups in my sect received the news and chastised me severely, claiming that as a mere manager of a pill pavilion, I am unworthy to even serve the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. I am truly ashamed." Chang Yun was not swayed by Ling Yuanshan's words and retorted with a cold laugh, "You did not come here merely to complain, did you, Manager Ling?" Ling Yuanshan admitted, "To speak candidly, I have come to request the purchase of several top-grade Yuan infant pills to uphold the reputation of Wandan Pavilion. Lest people say we lack such esteemed pills, which would tarnish our standing. I sincerely hope you can assist me with this matter." Chang Yun replied, "Regrettably, had you come earlier, it would have been feasible. However, the Yuan infant pills are already sold out, and you will have to wait for the next shipment." A flicker of disappointment crossed Ling Yuanshan's face as he remarked, "Since that is the case, I shall not press the matter further." Yet, he swiftly shifted his focus back to Yu Shilin, fixing him with an intense gaze. "I happen to possess a substantial amount of materials for refining Yuan infant pills. Might you assist me in the crafting process? I assure you, I will not shortchange you in terms of compensation." Chang Yun was taken aback by Ling Yuanshan's brazen request, his form slightly trembling. However, Yu Shilin remained unfazed, chuckling softly, "Manager Ling, you jest. I am merely an assistant to Manager Chang, with a mere cultivation level of the 5th stage of Golden Core. Please do not overestimate my capabilities. I am not a pill master." "Oh, is that so?" Ling Yuanshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu Shilin met his gaze steadily, his composure unshaken. Chang Yun interjected. Manager Ling, I have made it abundantly clear that this batch of Yuan infant pills was procured from a reclusive family. As for the identity of this hidden lineage, I trust there is no need for me to divulge that to you. Ling Yuanshan quickly waved his hand and smiled. Manager Chang, you misunderstand. I have no interest in inquiring about the reclusive family. Out of sheer curiosity, I wonder if the Guihai Chamber of Commerce is indeed selling a substantial quantity of exquisite low-tier elixirs in Maple Leaf City. These low-tier potions could not possibly have been procured from hidden aristocratic families, could they? Or does the Guihai Chamber possess its own alchemists? Surely, Master Chang, you cannot claim to be proficient in alchemy, can you? Chang Yun was taken aback, realizing that the other party had ventured into Maple Leaf City to investigate his background. His voice turned cold as he replied, the sources of goods at the Guihai Chamber are confidential and will not be disclosed to any outsiders. I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum, Master Ling. Oh dear, how careless of me. Ling Yuanshan chuckled softly, slapping his own mouth and offering an apologetic smile. Master Chang, please do not take offense. I was merely a bit too eager in my inquiry. Shilin felt a chill in his heart. Ling Yuanshan, though appearing jovial, was adept at reading the room, continuously provoking responses to solidify his judgments. Shilin was already quite aware that Ling Yuanshan had likely surmised his status as an alchemist to the Guihai Chamber and that the recent influx of exquisite low-tier elixirs in Maple Leaf City was indeed the result of his own crafting. As for the exceptional yuanying pills that had appeared in Tianlong City, whether they were of his making, Ling Yuanshan might harbor doubts. For he himself was currently at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, which typically precluded the ability to forge mid-tier elixirs. Chang Yun, incensed by Ling Yuanshan's provocations, unceremoniously issued an eviction order. With that, Ling Yuanshan felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, having already achieved his purpose for the day. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned to Shilin and said, Young brother Yu, my Wandan Pavilion, backed by the Wandan sect, is one of the foremost alchemical sects in the cultivation world. The path of alchemy is open to you. Might you have an interest in joining the Wandan sect? I would wholeheartedly recommend you, ensuring that you enter as an elite disciple. Chang Yun shouted angrily, Ling, you are most audacious to attempt to poach talent in my presence. Ling Yuanshan paid no heed to Chang Yun, his gaze fixed intently on Shilin. With a sigh in his heart, Shilin calmly responded, I appreciate Master Ling's recognition. As the saying goes, one must repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. The Guihai Chamber has extended its favor to me, and until I have repaid this kindness, I cannot leave. I hope Master Ling can understand. Ling Yuanshan scrutinized Shilin for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Such clarity in matters of gratitude and enmity. I shall not impose further. Farewell. He then laughed heartily and exited the Tianlong City branch. Once Ling Yuanshan departed, Chang Yun expressed his concern. Shilin, it is highly likely that Wu Xiaolu has fallen victim to the nefarious schemes of Wandan Pavilion. This Ling fellow must already suspect your identity as an alchemist, which could pose a threat to you. Shilin managed a wry smile, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. The two deliberated for a while, and given the protective formations at the Tianlong City branch, Shilin decided to remain there temporarily, halting his alchemical pursuits to observe the unfolding situation. Chang Yun also augmented the security at the Tianlong City branch to prevent infiltration by hostile forces. Chapter 92. The Order for Assassination within Wandan Sect. Gu Chaoran received a report from Ling Yuanshan. The emergence of an alchemist at the Guihai Chamber's Tianlong City branch was cause for concern, prompting him to furrow his brow. The report by Ling Yuanshan was remarkably detailed, meticulously outlining the circumstances surrounding Shilin. Upon seeing Shilin's name, Gu Chaoran gasped in surprise. Is it truly this Golden Core ant? He recalled Shilin's name, having once searched him at the trial square of the Duanjia mountain range. At that time, aside from discovering a significant quantity of low-grade top-tier elixirs on Shilin, he had found nothing else of note. While Gu Chaoran felt a flicker of astonishment at Shilin's ability to concoct low-grade top-tier elixirs, he did not dwell on it. In his sect, the Wandan sect, there were numerous talented alchemists capable of producing such elixirs. The higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the probability of achieving a top-tier product. Hence, the chances of low-grade elixirs being of superior quality were relatively high, a consensus among alchemists, and not particularly remarkable. Gu Chaoran did not regard Shilin with any particular concern, casually noting in his response, "Recruit him. If unsuccessful, eliminate him." Little did he realize that this seemingly trivial decision would later bring upon him catastrophic misfortune. Ling Yuanshan swiftly received the sect leader Gu Chaoran's response, which did not surprise him. After all, the Wandan sect had stood strong for many years, one of its tenets being the eradication of any potential threats in their infancy. Ling Yuanshan squinted in deep contemplation. His keen insight into human nature revealed that Shilin was a man of unwavering conviction, one who honored his commitments. His refusal of Ling Yuanshan's overtures was not due to an inadequate offer, but rather because he had already pledged allegiance to the Guihai Merchants Association, rendering the recruitment attempt a failure. Consequently, Ling Yuanshan had to set another plan into motion, the elimination of Shilin. Cunning and calculating, Ling Yuanshan understood that he must not only dispose of Shilin, but also preserve the reputation of the Wandan sect, as this was a matter of secrecy that required no traces to be left behind. After much deliberation, he concluded that there was only one prudent course of action. Approximately 30 miles north of Tianlong City, a dense forest shrouded in mist concealed a dilapidated ancient temple, seldom visited by anyone. Ling Yuanshan stealthily approached the temple alone and, upon entering, arrived at the main hall before a statue. Utilizing a unique technique, he struck the statue several times, causing it to emit a series of clicks. A luminous portal materialized behind the statue, revealing a hidden formation within the ancient temple. Shortly thereafter, a voice emanated from the portal. "Enter." As Ling Yuanshan stepped through the radiant doorway, he found himself in a reception hall where an elderly man with a single eye sat, his gaze emanating a chilling light that fixated on Ling Yuanshan. The intensity of the elder's gaze made Ling Yuanshan uncomfortable, yet he dared not show it, responding politely, "Greetings, Elder. I require an assassination order under the evil Yin Society." The one-eyed elder nodded, after which Ling Yuanshan produced a memory orb. Activating it, a vision unfolded, revealing Shilin within the confines of the Tianlong City branch. The elder's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "Is it him? A mere ant at the 5th level of the Golden Core?" Ling Yuanshan nodded and confirmed the location. "This person is named Shilin, currently affiliated with the Guihai Merchant Association in Tianlong City." The one-eyed old man moved his lips, hesitating to speak, before finally saying, "Fine. This task will be undertaken by the evil Yin Society. However, even if this individual possesses merely the cultivation of the 5th layer of Golden Core, the fee must adhere to our association's minimum standard, 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones in total." Ling Yuanshan felt a pang of regret, but having come this far, he had no room for negotiation and reluctantly paid the 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. After the one-eyed old man collected the spirit stones, he waved his hand at Ling Yuanshan, saying, "You may leave now. I will arrange your matters, and you need only await news." Ling Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took his leave. Chapter 93. Encountering assassination at the Tianlong City branch, Shilin began to seclude himself, dedicating his efforts to cultivation. One day, Yujio returned to the Tianlong City branch. Upon learning that Shilin's identity as an alchemist had been exposed, his expression grew gravely serious, urging Shilin to be vigilant regarding his safety. He also remained at the Tianlong City branch to protect Shilin. This time, Yujio brought back the materials for a transformation pill recipe, which brought a pleasant surprise to Shilin. However, he refrained from hastily embarking on alchemy and first stored away the materials. For several consecutive days, Shilin was carefully guarded by Yujio and Changyan, while the Tianlong City branch maintained an atmosphere of tranquility with no incidents occurring. Yet, this caged existence left Shilin feeling quite uncomfortable. Despite being well protected, he felt as though he had been ensnared by invisible shackles, leading to a sense of oppression. One day, feeling particularly discontented, Shilin decided to wander around the Tianlong City branch to alleviate his mood. Since he was within the confines of the branch, Yu Jiu and Chang Yun felt sufficiently at ease and allowed him to roam. The Tianlong City branch occupies a vast expanse, and as Shilin aimlessly strolled about to ease his pent-up emotions, he encountered several staff members along the way, all of whom greeted him warmly, to which Shilin responded with a smile. As he meandered towards a secluded storeroom, a staff member hurriedly approached from behind. Shilin's spiritual sense flickered, and he vaguely recognized the individual, who seemed to be named Wang San, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Believing Wang San was heading to the storeroom to retrieve something, Shilin stepped aside. Wang San smiled gratefully at Shilin and swiftly passed by. However, as Shilin turned around, he was suddenly met with a sinister grin from Wang San, and a dark aura erupted from the top of his head, morphing into an arrow that shot directly at Shilin's head. Shilin had never anticipated that Wang San would launch a surprise attack. It was only when the dark arrow approached that he became acutely aware of the danger, yet it had already penetrated his head. Shilin felt a deafening roar in his mind as the dark arrow surged towards his spiritual sea, intent on shattering it. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of his spiritual sea, safeguarding it from harm. The dark arrow collided with the golden light, shattering into fragments and dissipating into nothingness. Wang San screamed in agony as he suffered the backlash. Shilin found himself momentarily bewildered. How could it be that Wang San's ambush left him appearing as though he was the one severely wounded? With a swift rustle of garments, Yu Jiu and Chang Yun instantaneously materialized before Shilin. Observing the scene, Chang Yun exclaimed with ire, "Wang San, what is the meaning of this?" Wang San clutched his head, continuing to wail in agony, his visage contorted in extreme distress. After scrutinizing Wang San for a moment, Chang Yun's expression abruptly shifted to one of horror as he shouted, "You are not Wang San. Who are you truly?" Yu Jiu promptly advanced, subduing Wang San. The muscles on Wang San's face quivered, and his features began to morph, ultimately transforming into an unfamiliar young man. His cultivation revealed to be at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Yu Jiu demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The transformed young man, now somewhat alleviated, did not respond to Yu Jiu's inquiries but instead displayed a peculiar smile, muttering to himself, "Supreme evil God, protect my true spirit, grant me eternal life." Before he could finish, dark blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he succumbed to death. Yu Jiu remarked, "This individual must have detonated the poison pill within him, succumbing to its lethal effects, unable to escape even the nascent soul." Shilin recounted the recent events to the two. Chang Yun, upon hearing this, frowned and stated, "The real Wang San should be dead." This person assumed Wang San's appearance to infiltrate the Tianlong City branch, waiting for an opportunity to approach Shilin and launch a surprise attack. That black arrow was a manifestation of his soul power, which, though it severely injured Shilin due to his magical artifact, also rebounded upon him, causing his torment. Chang Yun then succinctly explained to Shilin the intricacies of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, where the golden core shatters to give birth to a soul, transforming the cultivator's spiritual sea into a soul sea, and their spiritual consciousness into soul consciousness. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can wield soul power to attack another soul sea, akin to the black arrow employed by the assassin. This revelation provided Shilin with a clearer understanding. Chang Yun continued, "The fact that this assassin could disguise himself as a lowly figure like Wang San is truly alarming. I shall immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the entire branch to prevent any remaining assassins from lurking within." With that, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, Yu Jiu furrowed his brow, pondering the assassin's final words, "Supreme evil God, protect my true spirit, grant me eternal life." After repeating the phrase several times, he appeared to have a sudden epiphany, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 94. The origins of the evil in Shilin, taken aback by Yu Jiu's reaction, quickly inquired, "Senior brother Yu, what is the matter?" Yu Jiu steadied himself, surveyed their surroundings, and whispered, "Let us converse in a different location." The two retreated to a secluded chamber, where Yu Shilin pressed for clarification on the matter. Yu Jiu remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Are you aware of an organization within the cultivation world known as the Eveling Society?" Yu Shilin shook his head in confusion. Yu Jiu, his demeanor grave, elaborated. "It is said that the Eveling Society is a clandestine assassination organization within the cultivation realm, boasting a plethora of skilled individuals, rivaling the most prestigious sections. The identity of its leader remains shrouded in mystery, unknown to anyone. Over the years, countless cultivators have met their demise at the hands of the Eveling Society. If one can afford their price, they will accept any contract. It is rumored that despite being an assassination organization, the Eveling Society maintains an impeccable reputation, never divulging any details about their clients, and once they accept a contract, they fulfill it without fail, even at a loss." Yu Jiu paused and said, "Approximately 50 years ago, in central China, a powerful figure at the third stage of tribulation was assassinated under the orders of his adversaries from the Eveling Society. Since that time, this mighty being was plagued by relentless attempts on his life, ultimately leading to his demise 20 years ago when the Eveling Society dispatched two formidable experts at the tribulation stage to slay him. This incident caused a tremendous uproar within the cultivation community, rendering many cultivators mute with fear of the Eveling Society." Yu Shilin was taken aback, unable to fathom that even a powerful tribulation stage cultivator could fall victim to assassination. Yu continued, stating that after this battle, the Eveling Society's notoriety skyrocketed, and their decades-long pursuit of this cultivator elevated their reputation to unprecedented heights. Yu Shilin, still in shock, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you cannot be suggesting that the person who attempted to kill me was affiliated with the Eveling Society?" Yu responded, "It is said that the Eveling Society venerates a malevolent deity, and its internal members, should they fail in an assassination, will unhesitatingly end their own lives to prevent any secrets from being revealed. Most assassins murmur phrases such as the malevolent deity reigns supreme, protect my true spirit, grant me eternal life, before taking their own lives, and those were precisely the words uttered by the assassin before his demise." As he spoke, Yu Shilin fell into a contemplative silence. He felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Who would feel secure knowing they were targeted by such a lethal organization? Yu continued, "This assassin might merely be a minor player within the Eveling Society, but as long as the target remains alive, the organization will not relent. The one who came this time was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If the next adversary is at the transformation stage, I fear that neither I nor old Chong would be able to protect you." Both sighed deeply, succumbing to a heavy silence. Yu Shilin realized that the shadowy mastermind behind this was most likely the Wandan Pavilion, perhaps even Ling Yuanshan himself. He had unwittingly attracted the ire of the Wandan Pavilion simply by refining some pills, a truly unwarranted calamity. Taking a deep breath, Yu Shilin suppressed his inner fury and resentment, stating solemnly, "Brother Yu, you need not worry. I shall depart from Tianlong City at once." Yu quickly replied, "Junior brother, you misunderstand. I am not urging you to leave. What I mean is that if the Eveling Society sends another assassin, the Tianlong City branch will not be safe either. We must find you a secure refuge." Hearing this, Yu Shilin felt somewhat reassured. At that moment, Chong Yin approached and said, "I have screened everyone within the Tianlong City branch. There are no other suspicious individuals, and it appears only Wang San has been swapped." After hearing Yu Jiuduan's speculation regarding the assassin's possible affiliation with the Eveling Society, Chong Yun's expression changed drastically. The two furrowed their brows in contemplation, and Chong Yun suddenly proposed, "What if we have Shilin hide at the Yu family for a time to evade the storm?" Yu Jiuduan pondered this suggestion and deemed it feasible, subsequently relaying the details of Yu Shilin's attempted assassination to Yu Tianan. Before long, Yu Tianan replied, "Approved." Yu Jiuduan exhaled in relief, knowing that the family head had granted permission, and he was eager to escort Yu Shilin away. However, Yu Shilin hesitated, prompting Yu Jiuduan to say, "Junior brother, Go to the Yu family is now the best option. After all, the Yu family is protected by a ninth-layer ancestor in the Mahayana stage. Even if the evil Yin society learns of your presence there, they must tread carefully when they act again. Yu Judoan paused and continued. As for others, you need not worry. The evil Yin society, though ruthless in their assassination attempts, targets only the intended victim, leaving unrelated individuals unharmed. Therefore, your two wives will not be in danger from them. Chang Yun added, Shilin, you should head to the Yu residence. I will personally guarantee the safety of your wives. Yu Shilin felt that going directly to the Yu residence was somewhat inappropriate. Yet he could discern that Yu Jiu genuinely cared for his well-being, so he refrained from saying more. He then bid farewell to Xianyuan Qingwu and Ling, feigning an errand outside, and urged them to focus on their cultivation. Although Xianyuan Qingwu and Linger sensed that his situation was complex, they did not press him for details, merely advising him to remain cautious while he was away. Chapter 95. Journey to the Yu residence, taking advantage of the evil Yin society's unpreparedness. Yu Shilin and Yu Jiu wasted no time and directly boarded the teleportation array to Tianlong City. Shortly after their departure, the spies from Wandange conveyed the news to Ling Yuanshan. Upon hearing the report, Ling Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, contemplating that the evil Yin society may have faltered. However, he was not overly concerned. He understood their modus operandi well. Once they took on a job, they would relentlessly pursue their target, regardless of where Yu Shilin fled, even to the ends of the earth. Yet, where could Yu Shilin possibly escape to? After a moment of thought, Ling Yuanshan suddenly smiled coldly and took out a communication pearl to send a message. The Yu family is situated in a vast valley several hundred miles outside the second-tier city of Night Flying City in Baiting Prefecture. The entire Yu estate is enveloped by a 7th-level defensive formation spanning 100 miles. After several teleportations, Yu Shilin and Yu Jiu finally arrived at Night Flying City without encountering any mishaps along the way. As they neared the Yu estate, Yu Jiu's tense heart began to relax slightly. The evil Yin society likely did not anticipate that a 3rd-level nascent soul assassin would fail in their attempt on a 5th-level golden core individual, thus leaving them unable to respond promptly. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yu estate, a graceful figure stood waiting for them. Yu Qianqi was still clad in a red dress, and upon seeing her, Yu Shilin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yu Qianqi's cheeks flushed slightly upon spotting Yu Shilin, but she quickly regained her composure and approached with a smile. My father told me you would be returning to the estate, so I came to welcome you. Yu Shilin bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Yu Qianqi smiled. This is your first visit to the Yu family, isn't it? Noticing that Yu Qianqi might be unaware of the reason for Yu Shilin's visit, Yu Jiu chuckled and said, Since it is Yu Shilin's first time here, you should quickly show him inside, junior sister. As the three exchanged light-hearted banter and were about to step through the gates of the Yu estate, a piercing voice suddenly rang out, Halt! Yu Qianqi and Yu Jiu's expressions changed, and, as Yu Shilin stood puzzled, a young man emerged from within the gates, dressed in a flamboyant golden warrior's attire. He was strikingly handsome, yet bore an irreverent demeanor. With a mocking expression, he pointed at Yu Shilin and shouted, That would be you, kid. Stop right there. Yu Shilin came to an abrupt halt, bewildered by the unfolding situation. The young man clad in golden attire remarked, What is the world coming to? Even the most insignificant individuals can enter the gates of my Yu family? Yu Qianqi retorted with indignation, Yu Wuxing, mind your tongue. This esteemed Yu Shilin is my friend. Observing the exchange, Yu Jiu discreetly conveyed to Yu Shilin, This man is Yu Wuxing, my junior sister's cousin and the son of the esteemed Tiandong. His cultivation level stands at the 8th layer of the Yuaning stage. With exaggerated surprise, Yu Wuxing exclaimed, Oh, how my sister defends him. Is he not your beloved suitor? Yu Qianqi, incensed, found herself momentarily speechless. Stepping forward, Yu Jiu admonished, Yu Wuxing, is this how you conduct yourself as an elder brother? Mocking your own sister? Yu Wuxing dismissed him with disdain. Yu Jiu, you are merely a lapdog of the Yu family. You have no right to lecture me. Yu Jiu's expression darkened as he replied coldly, Should you continue to speak so recklessly, do not blame me for silencing you. Yu Wuxing hesitated. Recognizing that his cultivation was inferior to Yu Jio's and refrained from further provocation, stubbornly declaring, "Very well, I shall be magnanimous and not hold this against you." He then pointed at Yu Shilin, asserting, "However, this young man is absolutely forbidden from entering my Yu family." From the brief exchange among the three, Yu Shilin discerned that Yu Wuxing was accustomed to behaving arrogantly within the Yu family, and his relationship with Yu Qianxi and Yu Jio was quite strained. Yet, he could not fathom why this man was making things difficult for him. At that moment, Yu Qianxi interjected, "Yu Wuxing, I must inform you that Yu Shilin has received my father's approval to visit our Yu family. My father is the head of the family. Do you dare to disregard his wishes?" Yu Wuxing leisurely replied, "While I would not dare to defy the head of the family. Are you certain you understand his background well enough to bring him into the Yu family without fear of calamity?" Fuming, Yu Qianxi countered, "Yu Shilin is an innocent man. What reason could there possibly be to exclude him from our Yu family?" Yu Wuxing scoffed, "Innocent? Perhaps you should inquire directly with him why he has come to our Yu family." A sudden jolt coursed through Yu Shilin's heart. Could it be that Yu Wuxing already knew the reason for his visit? Yu Jio's expression also shifted, and before he could respond, Yu Wuxing coldly laughed, too afraid to answer. "I see. Allow me to clarify. This young man is being pursued by the Eveline Society, having sought refuge in our Yu family. Am I mistaken?" Upon hearing the name of the Eveline Society, Yu Qianxi felt as if her head had been struck by thunder. She was aware of their notorious reputation and exclaimed urgently, "You speak nonsense. Yu Shidi could never be pursued by the Eveline Society." Yu Wuxing retorted with a sneer, "Nonsense? Then ask him yourself if it's true." At this moment, Yu Shilin composed himself and candidly admitted, "Senior sister, he speaks the truth. I am indeed being hunted by the Eveline Society and have come to the Yu family for refuge." Chapter 96. Departure from the Yu family. Yu Shilin fixed his gaze upon Yu Wuxing, inquiring, "I am quite curious. How did you come to know that I am being pursued by the Eveline Society?" With a cold smile, Yu Wuxing replied, "What I know is of no concern to you. All that matters is your admission of this fact." Yu Qianxi, now in a state of panic, grasped Yu Shilin's sleeve and urged, "Shidi, how did you get entangled with the Eveline Society? The malevolent evil shadow society is exceedingly ruthless. What shall we do?" Yu Shilin sighed and said, "Sister, this matter is not easily articulated." Yu Jio was well aware of why Yu Shilin was being pursued by the evil shadow society. Ultimately, it was due to the affairs of the Yu family. She opened her mouth, ready to speak, when an aged voice resonated from the depths of the Yu family estate. "Tian Nan, did you know of this matter beforehand?" Yu Tian Nan replied, respectfully reporting to the ancestor, "I was aware in advance." Immediately, another voice, tinged with anger, interjected, "If you knew, why did you allow Yu Jio to bring him back to the Yu family? If the evil shadow society discovers our trail, do you comprehend the calamity that would befall the Yu family? Although you are the head of the Yu family, such reckless behavior cannot be tolerated. What becomes of our family's safety?" This voice showed no regard for Yu Tiannan's dignity and was likely that of his elder brother, Yu Tiandong. Yu Tiannan remained silent for a moment before responding. "Ancestor, Yu Shilin is an alchemist and moreover a talented one." He emphasized the word talented, confident that the ancestor would grasp the implications of his words. Yu Shiqing had been stuck at the peak of the Great Ascension stage for many years. Entering the tribulation stage was his ardent desire. A tribulation pill would significantly enhance his chances of perceiving the impending tribulation. Given time, he was certain that Yu Shilin could concoct such a pill, and thus he believed the ancestor would make the right judgment. However, after considerable contemplation, Yu Shiqing slowly asserted, "The evil shadow society is immensely powerful, beyond our Yu family's capacity to contend with. Even experts at the tribulation stage would falter before them. Our Yu family is currently in a precarious position. We cannot provoke such formidable enemies." Yu Shiqing made his stance clear, and Yu Tiannan sighed. Since the ancestor had spoken, he, as the head of the Yu family, had no power to refute. The conversation among the three was not concealed from Yu Shilin and the others. They had overheard the discussions of the Yu family's higher-ups. Yu Wusheng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Kid, did you hear that? Our Yu family does not welcome you." quickly leave, you calamity bringer. Yu Qianxi, in a state of urgency, interjected, no. We cannot cast Master Yu out. If he encounters members of the evil Shadow Society, he will surely meet his demise. I implore the ancestor to show mercy and take Master Yu in. After speaking, she knelt and began to prostrate herself towards the Yu estate, knocking her head on the ground. The interior of the Yu estate remained unresponsive, and Yu Tiannan's figure gradually emerged at the mountain gate. Observing Yu Qianxi's actions, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes as he helplessly remarked, Qianxi, it is futile. The ancestor's decisions are unchangeable. Tears welled in Yu Qianxi's eyes as she vehemently protested. Father, how can they act in such a manner? Master Yu is being pursued solely due to the affairs of our Yu family. Yet we are so heartless. How can this be? Yu Tiannan sighed. Looking towards Yu Shilin with an apologetic expression, Shilin, our Yu family has wronged you. Even as the head of the Yu family, I am powerless in this matter. At that moment, Yu Shilin, surprisingly at ease, chuckled and said, no need for concern, Uncle Yu. I shall take my leave at once. Yu Tiannan moved his lips, wishing to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Yu Shilin gazed at Yu Tiannan, whose face bore the weight of exhaustion, and he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. For the sake of the Yu family, he had exerted himself to the utmost, only to find himself reduced to a mere pawn. However, Yu Qianxi abruptly declared, very well, if none of you will offer him refuge, then I shall accompany him on his reckless journey. Both Yu Shilin and Yu Tiannan were taken aback, with Yu Shilin hastily exclaiming, Yu Shiji, that is not permissible. Yu Tiannan admonished, this is absurd. Yet Yu Qianxi stubbornly retorted, this is my decision to make, and none of you can deter me. Yu Shiji once saved my life, and I shall stand by him against the evil in society. Despite Yu Shilin's earnest attempts to persuade her, Yu Qianxi remained resolute, leaving him to look towards Yu Tiannan for guidance. With a flick of his sleeve, Yu Tiannan caused Yu Qianxi to collapse to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Yu Shilin breathed a sigh of relief, clasping his fists in salute. Yu Bo, then let us part ways. Take care. Turning his gaze to Yu Jiao, who was also looking back at him, an unbreakable bond of friendship had long been forged between them. Yu Jiao inhaled deeply, aware that, as Yu Tiannan's adopted son, he held no authority in the matters of the Yu family. He spoke slowly, I cannot assist you in other regards, but I vow with my life that the two ladies in the Tianlong City branch will remain unharmed. Yu Shilin solemnly returned the gesture, stating, I shall never forget the kindness of Yu Shixiao until we meet again. Yu Jiu fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, I will await the day of your triumphant return. Yu Shilin laughed heartily, turning with grace to depart, leaving behind only a vague silhouette. Chapter 97. A reckless journey among the Yu family present, aside from Yu Wuxing, who wore a face of disdain. The others regarded Yu Shilin with the same distaste as one would a bothersome fly, wishing fervently for his early departure. Yu Tiannan's expression was a tapestry of emotions, his profound gaze following Yu Shilin's retreating form, a vague sense of having missed something gnawing at him. Yet, with matters as they stood, all he could do was sigh in resignation. In contrast, Yu Jiao remained imbued with hope, his demeanor unwavering, filled with absolute confidence in Yu Shilin. Yu Shilin hurriedly traversed the outskirts of Nightfly City, his heart stirring with tumultuous thoughts. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had initially floundered like a headless fly, but through serendipity, he had fortuitously encountered the Yu family early on, enabling him to establish a foothold within this world. Though their relationship was one of mutual benefit, he felt no resentment towards the Yu family. Rather, he harbored gratitude, even towards the family patriarchs who had cast him out, such as Yu Shiqing and Yu Tiandong, as well as Yu Wuxing. He could not summon any feelings of animosity. He understood that self-preservation is a fundamental instinct, and the higher-ups of the Yu family had their own considerations rooted in familial interests. It would be unwise to confront the evil in society for the sake of a mere golden core cultivator like himself, especially when the Yu family could not afford to challenge such a formidable entity, regardless of the value he might still hold due to his association with them. Considering the other members of the Yu family, Yu Qianqi's performance today surprised Yu Shilin slightly. She spared no effort in revealing her feelings for him, which not only moved him, but also filled his heart with a hint of sweetness. If he still could not comprehend Yu Qianqi's affections, he would truly be a fool. As for Yu Jiao, there was no need to elaborate. They had spent the most time together, and Yu Jiao genuinely treated him as a dear junior brother, caring for him in every aspect. In return, Yu Shilin held deep trust in Yu Jiao, viewing him as an elder brother. Lastly, regarding Yu Tianan, Yu Shilin today discerned the complexities of his situation. Being the head of the family, yet lacking decisive authority within the Yu clan was indeed a source of frustration. However, since Yu Tianan had originally shown him kindness, should the Yu family ever require assistance in the future, Yu Shilin would not turn a blind eye out of respect for him. As for the evil Yin society, considering him a target for assassination, Yu Shilin felt utterly baffled. What the hell? What harm could a mere golden core cultivator like me cause by refining a few pills? How did I attract such a deadly fate? After careful contemplation, he suspected that the true mastermind behind the assassination was likely connected to the Wandan Pavilion. Yu Shilin silently vowed to uncover the reasons behind his attempted assassination and seek justice from those behind it. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and, at that moment, he felt a deep sense of frustration at his low cultivation level, which forced him to flee like a stray dog. If only he were powerful enough, he would confront the evil Yin society head-on without hesitation. In that instant, his desire for strength was more fervent than ever. His inner resolve was formidable and magnanimous. He was eager to explore the depths of the cultivation world and see if he could navigate it freely. What a pathetic evil Yin society. What a trivial Wandan Pavilion. I'll show you. Yu Shilin roared to the heavens, expelling the pent-up frustration from his chest, and swiftly fled into the distance. Chapter 98. Looking east at the crescent moon, if an ordinary person were pursued by the evil Yin society, their mind would likely be in disarray, panicking like a wild dog fleeing in all directions. However, Yu Shilin, in his previous life on Earth, was a logical thinker and, after expressing his frustrations, quickly regained his composure. He began to carefully assess the situation and make sound judgments, inspired by the organizational structure of the Guihai Chamber of Commerce. He surmised that the evil Yin society likely operated under a similar hierarchy, consisting of a headquarters and various regional branches. The assassination order against him must have been issued by the branch in Beitingshao. A mere golden core cultivator like himself would hardly draw the attention of the headquarters. Yu Shilin was quite confident that the assassination order was known only to the Beitingshao branch of the evil Yin society and not to the entire organization. Otherwise, it would be laughable for the evil Yin society to make a grand spectacle of hunting down a lowly golden core cultivator, which would also bring disgrace to the Beitingshao branch. If he could escape the confines of Beitingshao, the likelihood of being discovered by the evil Yin society would significantly diminish. Furthermore, it was likely that the next attempt on his life would also come from the Beitingshao branch. Although he was unaware of the unique tracking and searching techniques employed by the evil Yin society, he realized that locating himself would likely require considerable effort, thus affording him ample opportunity for maneuvering. Having come to this conclusion, Yu Shilin decided to leave Biding Prefecture for the time being. After distancing himself from Night Flying City, he arrived at another third-tier city, Wind Wave City, where he did not linger but immediately boarded a teleportation array to depart. Upon reaching the next city, he continued his journey without pause, utilizing the teleportation array repeatedly. After more than 10 consecutive transmissions, Yu Shilin finally escaped the confines of Biding Prefecture, arriving at the edge of Dongwang Prefecture in a third-tier city known as Crescent Moon City. Determined to remain in Crescent Moon City for a while, Yu Shilin believed that the evil Yin society could not possess capabilities so vast as to locate him in such a short span of time. The relentless use of teleportation arrays had cost him several thousand mid-grade spirit stones, causing him considerable distress. Crescent Moon City, being a third-tier city, primarily conducted transactions using mid-grade spirit stones, rendering low-grade spirit stones virtually worthless. Upon his arrival, Yu Shilin found that cultivators of the Golden Core stage were as common as cattle, placing him among the lowest echelon and thus attracting no attention. He deliberately sought out an inn in the area of the city where lower-tier cultivators congregated, where the daily rate was merely 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Additionally, upon the recommendation of an inn attendant, he spent another mid-grade spirit stone to purchase a volume titled Real-Time Atlas of Dongwang Prefecture. This atlas contained crucial information regarding the geography, city distributions, prominent sects and families, secret realms, perilous zones, and rare treasures of Dongwang Prefecture, knowledge well known to the locals, yet compiled and sold by some enterprising individuals. For Yu Shilin, who was new to Dongwang Prefecture, this atlas proved to be an invaluable guide for his cultivation journey. Intrigued, Yu Shilin immersed himself in the reading of the real-time atlas of Dongwang Prefecture. Upon completing the entire volume, he became familiar with the fundamental information about Dongwang Prefecture, particularly noting a location referred to as the Thunder Burial Ground. According to the atlas, the Thunder Burial Ground was a small island situated at the northern edge of Dongwang Prefecture, perpetually besieged by thunderstorms, thus aptly described as a sea of thunder. Over the years, countless cultivators had perished while exploring this tempestuous island, hence its ominous name. The Thunder Burial Ground produced various grades of thunderstones, with the quality increasing as one approached its central region. It was rumored that at the very heart of the Thunder Burial Ground lay the legendary primordial thunderstone. However, such legends remained unverified, for the power of the lightning in the center was formidable enough to obliterate even those at the tribulation or ascension stages. Contemplating this, Yu Shilin mused that such a place, rife with lightning, could serve as an excellent site for body tempering. He might as well harness the outer lightning for his own cultivation. Chapter 99, City of Thunderfall. The Thunder Burial Ground was not too far from Crescent Moon City. After reviewing the real-time atlas of Dongwang Prefecture, Yu Shilin learned that he could reach the nearest city to the Thunder Burial Ground, Thunderfall City, by utilizing the teleportation array a few more times. Thunderfall City is classified as a second-tier city. However, it does not belong to any sect or familial power. Initially established by a powerful solitary cultivator, the city saw this adept ascend to a higher realm. Subsequently, the remaining solitary cultivators formed the Thunderfall City Solitary Cultivators Association to govern the city, a tradition that has persisted through the ages. The primary purpose of this association at its inception was to unite the surrounding solitary cultivators, fostering a sense of camaraderie to withstand the oppression from major sects and influential families. The solitary cultivators represent the most populous group within the realm of cultivation, thus rendering the Thunderfall City Solitary Cultivators Association immensely powerful, boasting formidable entities at the Tribulation Crossing stage among its ranks. The surrounding major sects and families have found it challenging to contend with the association. While minor skirmishes may occur, significant conflicts have been avoided, allowing for a relatively peaceful coexistence. The regulations of Thunderfall City are few. Cultivators enjoy unrestricted access without the imposition of entry fees, unlike other cities. However, personal duels are prohibited, monitored by the association's law enforcement team. Nonetheless, the cultivation realm operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, with daily conflicts resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities. The law enforcement team often serves merely as a facade, typically disinterested unless disturbances escalate significantly. Yu Shilin arrived in Thunderfall City via a teleportation array from Crescent Moon City. The city is vast, teeming with countless cultivators, and enveloped by an 8th-level defensive array. The spiritual energy within is rich, leading Yu Shilin to surmise the presence of at least one top-tier spiritual vein underground. Each building within the city is fortified with defensive formations, ensuring structural integrity even amidst combat, minimizing collateral damage. As a 5th-layer golden core cultivator, Yu Shilin's arrival went largely unnoticed. After settling into an inn, he found that the cost of living in Thunderfall City is quite steep, with daily expenses for accommodation alone reaching 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, with nearly 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he need not worry about depleting his resources just yet. The innkeeper, a 1st-layer golden core cultivator, was quite loquacious, eager to learn more about Thunderfall City. Yu Shilin offered the innkeeper a medium-grade spirit stone, which resulted in an enthusiastic and informative exchange. Through their conversation, Yu Shilin gleaned considerable insights into the circumstances surrounding Thunderfall City. The 5 continents of the cultivation realm are not interconnected, separated by the vast expanse of the endless sea. Thunderfall City is built along the coast, with Thunder Burial Island located several thousand miles to the north. While flying from Thunderfall City to Thunder Burial Island is feasible, the airspace above the endless sea is rife with treacherous wind blades, resembling a colossal array of blades. Even cultivators of the ascendant stage or above dare not traverse this perilous region lightly, as a momentary lapse in caution could result in dire consequences. Though the lower altitudes above the endless sea present fewer wind blades, flying close to the surface poses its own risks, as unfortunate encounters with formidable sea beasts that may devour a cultivator whole are not uncommon. The most prudent course of action remains to embark upon a colossal vessel across the sea. The Loose Cultivators Association of Thunderfall City possesses a magnificent supership known as the Thunderstorm Ship. Within the endless sea resides an inexhaustible array of sea creatures, and traveling on such a grand vessel may expose one to their assaults. However, according to the innkeeper, these sea beasts typically lie dormant in the depths of the endless sea, seldom troubling the massive ships. Over the past several years, the Thunderstorm Ship has traversed these waters with little to no encounters with these creatures. Fortunately for Yu Shilin, in 2 days, the Loose Cultivators Association will organize a voyage aboard the Thunderstorm Ship to Thunder Burial Island. A multitude of cultivators will embark together, and, on the morrow, an auction will also be held at the Thunderfall City Auction House. With this information, Yu Shilin plans to visit the auction house first, and then set sail for Thunder Burial Island the following day. Chapter 100. The Thunderfall Auction. The Thunderfall City Auction House is an establishment under the auspices of the Loose Cultivators Association, renowned throughout Thunderfall City and the entirety of Eastern Outlet Province for its exceptional reputation. It is said that powerful beings in the tribulation stage preside over the auction, ensuring that no one dares to bully the weak or disrupt the proceedings. The Loose Cultivators Association guarantees the safety of all who enter the auction house, attracting cultivators from distant lands to partake in trades. Upon Yu Shilin's arrival at the auction house the next day, the event was on the verge of commencing. He paid an admission fee of 10 medium-grade spirit stones at the entrance. The guard, noticing Yu Shilin was merely a golden core cultivator, displayed a hint of surprise but said nothing further, allowing him entry. Inside, Yu Shilin received a bidding paddle and found a seat in a relatively secluded area of the hall. After settling in, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. The auction hall was populated with several cultivators, yet the atmosphere was serene and composed, a testament to the established decorum of the venue. Just as Yu Shilin was in a state of meditation, the sound of drums and gongs abruptly filled the air. He opened his eyes, realizing the auction was about to commence. A venerable elder cloaked in black appeared on the elevated stage, prompting whispers among the gathered cultivators. To our surprise, Elder Han Dongli of the association is personally presiding over this auction. It seems we can expect remarkable items today. Yu Shilin surveyed the scene as the elder smiled warmly and addressed the crowd. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Han Dongli, an elder of the Loose Cultivators Association of Thunderfall City, and I trust many of you are familiar with me. The audience reciprocated with greetings, recognizing this esteemed figure, a formidable presence at the 5th level of the Mahayana stage. Han Dongli continued with a smile. Before we begin the auction, I must reiterate the house rules, even if many of you are already well aware. First, please refrain from disrupting the auction's order. Second, once an item is won, it is prohibited for others to seize it while within the auction house. And third, all payments for successful bids must be settled immediately. Violating any of these 3 rules will be regarded as a blatant provocation of the authority of the Loose Cultivators Association, and severe consequences will surely follow. Well then, there are primarily 3 rules that all esteemed friends must adhere to. Han Dongli spoke these words with a genial smile. Those unaware of the underlying truths might perceive them as mere pleasantries, while those in the know felt a palpable sense of gravity. Over the years, The auction house in Thunderfall City had witnessed its fair share of unruly participants who disregarded the established protocols, and the fates that befell these rebels were invariably tragic, with many meeting their demise on the spot. Those who had experienced the auction house's stern demeanor involuntarily straightened their postures, sitting up with an air of solemnity. Han Donglie's voice resonated from the stage. The first item for auction is 3 pieces of Thunder Barrier armor, which can negate damage from level 5 Thunderstones. Crafted by the renowned artisan Tao Jizi from East Guangzhou, these are indispensable treasures for anyone journeying to Thunder Burial Island. The bidding will commence at 3,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 200 mid-grade Spirit Stones. As soon as Han Donglie's words fell, a buzz enveloped the crowd, with many gasping in astonishment. Who would have thought the first item would be the Thunder Barrier armor, capable of defending against level 5 Thunderstone strikes? This inaugural item is indeed extraordinary. Immediately, bids began to emerge. 3,000, 3,300, 3,600, 4,000. The price of the 3 pieces of Thunder Barrier armor quickly escalated beyond 6,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, with the fervor of bidding gradually diminishing. Only a few capable individuals remained engaged in the contest. 7,000. A voice emerged for box 18. Shilin felt a stir within. The voice seemed vaguely familiar, likely belonging to someone he had encountered before. Yet, the box was sealed, preventing any probing with spiritual senses. And Shilin was cautious not to recklessly scan with his spiritual awareness, lest he provoke some irascible powerhouse. 7,500. A cold snort resonated from box 6. The auction had evolved into a duel between box 18 and box 6. Shilin, whose intent was merely to harness the power of lightning for body refinement on Thunder Burial Island, had no need for the Thunder Barrier armor. So he observed the proceedings with a detached gaze. The remaining bidders had ceased their competition, although the Thunder Barrier armor could withstand the strikes of level 5 Thunderstones. Its utility was limited. As the bid soared, many had opted to withdraw, leaving only boxes 18 and 6 in contention. Shilin surmised that the occupants of these 2 boxes were likely practitioners of the lightning element, for their tenacity was unmatched. It was apparent to others in the hall as well. 8,000. Box 18 announced a new bid. 10,000. Box 6 countered fiercely, raising the bid by 2,000 without hesitation. 10,500. After a moment of silence, Box 18 entered the fray once more. 10,000, 1,000. Box 6 followed suit immediately. Box 18 fell silent, and Han Dongli, with a decisive strike of his gavel, proclaimed that the 3 pieces of Thunder Barrier armor had been secured by the esteemed guest in Box 6. A servant promptly delivered the items to that box. The first item had fetched an unexpectedly high price, and Han Dongli felt a sense of satisfaction, smiling as he continued to introduce the second item for auction. Esteemed friends, the second item is a fragmented lightning-based cultivation method. As Han Dongli's words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment rippled among the audience. He raised his hand to beckon for silence and continued, "This technique was fortuitously discovered by a disciple within our Loose Cultivators Association. It lacks a formal name and is incomplete. I have observed this technique and can only deduce that it is a fragmentary lightning-type cultivation method, with the rest remaining elusive. I make no promises regarding this auction. I encourage all fellow cultivators to bid at their discretion." A voice from the crowd inquired, "May I ask, Elder Han, who else has studied this technique? Is there a risk of it being leaked?" This question resonated with the concerns of many present. Should one invest a substantial sum in this technique, only to find others replicating and selling copies? The bidder would surely become a laughingstock. Han Dongli responded, "Only the disciple who discovered it, another elder from the Loose Cultivators Association, and I have examined this technique. I assure you, by my own reputation and that of the association, there are absolutely no copies of this technique, and the 3 of us will not disclose it." With this assurance, dissent among the crowd swiftly dissipated. Han Dongli nodded. "Since there are no objections, let us commence the auction. The starting bid is 1,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, with increments of no less than 200 mid-grade Spirit Stones." Once these words were spoken, a brief silence enveloped the hall, with no one rushing to place a bid. Fragmentary cultivation methods had emerged in the realm of cultivation before, yielding only two outcomes. Either they were utterly useless, or they were deciphered by extraordinarily gifted individuals, the latter being a rare occurrence. The atmosphere shifted when a servant presented a transparent box secured with restrictions, containing a tattered scroll made of beast hide, exuding an aura of antiquity. The audience began to stir once more. 1,500. The bidding was initiated by the private room, number 18. Chapter 101. The auction turmoil with the first bid from room 18. Others quickly followed suit. 1,800. 2,000. 2,500. 2,800. As the bidding escalated beyond 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the voices gradually became sparse. 6,000. Room 6 re-entered the fray. 7,000. Room 18 was not to be outdone. 8,000. Room 6 responded in kind. The onlookers recognized that the contention had narrowed to a rivalry between rooms 6 and 18, leading many to tacitly cease their bidding. As for Shilin, with his possession of the supreme cultivation method, the primordial transformation technique, he held little interest in even a complete lightning-type technique, let alone this incomplete version. The bidding for the fragmentary lightning technique swiftly surpassed 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, ultimately concluding at 12,000, when Room 18 withdrew from the competition, allowing Room 6 to secure the technique for the price of 12,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The audience buzzed with speculation about the identities of the esteemed guests in Rooms 6 and 18. Perceiving the commotion, Han Dongli commanded, "Silence." The crowd fell quiet. He then produced a small brocade box, stating, "Inside is a soil spirit fruit, which can elevate a golden core cultivator by 1 level upon consumption. The starting price is 200 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage may now take action," which could be considered a boon for you all. Shilin felt a jolt of excitement upon hearing this, realizing that what he sought had finally arrived, and he immediately began to bid. Those at the mid to high tiers of cultivation lost interest upon learning that it was merely a soil spirit fruit, leaving only a handful of low-tier cultivators like Shilin to compete. 202, 204, 206. The bidding for the soil spirit fruit swiftly escalated to 300 mid-grade spirit stones, with only Shilin and a gray-robed cultivator at the second level of the nascent soul stage remaining in the fray. 304. The gray-robed cultivator made another bid, glaring viciously at Shilin, clearly attempting to intimidate him into withdrawing. Shilin paid him no mind, boldly declaring, 400. After a moment of contemplation, the gray-robed cultivator ultimately deemed it unworthy of further investment and relinquished his bid, casting another disdainful glance at Shilin with a hint of a sneer. Shilin reciprocated with a glance of his own and successfully claimed the soil spirit fruit. The two merely exchanged hostile glares, restrained by the auction's rules. Yet Shilin understood that a conflict had now begun with the gray-robed cultivator. However, he felt no fear. After all, he could easily handle a mere second-level nascent soul cultivator. Han Dongli paid no heed to the trivial squabbles of these insignificant beings below, continuing with his auction. The subsequent items for bidding were primarily weapons, treasures, and elixirs. Shilin possessed the blue spirit short sword, which could evolve, rendering other weapons unnecessary. As for elixirs, he could refine them himself, provided he had the formulas and materials. Even items of some use to him were being fiercely contested by others, and his current strength did not permit him to compete. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was being hunted by the Eveline Society, compelling him to minimize his exposure and avoid drawing attention to his whereabouts, thus avoiding significant trouble. Securing a soil spirit fruit to successfully advance to the 6th level of the golden core stage was already a source of great satisfaction for him. After a fierce bidding war, the items were auctioned off one by one, and soon they reached the climactic final round of the event. The crowd held their breath in anticipation for the last featured item. Han Dongli deliberately slowed the pace of the auction, tantalizing the audience before leisurely producing the last item. A heavily secured brocade box. Standing upon the stage, Han Dongli proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, the final item of this auction is the highlight of the event. A treasure acquired through great peril by a vice president of the Loose Cultivators Association from Thunderfall City. Behold, the 7th level Thunderstone. A collective gasp swept through the audience as the brocade box was opened, revealing a stone radiating faint red lightning. The crackling sound of electricity echoed, accompanied by a palpable pressure of thunderous energy that sent shivers throughout the venue. The 7th level Thunderstone belonged to the realm of advanced Thunderstones. If wielded adeptly by a lightning cultivator or one skilled in thunder techniques, the power unleashed could rival the might of a strike from a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, making it an invaluable treasure for survival or for overcoming formidable adversaries. Han Dongli continued. The esteemed vice president of the Loose Cultivators Association has entrusted this 7th level Thunderstone to me for auction. This auction will only accept upper-grade spirit stones, starting at 300 upper-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50 upper-grade spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, let the bidding commence. Upon hearing Han's words, the majority of the attendees immediately felt deflated. Upper-grade spirit stones were already scarce. Only the core disciples of significant sects or prominent families possessed them. Most individuals in the hall lacked the qualifications to participate in the bidding and could only watch as the distinguished guests in private rooms vied for the prize. Chapter 102. 7th level Thunderstone. The cultivators in the private rooms promptly began to place their bids, as the allure of the 7th level Thunderstone was undeniably substantial. 300, 350, 400. The bidding price for the 7th level Thunderstone soared, quickly reaching 700 upper-grade spirit stones. Even the guests in the private rooms began to feel the strain, with many withdrawing from the competition, leaving only a handful still engaged in the bidding. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The previously silent room, one finally made its move, presenting an overwhelmingly advantageous bid. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as no one knew the identity of the occupant of Room 1. As the bid of 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones was declared, a hush fell over the assembly. No one possessed the strength to contest Room 1's claim. Han Dongli smiled faintly at the scene, aware of the identity of Room 1's guest, and mused silently. Indeed, their financial resources are formidable. He then struck his gavel, declaring the 7th level Thunderstone officially sold to Room 1. Just as the attendees anticipated the auction would conclude, the window of Room 18 swung open, revealing a young man. Upon seeing this young man, Shilin felt a sudden clarity. No wonder his voice sounded somewhat familiar. The occupant of Room 18 was none other than Lei Feiyun, the young master of the Thundercloud sect, who had recently advanced to the first layer of the nascent soul stage. Lei Feiyun politely clasped his hands toward Room 1, saying, "I am Lei Feiyun of the Thundercloud sect from Southern Yuzhou. It is a pleasure to meet the esteemed guest of Room 1. A moment later, an elder's voice emerged from Room 1. "What matter do you wish to discuss, young Master Lei?" Lei Feiyun returned the gesture. "I would like to extend my congratulations on your successful bid for the 7th level Thunderstone. This stone holds great significance for both myself and my sect. Might you consider parting with it? I would be willing to exchange it for a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite." With that, Lei Feiyun produced a fist-sized meteorite, dark and unremarkable. He continued, "This meteorite was obtained by chance. It is incredibly hard, and I have attempted numerous methods to melt it, all in vain. My soul consciousness cannot penetrate its depths, although I am unaware of its contents. I can assert that what lies within is anything but ordinary. Would you be amenable to an exchange?" As Lei Feiyun revealed the extraterrestrial meteorite, Shilin felt the blue spirit sword within his dantian start to tremble slightly. He sensed that the blue spirit sword had detected something extraordinary about the meteorite. Shilin restrained the sword's agitation, remaining discreetly observant. At this moment, the occupants of Room 1 had not yet responded, while the window of Room 6 swung open, revealing a voice laced with sarcasm. "Lei Feiyun, you think you're clever, attempting to exchange an unknown extraterrestrial meteorite for a 7th level Thunderstone. Do you take others for fools?" A young gentleman clad in white appeared at the window of Room 6, brandishing a fan as he mocked Lei Feiyun. The cultivators below gasped, recognizing him as Fan Wenjie, the son of Fan Tianlei, the leader of the Thunder sect in Dongwang Prefecture, a prominent sect of thunder cultivators. They sensed that the situation was about to escalate. Lei Feiyun shot a glare at Fan Wenjie, retorting, "This has nothing to do with you, Fan Wenjie. Mind your own business." As Fan Wenjie was about to respond, an elder's voice from room 1 interjected, "I apologize, young Master Lei, but my son has stated that he will not exchange for that 7th-level Thunderstone. This matter is concluded." Fan Wenjie chuckled maliciously. I knew it. Did you really think anyone would agree to such a trade?" Lei Feiyun sighed, uninterested in further banter with Fan Wenjie, and shut the window of room 18. Seeing that Lei Feiyun was ignoring him, Fan Wenjie reluctantly closed the window of room 6. Thus, the auction came to an end, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Shilin followed the flow of people out of the auction venue, preparing to return to the inn where he was lodging. Chapter 103 followed closely. As soon as Shilin exited the auction hall, he sensed the presence of someone trailing behind him. Upon releasing his spiritual senses to investigate, he discovered that 2 individuals were indeed following him. One was the gray-clad male cultivator who had contested with him over the Earth Spirit Fruit during the auction, and the other was a striking female cultivator at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Their close proximity indicated a certain level of intimacy between them. A cold smile crept across Shilin's face as he turned into a deserted alley. The gray-clad male cultivator and the enchanting female did not attempt to conceal their presence and brazenly followed Shilin. Upon seeing him turn into the alley, they hastened their pace to catch up. The gray-clad male cultivator shouted, "Hey you, stop right there." Shilin halted, turning around with a sneer. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" The gray-clad male replied, "You might not know my name, but I am Zheng Yuan Kuei. How dare you compete with me for the Earth Spirit Fruit at the auction? You must not know what death looks like." Shilin scoffed, "What do you want?" Zheng Yuan Kuei nonchalantly declared, "Hand over the storage ring you carry. If you do, I might let you off easy." The female cultivator beside him cooed, "Zheng, you must remember to give me that Earth Spirit Fruit later. I have been hoping to enhance my cultivation for quite some time." Zheng Yuan Kuei chuckled. "I intended to bid on it for you, my beauty, but this brat snatched it away. Don't worry, after I get it back, it will be returned to its rightful owner. But tell me, how will you repay me for the Earth Spirit Fruit?" The female cultivator feigned reluctance, playfully chiding, "You're incorrigible. Zheng, you're not a serious person at all." Zheng Yuan Kuei laughed heartily, while Shilin felt a wave of revulsion wash over him at their brazen flirtation, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, I've encountered 2 lunatics." After indulging his appetite for mischief, Zheng Yuan Kuei noticed that Shilin remained unmoved, standing there in silence. Growing impatient, he exclaimed, "You fool! Did you not hear what I said? If you wish to live, hand over your storage ring at once." Shilin replied, "Are you not afraid of the law enforcement teams as you brazenly rob in the streets of Thunderfall City?" Zheng Yuan Kuei laughed heartily. "To be honest, my relations with the captain of the local law enforcement team are quite solid. Even if they were to discover me, I would merely need to offer them a little something, while you possess no such fortune." Nodding in understanding, Shilin recognized the audacity of Zheng Yuan Kuei, bolstered by the protection of the enforcement team. He unsheathed his blue spirit short sword, stating, "If you desire my storage ring, let us see if you possess the capability to take it." Zheng Yuan Kuei stared at Shilin in disbelief, incredulously saying, "Do you, a mere 5th-level Golden Core cultivator, think you can contend with me, a 2nd-level nascent soul? The gap between Golden Core and nascent soul is vast." Shilin calmly responded, "Only through trial can we ascertain the truth. Come, let us engage." Zheng Yuan Kuei shook his head, declaring, "You are truly an ignorant fool. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a nascent soul master." With that, he pushed aside a female cultivator and shouted, "Soul grasp." A faint gray handprint of soul power surged from Zheng Yuan Kuei, heading directly for the top of Shilin's head. Shilin recognized this as a unique soul attack method of nascent soul cultivators. Previously, when ambushed by the evil Yin Society's assassin in the Celestial Dragon City branch, he had faced a soul arrow, albeit one far more solid than Zheng Yuan Kuei's current attack. While Zheng Yuan Kuei's soul technique would be more than sufficient against an ordinary golden core cultivator, Yu Shilin's unique spiritual sea posed a challenge that Zheng Yuan Kuei was unaware of. With a cold smile, Yu Shilin allowed Zheng Yuan Kuei's soul grasp to penetrate his spiritual sea. Zheng Yuan Kuei, thinking Yu Shilin was paralyzed with fear, wore a smug grin as he prepared to crush Yu Shilin's spiritual sea. Unexpectedly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of Yu Shilin's spiritual sea. Upon contact, Zheng Yuan Kuei's gray handprint emitted a sizzling sound, instantly consumed by the radiant flames. Zheng Yuan Kuei trembled, his expression blank. Yet a strange smile lingered on his lips as his body became rigid, his soul sea rebounding against him, leaving him in a daze. In an instant, the blue spirit short sword danced, creating dozens of sword blossoms. Zheng Yuan Kuei's body was reduced to countless fragments under the onslaught, and even his nascent soul did not escape, obliterated by the sword flowers. As Zheng Yuan Kuei's soul sea succumbed to the backlash, leaving him in a stupor, Yu Shilin refrained from employing the carefree sword technique, opting instead for simple sword strikes to easily dispatch him. He then pocketed the storage ring. The female cultivator, who had been smiling confidently just moments before, was now frozen in shock as she witnessed Zheng Yuan Kuei's transformation into a shower of blood and flesh, her expression turning pale as she collapsed. The female cultivator regained her senses, her knees buckling as she sank to the ground. With trembling lips and a voice choked with tears, she implored, "I have offended you, noble sir. I beseech your magnanimity, spare my life. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Despite her cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, which ostensibly surpassed Yu Shilin's by 2 tiers, witnessing the merciless demise of Zheng Yuan Kuei, who was at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, left her devoid of any rebellious thoughts. She merely continued to bow her head in desperate supplication. Yu Shilin, observing the female cultivator's tearful state, felt his murderous intent wane significantly. He was not one who reveled in bloodshed, and considering she was merely a subordinate of Zheng Yuan Kuei, he saw no need to take her life. He sheathed his blue spirit sword and said coolly, "Rise." Upon hearing his words, she felt as though she had been granted a reprieve from death, quickly offering a few more bows while exclaiming, "Thank you for your mercy, noble sir. Thank you for sparing my life." Only then did she stand, her face still streaked with tears. Yu Shilin frowned and inquired, "Now tell me, what is your connection with Zheng Yuan Kuei?" Wiping the remnants of her tears, she steadied her breath and, still shaken, replied, "My name is Run Yuan Yuan. I was in the task hall of the Loose Cultivators Association in Thunderfall City, seeking work. By chance, I met Zheng Yuan Kuei, who took a fancy to me and treated me generously, so I chose to follow him. He had promised a bid on a soil spirit fruit for me at the auction, but you were quicker. Afterward, he sought to trouble you, and I merely followed to observe. Please, noble sir, do not hold my presence against me." Upon hearing her words, Yu Shilin surmised that there was likely some sordid romantic entanglement between Run Yuan Yuan and Zheng Yuan Kuei, yet he chose not to delve further. He was familiar with the task hall of the Loose Cultivators Association from the Real-Time Chronicle of the East, a venue where tasks were issued and rewards distributed, indicating that Run Yuan Yuan likely frequented it to accept assignments. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her departure. Run Yuan Yuan hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and said, "I'm skilled in serving others. If you do not despise me, I would be willing to follow you." Yu Shilin's expression turned icy at her audacity. What was she thinking, desiring to accompany him? He was not one to indiscriminately accept just anyone. Sensing the change in his demeanor, Run Yuan Yuan hastily took her leave, not forgetting to add, "Zheng Yuan Kuei is associated with the Loose Cultivators Association. If you kill him, they may seek retribution against you, noble sir. Be cautious." Yu Shilin furrowed his brow at her warning. If the association were to come after him, it would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. Yet, there was little he could do at that moment. He could only face whatever came his way as it arrived. Upon returning to the inn, Yu Shilin retrieved Zheng Yuan Kuei's storage ring. After erasing its mark, he discovered it contained merely a few hundred middle-grade spirit stones and over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help but smirk. Zheng Yuan Kuei was no more than a pauper, despite his pretentious claims of grandeur, which had led Yu Shilin to mistakenly believe him to be affluent, when in reality he was merely a braggart. Without delay, Yu Shilin produced the soil spirit fruit, preparing to absorb and refine it to break through to the 6th level of the golden core stage. The inn itself is imbued with a spirit-gathering formation, resulting in a far more concentrated aura of spiritual energy than that found within the city. Coupled with a dozen mid-grade spirit stones and earth spirit fruits, Yu Shilin successfully absorbed and refined them, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of the golden core. His strength had thus been significantly enhanced, instilling him with greater confidence. The following morning, Yu Shilin's apprehensions regarding the arrival of the Loose Cultivators Association did not materialize. With this in mind, he chose not to dwell on the reasons and prepared to head to the dock to board the Thunderbolt ship en route to Thunder Burial Island. In truth, his worries were unfounded. Zheng Yuan Kuei was merely a minor figure within the Loose Cultivators Association, which itself was a relatively loose organization. With the daily violence in Thunderfall City resulting in numerous casualties, the association could hardly keep up, as long as matters did not undermine their reputation or core interests. Who would bother pursuing trivial grievances? Chapter 105. The Thunderbolt ship. When Yu Shilin hurried to the Thunderfall City dock, he found that the crowd had thinned considerably, with the remaining cultivators queuing to board the Thunderbolt ship. Upon seeing the colossal vessel towering at the dock, he was struck with awe. The Thunderbolt ship measured nearly 1,000 feet in length and stood about 100 feet high, adorned with the flag of the Loose Cultivators Association, symbolizing its power. Indeed, it was a veritable mobile city, far larger than any aircraft carrier Yu Shilin had seen on Earth, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of cultivators with ease. The ship was constructed from an unknown black metal, fortified with defensive and offensive formations, and was powered by spirit stones. Legend has it that when the Thunderbolt ship was originally crafted, the Loose Cultivators Association of Thunderfall City gathered thousands, including artisans and formation masters, to complete this monumental task, expending countless resources. As Yu Shilin beheld the result of so much collective effort, a profound respect welled up within him. Several entrances on one side of the Thunderbolt ship were open for cultivators to enter, though not without cost. A fee of 50 mid-grade spirit stones was required just aboard, with any additional expenses incurred thereafter. When it was Yu Shilin's turn in line, he dutifully paid the requisite fee and successfully boarded the Thunderbolt ship. Once aboard, the sense of astonishment deepened. The expansive deck and the towering pavilions created an ambience reminiscent of being within a city. Numerous notices were posted around the ship, detailing which areas were freely accessible and which were off-limits. Any unfortunate soul who trespassed into a forbidden zone would face severe repercussions from the Loose Cultivators Association, ranging from being expelled from the Thunderbolt ship to the possibility of losing their life. The ship also housed many inns, and Yu Shilin happened upon one named the Returning Inn. At the entrance, a cultivator at the first level of the Golden Core, noticing Yu Shilin's gaze, promptly called out, "Esteemed guest, are you seeking accommodation?" Yu Shilin nodded, and the attendant, employing his persuasive tongue, enthusiastically proclaimed, "Perfect. Our Returning Inn is renowned on the Thunderbolt ship for its affordable rates and comfortable environment. Truly the ideal choice for you, esteemed guest." Moreover, the Return Inn itself operates under the aegis of the Thunderbolt ship. As long as one is a guest at the Return Inn, no individual dares to create trouble within its confines. Otherwise, members of the Loose Cultivators Association will certainly emerge to uphold justice. Might I inquire if this arrangement pleases you, esteemed sir? Upon hearing this, Yu Shilin felt a stirring in his heart, pondering the reasonableness of such an assurance. "What are your rates?" he inquired. "Our Return Inn comprises 5 levels," the attendant explained. The first floor features a communal space with only a single meditation mat for cultivators, priced at 2 mid-grade spirit stones per day. The second floor offers traditional guest rooms, akin to those found in the city, at a rate of 10 mid-grade spirit stones daily. The third floor boasts luxurious suites, available for 50 mid-grade spirit stones each day. The fourth floor is reserved for select rooms, long-term residences booked by prominent figures in the cultivation realm, and is not accessible to outsiders. The fifth floor remains confidential, accessible only to the upper management of the Thunderbolt ship, and it is a forbidden zone. I would strongly advise against entering. That is the general overview. Which option would you prefer, esteemed sir? After a moment of contemplation, Shilin decided that discretion was the better part of valor. I shall take a traditional guest room. Please. The attendant promptly responded, certainly. However, it is important to note that our rooms are rented for a minimum of 10 days. Shilin produced 100 mid-grade spirit stones and added 2 as a tip, stating, then please reserve it for 10 days. The attendant, delighted by the generous tip, enthusiastically suggested, if you find a room a bit stuffy, I recommend visiting the marketplace aboard the Thunderbolt ship, where numerous cultivators sell various items that may pique your interest. Shilin nodded appreciatively, and the attendant excused himself to attend to other matters. At that moment, Shilin sensed a slight movement of the Thunderbolt ship, realizing that it had begun its journey. The vessel's immense body was adorned with various runes that illuminated, and a formidable defensive barrier gradually rose, enveloping the entire ship. The Thunderbolt ship awakened like a colossal beast, setting sail with thousands of cultivators aboard, heading towards the Thunder Burial Island. Chapter 106. Exposure of movements shortly after Shilin boarded the Thunderbolt ship. The female cultivator Ren Yuan returned to the task hall of the Loose Cultivators Association in Leyyan City. A cloud of frustration shadowed her features. She had painstakingly gained the favor of the affluent Zheng Yuankui, merely needing to sacrifice a modicum of her allure to ensure his obedience. However, she was dismayed to learn that Zheng Yuankui had been slain. The assailant was remarkably handsome, far surpassing Zheng in appearance, and possessed formidable prowess, effortlessly dispatching a second-tier nascent soul cultivator despite being only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. This realization filled Ren Yuan with trepidation. Initially, she had contemplated yielding to him, yet he regarded her with disdain. What is it about me that is lacking? She thought, her heart brimming with indignation. She harbored a certain pride in her beauty, and Shilin's disdain had cultivated a growing resentment within her. Ren Yuan reverted to her usual routine, visiting the task hall to seek suitable assignments. As she perused the array of tasks available, her eyes were drawn to a wanted poster. A spark ignited within her. Was this not the very young master who had slain Zheng Yuankui? The task of locating the individual was delineated in simple terms. The person in question is named Shilin, and any leads provided would earn the informant a reward of 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Ren Yuan mused to herself, realizing that the individual's name was indeed Shilin. Unfamiliar with Shilin's background, she noted that the task merely involved finding him. The allure of 20 mid-grade spirit stones was irresistible to her as a loose cultivator at the Golden Core stage, prompting her decision to undertake the task. Ren Yuan approached the task hall's steward, clearly stating that she possessed a lead regarding the search. The steward's eyes brightened at her words, and he replied, "This employer has specified that you must personally convey the details to them. Please wait a moment while I notify the employer." With little choice, Ren Yuan idly wandered the task hall as she awaited further instructions. Before long, the steward returned to inform her that the employer had arrived and was waiting for her in the reception hall. He promptly escorted her to the designated area. Upon entering the reception hall, Ren Yuan was immediately struck by a chilling atmosphere that made her shudder involuntarily. It was then that she noticed a cloaked figure standing within, emanating a formidable and cold aura that compelled her to lower her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. A raspy voice emerged from beneath the figure's hood. "Do you possess information regarding Shilin?" Maintaining her head bowed, Ren Yuan respectfully replied, "I do." "Good, then please elaborate," the figure commanded. Ren Yuan recounted her encounter with Shilin in meticulous detail, and when she reached the part about how he had effortlessly dispatched Zheng Yuankui, a cultivator at the second layer of the nascent soul stage, she observed a slight shift in the figure's expression. Once she concluded her account, the cloaked figure remained motionless. And Ren Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Having shared the information about Shilin, she refrained from speaking further and kept her head lowered, awaiting his response. After a moment, the raspy voice spoke again. "That will be all. You may retrieve your reward from the steward." Ren Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that this employer was indeed trustworthy, and promptly exited. After receiving her reward of 20 mid-grade spirit stones from the steward, Ren Yuan felt elated, yet haunted by the formidable chill left by the cloaked figure. A nagging sense of foreboding crept over her, leading her to believe that matters concerning Shilin were far from simple. She surmised that her involvement could potentially lead to dire consequences, prompting her to make a hasty exit from Thunderfall City. Meanwhile, within the reception hall, the cloaked figure was deep in thought. After a considerable pause, another similarly clad individual entered and spoke. "Bing Air, we have confirmed the boy's whereabouts. He has just boarded the Thunderbolt ship and is heading towards the Endless Sea, bound for Thundergrave Island." The one referred to as Bing Air responded slowly. "Bing-san, do you think we may be overestimating ourselves? This boy recently, at the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage, defeated a 2nd layer nascent soul cultivator. I have an inkling that he is far from ordinary." Bing-san scoffed. "Is a 2nd layer nascent soul really that formidable? You and I have both defeated numerous opponents beyond our own ranks. I suspect that the boy employed some underhanded trick to ambush that 2nd layer nascent soul, and the latter likely let his guard down." Bing Air replied. "Bing Shi also faltered last time." Bing-san remarked. "The circumstances surrounding Bing Chi's last failure remain unknown to us. Yet it is evident that the last event at Tianlong City's branch was fortified by the presence of 2 formidable transformation stage cultivators. Without their oversight, it would be improbable for someone as seasoned as Bing Shi to falter." Bing-san continued. "We are both ranked among the top 3 assassins of Group Bing, both at the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage. Surely, we can manage a mere golden core cultivator?" Bing Air pondered for a moment and realized his concerns were unwarranted. They were both experienced assassins, and no matter how extraordinary that young man might be, it was inconceivable that he could surpass their capabilities to such an extent. He then cast aside his thoughts and stated, "Now that the boy is heading to Thunder Burial Island, let us allow him to live a while longer. If he meets his demise there, that would be ideal. Should he miraculously return, we shall devise a suitable plan to confront him." Bing-san nodded in agreement, and the two began to strategize their approach toward Shilin. Chapter 107. Thunder Market. Unbeknownst to Shilin, his whereabouts had been disclosed, and the assassins of the evil Een Society lay in wait at Thunderfall City for his return. At this moment, he was leisurely wandering through the Thunder Market aboard the Thunder ship. The Thunder Market sprawls extensively, where one can secure a booth after paying a nominal fee. The market is patrolled by a law enforcement team to prevent any coercive buying or bullying, ensuring fair transactions for all. Within the market, a diverse array of individuals congregate, and the merchandise offered is as varied as it is plentiful. As Shilin meandered through, he experienced a familiar sensation akin to strolling through a night market on Earth, which brought him considerable comfort. After browsing for a while, Shilin found most items to be either of little use or excessively priced, and thus lacked any interest in purchasing. Upon turning a corner, however, something caught his eye: a young nascent soul cultivator at a booth displaying several items, among which was a spirit herb known as soul power grass. Soul power grass is a 4th-tier spirit herb, a principal ingredient in the crafting of soul power pills. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage and successfully transitions their spirit seed into a soul seed, they acquire soul power, which can then be wielded as a means of attack. Soul power pills are the most commonly used and effective elixirs for replenishing a cultivator's soul power. Upon spotting the soul power grass, Shilin felt a surge of joy and approached the booth. The vendor, noticing Shilin's intent to purchase, eagerly called out, "Good sir, are you interested in acquiring something?" Shilin nodded and inquired, "How much for this soul power grass?" The vendor, slightly surprised, recognized that someone who could identify soul power grass was no ordinary individual. After a moment of contemplation, the vendor replied, "If you are sincerely interested, I would part with it for 100 middle-grade spirit stones." Shilin agreed, acknowledging that 100 spirit stones for a soul power grass was indeed a reasonable price. The vendor was not overreaching. It's a deal, then, 100 middle-grade spirit stones, he confirmed. Just as Shilin prepared to hand over the spirit stones. An abrupt voice interrupted, "Hold on. I have my eye on that soul power grass. I'll offer 150 middle-grade spirit stones." Shilin frowned, turning to regard the unwelcome intruders with displeasure. The two individuals, clad in identical attire, one at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and the other at the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul stage, engaged in conversation. It was the latter, the nascent soul cultivator, who addressed the vendor, stating, "I offer 150 mid-grade spirit stones for that soul power herb." The vendor, maintaining a stoic expression, replied coolly, "I have already sold this soul power herb to this esteemed brother. If you wish to purchase it, you ought to inquire with him." The nascent soul cultivator then turned to Shilin, saying, "Young man, I offer you 150 mid-grade spirit stone for the soul power herb in your possession. Not for sale." Shilin decisively refused. The 2nd-level nascent soul cultivator's face darkened with anger, taken aback by Shilin's lack of appreciation. He continued, "I shall raise my offer to 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Surely you must sell now? Still not for sale." Shilin remained unmoved. The 2nd-level nascent soul cultivator's expression turned icy, and he hissed, "You insolent brat. It seems you are unaware of your own limitations." Shilin furrowed his brow and retorted, "What are you threatening me? I do not regard a 2nd-level nascent soul cultivator as a threat." Their altercation had drawn the attention of onlookers, including members of the enforcement team from the Thunderbolt Square. Just as the nascent soul cultivator was about to speak again, his companion, the 9th-level Golden Core cultivator, quickly restrained him, whispering, "Elder brother, hold on. I have heard that the leader of the enforcement team this time is Elder Tang from the Loose Cultivators Association. He is known for his fierce sense of justice and unyielding demeanor. If we attract too much attention, we shall be in trouble." Upon hearing Elder Tang's name, the 2nd-level nascent soul cultivator recalled his stern visage, feeling a twinge of trepidation. He glared at Shilin with intensity before the two turned to leave. The brief altercation passed, and tranquility returned to the vicinity as Shilin successfully completed his transaction with the vendor. After securing the soul power herb, Shilin felt that the vendor had acted with integrity rather than being swayed by greed, and he expressed his gratitude. The vendor returned the courtesy, then unexpectedly inquired, "Might I ask if you are skilled in alchemy?" Shilin, realizing he could not deceive him, nodded slightly and admitted, "I possess only a modicum of knowledge." The vendor, surprised, asked, "Then how is it that you did not recognize those two individuals?" Shilin, perplexed, replied, "What identities do those two possess?" The vendor responded, "It appears you have not aligned yourself with them. Judging by their attire, they are likely members of the Alchemist Alliance." The Alchemist Alliance? Shilin recalled the introduction he had read in the real-time Atlas of the Eastern Seas, which described the Alchemist Alliance as a vast organization comprising alchemists from the cultivation world, with branches across the 5 continents and intricate connections to numerous sects and clans. Shaking his head, Shilin stated, "I have no association with the Alchemist Alliance." Observing the vendor's expression relax, he became curious and asked, "Might I inquire why you seem to harbor a disdain for members of the Alchemist Alliance?" The vendor candidly admitted, "Indeed, I do not hold them in high regard, primarily due to some grievances between them and my sect, which are too complex to elaborate upon." The vendor then added, "I perceive that you possess an extraordinary demeanor and a desire for camaraderie. May I ask what your intentions are?" Shilin, feeling a favorable impression towards the vendor and contemplating such a connection, readily agreed. The vendor introduced himself promptly. "I am Chun Fan, a disciple of the Divine Blade sect." Shilin vaguely recalled that the Divine Blade sect was a discrete faction in Biting Continent, rarely mentioned within the cultivation community. "I am Shilin, a solitary cultivator. Pleased to meet you, Brother Chun." After exchanging greetings, their rapport grew significantly. Chun Fan chuckled, "Brother, you are here to undergo trials on Thunder Burial Island, are you not?" Shilin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I presume you are here for the same reason, Brother Chin?" Chun Fan laughed heartily. "Precisely. I am eager to witness the might of Thunder Burial Island." Just as Shilin was about to respond, he felt the entire vessel sway, accompanied by a deep, resounding impact. Chapter 108. The endless beast tide. Chun Fan sensed it too, and their expressions shifted. A resonant voice followed. I am Tang Yun, the elder leading this expedition aboard the Thunderbolt ship. We are currently under attack by the endless sea beasts. All cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above, report to the deck to confront the enemy alongside me. Upon hearing this, the Thunderbolt ship erupted into chaos, as numerous cultivators were taken aback. By heavens, I have encountered a once-in-a-century tide of sea beasts. What is the situation outside? Are there many sea beasts approaching? I have yet to witness a sea beast. This is my chance, ha ha ha. The vibrations from the ship intensified, and the clamor grew increasingly frenetic as the Thunderbolt Bazaar descended into disarray. The enforcement team rushed in, shouting, Did you not hear Elder Tang's command? Quickly, go out and confront the enemy. If the Thunderbolt ship is breached, none shall survive. Move. The cultivators finally awakened to the reality that they were all in the same vessel. If the Thunderbolt ship fell, they too would meet their doom. At that moment, Chun Fan turned to Shilin. Brother Yu, we should venture out as well. Shilin nodded, and the two surged forth with the throng towards the upper deck. The thudding impacts continued to resonate from the hull, akin to hailstones battering the Thunderbolt ship. Upon reaching the deck, they found a multitude of cultivators gathered. As Shilin gazed out upon the boundless sea, he was struck dumb with astonishment. Before them lay an overwhelming swarm of sea beasts fervently assaulting the Thunderbolt ship. The sea beasts varied widely. Giant claw crabs, dark demonic serpents, electric eels, razor-fin swordfish, and azure dragons, ranging from 1st to 5th tier, with even 6th-tier beasts looming in the distance. The endless sea churned violently, creating towering waves. Not only was Shilin astounded, but many other cultivators were equally taken aback. Several timid individuals, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle, turned pale and were at a loss for what to do. The defensive shield of the Thunderbolt ship began to flicker under the relentless barrage of countless sea beasts. A sense of panic spread among the cultivators on the deck, who scurried about like headless flies. Members of the Thunderbolt ship's loose cultivator association shouted, Fellow cultivators, do not panic. Our Thunderbolt ship's defensive formation is of the 7th tier. The sea beast shall not breach it so easily. Within the control chamber of the Thunderbolt ship's internal formation hub, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he observed the surveillance array. This man was Captain Lu Zongyao, a practitioner of the 9th level of the fusion stage, perfectly accomplished. Beside him stood a stern-faced elder, Master Tang Yun, the head of the enforcement hall of the Loose Cultivators Association, also at the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage. Lu Zongyao, with a hint of confusion, remarked, Elder Tang, it has been nearly a century since we last encountered a tide of sea beasts. Why has it suddenly returned now? Tang Yun replied, coolly, having traveled extensively, it is only natural to encounter a tide of sea beasts. Lu Zongyao, fixated on the monitoring array, expressed his grave concern. There are too many sea beasts. The Thunderbolt ship's defensive formation can scarcely hold out much longer. If the formation is breached, the ship itself will not withstand the onslaught of the sea beasts, and that would lead to catastrophe. Elder Tang, what shall we do? After a moment of silence, Tang Yun's eyes gleamed with determination. The mastermind behind the sea beasts has yet to reveal itself. What we face now are merely minor adversaries. However, the Thunderbolt ship cannot endure for much longer. Our only option is to confront the sea beasts directly before the defensive formation collapses, driving them back for a chance of survival. The true threat of a sea beast tide lies not in the formidable high-level beasts, but in the seemingly endless swarms of low-level beasts. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Once the numbers of low-level beasts reach a critical mass, the consequences will be catastrophic. Lu Zongyao regarded Tang Yun with a flicker of respect in his eyes. Despite the elder's stern demeanor and unapproachable nature, he demonstrated courage and accountability, stepping forward for the safety of the many cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship, earning Lu Zongyao's admiration. Tang Yun commanded coldly, You stay here and maintain control of the Thunderbolt ship. I will lead a team outside. Lu Zongyao responded earnestly, Yes. I shall ensure the Thunderbolt ship is under control and will not disappoint your trust, Elder. Please be cautious outside." Without another word, Tang Yun turned and exited. Chapter 109. Fierce Battle Against Sea Beasts, Part 1. At this moment, the deck of the Thunderbolt ship was crowded with thousands of individuals, lacking unified command and in a state of chaotic disarray, while members of the Loose Cultivators Association endeavored to maintain order. Suddenly, a cold snort reverberated through the air. What a ruckus! Is this any way to conduct ourselves? Quiet down at once. This sound, akin to the heavy tolling of bells at dawn, struck the hearts of the cultivators, and they fell silent. It was then that Shilin noticed a stern elder hovering above the deck, reprimanding the crowd. A cheer erupted from the Loose Cultivators Association. "Elder Tang has arrived. Now we have hope." Shilin mused to himself. It seems Elder Tang holds considerable prestige within the association. Chun Fan leaned closer and whispered, "This Elder Tang is the head of the Enforcement Hall of the Loose Cultivators Association, Master Tang Yun, at the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage." Shilin was taken aback, surprised by the elder's high level of cultivation. After reprimanding the crowd, Tang Yun addressed them in a clear voice. "Dear friends, you are all aware of the current situation. We are facing an unexpected tide of sea beasts, which is formidable. If we remain aboard the Thunderbolt ship, it will inevitably be breached, leading to our demise in the boundless sea. At present, the only path forward is to confront the sea beasts in battle and repel the tide of monsters. For only through such a desperate struggle do we have a glimmer of hope. Fellow cultivators, remember, it is only through a fight to the death that we can hope to survive." Tang Yun's resounding declarations roused many from their stupor, and the scattered cultivators of the association fervently shouted, "We shall follow Elder Tang to vanquish the sea beasts." The imperative of a fight to the death ignited a fervor within Shilin, awakening the dormant fire in his veins. It had been far too long since he had engaged in combat. Fighting the sea beasts was unlike clashing with humans. These creatures are a form of spiritual beast. Although they possess a degree of intelligence, only the highest tier, the 9th level spiritual beasts, can assume human form. The lesser beasts cannot communicate with human cultivators. And this battle was a matter of self-preservation. Thus, Shilin felt no psychological burden as he prepared to engage. Beside him, Chun Fan had already brandished a long blade. His eagerness palpable, prompting Shilin to reflect on the nature of this combative spirit. More cultivators, stirred by Tang Yun's words, also summoned their weapons and artifacts, ready to engage in a brutal confrontation with the sea beasts. Tang Yun then commanded, "Guangyao, open a defensive shield for us to confront the enemy." Lu Guangyao, adhering to Tang Yun's orders, maneuvered the defensive array of the Thunderbolt ship, and a section of the protective barrier on the left side gradually opened. The sea beasts, sensing the breach amidst their frenzied assault on the ship, surged towards the opening as if drawn by the scent of blood. Tang Yun bellowed, "Fellow cultivators, follow me to slay the sea beasts." With that, he led the charge, brandishing a long sword as he surged towards the oncoming tide of sea beasts, with the others swiftly following in his wake. Truly, a master at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension stage, Tang Yun eschewed any elaborate spells, wielding his sword with simplicity. With a single stroke, he unleashed a sword light that stretched over 100 feet, obliterating the sea beasts caught within its arc, transforming them into a rain of flesh and blood. Shilin could not help but feel admiration at the sight. As Tang Yun struck, the curtain rose on the great battle. The sea beasts, undeterred by death, filled the air with a thick, iron-like scent of blood, driving them into a frenzy as they surged forth. The clash between human cultivators and sea beasts erupted into chaos. Chun Fan shouted, "Brother Yu, take care of yourself. I cannot spare you a moment." As a first-level nascent soul cultivator, he feared Shilin, who was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, might be swiftly overwhelmed by the sea beasts. Shilin felt warmth at the concern and replied, "Brother Chun, go ahead. I can look after myself." With a swift motion, a 2nd-level razor-fin swordfish lunged at Shilin, but he countered with the Azure Spirit Short Sword, cleaving the creature in two. Nearby, Chun Fan was embroiled in a fierce melee with the sea beasts, his long blade cutting a swath through their ranks. His swordsmanship was sharp, and amidst the chaos, several lower-level sea beasts fell to his blade. As Shilin observed Chun Fan's prowess, a familiar sensation flickered at the back of his mind. But he had no time to ponder as he was engaged in his own battle. With a series of swift strikes, Shilin dispatched several more lower-level sea beasts. However, the creatures surrounding him multiplied, though most were still of a lower tier. Yet he found it necessary to employ the first stance of the carefree sword technique, shattered rivers and mountains, to eliminate the oncoming foes en masse. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of lesser sea beasts encircled Shilin, their forms obliterated by the ferocious sword energy of the Gengjin. In a moment of respite, Chanfong gazed upon Shilin's swordsmanship, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Yu, your technique is truly remarkable." Shilin responded, "Brother Chun, your blade skills are commendable as well." The two exchanged hearty laughter before resuming their fierce battle. The conflict between the human cultivators and the sea beasts continued to rage around the Thunderclap ship. Most sea beasts lacked any magical skills, yet their physical prowess was formidable, massive in size with tough skin and substantial flesh. Only a handful of elite cultivators could contend with these beasts on equal footing, as ordinary cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage. Many weapons and magical techniques merely grazed the beasts, causing minimal harm, and the casualties among the human cultivators began to mount. Shilin found himself in a relatively advantageous position, surrounded primarily by lesser sea beasts that posed no immediate threat to his life. However, a fourth-level giant crab, noticing Shilin's ease in dispatching the lesser beasts, had begun to take an interest in him. A fourth-level sea beast was comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, yet its physical strength was far superior. As the giant crab focused on Shilin, it swung its massive pincers in an aggressive charge. Shilin, caught up in the thrill of battle, failed to recognize the crab's formidable rank and continued to unleash his technique, mountain and river shatter. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Gengjin sword energy struck the giant crab, only to be deflected by one of its enormous pincers. The sword energy failed to breach the crab's defenses, and the other pincer came crashing down towards Shilin. Startled, Shilin realized the crab's resilience and swiftly retreated. The relentless giant crab pursued him, leaving Shilin with no choice but to prepare for the second form of his carefree sword technique, Heaven and Earth Slash. Until now, he had refrained from using this technique, not wishing to draw attention to himself. At that moment, a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking one of the crab's enormous eyes with a resounding explosion. The giant crab howled in agony, and seizing the opportunity, Shilin unleashed another Gengjin sword energy, targeting the crab's remaining eye. With a resounding crash, the second eye was similarly shattered. In pain, the giant crab emitted a series of anguished roars and retreated, tumbling off the deck and plunging into the boundless ocean. Only then did Shilin take a moment to observe the source of the thunder. There, he saw Lei Feiyun hovering in midair, commanding bolts of lightning to strike the sea beasts, while a middle-aged man at the fifth level of the combined body stage stood guard beside him. Noticing Shilin's gaze, Lei Feiyun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shilin expressed his gratitude, and without further words, both resumed their relentless fight against the sea beasts. Chapter 110. Intense Battle with Sea Beasts. Part 2. Tang Yunfu hovered above the Thunderclap ship, surrounded by the corpses of sea beasts, the waters, and the ship's deck stained with their blood. Though he had slain countless sea beasts, an undercurrent of anxiety began to stir within him. He understood that these were merely lower-tier creatures, serving as fodder, while the true orchestrator behind the onslaught had yet to reveal itself. More critically, if this continued, and his spiritual energy was depleted without repelling the tide of sea beasts, the consequences would be dire. Just as Tang Yin found himself at an impasse. A dark azure dragon, a lightning eel, and a three-headed serpent encircled him. Each of these sea beasts had attained the 6th level of mastery. equivalent to a human cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the combined stage. Upon seeing this, Tang Yun exhaled in relief. The appearance of mid-tier sea beasts indicated that the mastermind was not far behind. With a cold smile, he confronted the trio of 6th-level beasts, unleashing a torrent of sword light from his blade towards them. Aware of his formidable prowess, the 3 beasts refrained from direct confrontation and instead engaged in evasive maneuvers. Tang Yun, however, could not pursue them, as his primary objective was to safeguard the Thunderbolt ship, resulting in a stalemate between him and the 3 sea beasts. While Tang Yun was occupied with the 3 beasts, a 6th-level early-stage black demon serpent stealthily ascended to the deck. A 9th-layer golden core cultivator was locked in fierce combat nearby when suddenly, a gigantic serpent head emerged from the ship's side. The cultivator was taken aback by the sight of the colossal serpent head and its 2 bell-like eyes, letting out a shrill scream before being devoured whole by the black demon serpent. As the serpent slithered onto the deck, its tail swept across the surface, catching dozens of low-level cultivators off guard, instantly transforming them into a mist of blood. Shilin was astonished. He had not anticipated the arrival of a 6th-level sea beast. Chaos erupted on the deck as cultivators cried out in panic and scattered. Just as the black demon serpent was poised to wreak havoc, a commanding voice rang out. "Beast, cease your rampage. Witness my spear." A valiant cultivator clad in a crimson warrior's attire, wielding a golden spear engulfed in red flames, hovered in midair. "Fire dragon strike!" he bellowed, and the fiery tip of his spear morphed into a dragon of flames, roaring as it lunged towards the black demon serpent, prompting cheers from the surrounding cultivators. It was none other than Qi Wuming, the prodigious young master of the Golden Spear sect of Dongwang's Hao, who had come to their rescue. With a cultivation level at the 6th layer of the combined stage, Qi's flaming spear was more than adequate to deal with the early-stage black demon serpent. Shilin marveled at the spectacle, secretly thinking, impressive. The fire dragon collided with the serpent's head, producing a thunderous sound, and a thick plume of black smoke emanated from the serpent. Though the serpent was wounded and thrashed in pain, its resilient scales rendered it far from mortally injured. In its fury, the black demon serpent lashed out with its tail, claiming the lives of several more human cultivators. Qi Wuming shouted, "This beast possesses an incredibly robust physique. Fellow cultivators, we must join forces to vanquish it." Upon the utterance of Qi Wuming's words, a multitude of cultivators resonated in agreement. Qi Wuming surged forward, engaging the black demon serpent in close combat, wielding his blazing golden spear which blossomed with fiery blossoms, each thrust embedding itself into the serpent's formidable flesh. Seizing the opportunity while the black demon serpent was momentarily subdued, the collective onslaught of the other cultivators rained down upon it. Lei Feiyun turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Uncle, let us assist as well." The man nodded in affirmation, and together they summoned thunderstones, directing 2 bolts of lightning towards the black demon serpent. With a crackle, the electric strikes landed upon the serpent, causing its massive form to tremble violently. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Qi Wuming channeled his entire spiritual essence into the blazing spear, executing the Qi family spear technique against the black demon serpent. The spear descended like a torrential downpour, each strike compelling the serpent's obsidian scales to shatter and peel away, revealing its dark, vulnerable flesh beneath. The relentless assault from the multitude of cultivators left the black demon serpent battered and bleeding, its black blood seeping from numerous wounds. Suddenly, the black demon serpent unleashed a deafening roar, its body swelling ominously. Realizing the impending danger, Qi Wuming shouted, "Fall back." Alas, despite his warning, the throng of cultivators encircling the serpent failed to retreat in time. With a furious roar, the now enraged serpent's body expanded several-fold, executing a devastating tail swipe. Those who had been besieging it were caught off guard, with over half of them meeting their demise in an instant. While only a few of the more formidable cultivators managed to survive, albeit gravely injured. The serpent's eyes glowed ominously as it dispatched the cluster of cultivators before locking its gaze upon Qi Wuming, letting out a furious bellow as it lunged towards him. In a moment of desperation, Qi Wuming unleashed a mouthful of essence blood upon the blazing spear, causing it to radiate with searing brilliance, engulfed in flames. Overlord Strike. Qi Wuming roared, executing his most formidable martial technique as the fiery spear met the incoming serpent head. With a thunderous crash, the spear collided with the serpent's impenetrable head, resulting in a shockwave that sent Qi Wuming hurtling over 100 yards, crashing into the structure of the Thunderbolt ship. The black demon serpent was similarly thrown back. While the cultivators near the epicenter of the explosion were tossed into disarray, the scene descending into chaos. Shilin, positioned at a safer distance, was largely unaffected by the tumult. However, as the black demon serpent rolled back towards him, he was taken by surprise and quickly evaded its path. Just as the serpent's massive form swept past him, Shilin caught a fleeting glimpse of several black scales that had fallen away from its underbelly, revealing a battered abdomen that was subtly pulsating. The inner Dan, he exclaimed with delight, summoning his azure spirit short sword. He dashed forward and thrust it into the exposed flesh of the serpent's belly. With the protective black scales absent, the serpent's flesh proved to be surprisingly vulnerable. The azure spirit short sword, known for its razor-sharp edge, penetrated deeply, and with a swift motion, Shilin extracted a translucent, fist-sized inner Dan. A howl of anguish erupted from the serpent. The black demon serpent emitted a thunderous wail as its body tumbled off the deck of the Thunderbolt ship. Lifeless by the time it plunged into the endless sea, Shilin swiftly secured the inner core of the black demon serpent. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye amidst the chaos, unnoticed by those around him. As the surrounding cultivators regained their composure, they realized the black demon serpent had been repelled into the boundless ocean, erupting in jubilant cheers. Qi Wuming, struggling from the ruins, sat up and immediately entered a meditative state to heal his wounds, having sustained significant injuries from his clash with the serpent. Fellow cultivators instinctively formed a protective circle around him. Chapter 111. Fierce Battle with Sea Beasts, Part 3. The battle raged on, with tumultuous waves crashing in the distance as yet another wave of sea beasts approached, this time of a higher caliber, all above level 4. With a considerable number at levels 5 and 6. The cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship watched in alarm, many sighing in despair. Observing the scene, Shilin also sighed, sensing the difficulty of the day's events. Tang Yun was engaged in fierce combat with 3 beasts, skillfully severing one of the serpent heads. Noticing the low morale among the cultivators, he shouted, "Everyone, rally your spirits. We still have hope." Meanwhile, in the control chamber of the Thunderbolt ship's formation hub, Lu Guangyao gazed at the advancing mid-level sea beasts on the surveillance array. Smirking, it is time they experienced the might of the Thunderbolt ship. He quickly communicated with Tang Yun. "Elder Tang, return to the Thunderbolt ship at once. I am preparing to activate the offensive formation." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun ceased his struggle with the beasts and retreated to the deck of the Thunderbolt ship, commanding, "All cultivators, gather on the Thunderbolt ship." Though puzzled, the cultivators complied. Shilin, Chun Fan, and others rapidly returned to the main group, sensing that the Thunderbolt ship was poised to unleash a formidable strike. Indeed, the next moment, the 7 hidden formation nodes on the Thunderbolt ship erupted with brilliant light, beams the thickness of barrels soaring into the sky. As the 7 beams ascended, they intertwined to form a pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper. An astute cultivator exclaimed, "Is this not the Big Dipper formation?" Others inquired, and he elaborated. The Big Dipper formation is a premier 7th-level offensive formation capable of wide-scale annihilation. Observe closely. As the core of the Big Dipper formation materialized, it voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly expanding until it covered a radius of 50 miles, creating a colossal luminescent screen hovering above the Thunderbolt ship, its brightness intensifying. Just as the second wave of mid-level sea beasts swiftly approached the Thunderbolt ship, Lu Guangyao bellowed, "Fire!" The immense luminescent screen quivered, and beams of light poured down in dense clusters, enveloping an area of 50 miles around the ship. Except for its immediate position, This was the unique, wide-range assault of the Big Dipper Formation, the celestial nebula strike. Beneath the luminous canopy, it appeared as though a meteor shower had commenced. The colossal sea beasts, densely packed together, found themselves inundated by this relentless cascade of celestial bodies, with none escaping its grasp. The radiant beams descended upon them, instantly piercing through the lower-tiered sea creatures, leading to their swift demise. The mid-tier beasts managed to withstand a few strikes, yet bore grievous wounds, their anguished roars echoing through the air. Shilin stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sheer magnificence and power of the Big Dipper Formation. The Nebula Fall assault persisted for approximately 15 minutes, gradually dimming before ultimately dissipating. The cultivators aboard the Thunderclap vessel were left in a state of disbelief, as the surrounding waters were littered with the carcasses of sea beasts, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Beasts of level 5 and below were nearly obliterated, while many of level 6 sustained injuries. Only a handful of the more cunning creatures, possessing a modicum of intelligence, had submerged into the depths to evade the onslaught unscathed. Although the swarm of sea beasts had retreated to a distance, they remained encircling the Thunderclap vessel. Within the control chamber of the formation's nexus, Lu Guangyao maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though he harbored a thread of apprehension within. The efficacy of the Big Dipper Formation in vanquishing sea beasts was undeniable. Yet its singular use had depleted the Thunderclap vessel's reserve of spirit stones significantly, rendering it incapable of reactivating the formation in the near future. The current situation regarding the sea beast tide was uncertain, and Lu Guangyao was unsure if another wave would soon approach. Tang Yun stood silently on the deck, gazing toward the distant waters, sensing the imminent arrival of the sea beast's enigmatic leader. Indeed, not long after, the sea surged violently, a massive swell erupting in the vicinity, as if a colossal entity were about to emerge. The cultivators aboard the Thunderclap vessel noted this development, with many expressing their alarm. Chapter 112, Fierce Battle with Sea Beasts, Part 4. Shilin peered into the roiling waters, which churned violently, suggesting the emergence of something formidable. Moments later, a dark, island-like formation began to rise from the boiling sea, rapidly expanding in size. All the cultivators fixed their gaze upon this area, and at last, the shadowy island fully surfaced, revealing a gargantuan creature before them. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recognized it to be a 7th-tier sea beast, the abyssal octopus. This colossal creature boasted 8 tentacles, each extending hundreds of feet in length and several dozen feet in diameter, its overall form dwarfing even the Thunderclap vessel. The abyssal octopus floated upon the water's surface, resembling a massive mountain range, with surrounding sea beasts gathering around it like stars orbiting a moon, instilling profound psychological pressure upon the observers. Many cultivators were gripped by fear, their resolve wavering, and Shilin was equally astonished, as this was his first encounter with such a titanic sea creature. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. The abyssal octopus possessed a cultivation level comparable to his own, akin to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Great Ascension. Though he still had a trump card yet to be revealed, he remained uncertain whether it would suffice to confront the abyssal octopus. Tang Yun stood resolutely, hovering above the Thunderbolt ship, confronting the dark abyssal octopus. At this moment, he was the sole cultivator capable of contending with the formidable creature, as the remaining practitioners were utterly unqualified for such a battle. The dark abyssal octopus and Tang Yun exchanged a brief, silent standoff before it unleashed a furious roar, enraged by the countless casualties among its subjects. With its massive, gaping maw, it directed a torrent of inky blackness straight at Tang Yun. This cloud of ink shot forth like a cannonball, prompting Tang Yun to summon a spirit shield for protection. He wielded his sword, unleashing a radiant arc of sword light to cleave through the dark mass. With a thunderous explosion, the ink was shattered, transforming into a rain of black droplets that scattered across the sky. However, a few drops managed to splatter onto Tang Yun's spirit shield, which, despite its formidable strength, suffered some corrosion from the potent ink, indicating its formidable nature. The cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship fared far worse, as the deluge of ink descended upon them. The ship's defensive barrier proved utterly ineffective, becoming riddled with holes, leaving most of the practitioners in dire straits. Those of higher cultivation could barely defend themselves with their spirit shields, while the weaker cultivators found their shields as fragile as paper. In a moment of carelessness, Shilin found himself splattered by a drop of ink on his back. A searing pain pierced through him as his flesh began to decay rapidly. In a desperate move, he activated the Hongmeng Transformation technique, which swiftly absorbed and transmuted the ink into a small orb of spiritual energy. His physical level was currently at the first stage of the earthly body realm, and the wounds on his back began to heal rapidly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shilin acknowledged the formidable nature of this seventh-tier sea beast. A mere drop of ink had inflicted damage upon his earthly body. He realized that had he been drenched in a larger quantity, no amount of effort in utilizing the Hongmeng transformation technique would have saved him from being reduced to nothing before the refining process was complete. The other cultivators were not as fortunate. Those who were tainted by the ink experienced rapid decay of their physical forms, unable to find any means of salvation, their anguished screams resonating around them. In mere moments, they were left as nothing but stark white bones, with even the nascent souls of those at the nascent soul stage being thoroughly disintegrated by the ink. As the ink rain subsided, the deck of the Thunderbolt ship was littered with hundreds of skeletal remains. The surviving practitioners, paralyzed by fear, scrambled for cover, many seeking refuge within the ship's interior, creating a scene of utter chaos. Recognizing the dire necessity to halt the dark abyssal octopus's ink assaults, Tang Yun resolved to engage the creature directly. With decisive action, he plunged into battle, his swordsmanship sharp and his spiritual essence abundant. Each stroke of his blade unleashed arcs of light with the power to split mountains and seas, capable of obliterating ordinary 5th or 6th-tier sea beasts in an instant. Before him stood a formidable level 7 dark octopus, not only possessing remarkable physical strength, but also endowed with a sponge-like ability to absorb damage. When Tang Yun's sword light struck its body, the flesh would automatically indent, dissipating the sword's power and rendering the inflicted damage negligible. Although the dark octopus moved slowly, its 8 tentacles struck with lightning speed, launching a barrage of attacks against Tang Yun. Relying on his agile movements, he managed to evade each assault, yet a single misstep could lead to grievous injury. As the battle dragged on, Tang Yun began to feel a growing sense of impatience. At this moment, all the cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship were intently observing the fierce confrontation between Tang Yun and the Dark Octopus, hoping for his victory, as it represented their only hope for survival. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yun contemplated that his only viable option was to unleash his ultimate trump card. In his youth, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a relic where he acquired a remarkable pseudo-immortal technique known as the Celestial's Guiding Finger. This technique wielded immense power, and since mastering it, Tang Yun had seldom employed it, keeping its existence a secret from those around him. However, with the safety of both himself and the Thunderbolt ship at stake, he had no choice but to use it now. Chapter 113. Intense Battle with the Sea Beast, Part 5. Tang Yun communicated telepathically with Captain Lu Guangyao of the Thunderbolt ship. Guangyao, are you prepared on your end? Lu Guangyao promptly replied, Elder Tang, everything is ready and can be activated at any moment. Tang Yun responded, Good, await my signal. Lu Guangyao's readiness referred to a concealed ultimate attack aboard the Thunderbolt ship, known as the Giant Spirit Cannon. This cannon utilized formations to compress spiritual energy to its utmost limit, ultimately creating a colossal solid spiritual energy cannonball capable of devastating a single target. However, it had a critical drawback. The immense energy required from spirit stones meant that the Thunderbolt ship could only muster a single shot. After firing, the ship's spirit stone reserves would be nearly depleted, leaving it without any further combat capability. Thus, Lu Guangyao was hesitant to fire unless he was absolutely certain of success. Tang Yun expelled a mouthful of essence blood onto his sword, which instantly shattered in a fine powder. He commanded, Rise. The powdered sword ascended into the air as he activated the Celestial's guiding finger technique. Instantly, a column of spiritual energy, several feet in diameter, erupted from his body. Soaring skyward. Upon merging with the sword powder, it swiftly transformed into an enormous sword of light over 100 yards long. As this colossal sword took form, its overwhelming pressure cascaded down like an impending cataclysm, leaving the cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship, including Shilin, in sheer astonishment, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. What technique is this? The pressure is overwhelming, compelling me to kneel. Elder Tang is truly formidable and majestic. While Shilin marveled at the spectacle, he secretly rejoiced, recognizing that this sword's power was incalculable and should be capable of inflicting significant harm upon the Dark Octopus. The Dark Octopus braced itself, feeling the immense pressure of the colossal lightsaber looming above. Tang Yun once again formed a spell and commanded, "Fall." The 100-foot-long lightsaber descended with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the Dark Octopus. As the blade neared its target, the creature's aura surged violently, emitting a deafening roar. Its 8 tentacles swiftly shot upwards, managing to halt the descent of the massive lightsaber. Despite the splattering of its dark ichor, the lightsaber's might still tore into its flesh, injuring all 8 tentacles. Yet it succeeded in stalling the saber's fall, resulting in a tense standoff midair. A fierce expression crossed Tang Yun's face as he desperately channeled his spiritual essence, solidifying the energy around him. The radiance of the lightsaber intensified, and it began to descend once more, aimed at the massive body of the Dark Octopus. With a furious roar, the creature unleashed its formidable strength again, lifting the lightsaber once more. Tang Yun realized that his spiritual essence was nearly depleted. If the stalemate continued, he would likely succumb to the octopus's might. He shouted, "Li Guangyao, activate!" Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyao immediately initiated the giant spirit cannon formation. The runes aboard the Thunderbolt ship illuminated in an instant, and the formation began to operate swiftly. The top chamber of the ship opened, revealing a magnificent golden cannon. The cannon's mouth, a daunting foot in diameter, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure as it aimed at the Dark Octopus. The cultivators aboard the Thunderbolt ship, sensing the commotion, turned to behold the radiant cannon, their expressions frozen in awe. "Good heavens, what is that?" one exclaimed. "I believe that is the legendary giant spirit cannon. I am witnessing the real deal." Indeed, this was the giant spirit cannon, enough to give the Dark Octopus a run for its money. While the crowd of cultivators chattered excitedly, the giant spirit cannon finished its charging process. With a thunderous boom, a spirit energy projectile about a yard in diameter erupted from the cannon's mouth, radiating brilliant white light. The tremendous recoil caused the Thunderbolt ship to sway. At that moment, the Dark Octopus was firmly suppressed by Tang Yun, unable to defend against the incoming energy projectile. Its massive size left it with no room to evade. Chapter 114. Repelling the sea beast with a resounding crash. The spirit energy projectile struck the Dark Octopus's body, producing a cataclysmic sound. The creature's vast form was blasted open, creating a gaping hole the size of 100 feet, with dark ichor spraying everywhere. The surrounding seawater was stirred into towering waves by the explosive force of the projectile. Having taken a direct hit from the giant spirit cannon, the Dark Octopus suffered severe damage, leaving it unable to contend with the lightsaber. The enormous blade fell unimpeded, and a series of gruesome slicing sounds echoed as it pierced through the creature's massive body. With a heart-wrenching wail, the Dark Octopus let out a cry of agony, having truly sustained a devastating blow. It quickly sank into the depths of the endless sea, retreating into the dark abyss, leaving behind a stretch of water tainted black with its ichor. As the surrounding sea creatures witnessed their leader's grievous injuries and fled, they too plunged into the depths of the ocean, desperately escaping. The tumult of fleeing sea beasts gradually subsided, and soon the waters returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the lingering scent of blood hung heavily in the air. "We have triumphed." The monks aboard the Thunderbolt ship erupted in fervent cheers, and Shilin felt a profound connection, sharing in the joy of victory and the relief of survival. Chun Fan approached Yu Shilin, his body marred with wounds that he appeared to disregard, his aura still brimming with a lingering ferocity. Observing Yu Shilin unscathed, Chun Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Yu, what remarkable skill you possess, managing to avoid injury." Yu Shilin smiled modestly, replying, "I was merely fortunate, Brother Chun, please do not jest." Suddenly, Tang Yun plummeted from the sky onto the deck, his face ashen, likely due to significant depletion of his spiritual essence. Lu Guangyao swiftly moved to support Tang Yun. The other monks, recognizing Tang Yun as the pivotal force in repelling the wave of sea beasts, rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Yu Shilin and Chun Fan exchanged glances, choosing to remain at the periphery of the gathering. Tang Yun waved his hand, signaling Lu Guangyao to refrain from assistance, and with great effort, he stood, intending to speak. However, he soon became incensed upon noticing the unfolding events aboard the Thunderbolt ship, his fury igniting. "What are you youngsters doing?" he bellowed, following Tang Yun's gaze. The crowd observed several junior cultivators furtively collecting the storage rings of the fallen monks. Tang Yun thundered, "You lot are disgraceful. You hid while the sea beasts attacked, and now that they have retreated, you shamelessly scavenge from the dead?" The assembly erupted in an uproar, admonishing the miscreants. The junior cultivators, their faces flushed with embarrassment, suddenly recalled Tang Yun's formidable status as the head of the enforcement hall of the Loose Cultivators Association, known for his fiery temper and unyielding nature, particularly intolerant of such dishonorable actions. One astute cultivator quickly knelt, confessing his wrongdoing, striking his own face in remorse, and tearfully pledging never to act so again. Begging Tang Yun for mercy, the others followed suit, mimicking his contrition. Tang Yun commanded, "Take these individuals and confine them to the solitary chamber for reflection. Furthermore, the storage rings of the deceased monks shall be collected by the Loose Cultivators Association. If any have families in Thunderfall City, return the rings to their rightful heirs. If not, the rings shall be confiscated. Given the significant depletion of spirit stones during this assault, they will serve as a necessary replenishment. Guangyao, you will oversee this matter." Lu Guangyao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the urgent need for replenishment after the substantial losses suffered by the Thunderbolt ship. Once Tang Yun concluded his orders, he retreated to the ship's secluded chamber to recuperate, while Lu Guangyao commenced the necessary aftermath arrangements. The casualties among the monks aboard the Thunderbolt ship were severe, particularly among the lower-ranked cultivators, and many others bore injuries.